Reborn on the eve of the impending apocalypse, a window suddenly appeared before him, displaying the following. Profession, big shot ability. As a big shot, you have the power to recruit bodyguards to serve you. Please select your bodyguard's race. Human, goblin, treant zombie. Chun Mo gazed at the dialogue box before him, his heart racing with excitement. Was this not the profession panel reserved for the chosen ones after the apocalypse? Without hesitation, he chose the zombie. Zombies were splendid. With hands and feet, they possessed immense strength. And most importantly, they required neither food nor rest. A top-tier slave, indeed. What do you mean you're doing this for my own good? You merely covet this house. Do you genuinely believe that by calling you brother, you can control my life forever? Let me tell you, this house is registered in my name, as is the company you manage, which is also in my name. I command you to leave. If you don't, I shall call the police. His furious shouts pulled him back to reality. Chun Mo looked at Chun Lingling's unfamiliar expression, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Even after experiencing it once, he could not help but berate himself for his foolishness. He had been reborn on the eve of the apocalypse. And now, the ones trying to force him out of his own home were none other than his nominal sister, Chun Lingling, and her boyfriend. In truth, they shared no blood relation. Both were orphans, having grown up in an orphanage. Chun Mo had chosen to work to provide a better future for Chun Lingling, tending to her every need. Over the years, he had played the role of both father and mother, and fortune had smiled upon him as he opened a small company, earning a modest income of $20,000 to $30,000 a month. He had envisioned a good life for them all after Chun Lingling graduated from university. However, little did he expect that shortly after her graduation, she would bring home a man named Yun Hai, insisting on splitting their household. In his past life, he had fought tooth and nail, sustaining severe injuries to drive Chun Lingling and Yun Hai away. The next day, the neighborhood had become a spawning ground for countless zombies. Chun Lingling and Yun Hai, by sheer misfortune, found refuge in a safe zone, while he was trapped in that hell. Repeatedly, he had called for rescue, only to be met with humiliation. After finally escaping the monster-infested area, he sought a shred of assistance from Chun Lingling, only to be reported by her as infected with the virus. He was unceremoniously thrown into a horde of zombies, where he met a brutal end, torn apart by thousands of the undead. Ah, this was the dear sister he had raised. Chun Mo chuckled softly, shaking his head. It seems that from the moment you had me buy a house and register the company, you were plotting for this day, weren't you? You told me the paperwork was cumbersome and that my lack of education made it inconvenient, which is why I put it in your name. Your true intention was likely to use me until I was no longer of value, then cast me aside. Am I right? Even when the truth was laid bare, Chun Lingling showed no remorse. Beside her, Yun Hai kicked over the table. What are you stalling for? Do you really believe I won't beat you? Do you have any idea how many brothers I can summon with a single phone call? You should have inquired about my reputation. Let me tell you, Lingling has already informed me that during your business dealings, she was the one assisting you with ideas and paperwork. Otherwise, what could a simpleton like you accomplish? You've been a small boss for years, you should be grateful. Now, just go back to your bricklaying. In his past life, he had argued vehemently with them, only to be beaten mercilessly. This time, he had no intention of following the same path. When the apocalypse arrived and the spawning grounds emerged, they would reap the consequences of their actions. A smile spread across Chun Mo's face. What are you shouting about? I will agree to all your demands. Here, take this. Your household registration, the property deed, and the business license, all of it is right here. We can draft a contract now, and all these things will belong to you. As he spoke, he laid out the assorted documents on the table, his cooperative demeanor leaving Chun Lingling and Yun Hai utterly bewildered. Chun Lingling frowned. What scheme are you up to now? I warn you to behave. What scheme could I possibly have? The property deed and the company are already in your name, aren't they? I'm even willing to draft a contract with you. How is that not favorable? Chun Lingling and Yun Hai exchanged glances, both taken aback. Just moments ago, Chun Mo had vehemently opposed their union, even risking his life to prevent it. Why was he suddenly so compliant, even surrendering his assets? Yun Hai whispered to Chun Lingling, forget it, this guy must be flustered. Let's sign the contract while he's confused. Better to have the rice cooked than to let it go to waste. Chun Lingling nodded, promptly retrieving paper and pen to draft the contract, signing her name with determination. However, when it was Chun Mo's turn to sign, he shook his head. There's no rush that I need to add one stipulation. From today onward, you must immediately move into this house and cannot leave. Otherwise, the contract is void. Yunhai's brow furrowed. I'll live wherever I please. What right do you have to dictate that? You're acting like a dying old man. Chun Nemo chuckled lightly, reclining on the sofa. This is my only request. If you agree, then this matter is settled. If not, I shall never consent, even if it costs me my life. Chun Lingling's patience wore thin. Fine, do as you wish. Just sign already. Satisfied, Chun Nemo swiftly signed the contract. He was eager to ensure they experienced the torment he had endured in his previous life. They would soon relish the hospitality of the zombies. As soon as the contract was finalized, Chun Lingling and Yunhai snuggled together on the sofa. Yunhai glared at Chun Nemo with disdain. Get out of here already. This is my home, now you have nothing to do with it. Chun Lingling frowned as well, stating, from this day forth, I am no longer your sister. We have no blood relation that I hope you will not harbor any unrealistic notions in the future. Chun Nemo regarded her with keen interest. What unrealistic notions are you referring to? Chun Lingling tossed her hair, a haughty expression on her face. It's the kind of thoughts men have. Don't think I'm unaware you've liked me since childhood, and the reason you raised me was to fulfill your twisted fantasy of a child bride. I've felt repulsed by you every day, unable to sleep soundly for years. Now, I can finally escape your clutches. Perverted man. Yunhai's eyes widened in shock. Is that true? You're quite the pervert, aren't you? Incredible indeed. Chun Nemo found no desire to engage further with them. Remaining here would surely drive him to madness. However, he took solace in the knowledge that tomorrow, when the apocalypse erupted, they would have their turn to lament. He casually gathered a few belongings, slung his bag over his shoulder, and left the house, feeling utterly liberated. Yet, rather than distancing himself, he promptly contacted an agent to rent a larger apartment on the top floor of the very same building. Tomorrow marked the dawn of the apocalypse. Countless spawning grounds would emerge across the world, continuously generating all manner of terrifying monsters. And the neighborhood where Chun Nemo resided was situated right within a spawning ground, specifically one teeming with zombies. This serendipitously aligned with his newfound profession. For others, this place signified an end for him. It was a veritable paradise. Chapter 2 3 Zombie Bodyguards in the Dead of Night. Chun Lingling and Yunhai took up residence in the house that originally belonged to Chun Nemo. A few candles flickered on the table. Surrounded by an array of seafood delicacies, Chun Lingling personally poured a glass of red wine for Yunhai, saying, Darling, today marks our first day in our new home, which will henceforth serve as our marital abode. Let us indulge in a candlelit dinner this evening. Yunhai raised his wine glass and downed it in one gulp, a look of indescribable pride on his face. Just yesterday, he had been a reckless youth riding a dilapidated motorcycle on the streets. And now he possessed a grand house valued at 2 to 3 million, along with a small company earning tens of thousands a month. Ecstatic, he gazed romantically at Chun Lingling and declared, My love, from now on, we shall enjoy a blissful life together. I heard that scoundrel of a brother of yours has rented a room on the top floor. It's utterly disgusting that he hasn't left yet. I suspect he still harbors some feelings for you. After some time, I'll gather a few friends and pay him a visit, throwing dung at his door to drive him away. Upon hearing this, Chun Lingling felt a wave of disgust wash over her. What a perverse individual. I've made my intentions clear, yet he still refuses to leave. That shall be left to you, Yunhai. Yunhai felt a surge of satisfaction, though a hint of derision flickered in his eyes. University students are so easily deceived. Mere sweet words can sever her ties with the brother who raised her. Once I tire of this, I'll find a way to transfer your house and company into my name and then kick you out. How could I possibly hang my fortunes on a single tree when there are plenty of beautiful girls awaiting my attention outside? As the clock struck midnight, Chun Nemo stood before the window, raising his binoculars at the appointed time. Indeed, the world had quietly shifted. The ground within the vicinity of the community and extending nearly 100 meters beyond began to glow a sinister red. From the previously desolate streets, zombies began to emerge from the earth, one after another. When Chun Nemo focused on one particular zombie, he immediately noticed a line of small text above its head. Today's bodyguard hiring quota 03. What a remarkable profession. Each day, I can select 3 zombies from the streets to employ as my bodyguards. With these zombies as my aides, I can have whatever I desire. However, Chunamo did not rush to hire immediately. Although they were all zombies, there were still distinctions among them. Some crawled with only half their bodies above ground, while others had spindly arms and legs, clearly lacking in combat ability if I am to choose. I must select the strongest, he observed carefully through the binoculars. Suddenly, he spotted 3 swaying figures at the entrance of the community, clutching beer bottles, supporting one another, and loudly shouting, "You are truly useless. We agreed to indulge after a hearty meal, yet you got drunk in no time, wasting everyone's time. Bullshit. I'm not even drunk. Let us crack open a couple more. Damn it, you said it. Let us hurry to find a convenience store and buy a few more bottles. Exactly, let us drink until dawn." Their raucous antics immediately drew the ire of the community residents. Someone from above shouted, "What time is it? Can you keep it down? Everyone is trying to sleep." Upon hearing this, the 3 burly men did not quiet down. Instead, they became even more brazen. One of them smashed a beer bottle on the ground, picked up 2 shards of glass, and yelled at the upper floors, "If you've got the guts, come down and say that to my face. Sleep? You think you can sleep? You working dogs have to go to work tomorrow. Right? I want to let you sleep. Ha ha ha, poor working dogs, too scared to drink at night. We're big bosses. You better come down and bow to us, and tomorrow we'll hire you. Hey, can you count how many floors that guy lives on? Let us go find him. I can't see clearly. Let me count slowly." The man who had just spoken immediately shrank back, not daring to utter another word. The drunken men were clearly not to be trifled with, and the other residents could only seethe in silence. As the trio stumbled deeper into the community, they suddenly spotted a woman with a graceful figure squatting beneath a nearby street lamp, her purpose unclear. In an instant, the alcohol-induced haze began to lift for the 3 men, and one of them remarked, "Bro, look over there. That woman seems drunk. Should we go help her?" The other's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Sure, I love helping others. Let us invite her to my place tonight." The other 2 nodded in agreement, "Absolutely, but big brother, you probably can't manage her alone. Let us all take care of her together." The 3 men chuckled, their intentions transparent. They staggered toward the woman, and one of the burly men patted her shoulder, saying, "Beautiful lady, what are you doing all alone? Do you need some strong, handsome men to escort you home? Look at our muscles. I guarantee you'll have an unforgettable night." While they fantasized about the night ahead, the woman finally raised her head. Blood covered her face, and she clenched a half-eaten hand in her mouth. Her pupils a ghastly white dye. In that instant, the drunken men's bravado evaporated. "Holy crap, a ghost!" They screamed and turned to flee, but the female zombie would not let them escape so easily. Swift as a cat, she caught up with the slowest of the trio in the blink of an eye and bit down on his neck without a second thought, her teeth tearing through flesh and severing arteries. After killing one, the zombie swiftly pursued the remaining 2 men. Within a minute, the once boisterous trio lay lifeless, slain by the relentless zombie. The ruckus caused by these 3 men had awakened many residents in the building, who peeked through their windows and witnessed the gruesome spectacle unfold. Panic-stricken, they shouted, "Help! Quick! Someone come! There's been a murder. My God, that woman is insane. She just killed 3 people in one bite. What kind of madness is this? She looks like a zombie, and she is still gnawing on flesh. Call the police, hurry." Unlike the other's terror, Chinamoa's eyes gleamed with excitement. What an impressive female zombie. So swift, she must possess some innate talent. Not even world-class sprinters could rival her speed. She is the one. Without hesitation, Chinamo fixed his gaze on her and issued a hiring command. Bodyguard hiring successful, 1-3. As soon as Chinamo completed the hiring command, the female zombie dropped the 2 large pieces of flesh she had been holding and stood up in a daze. Chinamo soon realized that all the zombies he hired as bodyguards could be remotely controlled through his thoughts. Besides hiring bodyguards, his profession also granted him 2 additional abilities, fusion and sacrifice. Fusion allows him to merge another zombie with a bodyguard to enhance its strength, while sacrifice allows him to extract all energy from a target zombie. Fortifying himself. What a powerful profession. With the apocalypse upon them, food was the most sought-after resource. He immediately commanded the zombie to head to the supermarket to gather supplies. Subsequently, Chenemo quickly selected 2 other robust-looking zombies from the community to serve as his bodyguards today. The 3 zombies worked together seamlessly, entering the convenience store and soon emerging laden with bags of supplies. Making their way back to Chinamo, the thrill of a zero-cost shopping spree was exhilarating. Chapter 3 Zombies also enjoy chips. There are always those who relish the nightlife. Within the community, a number of individuals were still wandering about, and they happened to be the most unfortunate souls, directly encountering the newly spawned zombies. Many were caught off guard, falling prey to the zombies' voracious attacks and meeting gruesome ends. The heart-wrenching screams naturally awakened the residents of the entire building in the glow of countless household lights. The chaos unfolding in the community was starkly visible. Zombies. An overwhelming horde of zombies. My goodness, there must be at least 100 or 200 zombies in this community. Where did these monsters come from? This is terrifying. Quick, call the police. Lock your doors. Do not let these zombies in. It's over. It's over. The apocalypse has arrived. Are we all doomed to die? Woe is me. I don't want to die. I've worked hard all my life, saved a bit of money, and I haven't even spent it yet. Everyone, don't panic. They are just zombies. They are nothing against modern firearms. Soon, the special forces will come and clear them out. I assure you, nothing will happen by tomorrow. Some were pessimistic, while others remained optimistic. Yet only Chinamo understood that relying on external rescue was unrealistic. This apocalyptic crisis was unlike any ordinary threat. It was the result of countless monster-spawning domains appearing globally. To comprehend the myriad of monsters birthed within these spawning grounds, one must acknowledge that they are not merely confined to zombies. Rather, there exists a plethora of legendary creatures such as skeletons, phantoms, and goblins. Notably, some of these beings exhibit a remarkable resilience to bullets. It is worth mentioning that although each of these monsters hails from their respective spawning domains, they are not necessarily restricted to those areas. They may indeed wander freely, rendering the entire world essentially devoid of completely safe havens. However, none of this concerns Chinamo. Leveraging his esteemed profession, he can summon zombies daily to serve as his bodyguards. And he possesses the ability to merge and sacrifice these guardians to continually enhance his own strength, transforming this place into his very own stronghold. Eventually, he might even employ these bodyguards for agricultural endeavors, achieving self-sufficiency and construct a lavish castle for himself. What a post-apocalyptic scenario. Merely a paradise. With these zombies as his protectors, the prospect of failure seems nearly impossible. Suddenly, he recalls Qin Lingling and Yun Hai, who reside on the first floor, and he chuckles to himself, hoping their demise would be slow and torturous. After enjoying a candlelit dinner, Qin Lingling and Yun Hai were preparing to indulge in the romantic ambience. Yet, the shrieks and howls resonating from the community shattered their serene mood. Yun Hai, seated at the edge of the bed, erupted in expletives. What the hell is all this wailing at this ungodly hour? This so-called upscale community is quieter than a rural village. For crying out loud! Qin Lingling perked up her ears, sensing an ominous foreboding. Something feels off, darling. I think I heard someone upstairs shouting about a zombie apocalypse. Yun Hai burst into laughter. What nonsense about zombies and apocalypse? Someone must have gotten spooked by a movie. He pulled up his trousers and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. To his astonishment, just a few meters away, a zombie with a limp was viciously tearing into the flesh of a woman who had been taking her dog out for a late-night stroll. Despite being pinned down by the zombie, she cried out to Yun Hai, "Please save my dog." The oblivious husky sat nearby, wagging its tail, utterly unaware of the horror unfolding before it. What a foolish dog! Yun Hai was instantly paralyzed by the gruesome sight and hastily yanked the curtains shut. Crouching in a corner, his voice trembling, "Zombies! There are real zombies! It's truly the end of the world." Qin Lingling was equally terrified. "Please, don't scare me. I have a weak constitution. I'm not scaring you. Just take a look for yourself." She cautiously approached the window, parting the curtains just enough to glimpse the horrific scene outside, nearly fainting from fear. "What do we do? We live on the first floor. We aren't going to die, are we? Stop worrying. Just pull the curtains shut and secure the doors and windows. We need to hide." Once they had completed these tasks, they huddled in a corner, trembling in fear, their earlier elation completely obliterated. After a moment of calm, they stealthily leaned against the window again, parting the curtains to observe the outside world. Their eyes widened in shock as they noticed 3 zombies approaching, each adorned with various supplies, striding toward their building. What the hell? Do these zombies actually hoard supplies? Are they capable of consuming potato chips? Chen Lingling, having spotted the same 3 zombies, exclaimed, "This is absurd. Not only do they eat potato chips, but look at that one carrying a whole case of cola." They exchanged incredulous glances, questioning their very existence. Soon, Yunhai steadied his nerves and wrapped an arm around Chen Lingling's shoulders, reassuring her. "Don't be afraid, my dear. They are just zombies. Someone is bound to come to our rescue. As long as we hide well, we'll be fine. Besides, if these zombies are munching on snacks, they may not be as ravenous for human flesh as we fear. Our chances of survival are quite promising." Should they continue to observe, they would discover that these zombies not only hoarded supplies, but also took the elevator to ascend. A large quantity of food was being carried by the 3 zombies to Chen Mo's doorstep, prompting him to hastily open the door. Despite having summoned them as his bodyguards, the sight of these 3 zombies initially unsettled him. They were drenched in blood, their eyes devoid of humanity, appearing terrifyingly grotesque. The first zombie he recruited, a female, had a surprisingly attractive visage, long, flowing hair, and an alluring figure. Had she not been a zombie, she would likely have been considered a beauty. The other 2, however, were robust males, their muscular frames evident through their tattered clothing, instilling a sense of security. Chen Mo instructed the 3 zombies to stack the supplies in a corner of the room. Glancing at the time, he noted that dawn was still far off and commanded them to continue their efforts until the convenience store was completely emptied. Thus, the community gained 3 rather unconventional zombies. Instead of attacking ordinary people, they began raiding the 2 supermarkets in the vicinity, carting away goods one by one. They toiled until dawn, having cleared out most of the premium supplies from the supermarkets. However, their commotion drew the attention of a neighboring resident. A woman with a face full of acne cautiously opened her door and, upon witnessing Chen Mo directing the zombies to transport supplies, her eyes lit up. "These zombies can follow your commands?" Chen Mo, uninterested in engaging, had long grown weary of humanity's ugliness, having seen betrayal even from those closest to him. He had chosen zombies as his guardians precisely for their simplicity, much easier to manage than humans. Although he remained silent, the acne-faced woman summoned her courage and approached the 3 zombies. Noticing that they posed no threat to her, her confidence swelled. "This is fantastic with you protecting me on this floor. I have nothing to fear. You can't possibly eat all of this. Let me help you carry some of it." Saying this, she gingerly reached for 2 bags of chips from a nearby shopping cart. Seeing that neither Chen Mo nor the zombies reacted, her boldness grew, and she decided to push the entire shopping cart toward her own room. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. "Aren't you being a bit greedy?" The acne-faced woman displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. "You have so much. What's the harm in me taking a little? If it weren't for this apparent apocalypse outside, I wouldn't even care to dine with you. Who knows how many men are outside queuing to treat me to a meal?" Chen Mo could no longer contain himself. "What kind of arrogance is that, given your appearance? Put everything back." Infuriated, the acne-faced woman retorted sharply, "Oh, so you want to play nice, but you won't listen? Do you believe I want to expose your ability to control zombies on social media? Perhaps the zombies in this community are all you're doing." With that, she brandished her phone, preparing to take a photo. Chen Mo, exasperated, shook his head and issued a command to one of the muscular zombies at the door. The robust zombie lunged forward, effortlessly smashing the woman's phone to pieces, and then seized her by the hair, dragging her toward the window of the hallway. She protested loudly, "Let go of me. My husband is involved in some dangerous business. Don't you dare cross me." In the next instant, the muscular zombie had her at the window, and without hesitation, he tossed her out. The world fell silent. Chapter 4. The luxurious new home having dealt with the acne-faced woman, a boy of about 8 or 9 burst from her room, wielding a fruit knife, an expression of fierce determination on his face as he lunged at Chen Mo unmoved. Chen Mo stood still, while the female zombie beside him swiftly restrained the boy's wrist. "Little one, knives are dangerous. Didn't your mother teach you that?" The boy scoffed. "My mom didn't teach me that. She only told me that minors can't be prosecuted for murder. I am protected by the law, and if you dare touch me, I'll ensure you rot in jail." Clearly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Chun Mo's last shred of sympathy for this family evaporated. Nonchalantly, he gestured to the muscular zombie by the window, who effortlessly seized the boy by the neck and tossed him out of the window. the world grew even quieter. Chen Mo turned to his two strong zombie bodyguards and instructed, "Check that room. Dispose of all living beings downstairs. We must eradicate any roots of trouble." Without hesitation, the two bodyguards executed the command, and soon the sounds of smashing and crashing echoed from the neighboring room. Followed by the thud of heavy objects being discarded, silence reigned. Under Chen Mo's direction, the three zombies efficiently piled the supplies they had retrieved into a corner of the room. What was once a spacious three-bedroom apartment now felt somewhat cramped. This situation was untenable. It felt as if he were residing in a storage unit, severely compromising his comfort. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo surveyed the chaotic room and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since the neighbors have been taken care of, why not? Were their houses not empty then? He hurried into the dwelling to retrieve a hammer, which he handed to one of the burly undead. He then proceeded to draw a circle on the wall. Come, muster all your strength and smash this spot. Create a passage for me." The zombie, devoid of independent thought, obeyed his command without hesitation, with a mighty swing of the hammer. A gaping hole the size of a door was soon formed. Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling the two powerful zombies to discard the debris from the upper floor. After all, no one was monitoring for objects being thrown from heights. Making things much more convenient, he strode confidently into his neighbor's house, only to discover that this residence was far more comfortable than his own. Alas, his own abode was merely a rental, and the landlord, having no intention of providing quality furnishings for mere tenants, had furnished it accordingly. In stark contrast, the family of the pockmarked-faced woman clearly prioritized their own comfort and indulgence. The two homes, of similar size, presented a world of difference. Chen Mo's felt like an unfinished shell, while this one resembled a palace. The floor was adorned with plush carpets, a lavish crystal chandelier hung from above, and European-style sofas and a sumptuous bed filled the space. Delightful, marvelous. This was even more splendid than the decor of my previous residence. What wealth they must possess! He even stumbled upon a delightful surprise. In a corner of the balcony, this family had clandestinely constructed a small staircase leading directly to the rooftop. How impressive! Such an illicit structure went unchallenged. It seemed likely that even if someone did intervene, they would be driven away by these individuals' unruly antics. However, this serendipitously benefited me, thought Chen Mo, as he envisioned using the rental unit as a storage space for all his supplies while making this the new place of residence. He could even cultivate a few patches of land on the rooftop for flowers and plants, achieving a semblance of self-sufficiency. After all, with his high-profile occupation, he could continually recruit zombie bodyguards. Labor would be in ample supply. 3 idle bodyguards were now trailing behind him. Chen Mo turned to glance at the female and 2 male zombies, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he had endeavored to select those with more appealing appearances and intact physiques, they remained zombies, their bodies still smeared with blood, which was somewhat unsettling. Their clothing tattered. An idea flashed through his mind. "I shall bestow names upon you. The most exquisite little beauty shall be called Maying, for your speed aligns well with your name. The remaining 2 shall be known as Xiong De and Xiong Air." The zombies, lacking intellect, merely stood there as he directed them toward the adjacent bathroom. "Form a line and take turns bathing to clean yourselves up. Upon completion, change into fresh attire." They obediently queued up. Xiong De and Xiong Air emerged first, clad only in oversized shorts, their former ragged garments discarded. It must be said, the 3 he had chosen were indeed top-notch. Devoid of visible injuries, once cleaned, they bore a striking resemblance to ordinary humans, their musculature reminiscent of fitness instructors. Chen Mo promptly rummaged through the house to find 2 sets of the original owner's clothing for them. Black suits paired with sunglasses, truly reminiscent of bodyguards. The next to appear was Maying, and at the moment she emerged, Chen Mo found himself momentarily taken aback. Her figure was a paragon of perfection, her face striking, and her eyes an ethereal white. A rare beauty indeed. Chen Mo quickly took a few sips of water to regain his composure and suppress the tumultuous thoughts brewing within him. No, she is a zombie. We are respectable individuals. How could a boss engage in romantic entanglements with a bodyguard? Best to dismiss such notions. He also found a professional outfit for Maying, and after a bit of grooming, the 3 zombies truly resembled professional bodyguards, exuding an air of prestige. "Today, only you 3 will be working. It may be a bit taxing, but tomorrow I shall recruit 3 more brothers." Chunmo stood before the window and glanced downstairs, observing at least 100 zombies ambling about in the neighborhood. Yet, this was merely the first day. In the days to come, this area would spawn even more undead. It was even possible that higher-level zombies would appear. Following the tragic events of the previous night, no one dared venture outside during the day, presenting a golden opportunity. The two supermarkets within the community still held a wealth of supplies yet to be retrieved. Previously, concerns over the zombies' visibility and the limited capacity of the houses had impeded their efforts, but now those issues were resolved. It was high time to collect the remaining items. He issued a command to the 3 zombies. Ensure that everything in the supermarkets is brought back. Also, there's a pharmacy at the entrance of the community. Retrieve its supplies as well. Just bring home anything that could prove useful. If the neighboring houses became overcrowded, he would simply seize a couple more. Upon receiving their orders, Chunmo's 3 zombie bodyguards immediately set forth to execute their tasks. Meanwhile, other residents within the building were filled with trepidation, incessantly debating in their group chat. What is going on? It has been an entire night, and no one has come to deal with these zombies? Quick, check the news. This predicament extends beyond our community. Reports indicate that bizarre creatures are surfacing worldwide. Tree men, sea monsters, goblins, werewolves, and more. There are corpses everywhere, and the authorities are overwhelmed. Oh my, what shall we do? Are we destined to perish here? I refuse to believe that our splendid civilization will crumble due to this minor catastrophe. We must remain hopeful. I am the building manager of this block, rest assured. I have received credible information that this apocalypse will subside within a week. Please remain calm. Why goodness, everyone, look outside. There are 3 individuals in suits swaggering about. Do they not fear for their lives? I guarantee they will be torn to shreds by those zombies within 5 minutes. What is this? Are there truly such fools among us? Surely they must still be half asleep. Who cares? Let us watch the spectacle. Perhaps if a few more perish, the zombies will be sated, and we shall be safe. Chapter 5. The kept man and the foolish woman Chanimo observed the messages flooding the chat with a cold smirk. He had no intention of aiding anyone this time. Every resident of this building was, without exception, unworthy of his assistance, in his previous life. He had been trapped in this zombie-infested community, exerting every effort to lead the others to safety. Yet, in the end, these ingrates had stepped forward to falsely testify against him, claiming they had been infected with the zombie virus, completely disregarding his past kindness. Such petty individuals. Should he allow himself to feel pity for them now? It would be sheer folly. Furthermore, he intended to transform this entire community into his personal zombie stronghold. Inevitably, these people would need to be purged later on. For now, he would simply ignore them. Although the 3 zombie bodyguards were clad in new attire, they remained fundamentally zombies, akin to the hundreds of monsters lurking outside, and thus were not attacked. Striding confidently into the supermarket, they began pushing shopping carts, transporting large quantities of supplies back to their new home. After several trips back and forth, the neighbors, who had been eagerly watching from their windows, were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Why are they not being attacked? Are those outside zombies truly dim-witted? This is entirely wrong. At this rate, they will strip the supermarket of all its food. What will we eat? Indeed, this is communal property. It should be shared by all. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves and shouted from their window at the trio. Hey, you've taken so much food. You should share it with everyone. You can't hoard it all. Exactly. Such selfishness is inexcusable. Wang Lily, the building manager, began to threaten them. When did you 3 move into our building? I have no recollection of you. You must be illegal squatters, right? I'll have you know, I have connections. If you don't distribute some of that food, don't blame me for reporting you. However, the zombies, lacking any semblance of thought, paid her no mind. This infuriated the other residents. If this continued, they would soon find themselves with nothing to eat, ultimately facing starvation. At last, someone spoke up in the chat. Do you think those zombies don't attack during the day? It is possible. Perhaps they, like traditional zombies, sleep during the day. They stand there like fools, completely motionless. Yes, it must be that these 3 have figured out the zombies' patterns, allowing them to gather supplies. I say we should go too. Yes, we mustn't stand idly by while they hoard everything. As the group deliberated, many residents opened their doors and descended the stairs, ready to venture out for some food. Chun Lingling and Yun Hai were also present in the chat, naturally catching wind of these developments. Chun Lingling, Linking arms with Yunhai, suggested, "Darling, should we not also go and fetch some supplies? I suspect our food will not last many days." Yunhai's mind raced with alternative thoughts. Although it appeared from the behavior of those three individuals that the zombies would indeed refrain from attacking humans during the day, without first-hand experimentation, no one could ascertain this for certain. What if one of the zombies remained awake? That would certainly pose a risk. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Darling, I share your concerns, but I am somewhat allergic to seafood. After indulging in a lavish meal yesterday, I now feel utterly fatigued and my stomach is quite unsettled. Perhaps you could go instead." Upon hearing this, Chun Lingling's complexion paled slightly. "You want me to go? But those zombies look terribly frightening. And as a girl, I can't carry much." Yunhai instantly became displeased. "After all I've done to help you rid yourself of that perverted brother of yours, you won't even assist me with this small favor? You must not love me. I clearly stated that I was unwell, and yet you show no concern for my discomfort." Upon hearing Yunhai's plaintive words, Chun Lingling's heart softened. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Darling, please don't say that. You are my greatest love, and I would do anything for you. Since you are not feeling well, I shall go." Yunhai was elated. Indeed, college students were easily swayed. He took Chun Lingling's small hands in his, gazing at her with ardor. "My dear, do not fear, I will remain here to monitor the situation outside. Should any danger arise, I will rush out immediately to rescue you. We only need to endure this perilous period, and brighter days await us." Chun Lingling felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Indeed, her husband was the one who truly cherished her. She quickly donned a practical outfit, pushed open the door, and collided directly with a group of residents preparing to venture out for supplies. They cautiously eased open the community building's main entrance and stepped outside, moving with such stealth that, for a fleeting moment, they failed to attract any zombie attacks. As they advanced further, their courage began to swell. Someone lowered their voice, saying, "Indeed, we were right. These zombies do sleep deeply during the day. We are safe. Well then, since these zombies do slumber, they aren't much of a threat. We can gather ample supplies during the day and remain safely indoors without fear." "Exactly, we merely need to secure the doors and windows afterwards." "What are zombies? If not foolish creatures? Enough of this. I suddenly feel an urge to relieve myself. I've been holding it in since earlier. Come on, hold it in. Aren't you polluting the air?" With a series of loud, explosive flatulence, it was as if firecrackers were being set off. The individual responsible wore an expression of sheer bliss. Finally, relief. The others pinched their noses, eager to distance themselves. "That's utterly disgusting." But at that moment, they suddenly noticed a zombie, previously standing nearby with its head bowed in a daze, now lifting its gaze, its pale eyes fixated on them. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Wait, aren't they supposed to be asleep? How could they have been awakened? With a series of terrifying roars, several zombies, numbering around 7 or 8, began to lurch towards them with alarming speed. "Run, run, these zombies are wide awake. Oh my God, people are going to die." They turned tail and fled. Chun Lingling, initially at the back, hastily tried to retreat, but being a girl, she was slower and was knocked to the ground by a few others. The last few individuals had no time to escape, and were swiftly overrun by the zombies, their screams piercing the air. "Ah, someone save me, don't leave us behind." Especially the one who had just relieved himself, who, upon falling, could no longer contain himself. Puffed, puffed, puffed. He let out several more blasts. "I think I just messed myself." Chun Lingling watched in horror as a young man, less than a meter away, was brought down by a zombie, one of his ears torn off in an instant. Fear gripped her, and in a primal instinct for survival, she forgot her pain and scrambled back towards the community's entrance. "Close the door. Hurry, shut the door. Don't let those zombies in." The residents who had rushed inside frantically secured the main entrance, pushing chairs from the lobby against it, their hearts finally settling, if only slightly. Yunhai then emerged from his room, wielding a baseball bat, and rushed to Chun Lingling's side. "Darling, are you all right? I was so frightened when you returned. I was contemplating charging out to confront those zombies myself if you didn't make it back, even if it meant dying outside to avenge you." Hearing these words from Yunhai melted away any lingering resentment in Chun Lingling. Replaced by warmth, she enveloped him in an embrace. "Darling, you scared me to death. I almost didn't make it back. If I couldn't see you again, I can't imagine how heart-wrenching that would be. Yunhai wrapped his arms around her shoulders. It's all right, it's all right. You are here now, aren't you? If you were to perish, I would undoubtedly follow you into the abyss, ensuring you would never be alone. The other residents in the lobby looked at the couple with disdain. What is wrong with them? Even in such dire circumstances, they're still indulging in lovey-dovey antics. If they're going to die, let it be sooner rather than later, soft-hearted man and foolish woman. Lock them away, for heaven's sake. Chapter 6. Hand over all the food to me. With Yunhai's support, Chen Lingling attempted to stand, but the moment she exerted herself, pain coursed through her body, causing her to tremble. Glancing down, she noticed her left ankle was completely swollen. It was evident that she had sprained her foot during the chaotic escape. In that moment of adrenaline, she had summoned her last reserves of strength to return. But now, with a moment to breathe, her injuries were fully manifesting. Yunhai's brow furrowed deeply. How could you be so careless and injure your foot? His mind raced with the implications. In a world so perilous, a sprained ankle rendered Chen Lingling nearly incapacitated, devoid of any utility and a liability. What a considerable burden! He couldn't help but think, had I known, it might have been better for you to remain outside, saving me the trouble of feeding one more person. At that moment, Chen Lingling was blissfully unaware of the disdain in Yunhai's gaze. Clinging to his arm, she said pitifully, "Darling, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for being useless and not bringing back food for you. But don't worry, I'll recover quickly." With no alternative, Yunhai could only assist her, limping back to their room. Though the main entrance was barricaded, the other residents felt a lingering unease standing in the lobby. After all, the glass doors offered little protection. Thus, everyone hastily retreated to their own homes. Although the community housed just 2 small supermarkets, the wealth of stored supplies was substantial. A variety of food, fruits, and vegetables abounded. And the snacks were countless. Boxes upon boxes of instant noodles, sausages, and canned goods were nearly impossible to transport all at once. In addition, there were many daily necessities, such as toiletries and clothing. The 3 bodyguards had worked tirelessly through the night and had barely moved half the stock. They anticipated needing another full day and night to complete the task. However, just as Mei Ying, Bear, and Bear 2 were preparing to return with their laden carts, they were suddenly taken aback. The community's entrance was locked. How were they to gain entry? The zombie bodyguards and Chen Mo shared a silent understanding. He swiftly switched to the perspective of the 3 zombies and realized that upon the residents' return, they had not only locked the community's gate but also barricaded it with sofas from behind. It seemed the only way back in would be through brute force. What a hassle! As Chen Mo contemplated instructing Bear and Bear 2 to take action, a faint voice called out nearby, "Hey, friends, do you require assistance?" The 3 zombies turned in unison to find a man peering out from a window on the first floor, waving at them. It was none other than Yunhai, who had just gone inside. The zombie bodyguards could not speak, merely staring blankly at him. Yunhai wore a cunning smile. "They've locked the door, so you can't get back in, can you? However, I can open this window for you to enter. Of course, this won't be free. Considering you have an abundance of supplies, it's only fair you share some with us. Wouldn't you agree?" He felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Now that these 3 individuals were unable to enter the community building without him, he effectively held their fate in his hands. Each time they returned with supplies, he could claim a portion for himself. He was truly a genius. Yet after a moment of silence, the 3 remained unresponsive. Yunhai's impatience grew. "Hey, have you made a decision? Are you mute? Can't even speak? I'll tell you, this opportunity is fleeting. I'll count to 3, and if you don't agree, I'll lock this window immediately, and you'll never enter." Staying outside, no matter how much food there was, would eventually lead to their demise at the hands of the zombies. As Yunhai counted down, he caught sight of the 3 sharply dressed bodyguards approaching his window. Laden with supplies, he nodded in satisfaction. Now this is how it should be. Cooperation leads to mutual benefit. The instant noodles, chocolates, and beef jerky in your vehicle have caught my eye. Moreover, please include that bag of rice behind you as well. By the way, when you head to the supermarket later, do procure a case of beer and some seafood, particularly the seafood. It must be swiftly delivered to my residence, for those creatures will perish in no time. While they are still alive, I can enjoy some fresh delicacies. Before the zombie bodyguards could hand over the goods, he had already begun making selections, clearly asserting dominance in this transaction. observing all of this from the top floor through the eyes of a zombie. Chun Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. You really have a high opinion of yourself. It seems I must hasten to ensure you grasp the reality of the situation. Chun Mo issued a series of commands. Soon after, the hefty bearers, Xiongda and Stong slowly placed their oversized backpacks on the ground and unzipped them, rummaging within. Yunhai gazed at the premium snacks inside the backpacks, unable to divert his eyes. What are you rummaging for? Hurry up and pass me those packets of beef jerky. I wish to taste them first. You don't want to come in, do you? At that moment, Chen Lingling limped to the window, gazing at the myriad packages and overflowing shopping carts outside. Swallowing hard, husband, I crave bubble tea. Yunhai nodded slightly, pointing to a few cups of fragrant tea on another cart, bellowing. Did you hear what my darling said? Bring those cups of fragrant tea over here. Why are you moving so slowly? You don't want to come in, do you? Look at you all dressed up. Why do you resemble fools? As he continued to vent his frustrations, Xiongda and Stong finally ceased their searching. Simultaneously withdrawing 2 axes from the enormous backpack, Yunhai and Chen Lingling were left dumbfounded, taken aback before they could react as the bears swung their axes. With a resounding crash, the sturdy tempered glass shattered like paper, leaving 2 gaping holes. Both Yunhai and Chen Lingling stumbled backward in fright, collapsing onto the ground. Yunhai shouted, What are you doing? This is my home, my window. You have shattered my window. I demand compensation. The food in your vehicle 1T cover the damages. Despite his refusal to acknowledge the dire situation, Xiongda and Xiong showed no mercy, continuing to swing their axes until they had dismantled the entire window, leaving not a shard of glass behind. Then, in a coordinated effort, the 3 began tossing packages of food inside before leaping into the house. At that moment, Yunhai emerged from the kitchen brandishing a gleaming kitchen knife. He stood defiantly before the 3 bodyguards, pointing the knife at Xiongda's nose, bellowing, Damn it, you were the one who smashed my window, right? I'll tell you this, unless you leave all the food here, you shall not pass through this door. You should inquire about my reputation. I've been wielding a knife since I was 3, understand? Before he could finish his words, Xiongda swiftly seized his wrist with an overwhelming grip. The immense force contorted Yunhai's face in agony, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. In the next moment, Xiongda pinned Yunhai's knife-wielding hand to the floor, retrieving the knife and, with a swift motion, severed Yunhai's hand from his arm. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. After a wave of excruciating pain, Yunhai, staring at his dismembered wrist, let out a heart-wrenching scream. I will kill you. I will kill you. Unyielding, Xiong approached and crushed the severed hand underfoot. They then joined forces to rain down blows upon him, each strike landing with brutal force. Chen Lingling, witnessing the horrific scene, felt her heart shatter. Stop, please stop. Don't hit him anymore. Only after Yunhai had succumbed to unconsciousness did Xiongda and Stong relent. They then proceeded to open the door, transporting cart after cart, package after package of food upstairs. Through the perspective of the zombies, Chinamo observed Yunhai's pitiful state, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Is beef jerky truly that delectable? Apologies, but I have no taste for beef. Chapter 7. The trials of romance. Yunhai had been knocked out cold, yet the earlier screams had attracted a horde of zombies. The 3 bodyguards were unperturbed, but Chen Lingling and Yunhai were not so fortunate. As Chen Lingling caught sight of the looming figures of zombies outside the window, her legs turned to jelly. She hurriedly opened the bedroom door, dragging Yunhai inside to hide. This commotion eventually roused Yunhai from his stupor. Blinking in confusion, he beheld his severed hand, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. I am now disabled. What will I do from here on? Chen Lingling, filled with sorrow, embraced him and comforted. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. However, Yunhai retaliated with a kick to Chen Lingling's abdomen, sending her flying several meters away, cursing, Get lost. Who asked for your company? I want my hand back. It was far more useful than you. Clutching her stomach, Chen Lingling's face paled as she retorted, Husband, how could you say such things? Didn't you claim our love was the purest? Yunhai impatiently replied. Love? Spare me. Hurry and fetch some bandages and antiseptic to tend to my wound. Chen Lingling's heart felt as though it had been mercilessly chewed by a wild dog, dirty and painful, like a soulless being. She located the first aid kit in the bedroom. Thankfully, Chinamo had been meticulous enough to keep these medical supplies stocked. As she bandaged his wound, Yunhai continued his tirade, cursing, "It's all your fault. You foolish woman! You had to return and vie for this wretched house with your brother, insisting on staying here for a few days. Now look where we are, directly on the brink of death. What a waste of time." Chun Lingling felt a pang of regret as she absorbed his insults. If she hadn't returned, perhaps they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Oh, the trials of society are too harsh. I long to return to my studies. This romance is too burdensome. I desire to focus on my education instead. Meanwhile, Chinamo sat comfortably before the expansive windows of the luxurious living room, a freshly grilled steak resting on the table beside him. The phantom stood to his left, delicately pouring red wine into his glass. Xiongda, clad in an apron, busily sauteed vegetables in the kitchen, while Xiong-er engaged in the laborious task of organizing the supplies they had brought back in the adjacent warehouse. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed him in warmth as Chinamo savored his wine, remarking, "This grand apocalyptic drama is finally set to commence. Phantom, what are your thoughts?" Yet, the phantom remained unresponsive beside him. Growing slightly bored, Chinamo shook his head, lamenting, "Such a pity. None of you possess the capacity for thought or speech. If only you could converse, we could alleviate the tedium together. A game of mahjong among the four of us would be delightful. Perhaps the absence of intellect is the greatest flaw of zombies." Nonetheless, Chunimo harbored some rather extravagant aspirations. His profession allowed him not only to employ zombies as bodyguards, but also to sacrifice or fuse them, signifying that ordinary zombies harbored limitless potential for enhancement. Perhaps in time, they might attain the ability to think and speak like normal humans. How thrilling! Leaning back in his chair, Chinamo opened his mouth slightly, and the phantom immediately set down the wine bottle. Picking up knife and fork to carefully cut a small piece of steak and place it in Chunmo's mouth. With satisfaction, Chinamo remarked, "Delicious. Who would have thought I'd live a life of ease amid the apocalypse?" Observing the delicate features of the phantom up close, Chinamo couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheek, pondering. This sensation is akin to that of a regular human. Albeit cold, if only she could warm up like a hot water bottle. Yet, the phantom displayed no emotion, her pale pupils devoid of any change in expression. Indeed, a true zombie. Continuing to enjoy his steak, Chinamo addressed the three bodyguards. "Once you finish your tasks, find a place to rest for a while. After midnight tonight, I shall hire 3 more colleagues for you. By then, you will be able to clear out the 2 supermarkets in the community before dawn." Though zombies are tireless, he still possessed a conscience. They deserved a break. A day consists of 24 hours. Working 20 hours would suffice. A benevolent entrepreneur of the new era, the owner's chat group had been a constant flurry of activity. Building manager Wang Lily exclaimed in the group, "Is everyone's food supply sufficient? I've received news that this apocalypse may last a few more days, and we must organize our own rescue efforts. Please report how much food you have left," someone in the group complained. "What do you mean by self-rescue? If we could manage that, we wouldn't need your help. I pay substantial taxes every year. You must send someone to save me immediately." "Exactly. Are we all mere freeloaders? By the way, where did you get your information?" "We haven't received any updates." In her solitary room, Wang Lily gritted her teeth. She had no genuine news to share, having fabricated it entirely. If one does not take action, how can one possibly seize the initiative? Others may have at least a modicum of food stockpiled. Even if they are reduced to cooking plain rice daily, they could endure for several days. Yet, she finds herself relying on takeout every day, with nothing in her home save for a few packets of instant noodles. This reality instills a sense of urgency in Wang Lily. She must promptly acquire some sustenance. Consequently, she sternly declares in the group chat, "Am I really expected to deceive you? Those above have informed me that true character emerges in times of crisis. Anyone who distinguishes themselves during this calamity will be duly rewarded. Once this disaster abates, those who excel will rise above the rest. Consider this carefully. It is an opportunity. Heroes emerge in chaotic times." Have you not heard? Upon hearing her words, several members of the group begin to report. "My food supplies are scant, but I did manage to purchase a bag of rice. I could survive a while by eating rice with soy sauce. My pantry is bare. I finished my vegetables 2 days ago and intended to buy more, but then this happened. I do have a few frozen buns left for breakfast, which could last a bit longer. I envy those of you who can cook at home. I rely on takeout every day. Just yesterday, I ordered pig trotter's rice from the restaurant near the community gate, and no one has picked it up yet. I've even tipped 100. Wang Lily quickly takes note of those who have food at home. Suddenly, Wang DePeo interjects. What else with all the thumping upstairs? It's driving me insane. Wang DePeo, the head of the security team in the community, oversees a dozen security guards, many of whom are his drinking buddies. He has promoted himself, with several residing in this building. He enjoys a certain level of respect. A neighbor on the same floor immediately chimes in. I just quietly open the door to take a peek. It's those 3 individuals in black we saw earlier, carrying large and small bags of food upstairs. I suspect they live on the top floor. The revelation ignites a frenzy among the residents of the building, with Wang Lily becoming particularly animated. However, her excitement soon turns to concern. As the building manager, she knows precisely who resides on each floor, and those 3 individuals are not among the tenants on the top floor. Moreover, she has never seen those faces before. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. The day before the appearance of the zombies, Chinamo, who lives on the first floor, had specifically rented a large suite on the top floor. Could it be that these 3 are friends of Chinamo? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Eagerly, she tags Chinamo in the group chat. Mr. Chen, are those 3 individuals in black your friends? Is the food they brought from your place? We are in a critical situation, and I hope you can share some of that food with everyone. It be long before those in authority resolve this apocalypse. Hoarding food is of no use to you. Besides, that supermarket is communal property. It's inappropriate for you to take it all for yourself. Chapter 8. Pack your things and leave at this moment. Chinamo is busily occupied in his rented accommodation. Despite the 2 small supermarkets in the community, the stock within, combined with the supplies in the back room, is quite substantial. He initially thought a day and night would suffice to move everything, yet after multiple trips, he has only managed to transport a portion of the critical supplies. The remaining clothing, household items, and various odds and ends have yet to be moved. However, he is not particularly concerned. Leaving them in the supermarket poses no issue, as this area teeming with zombies will inevitably become his domain. Once the 3 bodyguards bring the supplies upstairs, Chinamo begins recording an inventory in his notebook, simultaneously instructing them to organize everything by category. These supplies are vital for survival in the impending apocalypse. With this stockpile, he is assured of sustenance for at least 3 to 5 years. Just then, his phone vibrates. Glancing down, he sees a message from Wang Lily, who is fervently ranting. Chinamo, why are you silent? Are you defying the organization's management? Let me tell you, if you're trying to profit from this disaster, not only will the property owners in our community not spare you, but those in authority above you won't either. You know I have connections. Chinamo is left speechless. How audacious this fool is. He harbors no affection for Wang Lily as the building manager. She is part of the property management team, which operates like a syndicate, charging exorbitant fees while doing little more than superficial work. Key issues such as safety hazards and emergency exits, clogged drains, and malfunctioning elevators remain unaddressed. Even homeowners wishing to renovate must purchase materials from designated shops at inflated prices, using only specified workers. A refusal to comply results in security preventing entry, compounded by daily visits to collect various steep fees. There have even been instances of security guards assaulting homeowners. In his previous life, Wang Lily had leveraged her connections to manipulate everyone in the community, colluding with Wang DePeo to monopolize vast amounts of supplies. While others neared starvation, she had even gained weight during the apocalypse. He never expected her boldness would now fall upon him. He smirks derisively and replies in the group, "Of course, I will cooperate with Miss Wang's directives. I happen to be at home. Why don't you come up with a few people to help move things down?" Wang Lily responds with 2 smug emojis. Now that sounds more reasonable. However, why should I, as a girl, do such arduous work? You should bring it down yourself. How brazen, expecting to feast for free while demanding he deliver it to her. Chunmo retorts, that won't do. There's too much to carry alone. You should come see what you want to take. Feel free to take whatever you desire. After hearing this, Wang Lily reclines on her sofa, feeling triumphant, with her legs crossed. Contemplating, indeed, I must personally check how much food he has to ensure he isn't hoarding anything. But what if it's dangerous to go alone? I need to call Wang DePeo. She promptly tags Wang DePeo in the group. Brother Wang, can you gather your security personnel to accompany me on a trip? Wang DePeo has been waiting for this moment. He quickly replies, No problem. ILL summon people to find you right away. He tags several security guards living in the building and calls upon a few close associates, gathering around 10 individuals, led by Wang Lili and Wang Depeo. They ascend the stairs with an imposing demeanor. Upon reaching the top floor, they find Chun Mo's rented room wide open and waltz right in. The sight before them leaves them momentarily speechless. There's just so much. It appears he has emptied an entire supermarket. Although they had seen the 3 bodyguards running up and down with shopping carts and bulging bags, they had no idea how much Chen Mo had actually moved. Now, they realize the entire room is practically overflowing. Boxes of instant noodles nearly touch the ceiling, various breads and pastries are stacked high, and there are even 7 or 8 large freezers in the living room, filled with an assortment of premium shrimp, pork, and beef. Chen Mo is bent over one of the freezers, diligently recording inventory, while directing the 3 bodyguards. Put those boxes of bread over there, don't block the path. And move that pile of candy aside, too sweet for my taste, and it can cause cavities. Also, make sure to place the perishable vegetables outside. We need to deal with those first. Under Chen Mo's meticulous guidance, the bodyguards systematically organize the items in the room. T is then that Chen Mo notices Wang Lili and Wang Depeo have arrived, and he greets them with a grin. Oh, you came quite quickly. Wang Lili raises an eyebrow, hands on her hips, and shouts at Chen Mo. Well, I didn't expect you to clear out the supermarket. This is outright theft, taking advantage of the disaster, and your actions are extremely reprehensible. All these items must belong to the community. We are taking everything. Beside her, Wang Depeo's face twists into a sinister grin. Indeed, I didn't realize you had such a dark heart. You've taken everything, leaving nothing for the others to survive on. However, in my view, there's no need to move any of this. You should take your personal belongings and vacate this place. These rooms now belong to us. Wang Lili, upon hearing this, gives Wang Depeo a thumbs up. Brilliant. Why move anything? It's all organized. We can just move in with our bags. Chen Mo, incensed, finds it laughable that these petty individuals think they can usurp what he has worked hard to accumulate. Tentatively, he asks, can I at least take some food down to eat? Wang Depeo, visibly irritated, replies, you can take nothing. I just told you. All of this belongs to the community. Get lost. At this moment, Wang Depeo envisions himself as the true master of the building. With this food supply, if he stays indoors, the zombies outside pose no threat. Furthermore, once he secures his position as the dominant figure in the building, he can do as he pleases. There are even some young women in the building. Soon, they would all be his companions, a delight beyond measure. Who would have thought that a mere head of security would find himself in such a position of power? Meanwhile, Wang Lili harbors entirely different thoughts. In this dire moment, one could certainly sell these provisions at an exorbitant price, compelling the entire building's inhabitants to surrender their possessions. Once this calamity has passed, would one not instantly ascend to the ranks of millionaires? Observing their salivating greed, Chen Mo, in this instant, lost all patience. He reclined in his chair and lit a cigar for himself. To have a civil conversation with you, yet you truly believe yourselves to be of consequence. Have you not glanced into a mirror to see what pathetic beings you are, daring to covet my belongings? Was your birth a struggle, causing your heads to be squashed, rendering you as foolish as swine? Upon hearing this, Wang Depeo and Wang Lili turned a deep shade of purple with rage. Wang Depeo retorted menacingly, you better take heed. I have at least 10 brothers backing me, while you have but 4. Do you truly think you can contend with me? Initially, I had intended to let you gather your things and leave, but now, it seems I must break your limbs and cast you out. With that, he and his minions prepared to advance and strike. At that very moment, however, Xiongdu appeared directly in front of him, obstructing his path. Muscular and towering at nearly 2 meters, Xiongdu exuded an imposing aura. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Depeo erupted into laughter, slapping Xiongdu's chest with his hand. Big guy, your muscles are impressive. Can you fight? What good is fighting alone when one must rely on power and connections? Look at how many people I have behind me. Here's the deal. I'll give you and your companion a chance to join my ranks as security. I assure you, you will still live in luxury. Go on, break that kid's limbs, consider it your initiation. At this juncture, Wang Depeo's gaze shifted past Xiongdu to the alluring figure in the distance. Dressed in a sleek black suit, With long, straight hair and a stern visage, she epitomized the workplace goddess. His heart raced uncontrollably. Oh no, is this the stirrings of love? He feigned nonchalance, tilting his head toward the alluring figure. That girl over there. What do you see in this weakling? He looks utterly pathetic. Why not come with me? I promise you nights filled with revelry. Chapter 9. Indulge in the delicacies. Chen Mo was disinclined to listen to their continued bluster and promptly issued a massacre order to the 3 bodyguards. Mere moments ago, the alluring figure had stood at the back, but upon receiving the command, she surged forward like a cheetah, arriving before Wang Depeo in an instant. Before Wang Depeo could react, she seized his arm with one hand while drawing a dagger from her waist with the other. Making a swift incision at his shoulder, his entire arm was severed in an instant, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah, my arm! You lunatic, what are you doing? The sheer exhilaration of the act caused Chen Mo to nod slightly in approval. Originally, these zombies were expected to fight with claws and teeth, but since they were now under his command, such habits needed to be reformed. He had no desire for his bodyguards to be perpetually drenched in blood. Therefore, he had previously provided them with specialized training, instructing them to utilize fists and weapons in combat. Of course, when faced with formidable foes, teeth could still be employed. The zombie virus was indeed a potent weapon. Hurry up, move it! Are you merely idle? A bunch of foolish swine. Wang Depeo shouted to his underlings, clutching his injured shoulder. The dozen or so men who had been momentarily stunned by the gruesome scene now revealed ferocious expressions, brandishing sticks and preparing to fight. Xiong Da and Xiong Er plunged into the fray, wielding their hefty hammers and fire axes, delivering lethal blows. In mere moments, they had dispatched a considerable number, leaving 5 or 6 corpses strewn about. The underlings struck at Xiong Da and Xiong Er with their sticks, but the impact barely caused a tremor in their bodies, having no effect on their actions whatsoever. Were these 2 maniacs truly impervious to pain? This was utterly brutal. Following a fierce melee, the remaining 5 or 6 owners were so terrified they nearly soiled themselves. Run, run. We are no match for them. By heavens, they are like gods of slaughter. They abandoned their weapons and bolted down the stairs, their souls lagging behind their fleeing bodies. At that moment, a sudden sound erupted as Wang Lili, who had been lurking at the back, inexplicably found her resolve. Stealthily approaching Xiong Er, she plunged a knife into his shoulder. Yet, in the next instant, she was left dumbfounded as Xiong Er merely turned his head, gazing indifferently at her through his dark sunglasses. Though she could not discern his expression, she felt an intense aura of danger. Most incomprehensible was the fact that not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound she had inflicted. In the blink of an eye, Xiong Er retaliated with a powerful slap to Wang Lili's face, shattering all her teeth and sending her flying several meters to crash into a nearby freezer. Rendering her unconscious, with the slaughter now complete, the 3 zombie bodyguards stood obediently before Chen Mo, resembling harmless little lambs. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern as he stood beside Xiong Er and cautiously withdrew the dagger from his shoulder. As anticipated, the blood within these zombies had long since dried up, failing to flow, yet the grotesque wound remained an eyesore. Chen Mo was infuriated. Damn it, I meticulously selected these perfect zombies, and now they bear a flaw. You big oaf, how could you allow a woman to ambush you? Shaking his head in disappointment, he lamented inwardly. Just then, he noticed the zombies fixated on the corpses on the ground, motionless. Oh no, their appetites have been awakened. After laboring tirelessly for so long, they had not consumed anything. It was indeed unreasonable. Although zombies did not require sustenance, certain rituals must still be observed. He gestured to them, saying, "If you are hungry, take these bodies to the stairwell and enjoy them. Once finished, return for a bath and clean yourselves up." Understood. The 3 bodyguards promptly sprang into action, each dragging 2 corpses away. At that moment, Chen Mo beckoned. Xiong Er, you stay with me. Xiong Er set aside his meal and stood obediently beside Chen Mo. Subsequently, Chen Mo retrieved 2 chunks of ice from the freezer and smashed them against Wang Lili's face. As her teeth shattered and half her face swelled grotesquely, Wang Lili groggily regained consciousness. Upon seeing the corpses and Xiong Er, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, frantically slapping her own face. "I'm sorry. I am sorry, Mr. Chen. I don't know what possessed me to act so recklessly. Please spare me." I have connections. A relative of mine holds a high position in the district and will undoubtedly send help. I'll surely speak well of you. I beg you, spare my life. Chen Mo delivered a forceful slap to the other side of Wang Lily's face. How dare you spout nonsense in my presence? Your relative in the district is probably lost in some remote corner, unable to even recall your name, yet you shamelessly flaunt his name. Wang Lily was stunned by the slap, never imagining that her carefully crafted facade would be exposed here. How did you know? Seeing her pitiable expression, Chen Mo cursed his own lack of strength, wishing he could deliver another slap to equally bruise the other side of her face. He dismissed the foolish woman, pointing at Xiong Er's injury. Can you sew? Fix that wound for me. If you mess it up, you'll pay with your life today. Wang Lily, trembling with fear, dared not utter a single objection. Of course, no problem, I can sew. Conveniently, among the supplies transported from the supermarket were needles and thread, and Chen Mo selected a flesh-colored thread that, if stitched well, would be inconspicuous. Xiong Er complied, sitting properly beside him, while Wang Lily nervously began stitching the wound on Xiong Er's shoulder. Big brother, bear with it. This might hurt a little. Yet Xiong Er paid her no mind. Wang Lily, sneaking glances at him, grew increasingly alarmed. As she threaded the needle through Xiong Er's skin, he didn't flinch even once. Even if he was impervious to pain, this was beyond endurance. Moreover, despite the depth of the gash, not a single drop of blood emerged. No, there was blood. It appeared to be dried tea that moment. Wang Lily inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xiong Er's eyes through the gap in his sunglasses. They were pale, devoid of color, a zombie. In an instant, Wang Lily comprehended everything, collapsing to the ground in a heap, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Chen Mo glared at her impatiently. Be more careful. What on earth are you making a fuss about? Tears streamed down Wang Lily's face in a torrent, and trembling, she finally finished stitching Xiong Er's shoulder. After completing the task, she immediately knelt before Chen Mo. Big brother, I know you are truly capable. Please, don't kill me. I can work for you. I have a great figure and am quite seductive in bed. Give me a chance. Chen Mo didn't spare her a glance, instead scrutinizing the wound on Xiong Er's shoulder. To his surprise, the foolish woman had indeed demonstrated some sewing skills, and it was quite well done. However, a cold smile crept across his lips as he kicked Wang Lily. What is this? You didn't even clean up the thread ends. I told you it must leave no trace. I'm sorry. I'll fix it right away. Just give me another chance. Chen Mo coldly chuckled and shook his head. It's too late. I have already given you a chance. Subsequently, he silently issued a command to Xiong Er, who promptly seized Wang Lily by the neck along with the remaining corpse on the ground and turned to exit. Wang Lily's face flushed crimson, yet she could not utter a single word. Soon, the stairwell echoed with the woman's anguished screams, accompanied by the faint sound of crunching bones. Chapter 10. My brother cherishes me the most. Chen Mo returned to the adjacent room and casually selected a film to pass the time. Before he could finish watching, 3 zombie bodyguards obediently reappeared before him, their bellies noticeably distended. They had even cleaned themselves up and donned fresh attire. The bloodstains in the nearby warehouse had been thoroughly scrubbed away. The sensation of having assistance is truly delightful. Chen Mo issued another command. Prepare dinner, and then you may take a rest. This evening, your new colleagues will arrive, and it would be perfect for you to wrap up the remaining supplies in those 2 supermarkets. Upon receiving the order, the 3 bodyguards immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, Chen Mo leisurely picked up his phone, where conversations were still unfolding in the group chat. This time, he tagged Wang Lily and Wang Depeo. What is going on with you two? Didn't you say you would gather supplies and share with everyone? Why the silence? Surely, you aren't planning to keep it all for yourselves. Is it possible that Chen Mo upstairs is unwilling to part with anything? I suspect that might be the case. That kid is certainly up to no good. Stealthily hoarding everything without a word. Yunhai surprisingly joined the chat, stating, I know that Chen Mo on the rooftop. He is a total creep. He grew up in an orphanage and even raised a sister from there. On the surface, he appears benevolent, but in reality, he is a perverse monster, constantly harboring sinister intentions towards his own sister. She is now my wife, and she has shared countless disturbing stories with me. If it weren't for her protective instincts, she could have fallen prey to him before reaching adulthood. Goodness, such depravity. Why should we be courteous to him? Let us all band together and take him down. Yunhai immediately echoed. Whoever wants to confront him, count me in. I would relish the chance to eliminate him. He glanced down at his severed hand, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. Those damn mutts are undoubtedly in cahoots with Chan Mo. Their attack on me must have been orchestrated by him, you depraved fiend. I knew you could never let go. Your beloved sister has already been ruined by me. I bet you're in agony. At that moment, Chen Lingling cautiously emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of instant noodles. Yunhai snatched it from her and placed it on the table, devouring the noodles while cursing. After all this, is this all we have to eat? Who can survive on this? Tears welled in Chen Lingling's eyes as she pleaded, Darling, this is the last pack of instant noodles we have at home. And I haven't eaten yet. Yunhai shot her a disdainful glance before violently slapping her face, growling, You want to eat? You think you deserve it? Just stand there and watch. Chen Lingling covered her slightly swollen cheek, tears streaming down her face. She gazed at this familiar yet unfamiliar man, utterly incredulous. Is this truly the Prince Charming she wished to devote her life to? He wasn't he like this before. No, it must be the grief of losing his hand that has changed him. He surely loves me. I must understand him and give him time. As Yunhai continued to eat the instant noodles, he observed the group chat, where people were venting their frustrations, blaming Chen Mo. The more he read, the more satisfied he felt. Noticing that Wang Lily and Wang Depeo had not responded, the group began tagging those who had gone up with them for assistance. Finally, someone shared a picture showing 3 bodyguards in black, wielding various bloodied weapons while standing over 5 or 6 corpses, with Chen Mo sitting nonchalantly in a chair, casually smoking, exuding an air of indifference. The moment this gruesome image was posted, the group fell silent for a few seconds. A new commenter then appeared. If anyone wishes to seek death, I won't stop you. I, for one, won't go. Not even if you paid me. Good grief, those 3 friends of Chen Mo are like elite special forces, slaughterers of the battlefield. You might as well hit them with a stick. They would just scratch their heads. But if he throws a punch, you'd be sprawled out flat. How can we possibly contend with them? We're all doomed. Aside from us, everyone else is finished. Boo-hoo, I'm so scared. Perhaps we should call the police. Those who had been shouting moments ago instantly fell silent. Who would dare provoke such a killing machine? As Yunhai continued to munch on the noodles, he scrolled through his phone. Upon seeing these messages, he dropped his phone onto the table, stunned. How is this possible? Those 3 men in black are that formidable? Why do they obey Chen Mo so readily? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Beside him, Chen Lingling had been cautiously observing Yunhai, and upon noticing his abnormal expression, she carefully crouched beside him. Taking his hand as she said, Darling, what's wrong? You've become so strange lately. I'm scared. I isn't it just a severed hand. Don't take it too hard. As long as we stand united, life will improve. Look at me, don't frighten me. Yunhai slowly turned his head back, causing Chen Lingling to jump in shock. His eyes were bloodshot, appearing more terrifying than the zombies outside. He abruptly grabbed Chen Lingling's head and slammed it against the glass coffee table, shattering it with a resounding crack. Yunhai roared, It's all your fault, you wretched woman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be trapped here. Wouldn't have to endure this damn zombie crisis. IVE already checked. My residential area is a safe zone, far superior to this place. And because of you, I've crossed paths with that perverse Chen Mo. He now hoards all the food and has those formidable bodyguards at his disposal. What do you want me to do? Sit here and await my demise. It's all your fault, you filthy wretch. In a fit of rage, Yunhai unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon Chen Lingling, who felt pain coursing through her entire body. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, Stop, stop. I was wrong. It's all my fault. Brother, please come save me. I promise I'll never disobey again. This brutal beating finally jolted Chen Lingling from her sweet fantasy of love. She realized that the Yunhai before her was not a good man but a demon clad in human skin. Even without this apocalyptic crisis, he would eventually reveal his true nature. Hearing her call for her brother, Yunhai suddenly calmed down. He cautiously crouched down, gently touching the wounds on Chen Lingling's face. Terrified, she curled up in the corner, not daring to lift her head. Yunhai's tone softened as he caressed her head, saying, I'm sorry, darling. I lost control just now. I didn't mean to. I just hate myself for being useless, for not being able to protect you. I am such a failure. I'm just a cripple now." Upon hearing his words, Chun Lingling's emotions eased slightly, and she slowly raised her head. Then Yunhai suddenly said, "Darling, you and your brother have always had a good relationship. You re-family. A little disagreement isn't significant. Why don't you send him a message and ask for his help? Otherwise, we will surely starve." Upon hearing this, Chun Lingling's eyes sparkled with hope as she responded, "Yes, my brother has always cherished me the most. Even when we drove him out of the house, he rented a place on the rooftop, unwilling to leave me. Those bodyguards must have been hired by him to protect me in the future. If I reach out to him, he will certainly forgive me." Yunhai became even more animated, saying, "Yes, yes, that is exactly what I meant. Hurry and message him." As Chun Lingling took out her phone, she shook her head. "No, just sending a message lacks sincerity. It's better to do a video call or something. My situation is a bit dire. Let us wait until tomorrow. I'll gather my thoughts and have a proper chat with my brother." Yunhai grasped Chun Lingling's hand, his gaze softening, completely transformed from before. "Darling, I knew choosing you was the best decision of my life. No other girl in the world could compare to even a strand of your hair. Hurting you today is a lifelong regret. You should hit me too, so that I can feel a bit better." Saying this, Yunhai took Chun Lingling's hand and slapped his own face. Chun Lingling, unable to bear it, didn't he dare to strike hard. She gently leaned against Yunhai, saying, "Darling, don't worry. Life will improve. My brother, though a creep, truly cares for me. As long as we utilize him to get through this crisis, we can return to our desired world together, living as a pair of celestial lovers." Chapter 11. The second hiring. As night fell and the clock struck midnight, Chenemo hurriedly stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Binoculars in hand, observing the situation in the community. As anticipated, the monster spawning zones refresh daily with new zombies. Today's count surpasses that of yesterday. This is undoubtedly one of the most vexing aspects of this apocalyptic scenario. Although the global expanse of these spawning zones occupies less than half the area, the monsters within seem to proliferate endlessly. If left unchecked, they will inevitably inundate the entire world. Yet, the task of clearing them is never-ending. No one knows from whence these creatures originate. A daring hypothesis has been posited. Each spawning zone is a conduit to an alternate realm, with humanity striving to repel the invasions from countless other worlds. Such a notion is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. However, these discussions feel far too distant for Chinemo, who prefers to harness the power of his distinguished profession to grow stronger. He does not aspire to save the world. At the very least, he seeks to protect himself. He has heard whispers of other professionals within this world, hoping they do not bring him any trouble. His gaze swept across the zombies in the community, searching for potential recruits. Soon enough, he indeed spotted a formidable contender. In another building of the complex, on the ground floor, a hefty zombie, towering around 1.80 meters and resembling a ball, made its entrance. The rotund figure, upon appearing, evidently heard the sounds from the adjacent first-floor residence and charged forward, belly first. A resounding crash echoed. The sturdy walls, composed of cement and brick, were visibly cracked by the impact of this hefty creature, causing the wall to dent inward. In approximately 3 minutes, it seemed this zombie might very well break through the wall with its belly. Remarkable. This was nothing short of a tank. Today, I shall show mercy and spare the life of this family dog. Bodyguard recruitment successful. 1-3. The portly zombie promptly joined Chenmo's cadre of bodyguards, instantly halting its assault on the wall. It wobbled toward the building where Chenmo stood, guided by a thought he had implanted. This was the first recruit. Chenmo continued to scrutinize his options but, regrettably, found no other warriors akin to the shadow and this robust figure. He settled for 2 seemingly intact and muscular male zombies to join his ranks. As for female zombies, he typically did not consider them. Under normal circumstances, males possess significantly greater strength and speed unless one possesses extraordinary talents like the shadowed. In no time, the hefty zombie and the 2 newly recruited strongmen appeared within Chenmo's room. Up close, the hefty zombie looked even more terrifying than through a telescope, needing to squeeze its belly to fit through the doorway. Chenmo approached and touched it. The belly was hard as rock, as if filled with stones. Quite impressive. As per the usual routine, they were to queue for a bath before changing into fresh attire. Ready for work? The 3 newcomers took about an hour to complete this process. Following that, Chenmo issued the next directive, to scavenge the supermarket for any remaining useful items, as today was likely the last opportunity to clear these 2 supermarkets. With the addition of these 3 new zombies, his total count of zombie bodyguards reached 6, effectively doubling their progress. Most of the valuable supplies had already been collected from the supermarket, now reduced to mere remnants. Throughout this endeavor, the hefty zombie excelled remarkably, as its larger size allowed it to carry a greater load, earning it the title of a human-shaped delivery truck. Now in the final round of operations, they loaded bags of yellow beans, rice, peanuts, and other provisions into shopping carts, preparing to depart. Suddenly, the supermarket doors creaked open, and a horde of shadowy figures crept inside. Through the shared vision of the zombies, Chinamo witnessed this scene. It appeared that some audacious individuals dared to venture into the community to scavenge for supplies. It was only the second day, and they were remarkably swift. Alas, I am even swifter. With the flashlight illuminating the path, Chinamo maneuvered the zombies to exit quietly, adhering to the principle of not interfering with one another. At that moment, the group of figures in black uttered their astonishment. What the hell is going on? How is this place already emptied? I was just here a couple of days ago, and there was so much food. Could it be that the supermarket conveniently closed right before the apocalypse? I don't buy that coincidence. Could it be that someone got here first? How could they possibly have cleared it all out so quickly? It's only the second day of the apocalypse, unless they've been tirelessly working since the moment it began. The group of young men, crouching low, quickly scanned the supermarket, only to find that both the shelves and storage were utterly barren. Naturally, there were still some leftover items, such as clothing, shoes, home appliances, and furniture. But what use were these trinkets in the apocalypse? Soon, during their search, they spotted the 6 zombie bodyguards preparing to exit through the back door. Hey, there are people here. Everyone, come over. They noted that the bodyguards were laden with food, bags in hand, and deduced that the items had undoubtedly been taken by them. You bastards, grab your weapons. A dozen young men wielding knives, guns, and clubs rushed towards the supermarket's back entrance, directly blocking the path of the 6 zombies. The leader, a young man with bleached hair, felt a twinge of unease at the sight of those clad in suits and sunglasses. However, after glancing back at his companions, he quickly regained his bravado. Who are you 6? We haven't seen you around the community before. Where do you intend to take that food? The young man jabbed a steel pipe toward the head of the largest zombie, demanding answers. Zombies do not possess the ability to speak, so silence was their only response. The young man gritted his teeth and continued, Do you know who I am? I am the king of the motorcycle scene in this area, and my name is Zhou Mang. These are my brothers behind me. Let me make it clear. I have a short temper, so you'd best behave. Upon hearing the self-introduction, Chinamo slapped his forehead. Suddenly recalling Zhou Mang, he was indeed a significant nuisance in the vicinity, a motorcycle enthusiast who had formed a gang with youths from nearby communities. Instead of participating in legitimate races, they spent their nights racing recklessly through the streets, reveling in the thrill of speed. Their antics had caused much distress to the residents, who found themselves unable to sleep at night. Calling the police proved futile, and attempts at negotiation by community representatives were equally ineffective. On one occasion, several homeowners who had taken a firm stance were beaten to a pulp by these motorcycle ruffians, true bullies in the neighborhood. Chinamo had no desire to squander time with these delinquents. After issuing his orders, the 6 zombie bodyguards proceeded to sidestep Zhou Mang's obstruction, intent on continuing their departure. This action pricked Zhou Mang's sensitive pride. Damn it, are you ignoring me? I'll kill you. Zhou Mang brandished the steel pipe and swung it violently at one of the zombies. However, in the next instant, a shadow darted past, and Zhou Mang's hand, clutching the pipe, was sent flying into the air. Looking down, he discovered the shadow standing before him, brandishing a dagger, having learned from the previous incident where Xiong Er was injured. Chinamo was keen to avoid any scars on his bodyguards, as they were invaluable to him. My hand. It's broken. Someone help me. The delinquents had never encountered such ruthlessness before. They stood frozen in shock, too terrified to move. The 6 zombies turned their gazes toward them, and those met with their stares instinctively took a few steps back, unwilling to advance. Unimpeded, the zombie bodyguards pushed through the door and departed, taking the last of the supplies with them. Just as the disheartened delinquents thought they had narrowly escaped a calamity, they suddenly noticed that the spot where the 6 figures in black had exited was now home to a small speaker. The next moment, the speaker erupted with blaring music. Even in death, I will love. The faces of everyone in the room turned ashen. It was over. They were finished. As expected, the next instant, the air was filled with the furious roars of zombies. The supermarket doors they had previously shut were violently burst open, and a horde of corpses swarmed inside. Zhou Meng had only just retrieved his severed hand and had yet to flee when he was pinned down by a zombie, which promptly bit off his nose. The other companions, wielding their makeshift weapons in a futile attempt to defend themselves, found themselves utterly outmatched by the overwhelming number of zombies. Ah, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone save me. It hurts. It hurts. Please spare me. Please spare me, Mom. I miss you so much. Chapter 12. Sacrifice and Fusion. The 6 zombie bodyguards formed a long line, transporting cart after cart of supplies into Chun Mo's residence. Along the way, many individuals stealthily opened their windows to witness this spectacle, particularly the neighbors in Chan Mo's building, whose eyes brimmed with envy. My goodness, what secrets do they possess? Why aren't those zombies attacking them? Have a heart. Leave us a little something. How are we supposed to survive like this? Alas, even if they left a few items in the supermarket, we couldn't retrieve them. The streets are crawling with zombies. It's unfair. I believe we should unite and confront them. Even if they are former special forces, how could a few hundred of us from one building not prevail? I agree. It makes sense. We can't just starve to death. Don't you find it strange? Yesterday, this fellow had merely 3 bodyguards, yet today he boasts 6. Where did these individuals come from? And that large, rotund figure. He is quite intimidating. Yunhai and Chen Lingling leaned against the window, watching as bundles of supplies were dragged in by these zombies, crossing through their living room and exiting through the door. They lacked even the courage to push open the bedroom door and utter a word. After all, the severed wrist still throbbed with pain. Yunhai was genuinely fearful of stepping out, worried he might lose his other hand as well. Damn it. Are these people fools? Why follow that Chinamo? Even following me would be preferable. I am far superior to him. The room that Chinamo had originally rented could no longer accommodate their belongings, so he commanded a few zombies to expand into an adjacent room. Remarkably, no tools were necessary. The hefty zombie simply used its rotund belly to ram against the wall, creating a gaping hole. Fortunately, the neighboring room was vacant, providing Chinamo with an additional storage space. With 2 units of over 100 square meters to store their supplies, they barely managed to fit everything from 2 supermarkets. If it still wasn't enough, they could always seize another room. By the time all this was accomplished, daylight had long since broken. Chinamo casually instructed Xiongda and Xiong'er to prepare a meal while he sat before the floor-to-ceiling window. Basking in the morning sunit must be said, with the apocalypse upon them, life was remarkably more pleasant after he had rid himself of the burden that was Chun Lingling. This was not an apocalypse. It was undeniably a paradise. As Chinamo spread his hands, the ever-attentive Maying placed a glass of freshly squeezed juice gently into his palm. Meanwhile, another newly recruited zombie bodyguard stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. Perfect, simply perfect. With the supermarket supplies relocated, the next step was to devise a way to bring the pharmacy from the street outside the community inside. He also needed to ponder what other useful items remained outside to be retrieved. As for the future, he envisioned constructing a garden on the rooftop, cultivating vegetables and fruits for self-sufficiency. If feasible, he would create an aerial corridor connecting all the rooftops within the community, transforming them into his private domain. The first floor would provide a continuous supply of zombie bodyguards, while the rooftop would serve as his sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. Countless plans swirled in Chanamo's mind, yet he knew all would be implemented gradually, without haste. Sipping his juice and relishing the massage from his zombie bodyguard, a sudden thought struck him. Beyond the ability to recruit zombies, his profession also allowed him to fuse zombies together and sacrifice their powers for his own gain. These abilities had yet to be tested. Perhaps now was the time for an experiment? With this in mind, he promptly stood from the sofa by the window, his gaze fixed upon the 3 newly recruited zombies. It's unfortunate for you, but you arrive late. Do you understand workplace bullying? It seems the younger ones have it rough. The first target for enhancement was none other than Maying, who had been faithfully by his side. Similar to the hefty zombie, she was unlike ordinary zombies, possessing a unique talent. Upon her emergence, her running speed rivaled that of the world's elite athletes. With some enhancement, she could transform into a nimble assassin. Without further ado, he initiated the procedure in his mind. designating Mei as the core and selecting the 2 robust zombies recruited that day as the materials for fusion in the next moment. A somewhat brutal scene unfolded before Chan Mo's eyes. The 2 newly hired zombie bodyguards rapidly melted into pools of blood. These puddles seemed to possess a life of their own, sluggishly crawling towards Mei, enveloping her legs and gradually covering her entire form. Mei stood motionless, slowly absorbing the blood into her body. This process was brief, lasting no more than a few minutes. Upon completion, Mei reopened her eyes, now fixed intently on Chinemo. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chinemo felt that the enhanced Mei possessed a newfound spark of intelligence. Could it be that she was gaining awareness? He could not help but softly inquire, "Can you understand my words? If so, please nod." After a few seconds of silence, Mei remained unresponsive, prompting him to sigh and shake his head. Indeed, zombies are zombies, lacking brains. As he assessed Mei's current strength, he was astonished to discover that, while her exterior had not changed drastically, her power had more than doubled. "Run from here to the door for me." "If you would." As soon as the command left his lips, Mei vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing at the door. Though the distance was not great, her speed was astonishing enough to leave Chanemo speechless. "You have completely surpassed the fastest speed achievable by humans. You could easily go on the highway. Remarkable." Based on the information in his mind, Chanemo was certain that Mei had ascended to a level beyond ordinary zombies, placing her among the elite class of zombies, truly stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. The others were mere amateurs by comparison. Chinemo patted Mei's shoulder, saying, well done, keep it up, and there will be further opportunities for you to grow stronger. To elevate Mei from a first-tier zombie to a second-tier one, it would require the sacrifice of 2 first-tier zombies as materials, or for her to absorb 4 ordinary zombies. This was a significant increase in difficulty. However, every journey begins with a single step. He would take his time. Chinemo began contemplating further sacrifices. Sacrifice was a means of enhancing oneself using the attributes of zombies. The question now was, who among the remaining Xiongda, Xiong and the hefty zombie was most suitable as a material? His gaze swept over them before ultimately landing on the hefty zombie. The reasoning was simple. Workplace bullying culture. Of course, there was another reason. His size was simply too large and rather unsightly. Without hesitation, Chunmo employed the sacrifice ability in his mind. The hefty zombie underwent the same transformation as the previous 2. Its flesh and blood melting away into a pool of blood that slowly crawled to Chinmo's feet. A wave of nausea washed over him, and for a moment, he considered abandoning the sacrifice. But he persevered, allowing the pool of blood to envelop him. Soon, he absorbed the energy contained within that blood. Though repulsive, as he was enveloped, Chinmo realized that it was not merely blood. It was a concentrated essence of energy from the zombie's body. Henceforth, it should be referred to as sanguine energy. Chinmo gradually opened his eyes, lifted a metal cup from the table, and with a firm grip, crushed it effortlessly, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints. How impressive! Taking a moment to reflect, he deduced that the sacrifice allowed him to inherit 70% of the target's physical attributes. The hefty zombie's attributes were already superior to those of ordinary zombies, and combined with the strength he possessed, Chinmo was now confident that his combat power eclipsed that of Xiongda and Stong. Of course, he still fell short of Mei. For the time being, this strength was sufficient for self-preservation. As long as he continued to recruit zombie bodyguards and engage in fusion and sacrifice, he could enhance his power without limits. What he had initially believed to be all the changes. Upon closing his eyes, he soon discovered that his prominent occupation had also evolved. Previously, he could only recruit 3 zombie bodyguards per day. Now, this number had inexplicably expanded to 4. Was this an invisible benefit of the sacrifice enhancing himself? Quite remarkable. Just as well, he had been feeling that 3 bodyguards were a bit insufficient. Chapter 13. I only feel sorry for my brother. Chinmo approached the mirror, shedding his clothing to reveal a perfect muscular physique. Defined abs and a sculpted chest, everything one could desire. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to his youth. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with work and social engagements. Appearing outwardly fine, yet inwardly, he was riddled with ailments. Forget about muscle. If he didn't drink a cup of goji berry tea every morning, climbing stairs would leave him dizzy. Indeed, one's own strength is the most alluring. Just as he reveled in his newly enhanced physique, his phone rang. Glancing down, he was taken aback to see a video call from Chen Lingling. How amusing. This woman still had the audacity to seek him out. However, he decided to remain, eager to witness her fate and vent his frustrations. Chen Mo accepted the call, and there before him was Chen Lingling's face, marred with bruises, as though she had been assaulted. Without needing to be told, Chen Mo knew it was the handiwork of Yun Hai, a petty thug with a penchant for domestic violence, a rather commonplace occurrence. With tears glistening in her eyes, upon seeing Chen Mo, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Brother, I really miss you. I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have spoken so harshly, but you know me. I've always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I never meant it that way, that I've always regarded you as my real brother. You've been my role model since childhood." Chen Mo smiled as he propped his phone against the dining table. At that moment, Mei Ying affectionately approached, wrapping a scarf around him with her delicate hands. Meanwhile, Xiong Da and Xiong Er presented the freshly prepared dishes from the kitchen before him. Today's meal was rather mediocre. A serving of large plate chicken, a portion of cumin beef, and a bowl of tomato pasta. Just so happened that Chen Mo's physical condition had improved today, leading to a substantial increase in appetite. He was devouring his food with great gusto while simultaneously taking phone calls. Even through the screen, one could hear the sounds of him relishing his meal. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Lingling's tears flowed more profusely, mixed with saliva. "Isn't it enough that I'm already crying so sorrowfully? Don't you feel any pity for me? How can you still find the mood to eat?" Chen Lingling's heart was ablaze with indignation, but as she was in need of his assistance, she dared not express her anger. Noticing that Chen Mo seemed reluctant to engage with her, she decided to play the emotional card. "Brother, do you remember? When we were little, you fought at school to defend me and got severely injured. I didn't even attend classes, just to take care of you at home. Have I not made sacrifices for you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo momentarily set down his chopsticks and replied, "Wait a moment. If my memory serves me correctly, your so-called care was merely an excuse to avoid attending school, wasn't it? You claimed you were looking after me, while I, injured, had to cook for you and wash your clothes. You even invited a few of your rascally friends over for a party, and I was there serving you like a servant. How dare you say that you were making sacrifices?" Chen Lingling's gaze faltered, and she hastily shifted to another topic. "What about that time, brother, when you offended someone outside and were cornered in an alley, almost having your legs broken? It was I who pleaded on your behalf and saved you. You surely remember that, don't you?" Chen Mo scoffed. "Please, can you stop with the self-pity? Do you really think I'm that naive? I had someone investigate the thugs who attacked me, and it was clear they were your delinquent boyfriend's acquaintances. This was all staged to extort money from me. The police apprehended them later, and your charming boyfriend confessed that you had told him I was wealthy and that you were sure you could squeeze money out of me without alerting the authorities. I simply chose to overlook it, thinking you were just a child. Did you truly believe I was unaware?" Chen Lingling's complexion turned pale, and she no longer dared to speak, fearing that Chen Mo was aware of everything. In front of her, Chen Mo picked up a large piece of chicken, devoured it with grease dripping from his mouth, and carelessly discarded the uneaten portions onto the floor. He burped and laughed, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it, no need for any emotional appeals. There's no affection left between us. How laughable that be. By the way, you should hurry up with the video call. Don't drag it out, lest your boyfriend gets angry and slaps you." Mention of Yun Hai hitting her only deepened Chen Lingling's sorrow. She explicitly stated her intentions. "Brother, we've always been a family. I know you're worried about me staying here, but I just want to vent my frustrations. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please forgive me. I heard you have several bodyguards now, and you must have hired them to protect me, right? However, I must say, with so much food, you cannot possibly finish it all. In this apocalypse, controlling food is akin to controlling gold. Those bodyguards of yours might one day turn against you for the sake of wealth, I'm telling you. The hearts of those outside are as dark as they come. Unlike me, who only feels pity for you." While saying this, Chen Lingling put on a pitiful demeanor, looking truly heart-wrenching. Had Chen Mo not lived 2 lifetimes and witnessed their true nature, he might have softened at this moment. Hearing her words only struck him as absurd. "Ha ha ha, you actually feel sorry for me? Throughout our lives, I've been both a father and a mother to you. Have you ever shown me any compassion? You turn around and call me a pervert for having designs on you. Have you looked in the mirror? You're flat-chested, no curves, stripped down, your figure resembles a big sausage. Even if I were inclined to look, I'd lose interest. Only your delinquent boyfriend Yunhai would have any interest in you. And I reckon he's just that hungry, willing to eat anything. These words cut like steel knives into Chen Lingling's heart, leaving her momentarily stunned. She never anticipated such venomous remarks would come from her brother, who had once been so loving and compliant. Like a devoted dog die-in the next instant, a fist struck her face fiercely, knocking her to the ground, and Yunhai's ferocious visage appeared on the video call, abruptly ending their conversation. Chunamo shook his head and sighed, feeling regretful. Another beating, and yet I feel for you, sister, but this is all you're due. Endure it well. Your days of hardship have only just begun. Chunamo put away his phone, feeling immensely satisfied. His own circumstances were improving, while others lingered on the brink of life and death. What a delightful sensation. In truth, with his current strength, he could easily command his 3 zombie bodyguards to eliminate all the occupants of the building. But it was unnecessary. These individuals were already trapped in a monster-slaying domain, with little chance of surviving. Taking action would be superfluous. Besides, if word got out, it would tarnish his reputation. This world was not populated solely by ordinary people. He was not a unique case either. In his previous life, after escaping, he discovered that many possessed formidable abilities, even a league of professionals. If he were to eliminate everyone, his reputation would suffer, and self-styled knights might seek him out for trouble. Moreover, their current situation was utterly miserable. They should be allowed to experience it fully. After the video call ended, Yunhai, furious, sat atop Chen Lingling, raining down blows with his remaining fist. You worthless piece of trash. A burden. Didn't you say your brother dotes on you? Didn't you say that if you feigned pity, you'd have everything? Where's the stuff? Damn it, your brother was right. Only I would even consider you a prize. I am starving. I'm absolutely famished. Watch me not kill you today. Although Chen Mo's earlier remarks were primarily directed at Chen Lingling, Yunhai also faced ridicule sitting beside her. Seeing Chen Mo thriving while he could barely fill his stomach with instant noodles only fueled his rage. He blamed all of this on Chen Lingling, striking her mercilessly. Curling up in pain, Chen Lingling cried out, "Please, don't hit me anymore. I beg you, if this continues, I'm going to die. Let us think of another way. My brother 1T abandoned me. He has always cared for me the most. He's just angry right now. He will forgive me." Chapter 14. True feelings revealed in adversity. The physical pain paled in comparison to the emotional anguish. Chen Lingling never imagined that her closest loved one would wound her so deeply. For Yunhai, she had severed ties with her dearest brother, only to receive a barrage of beatings in return. At this rate, she feared she would be killed by Yunhai long before the zombies could get to her. God, please save me. After mercilessly beating Chen Lingling, Yunhai sat apart, wanting to light a cigarette, only to find his pack empty. Anger surged within him, and he violently hurled his lighter at Chen Lingling's head. With a loud bang, the lighter exploded upon impact, sending a dazzling flash of fire erupting from her head. Ah, help! Chen Lingling frantically beat at her scorched scalp, finally extinguishing the flames. Looking in the mirror, she saw a large patch of her hair singed on the right side, with her scalp burned and scarred, an utterly pitiful sight. Tears of grievance streamed down her face. She had once been a flower-like beauty, but now she appeared battered and bruised, more hideous than the beggars on the street. What sin have I committed? This wretched appearance did not elicit Yunhai's sympathy. Instead, it fueled his disdain. He glared at her menacingly. Let me tell you, this whole mess is entirely your fault, and you must bear full responsibility. Now think of a way to get me some food, or else I'll be so hungry that I might just eat you. Chen Lingling trembled at the ravenous glint in Yunhai's eyes, fully believing he meant every word. Yunhai continued to threaten her. Don't worry, I want to eat you all at once. After all, food is precious. I might just take a hand today and a leg tomorrow. 100 pounds of meat should sustain me for a while, and I refuse to believe that help won't come. With tears and snot streaming down her face, Chen Lingling clung to Yunhai's leg, pleading, how can you treat me this way? You know I love you the most. How can you bear to hurt me like this? Don't blame me. Blame the state of the world. Unless, Yunhai paused. And Chen Lingling's mind raced as she quickly devised a plan. Darling, I have an idea. In this building, a apart from Chin Mo, there's someone else who will definitely help me. Yunhai, sitting on the couch, perked up at her words. Go on the 10th floor resides a reclusive young man who, relying on the compensation from his parents' tragic car accident, has acquired numerous properties and spends his days collecting rent. Typically, he rarely ventures outside, accumulating a substantial stockpile of food within his home. This recluse is named Zhou Hai. In the past, he pursued me, even attempting several times to take advantage of me in secret, only to be thwarted by my brother. His affection for me was evident. I was certain he would gladly provide me with food if I merely asked. Upon hearing this, Yunhai expressed his delight, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "What splendid news! You should video call him right away and have him bring you some food, even if it means selling his soul." Chen Lingling, bewildered by his statement, gasped, "Huh? Darling, but I'm your precious one. How could you suggest I serve other men?" Yunhai glared fiercely at her. "Precious? Nonsense. Your only value now is to procure some food. Do you truly believe yourself to be a pure goddess? It's a miracle anyone even looks at you. If you refuse, do you think I won't beat you to a pulp?" As he raised his fist, Chen Lingling trembled in fear, no longer daring to defy him. She promptly picked up her phone and dialed Johan's video call. Johan sat nestled in his small bedroom, engrossed in a computer game, with his phone playing anime in the background. Although the apocalypse had gripped the world for several days, he felt little concern, as he spent his days gaming and watching anime, with ample food stored away, confident he could wait for rescue before depleting his supplies. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and, upon seeing the familiar icon, his heart raced. Isn't this Chen Lingling's number? She's actually calling me? The image of Chen Lingling's innocent and radiant smile flooded his mind, truly a goddess. He quickly tidied himself up and answered the call, only to be met with the sight of a bruised and disheveled woman. A large patch of her hair singed. He frowned. "Who are you? Why are you using Chen Lingling's phone?" Chen Lingling burst into tears. "Johan Gij. It's me, Chen Lingling. You don't recognize me? I've only suffered a few minor injuries." Johan felt a wave of panic wash over him. Who did this to my goddess? His breath quickened. "Please don't cry. When you cry, it makes me want to cry too. Speak slowly. Johan Gij will always stand by your side." Chen Lingling wiped her tears. "Johan Gij, I've been trapped at home by zombies for days, and I've run out of food. Do you have any left? Could you spare me some?" This plea put Johan in a difficult position. Though his food reserves were significant, this was the apocalypse. Who knew when rescue would arrive? Taking on the burden of feeding another person would severely diminish his chances of survival. Despite his reclusive nature, he was not foolish. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Lingling sobbed more earnestly. "Johan Gij, didn't you just say you'd always support me? If you give me some food, I'll do anything." Johan raised an eyebrow. "Anything? Your brother doesn't mind?" In the past, Johan had entertained desires for Chen Lingling, only to be soundly beaten by Chen Mo, nearly leaving him with a psychological scar. Chen Lingling's voice trembled. "My brother has abandoned me. He only cares about his own survival. I truly have nowhere else to turn." Johan's anger flared at her words. He slammed his hand on the table. "Damn it. He once told me you were his most treasured sister, promising to protect you for life. Now, at the slightest hint of danger, he runs? What kind of man is that? Don't worry, as long as you're with me, I'll take care of you. You just said you'd do anything. That must be true, right?" A chill ran through Chen Lingling at his words. Realizing the depths of this reclusive man's thoughts, if this were any other time, she would have scolded him fiercely, but now, for the sake of food, she must swallow her pride. "No problem. I can do anything." Adversity reveals true character. Now I see that Johan Gij is the kindest person in this world. Johan's heart swelled with sweetness upon hearing her words. Although Chen Lingling was battered and bruised, she would eventually heal, and as a man who spent his days indulging in solitary pleasures, the prospect of having a woman around was appealing. "Come to my home. I'll let you in. But remember, you must come alone. I have cameras at my door." Johan was not naive. As a recluse, he understood that in this apocalyptic world, food was a coveted prize. Yunhai, nearby, gritted his teeth in frustration. How could this fat fool be so clever? He had intended to sneak in with Chen Lingling to seize the food, but now that plan was dashed. Chen Lingling nodded. "Don't worry, Johan Gij. Do you still not trust me? I'm on my way." As the video call ended, Yunhai seized Chen Lingling by the hair. You wretched woman. Are you trying to hoard food for yourself? I'll tell you, not a chance. Chen Lingling, biting back her pain, pleaded, Darling, how can you say that? Haven't I shown you enough affection? I'm just going to deceive him, play a part. Once he lets his guard down, I'll unlock the door for you, and we can seize all the food in his place. Hearing her plan, Yunhai's suspicions began to fade. University students were easily deceived. She surely still harbored feelings for him. He gently stroked her hair. I'm sorry, my love. I was just in a foul mood today, and I took it out on you. Rest assured, once we have enough food, I won't scold you again. After we survive this disaster, we'll get married. Chen Lingling nodded, snuggling into his embrace as they shared a tender moment. Eventually, Chen Lingling, under Yunhai's watchful eye, made her way to the 10th floor. Reluctantly kissing him goodbye, with tears glistening in her eyes, she stood before Zhou Han's door, knocking and ringing the bell, stealing glances at Yunhai lurking around the corner. Once Zhou Han confirmed there were no other visitors, he cautiously opened the door. In the next moment, Chen Lingling rushed into Zhou Han's apartment, shouting, Zhou Han Gij, quickly close the door. Someone wants to kill you and steal your food. Chapter 15. The rescue team arrives. What? Such a thing exists. Zhou Han slammed the door shut, locking it securely with several bolts, then activated the surveillance to scrutinize the area. He spotted Yunhai lurking in the corner. Indeed, a scoundrel. Thank goodness for the warning. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. You are my savior. Despite Chen Lingling's disheveled appearance, no longer resembling her former beauty, under Zhou Han's gaze, she still radiated an undeniable charm. Especially with her modest frame, she was simply a perfect vision of innocence. Outside, Yunhai had heard Chen Lingling's frantic shout and was left in shock. Just moments ago, she had stood at his door, bidding him farewell, and only a minute ago, they had shared a passionate kiss. Had all her declarations of love been lies? Enraged, Yunhai stormed to Zhou Han's door, delivering a powerful kick. However, Zhou Han had secured the door with multiple locks, even pushing furniture against it. His kick had no effect. Fuming, Yunhai shouted, Chen Lingling, you little harlot! Come out! How dare you deceive me? I've always been the one to toy with others' feelings. No one has ever tricked me. Zhou Han, hearing this, called out, Get lost, don't waste your breath. From now on, Chen Lingling is my woman, and you have nothing to do with her. Just look at yourself, a pathetic, one-handed cripple. If you push me, I might just open this door and give you a beating. You won't come out on top. Yunhai was infuriated by this insult, feeling his pride trampled upon. The cripple. He was only in this state because of that wretched woman. Yet despite Yunhai's rants inside, Chen Lingling and Zhou Han remained indifferent. He pressed his ear against the door, able to hear their laughter echoing within now. His face is flushed red, while his head is inexplicably green. It infuriates me. He still intends to smash the door, but faintly, the ominous growls of zombies can be heard outside. This is bad. The noise from earlier must have attracted some zombies. I need to hide quickly. Yunhai can only hurriedly flee. Inside the room, Zhou Han embraces Chen Lingling's shoulders, and upon seeing Yunhai running away through the surveillance monitor, a smug smile spreads across his face. That despicable little man has already fled. Lingling, we are safe now. Chen Lingling lets out a long sigh of relief, finally free from the clutches of evil. Although Zhou Han appears old, overweight, and unattractive, as long as he does not harm her, it is certainly preferable to being with that Yunhai, especially since there is food here. The series of beatings has awakened Chen Lingling's senses, and she deeply regrets not heeding Chen Mo's warnings earlier. She recalls the first time she took Yunhai to meet Chen Mo, who had firmly expressed his disapproval and repeatedly cautioned her that Yunhai was likely a fraud. However, back then, she had been blinded by love, unable to absorb any of the advice. The more she thinks about it now, the more aggrieved she feels, and she begins to weep, covering her face. Zhou Han, feeling flustered, gently pats her shoulder. Do not cry. My dear Lingling, everything will be all right. Chen Lingling raises her tear-streaked eyes and, in a tone bordering on desperation, implores him. Brother Zhou Han, I have not eaten in a long time. Could you please let me have a meal? Zhou Han thumps his ample chest. No problem, it's on me. However, did you not say earlier that you would do whatever I asked? Why not give me a little incentive first? Chen Lingling silently clenches her fists. I am nearly starving to death. And he wants me to sweeten the deal. This is too much. But now, as a guest in someone else's house, she has no choice but to endure. I will bear it. Brother Johan, whatever incentive you desire. Just say the word, I will comply. Johan's eyes light up, and he leaps from the sofa, rushing into a small bedroom. After rummaging for a while, he emerges holding a large box of costumes. Can you help me cosplay some characters? That would make it much more exciting. Look, here is my collection of teacher outfits, nurse costumes, bunny girl attire, and cleaning lady ensembles. Chun Lingling is left dumbfounded. Oh no, having just escaped the tiger's den? I have now entered the wolf's lair. Chinamo, oblivious to Chen Lingling's current plight, would likely applaud if he were aware, at this moment, he is nestled with a bag of potato chips and a glass of cola. Engrossed in a zombie blockbuster, surrounding him are 3 zombies providing attentive services, massaging shoulders, legs, and feet. Life could not be more pleasant. Truly, he embodies the life of a significant figure. Chunimo feels like a true celebrity. Although he enjoys this temporary respite, he remains mindful of the tasks ahead. Once the clock strikes 12, he needs to recruit 4 more zombies from the community to serve as bodyguards, and then send them to retrieve supplies from the pharmacy at the community entrance. In these times, who does not suffer from a cold or fever? It would be quite troublesome without medication. Chunimo also harbors another thought. This world, although perilous, is also fascinating. Peculiar professions and bizarre monster hunting zones abound across the globe. If he does not explore, it would indeed be a regret. Thus, he plans to send 1 or 2 zombies wandering aimlessly, akin to undercover surveillance, while he can visually share the journey, taking in the scenery and gathering intelligence. How splendid! Before darkness falls, the sound of gunfire erupts within the community. Chenimo raises an eyebrow. Are newcomers arriving? But the ones coming must be fools, choosing to fire their weapons. Are they trying to attract all the zombies in the vicinity? He quickly sets down his chips and approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, just in time to see a pickup truck barreling into the community entrance. Eye in the back, 5 or 6 soldiers sit, guns raised, shooting at their surroundings with an astonishing headshot rate of around 70 to 80%, ruthlessly massacring the zombies from all sides. However, this is merely a drop in the bucket for the horde surrounding them. As more and more zombies converge, the commotion draws the attention of other residents within the community, all brimming with excitement. The rescue team has arrived. We have hope. I'm here. I'm here. Please save me. I beg you, save me first. I am a renowned businessman in the city. If you rescue me, I will gladly donate all my savings to the state. Yet, the group pays them no mind. The pickup truck's movements become increasingly difficult, ultimately being physically blocked by the zombies, unable to budge an inch. Damn it, why are these zombies so hard to deal with? Did they not say that all carbon-based life forms are no match for firearms? The logic is sound, but there are simply too many zombies here. Our ammunition is precious. It seems wasteful to use it on these creatures. Indeed, zombies are the most useless monsters in my opinion. They drop nothing of value and lack intelligence, making one wonder how such beings were ever created by God. They continue to fire and curse, as the zombies threaten to overturn their pickup truck. The passenger slowly rolls down the window. He extends a hand, and soon, winds from all directions converge into his palm, forming a compressed sphere of energy. He gently tosses the sphere to the ground. In an instant, it detonates, sending zombies flying in all directions, clearing a small area of approximately 10 meters in diameter. The once stalled pickup truck regains its momentum. The passenger, having acted, lowers his hat to obscure his face. Let's retreat. If we push forward any further, we won't be able to escape. The investigation of this monster hunting zone ends here. Label it as garbage and report back. It holds no exploitable value. The remaining team members have long since lost the desire to fight. The driver shifts into reverse, cautiously backing away without daring to look back, fearing that if the truck stops, they will be surrounded by zombies once again. As it turns out, the maximum speed in reverse is not slow at all. The pickup truck vanishes from the community entrance in the blink of an eye. What just happened? Why did they leave? Were they not here to rescue us? Those cowards, they must have chickened out. A bunch of turtles. I pay so many taxes, and this is the result? Damn it. I want a refund. Chapter 16. Zombies are my idols. As this group retreats from the zombie territory, Chun Mo's brow furrows in contemplation. He is acutely aware that this is no official rescue team, but rather a group of professionals driven by profit. He has known from the outset that he is not special. Following the emergence of monster hunting zones worldwide, numerous professionals have risen within the human ranks. Many possess formidable abilities and have swiftly established their own factions amid this apocalypse. This particular group is clearly one such faction. The existence of monster hunting zones symbolizes both crisis and opportunity. These monsters often accompany valuable items unknown to human civilization. For instance, the weapons and armor carried by the dwarven race are crafted from the highest grade metals, materials that humanity cannot replicate, and are unparalleled in various applications. Similarly, the elven holy water is said to cure all ailments, even cancers deemed incurable by humanity. This group must have ventured into the zombie territory to see if the zombies possess anything of value. If they do, they might even choose to establish a camp nearby, hunting zombies relentlessly for substantial profit. However, it is evident that they have misjudged the situation. While the zombies lack crystal cores in their heads, their blood has been transformed by the virus, endowing it with extraordinary power. After refinement, it can become the ultimate berserker potion, capable of amplifying a person's combat strength by 200% in a short time, rendering them fearless of death or pain. If this information were to leak, countless professionals would flock to hunt in this area, and zombies would become highly sought after. Such information cannot be concealed for long, which means that it will not be long before other professionals invade this zombie territory, undoubtedly challenging his dominance. Chenemo squints as he stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, calculating his next move. Time is of the essence, and he must enhance his strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, this territory will no longer be under his control. Just as Chenemo ponders, a series of urgent knocks resound at the door. "Brother Chenemo, are you home? Please save me. There are so many zombies outside, and I am at my wit's end. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. I am also a victim." That familiar voice catches Chenemo off guard. Could it be Yunhai? He approaches the peephole to glance outside and sees a disheveled Yunhai, his face etched with fear as he desperately pleads at Chenmo's door, the distant sounds of zombies howling faintly heard nearby. How did the zombies end up in the building? Zombies are notoriously dim-witted. If they do not hear anything, they usually remain stationary or wander about mindlessly. The residents of the entire building are quite timid, generally too afraid to make a sound, and until now, there have been no zombies inside. It must be this fellow who has stirred up some commotion, thereby attracting the zombies. Chenemo did not hasten to open the door. Instead, he jested, "Oh, what brings you to my doorstep? Did you not already secure your own residence? I even bestowed upon you the property deed. Why are you not nestled in your own abode, but rather here at my place?" Upon hearing the retort, Yunhai immediately fell to his knees, lamenting, "Brother Chenemo, please spare me your jests. My house is on the first floor, and the windows and front door have long since been shattered by your bodyguards, rendering it utterly defenseless against the zombies. Besides, the path home has been obstructed by the undead. I fled upwards, knocking on countless doors, yet none have opened for me. I am utterly at my wit's end. I beseech you, show me mercy and save my life." Chenemo burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Surely, you jest. Have you truly lost your senses to seek refuge with me? Are you not aware that we harbor animosity towards one another?" Yunhai, with earnest persuasion, replied, "Brother Chenemo, we are all part of the same family. What enmity can last overnight? Past grievances are mere misunderstandings. I must tell you, it was that Chen Lingling who incited me to act. I am but a child. What do I comprehend? Please, in your magnanimity, let this matter be forgotten. And where is Chen Lingling? That vile woman is a deceiver. She has betrayed you and me alike. Once our provisions were exhausted, she promptly fled to the home of that slovenly man on the 10th floor, relying on her body to survive, leaving me behind. I have sworn enmity against her. Brother Chenemo, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since we both share grievances against Chen Lingling, we must be allies. I am willing to assist you in dealing with that wretched woman. Please, open the door. The zombies are nearly upon us." With this revelation, Chenemo squinted, having surmised the unfolding events below. Yunhai had undoubtedly brought this upon himself, having been outsmarted by Chen Lingling. How amusing, indeed! Kneeling on the ground, Yunhai continued to pound his head in desperation, his bandaged arm once again oozing blood from the vigorous impacts. his forehead bruised and battered, a pitiful sight. Brother Chinamo, with so many bodyguards in your abode, what difference does one more make? I can serve as your bodyguard as well. I have experience from my days on the streets. I am quite capable. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall prove my worth, I implore you. His frantic pleas were drowned out by the increasing howls of the zombies, and the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the staircase. Yuan Hai turned pale with fear. Before him staggered several disheveled zombies, their gaze fixated upon him, the fresh meat before them. As the zombies lunged with fervor, Yuan Hai collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to move. It's over. I am doomed. Is this how my life concludes? That wretched woman has brought me to this end. In his utter despair, just as the zombies were about to pounce and rend him to shreds, the door behind him swung open and a shadow, dazzling to behold, surged forth, wielding daggers that danced through the air like artillery. In the next moment, each of the zombies before him found a gaping hole in their foreheads. A woman, clad in black professional attire and wielding 2 daggers, stood before Yuan Hai. He felt as though a warrior from the heavens had descended. I am alive. The heavens have not forsaken me. Yuan Hai exclaimed, scrambling into the doorway. Standing flanking the entrance were 2 imposing men in suits. He bowed fervently before Chinamo. Thank you, Brother Chinamo, for saving my life. Rest assured, whenever you require my assistance, I shall face fire and water without hesitation. As he bowed, a smile crept onto Yuan Hai's face. Who would have thought that, through the actions of that wretched woman, I could successfully cling to Chen Mo's coattails? Stealing a furtive glance, he noticed the room was filled with provisions, and no longer would I want for food. From misfortune springs fortune, and the goddess of luck is smiling upon me. Chinamo chuckled lightly. You seem quite fearful of the zombies. Yuan Hai, indignant, retorted. These accursed creatures are nothing but pests plaguing this world. They serve no purpose other than to harm. I would gladly unleash nuclear weapons to obliterate them all. If only I possessed the strength, I would cleanse the world of every last zombie, restoring clarity to this realm. As he raged against the undead, the 2 imposing figures behind him silently removed their sunglasses. Yuan Hai's fervor mounted, lambasting the ancestors of the zombies in his ire. Yet, slowly, he began to feel a chill creeping down his spine. Turning around, he was met with the pallid eyes of 3 zombies. And in that instant, his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Zombies. You are all zombies. Good heavens, have I stumbled into the heart of the undead nest? Chinamo shook his head with a wry smile. What can I do? Initially, I intended to keep you around, but you have uttered so many unpleasant words, offending both me and my friends. What am I to do? Yuan Hai's voice trembled with despair. He could hardly fathom that the 3 bodyguards beside Chinamo were, in fact, zombies. I spoke in error. I am doomed. What I meant to convey was that zombies are truly the most perfect beings in this world. They do not require food, possess immense strength, fear not death, and hold boundless potential. They are my idols, however. Chinamo merely chuckled, too late. In an instant, the 3 zombie bodyguards lunged forward, dragging Yuan Hai towards the hallway. Help! Help! Brother Chinamo, do not kill me. Grant me a chance. Echoes of his anguished cries quickly filled the stairwell, followed by the gruesome sounds of flesh being chewed. Chapter 17. Zombies can generate electricity? Initially, Chinamo was disinclined to intervene with Yuan Hai and Chen Lingling. After all, they could not escape this realm of zombies. Each day they survived was a day spent in hellish torment. Yet, it was precisely this Yuan Hai who had stumbled into his sights. With enemies delivered to his doorstep, it would be a waste of time to nurture them slowly, better to eliminate them. Out of sight and out of mind as for Chen Lingling, a cold smile crept upon Chen Mo's lips. He was well acquainted with Zhou Han on the 10th floor. He had investigated him thoroughly after this fellow took an interest in Chen Lingling. Initially, Chinamo thought Zhou Han, despite his lack of attractiveness, was not a bad sort, merely reclusive. In this day and age, being a homebody was almost a virtue. There is a saying, a man's best hobby is to stay home. Playing video games and watching anime. These pursuits cost money? Not much. Are they prone to infidelity? Hardly. Try introducing a man to fishing, clubbing, massages, or drinking and see what happens. However, upon further investigation, Chinamo discovered that Zhou Han's interests extended beyond mere gaming and anime. He had many exceedingly perverse hobbies. Now that Qin Lingling had fallen into Zhou Han's hands, she could expect no better days ahead. It would not be long before she came crying for help. Qinemo patiently occupied himself with the zombies at home, allowing Xiongde and Stong to serve as sparring partners for some combat practice. While he had bodyguards to protect him, it was equally vital to enhance his own strength, lest he fall prey to the schemes of some cunning adversaries. Thus, time passed productively until nightfall. As midnight struck, Qinemo promptly seized his binoculars to scout the vicinity for suitable new bodyguards. Today, there were 4 positions to fill. He scanned and scanned, yet found no worthy candidates. Just as he prepared to appoint 4 ordinary zombies to fill the roles, he suddenly spotted a flickering light by the roadside. There, a young male zombie with golden hair strolled by, dressed in trendy attire, reminiscent of a wealthy heir. This zombie mindlessly touched a streetlight, and at the moment of contact, the light flickered to life. When he withdrew his hand, it extinguished. Something was amiss. Qinemo keenly discerned that this zombie was no ordinary specimen. Adjusting the magnification of his binoculars, he observed the zombie's hands closely. To his astonishment, he noted that the zombie's hands intermittently emitted a faint electric glow. Incredible. Could this zombie possess the ability to generate electricity? This was a rare find. Without hesitation, he selected this extraordinary being as one of his bodyguards for the day. Qinemo continued his observations, but alas, no further promising candidates emerged, leaving him to randomly select 3 robust ordinary zombies. Upon receiving his recruitment orders, the 4 zombies promptly reported to his bedroom, tidying themselves up and donning neatly pressed attire. Now, the room boasted 7 zombie bodyguards, all clad in black suits and sunglasses, resembling a mafia ensemble. They stood in perfect alignment, ready for Qinemo's inspection. Qinemo was thoroughly pleased. Excellent, excellent. If this continues, my forces will only grow stronger. Soon, forming a formidable faction will be well within reach. Brothers, let us carve our path together. He laughed heartily, eager to check on his delightful surprise for the day. The electric-generating zombie with golden hair. After conducting tests, it was discovered that this yellow-haired zombie indeed possesses the ability to generate lightning from its hands. However, at present, this power remains rather feeble, sufficient at most to illuminate streetlights or charge a mobile phone. Nevertheless, Qinemo was still pleasantly surprised, recognizing the immense potential within. With just a couple of upgrades, the ability to conjure lightning with its hands would soon be within reach. Ideally, he envisioned affixing a speaker to it, so that when it unleashed its power, it could be accompanied by dramatic music, shattering the darkness with thunder. Qinemo immediately placed high hopes on this yellow-haired zombie, patting it on the shoulder. You are quite impressive. If you perform well, I can promote you to captain. Let us give you a name. From now on, you shall be known as Binlei. Thus, Binlei became the 4th zombie under Chun Mo's command to be bestowed with a name. He then cleared his throat and promptly issued orders. Your mission today is to head to the pharmacy outside and bring back all the medical supplies, and the smallest among you. Change back into your clothes. Shortly, you will venture outside to observe the situation and see if there are any other valuable items nearby. Although Qinemo could issue commands without speaking, merely by a thought in his mind, even from 1,000 miles away, he still felt a certain loneliness in solitary existence. Conversing was far preferable. He sincerely hoped that these zombies would eventually learn to speak once they had been enhanced to a certain degree. Before dawn, the zombies sprang into action. Residents of the community gazed with envy as these bodyguards, clad in black suits, marched towards the street outside to transport supplies. Damn it, how come there are more men in black now? How many bodyguards has this guy hired? Even if he is wealthy, shouldn't he squander it like this? Does he even need more people? Is there anyone who has his contact number? I trained in martial arts at the Shaolin Temple since I was young. I could also apply to be a bodyguard. I'm a fitness coach at the gym. I want to apply too. Oh please, the muscles built in a gym are worthless. My grandfather could lift more dung than you. You dare say that again? Do you believe I want to come down and beat you? I'm not afraid. If you have the guts, come out and try. These zombies want to mind your useless muscles. I'll curse your entire lineage. At times, Qinemo would glance at the chat in the homeowners group. Due to the apocalypse, those trapped within the community were teetering on the brink of life and death. Naturally harboring a heightened sense of hostility, a single disagreement could lead to a barrage of insults directed at each other's ancestors. At this moment, one individual proposed an idea. Everyone, stop thinking about applying to be bodyguards. What's the point in being someone else's dog? Instead, why don't we study how these people are unafraid of zombies? If we can grasp the trick, we might be able to venture out ourselves. That makes sense, but someone has already tried that, and it didn't work at all. I have a bold idea. Look at these people. They're all dressed in black suits and sunglasses. Isn't that the key to the problem? Why don't we also wear black suits and sunglasses and give it a shot? Are you suggesting that zombies want to attack those dressed in black suits and sunglasses? That's rather absurd. You fool, the zombie apocalypse has already occurred. What could be more absurd than that? I must admit, you've convinced me. I happen to have a suit and sunglasses at home. I'll go out and try tomorrow. No problem, we'll wait for you. Chunimo nearly laughed out loud at the absurdities shared in the chat. Wearing a suit and sunglasses to avoid being bitten by zombies? What a ridiculous premise. It would be more plausible to disguise oneself as a zombie. However, he chose not to engage with them. If these people met their demise, it would merely increase the number of zombies, Brother Feng. Have we traveled this far only to return empty-handed? Had I known these zombies were so useless, I wouldn't have taken this pointless journey. The professional team departed from the zombie-infested area and found an unoccupied shop to temporarily set up camp. Cooking while exchanging banter. In this apocalyptic world, time equates to money, and everyone was racing against the clock to develop their strengths. Wasting a day meant falling behind in progress. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. The driver furrowed his brow and remarked, I suspect we might not have discovered the zombies' unique characteristics yet. Let us capture a few zombies for experimentation and confirm our findings, if nothing else. The zombie virus within them is quite perplexing. Extracting some to poison bullets wouldn't be a bad idea. Brother Feng, a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap and khaki combat gear, casually tossed his cigarette but into the fire. You make a valid point. Since we're here, it would be a waste not to investigate thoroughly. Since we decided to take action, let us move immediately to by the way. I noticed a couple of pharmacies down the street that seem to be well preserved. Let us clear out their supplies as well. Medical supplies are quite valuable in this apocalypse. Absolutely. Let us capture a couple of zombies for research and bring back the medicines. At least this trip won't be in vain. Chapter 18. A chance encounter at the pharmacy. The team of bodyguards had already set off. 6 zombies, clad in black suits and sunglasses, marched in unison towards the pharmacy outside the community. Their objective to empty it of supplies. However, given the current state of the world, it wouldn't be appropriate to call it looting. Rather, they were safeguarding the items. As for the remaining ordinary zombie, it still wore its previous clothing, deliberately smeared with some blood, lazily ambling outside the community like an ordinary zombie. Since the apocalypse began, it had been a long time since it had gone out for a stroll. It was the perfect opportunity to use this ordinary zombie for a leisurely exploration, as under the state of visual sharing, Chunimo controlling the ordinary zombie felt akin to strolling himself. The once bustling streets now lay in ruins and desolation. The shops on either side were either tightly shut or had been smashed to bits. It seemed that some daring individuals had ventured out to take a few items, though their haul was limited. After all, this was the apocalypse, and one couldn't just swagger about as they used to. Most. They could carry a backpack and gather a few items, and they couldn't do it too frequently. Frequent visits could lead to unfortunate encounters with zombies, and one careless moment could cost them their lives. As Chunimo surveyed the shops lining the street, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. The cake shop had its doors securely shut. The items inside should still be intact if given the chance. He would send a zombie over to collect some supplies, particularly the baking equipment. He could set up a small bakery on the rooftop and indulge in making pastries for himself. The CAF appeared to be in decent condition. It might still contain some high-quality coffee beans. Though it wouldn't fill one's stomach, it was unlikely to be snatched up, so it should also be retrieved. Wait, there's even an adult shop? Perhaps I should grab a few items for future use. One never knows when they might come in handy. I wonder if they have any dolls inside? Shopping in an apocalyptic world indeed presented a unique experience. As he continued walking, this zombie bodyguard suddenly spotted the police station at the intersection. Chunmo's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, I nearly forgot about this police station. There must be firearms and weapons inside. The previous professional teams were armed, yet my zombies can only wield axes and fists. That's rather primitive. Imagine equipping my zombie army with submachine guns and rocket launchers. How formidable that would be. Just as Chunimo prepared to guide the zombie bodyguard into the police station to see if he could secure some supplies, he suddenly noticed lights emanating from the windows on the side of the station. There were people inside. Astonishingly, some daring individuals had managed to occupy the police station before him. This could spell trouble. Attempting to seize the items inside would likely require considerable effort. Chunamo tucked this plan away in his mind, ready to refine it as he continued to maneuver the zombies around the street. In the next moment, a lasso fell from above, ensnaring the waist of this zombie bodyguard. Startled, Chunamo exclaimed, "What the hell?" "A crafty one!" He commanded the zombie to struggle fiercely, but the force from the lasso was immense, dragging it into a narrow alley. Several soldiers clad in combat gear quickly rushed over, binding Chunmo's zombie bodyguard tightly. Chunamo was left dumbfounded. In this apocalypse, were zombies not safe either? They were resorting to kidnapping. He recognized these soldiers as the same team that had entered the zombie domain earlier that day, dressed in identical uniforms. Their method of operation clearly indicated they sought to capture live specimens. Seeing this, Chunamo's interest peaked. He ceased resisting the zombies and allowed them to be taken along. Intrigued to witness the enemy's stronghold. What a perfect opportunity for his zombie infiltration. Meanwhile, the 6 bodyguards had successfully entered the pharmacy. Having prior experience in transporting items, their speed surpassed that of their previous supermarket escapade. Shopping carts and large bags quickly filled to the brim. All essential medical supplies had been thoroughly cleared out, leaving behind only some useless items like Luo Dihuang pills. Just as these 6 zombie bodyguards were preparing to depart with their haul, an unexpected group of intruders burst through the entrance. Leading them was none other than Brother Feng, who had repelled a horde of zombies earlier that day with a spiraling attack. He charged into the apothecary with 10 members of his combat squad, only to be momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth? Is this humble shop truly so coveted? How could there be others already here? Moreover, who were these individuals clad in matching uniforms and sunglasses? Were they members of the underworld? Upon seeing Feng Gu and his companions, Mei Ying and the others promptly set down their burdens and entered a state of readiness for battle. One of Feng Ji's bald underlings leapt forward, brandishing his handgun and barking, "Who are you? Who allowed you to take anything from here? Let me inform you that everything in this place belongs to our professional team. Thank you for packing it up for us. Now, drop it and scram." Zombies, of course, are incapable of speech, merely standing frozen in place. Feng Gu furrowed his brow and lowered his voice, saying, "My friends, there's no need to fight over such trifling items, is there? I see you don't even have a weapon in hand. Isn't it tantamount to courting death?" At that moment, Mei Ying pulled out her phone and dialed a number, then held the device up for Feng Gu to see. Feng Gu looked perplexed. Was this person mute? It would be one thing for a mute to be present, but 6 of them, dressed in suits and sunglasses, it struck him as rather peculiar. He stared wide-eyed at the phone in Mei Ying's hand, scrutinizing it repeatedly. Surely it wasn't a bomb poised to obliterate him? After ensuring its innocuousness, Feng Gu cautiously took the phone and pressed it to his ear. A youthful voice came from the other end. "You are the professional team?" "Correct. Your battle in the zombie domain today was quite impressive. I witnessed it all." A faint smile crept onto Feng Ji's lips as he realized. This conversation hinted at a desire to join our ranks. Am I right? While I am open to this, let me make it clear that our professional team pursues an elite path and does not accept the inept. You and your subordinates must undergo my evaluation first. However, given your thoughtfulness in packing up the pharmacy's goods for me, I may consider relaxing the standards a bit. Feng Gu brimmed with confidence, naively assuming Chinamo to be an ordinary person seeking connections and a way out. Upon hearing this, Chinamo chuckled. "Apologies, but I rarely smile unless I truly cannot help it. You seem a tad narcissistic, don't you? Do you genuinely believe I would join you? My call was merely to inform you to vacate the area swiftly. I have first claim to these supplies. If it comes to blows, you might not prevail." Feng Ji's smug grin faltered, and a hint of menace crept into his voice. "Young man, I sense you may possess some skills or perhaps a bit of wealth, managing to find a few loyal bodyguards in this apocalypse. But in this world, strength speaks volumes. Surely you don't wish for me to teach you a lesson in humility?" Realizing the conversation was going nowhere, Chinamo decided to cut the pleasantries. "It seems you're the kind who won't heed warnings until it's too late. I shan't persuade you further. Do as you wished," as the call ended. Feng Ji's face twisted into a cold smile, casually tossing the phone to the ground with a crash, then fixing a challenging gaze upon the 6 bodyguards. In terms of numbers and weaponry, it is evident that I hold the advantage. It pains me to see your master so unconcerned for your lives. How about this? Join me, assist in transporting these supplies back, and I assure you, your treatment will be far superior to your current situation. Feng Ji's satisfaction grew as he observed the 6 zombie bodyguards. Each was clearly well-trained, far surpassing the ineptitude of his own crew. With proper guidance, they could become formidable assets. Yet, after his proposition, the black-clad figures remained motionless, unyielding. Frustrated, the bald underling raised his weapon, aiming it at the foremost Meiying. Damn it, even a mute could give a signal. You think you're so aloof? I swear I'll put a hole in you. Chinemo, through shared vision, discerned the unfolding situation. It was clear the professionals had no intention of letting them escape. Regrettably, Chinemo had initially hoped to avoid conflict between the zombies and these professionals. A victory would likely come at a cost, inflicting wounds upon his carefully selected zombies. However, standing idle was no longer an option. He issued a command to the zombie bodyguards: commence the slaughter. Kill them all to the best of your abilities. Chapter 19. A bold idea. Meiying was the first to strike. Her speed had long since surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. When she drew her dagger and charged at Feng Gu, his many underlings failed to react in time. However, Feng Gu, a seasoned professional, was no slouch either. Though speed was not his forte, he swiftly unleashed a spiraling blast. Using its force to create distance between himself and Meiying, a sense of dread washed over him as he realized that Meiying's dagger could pierce his chest in a mere tenth of a second. He shouted, "Everyone, stay on high alert. These are no ordinary foes." Suddenly, chaos erupted. His subordinates squeezed the triggers, unleashing a storm of bullets within the confines of the small apothecary. Several zombies were caught in the crossfire. But they were, after all, zombies. Unless shot in the head, they were indestructible. Moreover, those who had joined Chinemo as bodyguards were under his command, unlike ordinary zombies who would foolishly absorb bullets. Xiongda and Xiong-Er lifted heavy metal shelves, roaring as they charged at the professional squad. The hail of gunfire was effectively blocked by the shelves' point. One of Feng Ji's bald underlings cursed, "Damn it, you want to brawl? Huh? Bring it on, we've got 10 men. I don't believe we can't take down 5 of you." At that moment, Feng Gu was too focused on Meiying to concern himself with the squabble among his subordinates. His gaze remained fixed on her, each hand clutching a spiraling blast. Observing this, Chinemo couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that Feng Gu was a first-tier professional, on par with Meiying, yet his abilities were rather lackluster. While the spiraling blast might be renowned in anime, as a first-tier professional, he couldn't even condense wind into a blade. The explosion merely generated a forceful shockwave, incapable of inflicting any fatal damage upon Meiying. As the two faced off, the remaining 5 zombie bodyguards had successfully engaged Feng Ji's crew in close combat. A confident smile appeared on Feng Ji's face as he addressed Meiying. "Your skills are commendable and I admire you. Join me, and I assure you will not be treated poorly. Today, victory is not in your grasp. Even if your combat prowess surpasses mine, once my men dispatch your companions, they will assist me. Can you truly contend with 10 guns?" Feng Gu was certain of his victory. In his eyes, even if the black-clad figures were well-trained, his subordinates were no pushovers. With an average of 2 against 1, it was a classic case of the fist cannot compete with the multitude. However, the next moment, a cacophony of screams erupted around him. "Ah, help! Are these monsters? How are they so strong? Don't they feel pain? I stabbed him in the kidney. Shut up! I just kicked him in the balls, and he didn't even flinch," despite the supposed numerical advantage. They soon realized they were at a disadvantage, being thoroughly overpowered. These black-clad figures possessed immense strength and, astonishingly, felt no pain. While a normal person would dodge a blade, these figures charged headlong into battle. A knife thrust into their chest would leave them unfazed, retaliating with a punch that could shatter bones. In mere minutes, Feng Ji's professional squad lay battered and breathless on the ground, while the black-clad figures, though covered in wounds, remained vigorous, continuing to pummel their opponents mercilessly. Each blow left Feng Ji's men disoriented, struggling to comprehend their predicament. Feng Gu stood aghast, exclaiming, "I was waiting for you to back me up. And instead, you've made a mess of things." Furious, he shouted, "Can't you at least show some resolve? You can't even win 2 against 1? Get up and fight. Yet, in that brief moment, several of his men had already been beaten to death, while the remaining few could barely speak, bloodied and battered, their capacity for resistance dwindling. It was only a matter of time before they all fell. Panic surged within Feng Gu, and he unleashed both spiraling blasts with all his might, sending Mei Ying flying several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to flee, but Xiongda, having concluded his own battle, lunged at him, locking him down with an iron grip, pinning him to the ground. You bastard! Are you looking for death? Let me go. Although it is said that Brother Feng's primary strength lies in his ability to manipulate the wind, he is, after all, a first-tier professional, possessing physical qualities that surpass those of Xiongda and Xiong-Er. Observing his imminent escape from Xiongda's grasp with just 2 punches, a bodyguard with dyed blonde hair lunged at him, seizing his head with both hands. Brother Feng attempted to resist, but the electrifying hands of Bin Lei delivered a shock treatment directly to him. Ah, how could they employ electric shocks as well? The black hair atop his head instantly stood on end, emitting a burnt scent. Subsequently, Brother Feng's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious to the ground. His mouth slightly agape as he expelled a puff of black smoke. The shadow rushed over with remarkable speed, tightly gripping a dagger, poised to eliminate Brother Feng entirely. At that moment, Chenemo immediately issued a command. Cease your actions. Bring this man back to me alive. The blade of the shadow was a mere centimeter from Brother Feng's throat, yet it was abruptly halted. Zombies are indeed useful, obeying commands without question. The 6 bodyguards surveyed the battlefield, only to discover that, besides Brother Feng, 2 others were still alive. Chenemo commanded them to bring these individuals back as well. Thus, the 6 bodyguards, laden with their bountiful haul, began their journey home. A bucket of cold water was poured directly over Brother Feng's head. As he groggily opened his eyes, he realized he was bound to a chair in an opulently decorated living room. The bodyguards who had just assaulted him were still busy transporting pharmaceuticals and supplies. Before him sat a handsome young man. Chenemo casually pulled out a cigar, lit it, and blew a smoke ring towards Brother Feng, saying, "Tell me your profession's name, as well as the purpose and scale of your team's visit here." Brother Feng gritted his teeth and retorted, "You can forget it. I would rather die than comply." Chenemo sighed and waved his hand. He knew that people like them wouldn't shed tears until they faced a coffin. At his beckoning, the 6 zombie bodyguards temporarily halted their work, surrounding Brother Feng. They then removed their glasses, revealing their pale pupils, which startled Brother Feng. "They are all zombies," he exclaimed, realizing why they were impervious to pain and possessed immense strength. "Who are you, and how did you manage to tame these zombies?" Chenemo flicked the ash from his cigar, speaking with evident impatience. "I am the one asking the questions here, not you. From this moment on, if your answers do not satisfy me, I will instruct these 6 zombies to take a bite out of you each, until you are devoured alive. You may choose to continue with your nonsense." Brother Feng trembled in fear. He could withstand punches and kicks, but the thought of being gnawed to death by a horde of zombies sent chills down his spine. His voice quivered with a hint of desperation. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll tell you, my profession is wind gatherer, and my primary ability is to collect the surrounding wind in my palms and release it. Currently, my power is quite weak, mainly serving as a large-scale control skill during combat, akin to a support role. Our team of professionals passed through here to assess the value of the newly emerged zombie territory. By the way, our team is not large. Aside from the 10 I brought with me, there are 20 more in the base. Moreover, I am merely the vice-captain. The true captain, Heilong, possesses far greater abilities, capable of turning his body into steel. If I do not return, he will surely come looking for me." Brother Feng's last statement was clearly intended to persuade Chenemo to release him, but it was evident that Chenemo had no such intentions. Intrigued by another thought, he mused. If a person is infected by the zombie virus, they become a zombie, but what if it's a professional who becomes infected? Would a zombie transformed from a professional retain their original abilities? Wouldn't that make them stronger than ordinary zombies? Contemplating this, he gazed at Brother Feng with anticipation, causing Brother Feng's legs to weaken in fear as he pleaded, "Please, it's all my fault. Let me go. I assure you that once I return, I will have Heilong lead the team far away from here, and we will no longer trouble you. You can even call Heilong. He will gladly pay a ransom to retrieve me." Upon hearing this, another idea sparked in Chan Mo's mind. If he transformed this fellow into a zombie and sent him back, wouldn't he earn double the profit? This guy was indeed a fortunate find. Chapter 20. Expansion. Again, Chen Mo waved his hand, instructing Xiong Da and Xiong Er to toss Brother Feng into a toilet stall. Along with his two subordinates, he hoped that by dawn, injecting them with the zombie virus would yield some surprises. Additionally, Brother Feng and his subordinates had left behind their weapons and equipment, which were quite valuable. Chen Mo fondly toyed with the assault rifle in his hands. What man has not dreamed of firearms? Most boys grow up playing with toy guns. Chen Mo never anticipated he would have the opportunity to handle real ones in his lifetime. He promptly equipped the 6 bodyguards with a complete set of gear. Wearing black suits in the apocalypse was rather conspicuous, akin to a mental case in a gang. Now donned in the professional team's combat attire, they appeared far more competent, and with the weaponry left behind, they resembled a special operations team. Chen Mo also strapped on 2 handguns and 2 grenades for emergencies. That moment, the shadow approached Chen Mo, carrying a small backpack. Chen Mo opened the backpack with a puzzled expression, revealing a dozen branches emitting a faint green glow. He had never seen such a thing. Although he had survived for a long time in his previous life and successfully escaped the zombie territories, he only knew the basics, and this was clearly beyond his comprehension. Xiong Da and Xiong Er dragged Brother Feng out of the toilet, tearing off the tape from his mouth. Brother Feng gasped for breath, and Chen Mo inquired, holding the branches, "What are these?" Brother Feng rolled his eyes and awkwardly chuckled. "I have no idea. I just picked them up on the way. They looked quite pretty, so I kept them." Chen Mo, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You're already a prisoner. Why make things worse for yourself?" He then waved his hand, and Xiong Da and Xiong Er understood immediately. Dragging Brother Feng back to the toilet. One pressed his head into the toilet bowl while the other pressed down the flush. The sound of rushing water echoed. Brother Feng struggled, but Xiong Da and Xiong Er's immense strength held him down as if he were a mere chick. After flushing a dozen times, they finally dragged him out of the toilet. Brother Feng lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, already questioning his existence. Chen Mo remarked, "How does the water in the toilet taste? Don't worry, you won't die here, but I have many ways to make your life worse than death. This is merely an appetizer." Chen Mo sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, squinting as he admired the apocalyptic scenery. Brother Feng was utterly terrified and said, "I will tell you everything. This is what our professional team stumbled upon while passing through the last monster spawning area. To be precise, they are the roots of tree people. If you plant them in the soil and use corpses as fertilizer, they can grow into large trees within a week, bearing fruit continuously." Chen Mo's eyes lit up instantly. He had not forgotten the vacant rooftop above him, which he originally intended to transform into a private garden. Now, fortune had smiled upon him. Corpses were plentiful in the zombie territory, and once he planted those branches, he could harvest a steady supply of food. How delightful! Chen Mo further inquired, "What kind of fruit trees are these roots from?" Brother Feng shook his head, replying, "I truly do not know. The roots of tree people can mature rapidly with the aid of corpses as fertilizer, but what type of fruit tree they yield upon maturity remains uncertain. It could be a breadfruit tree, an apple tree, a walnut tree, or a plum tree. Among others, I only know that using corpses as fertilizer significantly reduces the fruiting cycle." Chen Mo understood. It was akin to a blind box. One would not know what they would get until it matured, which was rather exciting. With a glance, he instructed Xiong Da and Xiong Er to reapply tape over Brother Feng's mouth, tossing him back into the toilet stall. Soon after, the zombie bodyguards resumed their tasks. Carrying large bundles downstairs, they first gathered construction materials from a local hardware store at the community entrance, then dug up plenty of soil from the community garden. Bearing these heavy loads, they returned to the rooftop and swiftly began renovations. Encircling the area with a substantial barrier, filling it with soil. This endeavor was no small feat, and the 6 zombies worked tirelessly into the night without completing their task. Chen Mo felt for his bodyguards and allowed them to take a break, knowing that once the time came, they would gain even more helpers, and today's helpers were far from ordinary. Before long, it was dawn, and Chen Mo raised his binoculars to carefully observe the latest group of zombies that had spawned within the community. Soon enough, he discovered a rather unique presence. A zombie gripping a dumbbell in each hand, its muscles bulging to a somewhat intimidating degree, engaging in bicep curls as it ambled along. Remarkably, even after becoming a zombie, it seemed to have not forgotten its original intentions. This was the one. After selecting this particular zombie, Chen decided against choosing any others and instead instructed Xiongda and Xiong'er to drag Fenggu and his two subordinates out from the restroom stalls. Perhaps wearied by a day of battle, Fenggu and his subordinates had succumbed to slumber, appearing dazed and confused as they were pulled out. With a quivering voice tinged with sorrow, Fenggu lamented, "Brother, I beseech you, spare me this torment. You've already taught me the lessons you intended, and you've taken all I had on me. Why not contact He Long for a ransom, or simply grant me a swift end? If this continues, I truly cannot endure." It was quite absurd to see such a burly man weeping, leaving Chen Mo somewhat speechless. Enough with the theatrics, man. Real men bleed but do not cry. What kind of behavior is this? The two subordinates, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowed their heads, pleading, "Brother, dear sir, we were blind to your worth. We implore you, grant us a chance to live. Indeed," they added, "if all else fails, we could serve as your bodyguards. We consume little and work hard. Surely, we would prove useful." However, Chen shook his head in disdain, gesturing towards Xiongda and Xiong'er. "These two can go 3 days without a meal. Can you match that?" The two instantly felt wronged, on the verge of tears. "Brother, this is blatant bullying. No matter how hard we try, we cannot compare to zombies." They continued, "Of course, if given the choice, I would also wish to forego eating and possess boundless strength." Upon hearing this, Chen clapped his hands together. "Exactly. That's the sentiment I was waiting for. Since you desire to become a zombie, allow me to fulfill your wish." Fenggu and his two subordinates immediately softened. "No, please, we wish to remain human. Brother, grant us a chance." Yet, Xiongda and Xiong'er had already lunged forward, delivering a decisive bite in a concealed spot on the trio. Naturally, they did not bite too hard. As these were the zombies Chen aimed to recruit as bodyguards, a chunk of flesh lost would be rather unsightly. The three curled up, emitting heart-wrenching cries. "Ah, it's over. We've been bitten. Mom and Dad, where are you? I want to go home. I don't want to become a zombie. Woo-woo. During life, I could hardly take 2 days off in a year, and now even in death, I must work overtime, toiling like a beast. Is this what it means to be human?" They wept bitterly, sharing their final words. Within 5 minutes, their voices grew fainter, and their heads drooped to the ground. Chen remained patient, and within 5 seconds of their collapse, their bodies began to convulse. Shortly thereafter, Fenggu and his two subordinates' pupils turned milky, and they staggered back to their feet, fully transformed into zombies. With a wave of his hand, Chen filled today's quota. Thus, today's recruits included Fenggu and his two subordinates, along with a wild strongman whom Chen named Dezhuang. By this point, Chen had amassed a total of 11 zombies, 10 of which resided in his living room, while one served as an experiment at the professional team's base. The zombies with special abilities were Meiying, Dezhuang, and Binlei. Meiying had ascended to a strengthened level 1 zombie, while Chen himself had received a sacrificial boon, his power now second only to Meiying's. Observing the densely packed zombies in the room, Chen felt somewhat cramped. Perhaps he should consider another fusion sacrifice? Chapter 21. A true talent. While it was essential to have some ordinary zombies for labor, to combat genuine professional combat teams, an elite approach was necessary. For instance, during the recent operation at the pharmacy, had it not been for the confined space and the shelves serving as shields, the other bodyguards would have had no chance to engage and would likely have been turned into Swiss cheese by gunfire. In contrast, since Meiying successfully advanced to a level 1 zombie, she had attained speeds far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Without her to hold the line, the bodyguard team would likely have faced defeat. With this in mind, Chen immediately focused on Meiying, Dezhuang, Fenggu, and Binlei, his 4 zombie bodyguards. Each possessed unique talents, and upon promotion, they could yield even greater benefits. Meiying, now a level 1 zombie, would require the fusion of 4 zombies to advance to level 2, while the others needed only 2. Thus, to elevate them all, a total of 10 zombies would be necessary. Unfortunately, Chen currently possessed merely 6 ordinary zombies, an insufficient number. It seemed he would have to make some selections. Narrowing his eyes, Chen scrutinized the zombies before him, quickly formulating a plan in his mind. First and foremost, Meiying had to be upgraded immediately, primarily because of her beauty. No, that was not the sole reason. Such an exceptional combat capability must be supported by Meiying. Elevating her to a level 2 zombie would nearly guarantee a sweeping advantage over the professional team led by He Long Chunmo's second target for advancement was Binlei. This fellow wielded the power of lightning, showcasing immense potential, far surpassing any wind or brute strength. Regrettably, he had to forego Xiongda and Xiong who had been the pioneers of his venture. Having made up his mind, Chunmo swiftly set his plan into motion. The 6 zombies before him dissolved into a pool of crimson energy, coiling like serpents around Binlei and Mei's feet. As the blood-red energy enveloped them. 10 minutes later, Binlei and Mei emerged anew. Externally, they appeared largely unchanged, yet within them surged tremendous energy. Binlei extended his hands. Previously, he could only emit faint sparks, akin to household electricity. Now, however, the currents far surpassed his earlier abilities, even forming a sphere of lightning between his palms. Imbued with terrifying power, Chunmo exchanged a knowing glance with him, prompting Binlei to approach the window for experimentation. He hurled the compressed lightning sphere outside, instantly turning 2 trees in the neighborhood to charcoal. Impressive, Chunmo exclaimed. The power of lightning was indeed formidable. This was merely a level 1 zombie, yet its potential was immense. What would happen if Binlei advanced to level 2? Would he become the Lightning King? However, even more thrilling was the transformation of Mei, who was advancing from level 1 to level 2. Surely, the surprise would be even greater than Binlei's. At Chunmo's signal, Mei immediately showcased her abilities. In the blink of an eye, she darted from one end of the room to the other, her speed nothing short of ghostly. All that could be seen was a fleeting black shadow. Incredible! Chunmo was ecstatic. Even an ordinary person armed with a submachine gun would likely struggle to hit Mei. She was astonishingly formidable. He laughed heartily, saying, "You two shall be my right and left hands from now on. Work diligently. Your future is bright." Unbeknownst to him, as he patted Mei and Binlei on the shoulders, Mei turned her head slightly, her gaze shimmering with newfound vitality. The once crowded room now felt empty, leaving only the 4 zombies with special talents, a still insufficient number. Chunmo then realized that 4 slots per day was indeed rather limiting. Perhaps he should enhance himself as well? If a special talent zombie were used for the sacrifice, would the effect be even better? Quickly, he turned his attention to Feng Guo, as he did not choose De Zhuang due to the latter's talent not aligning with his own identity. With zombie bodyguards charging ahead, there was little need for him to bear the brunt of the fight. What use was a muscular physique? Conversely, Feng Guo's talent was perfectly suited to his identity. Mastering the power of wind would not only assist the zombies in battle, but also ensure his own safety by creating distance from enemies, an ideal match. Having made this decision, Chunmo wasted no time in selecting Feng Guo as his sacrificial target. The familiar scene unfolded once more. Feng Guo's form began to dissolve into a pool of crimson energy, which spiraled around Chunmo's legs. After several minutes, Chunmo slowly opened his eyes, inhaling fresh air and feeling the surge of power within him. What a wonderful sensation it was to have such immense strength coursing through him. He gradually spread his hands, and winds from all directions began to converge in his palms, swiftly forming a miniature spiral ball, identical to Feng Guo's original creation. He gently tossed the spiral ball, and in an instant, all the furniture in the living room was blown against the walls. Binlei, Mei, and De Zhuang, standing at the center, were also sent flying. Luckily, the windows were closed. Otherwise, they might have been blown out onto the street. Is this the power of wind? Quite impressive. Chunmo smiled in satisfaction, internally assessing that his current strength was likely that of a level 1 professional, on par with Binlei. To advance himself, he would require the same materials as the zombies. In addition, the number of zombies that he could summon each day has risen from 4 to 5. The once crowded living room has now transformed into an empty expanse, leaving only the 3 zombies, Mei, De Zhuang, and Binlei. Among them, De Zhuang is undoubtedly the weakest, still lacking in prowess and requiring the knight to bolster his numbers. Chunmo directs his 3 zombie bodyguards to restore the living room to its former state, then activates visual sharing to observe the situation with the professional team. The zombie that was brought back by Helong is now tightly bound to a large table, surrounded by various experimental apparatuses. A figure clad in a white lab coat and wearing a gas mask is busily engaged in a flurry of research, scribbling frantically in a notebook. When the experimental materials run low, he extracts a vial of blood from the zombie, despite the fact that the creature's blood has long since dried up, making each extraction a laborious task. Through visual sharing, Chunamo observes the researcher's every move. Could it be that this individual is actually making progress? The very next moment, Chun Mo's fears manifest. The researcher tears off his gas mask, revealing a gaunt face covered in stubble, eyes bloodshot with excitement. It worked! It truly worked! The virus within these zombies is immensely valuable, he exclaims, filled with elation. I must share this news with Helong immediately. Grabbing his notebook, he prepares to rush out of the laboratory, but halts abruptly after taking a single step. No, Helong is merely the leader of a small team. Handing over this experimental data to him would be a waste. At most, he would reward me with a couple of women and a month's worth of food, nothing more. I should retain this information and later sell it to influential figures, ensuring my lifelong sustenance. With that thought, the researcher promptly tears the experimental data from his notebook, glances at it for a moment, and commits it to memory. He then reduces it to a heap of scraps and discards it into the trash bin. Rubbing his weary eyes, he lays his head down on the lab table and falls into a deep slumber, likely dreaming of the fortunes that will come from aligning himself with powerful allies. Having witnessed all this through shared vision, Chunamo feels a surge of excitement. This individual has indeed succeeded in developing a potent serum from zombie blood? What a remarkable find! Being situated in the realm of zombies, with a continuous supply at his disposal, if he could master this serum, it would provide him with an unending source of high-value commodities among professionals. He could procure as many roots from the treant as he desired. Moreover, if this serum could also be effective on zombies, it would double the combat prowess of his bodyguards. This talent must be retained. Chunamo resolutely makes up his mind. Chapter 22. Night raid on the professional team. The laboratory door swings open as Helong strides in. He is a towering figure, a muscular man with a buzz cut, the sides of which are shaved into intricate designs, exuding both style and menace. Helong surveys the laboratory, then furrows his brow as he gazes upon the researcher sprawled on the table, snoring loudly. Lin Shueja, you enjoy the highest salary, the luxury of an independent laboratory and bedroom, and this is how you repay us, by sleeping on the job. What results have you produced regarding the zombies? Startled awake by Helong's booming voice, Lin Shueja sits up with a disgruntled expression. Please, do you have any idea that we are in the midst of an apocalypse? Many of the devices are inoperable. Manpower is insufficient, and these new creatures are entirely unprecedented. Do you expect me to produce new research findings every day? If research were so simple, everyone would be doing it. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Helong's fists clench, his right hand gleaming silver, resembling a metallic ring. Yet Lin Shueja shows no fear, smirking as he retorts, don't try to intimidate me. I know your strength, but if you kill me, your team will be left without any researchers. Moreover, if word of this gets out, no researcher will dare to join your ranks in the future. Helong can only grit his teeth in frustration. Lin Shueja stifles a yawn and continues, as for the research on zombies, I have nearly concluded my studies. Just as I initially assessed, these creatures possess nothing of value within them. Only viruses. If you're interested, you can collect some zombie blood to carry with you, or even capture a couple of live ones. When confronting enemies, applying zombie blood to bullets or blades might yield surprising results. Feeling somewhat disappointed yet prepared for this outcome, Helong sighs, very well. Since there's nothing further to extract, let's not waste any more time. Gather your materials, and when the team returns from their mission, we will depart immediately. Time is of the essence. We cannot linger in this zombie domain. Lin Shueja nods, secretly pleased. Leaving is for the best. Once we depart, there will be opportunities to encounter stronger professionals or those from more powerful factions. I hold precious information about the serum in my mind, and I could easily change my allegiances. Helong, don't blame me. Blame your inadequate setup that cannot accommodate someone of my caliber. Fuming, Helong exits the laboratory, where 4 guards stand at attention. Upon seeing Helong emerge, they bow slightly. Suddenly, Helong remembers something and declares, you 4 are to cease your protective duties for Lin Shueja effective immediately and return to the combat unit. Boss Long, what do you mean by that? One guard asks. Didn't you instruct us to take good care of Professor Lin? Yes, Professor Lin is quite busy with his experiments, and we even have to serve him tea and water. If we are reassigned, he won't take it lightly, will he? Another guard adds. A cold smile creeps across Helong's lips. Will he take issue? If he does, let him come find me. We've spoiled him. He walks away, eager to see if Lin can survive on his own. The guards, having received their orders, no longer contest, for Hulong's word is law within the professional team. Lin Shueja, overhearing some of the commotion, leans back in his chair, sipping tea, unperturbed, muttering to himself, "Petty-minded fools, with an attitude like yours, you could never achieve anything significant, not even worthy of my zombie serum." After clearing his throat, Lin Shueja reclines further. Closing his eyes to enjoy a nap, he has been tirelessly working to unravel the mysteries of the zombies, and now, with the opportunity to rest, he intends to indulge. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, having seen everything through shared vision, cannot help but feel a rush of glee as this not a fortuitous opportunity. With no guards around Lin Shueja, if he seizes the moment, he could easily bring him back. As night descends, Hulong's professional team, having finished dinner, begins to settle in for the night. They are stationed outside the zombie domain, feeling secure from danger, with only a few remaining to patrol the entrance. They yawn and engage in idle chatter. Why hasn't Feng's team returned yet? It has already been a day, right? They should have been back by now, and I heard Boss Long was looking for them today, but their phones are off. Could something have happened? That's unlikely. The only creatures around here are zombies. While they can be formidable, they are mindless. How could they wipe out Feng's team? True enough, zombies are the most useless of foes. They are mere cannon fodder. Other monsters may yield some benefits upon defeat, but these zombies are utterly worthless. Indeed, we should leave this place soon. We're missing out on wealth. Just as they lean against the wall, chatting to pass the time, a shadowy figure stealthily approaches the gathering. Meanwhile, Da Zhuang, armed with 2 submachine guns, crouches amidst the nearby rubble. Chen Mo, remotely controlling the operation, sees the opportune moment and issues the command to launch the attack. In the next instant, the shadow darts along the outer wall of the gathering, tossing grenades over the top, while Da Zhuang opens fire directly in the night. 2 streams of fire illuminate the sky. Rat-tat-tat. The hail of bullets rains down upon Hulong's professional team. The patrolling guards at the entrance barely have time to draw their weapons before they are turned into Swiss cheese by the submachine gun fire. The entire gathering erupts into chaos. Explosions from the grenades echo in succession, and some unfortunate souls, still lost in slumber, awaken to pain only to find their heads severed from their bodies. At that moment, Hulong bursts from his tent, roaring, "Everyone, arm yourselves and seek cover. Damn it, who is the imbecile that dares to attack me here? If I manage to recover, I shall unearth the graves of your ancestors for generations to come." Inside the laboratory, Lin Shueja was roused from his slumber by the sound of gunfire outside, but he quickly yawned and muttered to himself. How on earth did he long allow the enemy to breach our very doorstep? Useless, utterly useless. Yet, it matters not. Regardless of which faction takes control here, I, as a researcher, shall continue to enjoy a life of comfort. This is what is meant by knowledge altering one's fate. Though the apocalypse is fraught with peril, the status of researchers is surprisingly on par with that of formidable professionals. In this world, riddled with countless unknowns, only researchers possess the capability to swiftly ascertain the effects of these bizarre phenomena. The apocalypse is fundamentally a race against time. Whoever manages to grasp a form of apocalyptic material first essentially holds the key to wealth. Lin Shueja paid no heed to the chaos outside. He casually retrieved a pair of earplugs from his pocket and plugged his ears, reclining in his chair, prepared to return to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, the zombie that had been bound to the experiment table had just opened its eyes. Despite being restrained, its hands still had some room to move. The zombie cautiously wiggled its fingers, stealthily reaching into its pocket to procure a blade. This was indeed a stroke of luck for Chen Mo. He had placed a dagger on the zombie to facilitate its actions outside, while he Long and his men were too lazy even to conduct a search, believing that a zombie, regardless of its strength, lacked intelligence and could merely be tied up with a rope. Little did they know, they were about to pay a grievous price for their oversight. Chapter 23. Healing Agent and Zombie Blood with his eyes closed. Lin Shueja was fast asleep when suddenly, a hand clutched his throat with a vice-like grip. Upon opening his eyes, he was instantly terrified, nearly losing control of his bladder. The zombie that had been bound to the experiment table had somehow freed itself, now holding a dagger, the tip of which was perilously close to his eye, merely a centimeter away. Lin Shueja attempted to scream, but the zombie-esque grip on his throat rendered him breathless. Silencing any sound he might have uttered, he could only pray that someone outside would soon notice the anomaly. However, with the cacophony of gunfire raging outside, by the time they discovered the irregularity, he feared he might be a corpse. Lin Shueja could hardly comprehend how a zombie could grasp his throat like a human and threaten him with a dagger. Shouldn't he, a freed zombie, simply bite him to death? In the midst of his fleeting terror, a flicker of excitement surged within his mind. This zombie was worthy of study. After a brief moment of panic, the zombie slowly released its grip on his throat. Lin Shueja gasped for fresh air, yet he dared not make any sudden movements, for the dagger still hovered ominously above his eye. What do you intend to do? Can you understand me? Are you human or zombie? At that moment, his mind was filled with questions. The zombie bodyguard, however, disregarded him entirely, casually seizing Lin Shueja's phone and dialing a number before handing it to him. Lin Shueja grasped the phone. Beginning to comprehend the unspoken message, a detached yet youthful voice emanated from the other end. Professor Lin, it is indeed somewhat impolite to communicate with you in this manner. However, since you have drawn copious amounts of blood from my subordinate while restraining him on the experiment table, I should have punctured one of your eyeballs in retribution. Yet, I now permit you to retain your sight, provided you cooperate willingly. These words sent a chill down Lin Shueja's spine. He had no doubt about the truth behind them. The dagger's tip was merely a centimeter from his eye, and he could feel its coldness. With a slight exertion of force, it could easily pierce his eyeball, if the force were to increase. It could even penetrate his brain. Lin Shueja's voice trembled as he asked, "What do you want from me?" "Quite simply, I wish to meet you in person, of course, without alarming anyone else. You will now place the phone in your pocket and listen to my instructions via Bluetooth headset." Lin Shueja had no grounds to negotiate and complied without question. At that moment, the zombie also sheathed the dagger and stood obediently beside Lin Shueja. Yet, he still dared not move recklessly, for the zombie was too close, capable of ending his life in an instant. Clearly, this was a means of surveillance imposed upon him. What have I done to deserve this? I had just begun to yield research results, and soon I could secure a stable future. If this individual captures me, will I even have a chance to live? Lin Shueja lamented his grim fate. Just then, the laboratory door swung open, and a heavily armed, battered soldier rushed in, panting. "Professor Lin, the situation outside is chaotic. Bullets and grenades are raining down, and we cannot even catch a glimpse of the enemy. My comrades are suffering heavy casualties, and we urgently require your healing agents." After delivering this message, the soldier spotted the zombie standing beside Lin Shueja and tensed up, instinctively raising his weapon. Lin Shueja was startled, fearing that the anxious zombie might inadvertently stab him, and hurriedly interjected, "No, no, no. Please do not shoot. This zombie is under my control via a serum. It poses no threat. It is now a crucial element of my research, and if you destroy it, you will bear the consequences." The soldier, hearing this, looked at Lin Shueja with a WE.AS expected of Professor Lin. "You truly are impressive. Even managing to control a zombie." Lin Shueja waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry outside and wait. I will prepare the healing agent and bring it to you shortly." The soldier nodded and exited the laboratory, closing the door behind him. "What should I do now?" Lin Shueja lowered his voice and inquired through the Bluetooth headset. Chenmo replied, "Do not rush. First, prepare the healing agents for them." Lin Shueja nodded and immediately set to work. The preparation of a standard healing agent was not particularly challenging. He mixed several corresponding materials in precise proportions, quickly producing a large vat of healing serum. This was a newly developed type of healing agent utilizing apocalyptic materials. Just then, Chen Mo's voice echoed in his ear again. "Do not be hasty. Take 2 steps back." Lin Shueja frowned but did not question further, obediently clearing a path. The zombie bodyguard next to him approached the vat of healing agent, slicing its palm with the dagger, allowing a substantial amount of zombie blood to drip into the healing serum. Lin Shueja's heart skipped a beat. "This is zombie virus. You intend to wipe out He Long's professional team?" Chen Mo's indifferent voice resounded from the headset. "Indeed. Are you feeling sympathetic?" Lin Shueja gritted his teeth. "These are still my comrades. How can you, a devil, do this?" Chen Mo chuckled without a word. "Your comrades? How amusing. After you developed the Berserk agent, you chose to keep it to yourself. Did you ever spare a thought for those outside who were your comrades? Lin Shuejia's pupils constricted. How do you know about that? I have knowledge of many things. We can discuss them further when we meet. But for now, I need you to hand over this batch of healing serum to the people outside. With his life in another's hands, Lin Shuejia dared not resort to violence and called out to those outside. The soldier who had entered to deliver the report rushed back in, and upon seeing the vat of healing serum, he immediately gave Lin Shuejia a thumbs up. As expected of Professor Lin, your speed is unmatched. I'll take this outside to treat my comrades. It's too chaotic out there, and we can't spare anyone to protect you. So please do not venture out. After saying this, the soldier grabbed the healing serum and left. Lin Shuejia could only shake his head and sigh. I wonder how many will perish tonight. Once again, Chenemo issued a command through the headset. Now, while the chaos outside ensues, make haste to leave this encampment and come to me. You should know which path to take to avoid detection. I will warn you only once. If your actions fail, I will have the zombie beside you dispose of you at once. Lin Shuejia's last thread of hope to seek assistance from He Long was utterly shattered. Very well. It seems I must place my trust in this individual with the headset, hoping that, at the very least, he will afford me some measure of good fortune given my status as a research professor. He reluctantly gathered his essential belongings from the laboratory and, under the watchful eye of the zombie, departed. Outside, the cacophony of gunfire persisted, and indeed, no one paid him any mind. He took a route in the opposite direction, successfully escaping the gathering place of the professional team. Upon reaching the periphery of the zombie territory, the bodyguard behind him swiftly dragged out a large suitcase from the corner. This was something Chenemo had prepared in advance. Lin Shuejia immediately furrowed his brow. You can't be asking me to hide in that suitcase, can you? No, that would be unbearable. The voice of Chenemo echoed once more through the headphones. Ahead lies the realm of the undead, and there exists but one method for you to traverse it safely. Should you choose to refuse, you may boldly stride forth, yet I cannot guarantee your safety. The bodyguard, a zombie himself, naturally bore no risk of being attacked by other zombies. However, he lacked the authority to command them. Should the other zombies catch a whiff of Lin Shuejia's fresh flesh, they would undoubtedly descend into a frenzy. Not even a single zombie bodyguard, let alone 10, could ensure his safety. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to be concealed within a large suitcase, dragged back by the zombie bodyguard. Reluctantly, Lin Shuejia found himself compromising, obediently being stowed away in the suitcase. He could distinctly feel the suitcase being pulled along by the zombie, inching forward as the air filled with the increasing cacophony of zombie howls from all directions. Within the dark confines of the suitcase, his fear escalated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Were it not for having already soiled himself from fright moments earlier, he might have found himself unable to contain his terror once more. Chapter 24. The demise of the He Long squad. He Long sat amidst what resembled a desolate ruin of a temporary encampment. His brow furrowed in anxiety. Explosions erupted sporadically from all directions, and many of his comrades were injured, their cries of agony piercing the air. Although the enemy was not numerous, they were proving to be a considerable headache. His right fist transformed into a metallic form, and with a mighty blow, he struck the wall before him, shattering it and creating a gaping hole. Damn it, who is orchestrating this madness? In the next instant, 2 grenades were hurled through the very opening he had created. The warriors huddled within the dilapidated building were instantly paralyzed with fear. He Long swiftly lunged forward, using his body to shield the grenades. His entire form enveloped in metal. Everyone, get down! With his thunderous command, 2 resounding explosions followed, the grenades detonating beneath him. Fortunately, his subordinates had already taken cover, and his own body absorbing much of the shockwave mitigated the devastation. Otherwise, they would surely have faced annihilation. Fury ignited in He Long's eyes as he disregarded the internal injuries wrought by the explosion, charging through the wall before him. Come out, you coward! I will end you. He bellowed into the street, but all he beheld was a fleeting shadow disappearing into the distance. Bastard! This is utterly intolerable. After enduring such prolonged combat, he had discerned the enemy's tactics, eye in the distance. 2 or 3 submachine guns unleashed a barrage upon his position, suppressing most of his warriors, rendering them unable to lift their heads. They had attempted to retaliate, but the moment they fired, they became targets. Met with a hail of grenades in return, He Long organized a search for the source of the grenades, but the adversaries fled with remarkable speed, evading capture. These two fiends buzzed around them like relentless mosquitoes, inflicting severe casualties, yet they remained powerless to retaliate. If this continued, only two outcomes awaited them. Either the enemy would exhaust their ammunition, or his men would be entirely wiped out. He Long had traversed numerous battlegrounds and had never encountered such unscrupulous tactics. At that moment, a soldier responsible for procuring medical supplies rushed over, clutching a large barrel of healing potion, exclaiming, "Captain, Captain! The medicine has arrived. Quick, let the brothers regain their strength." The announcement brought a wave of relief to the men. This was the best news they had received in ages. They were well aware that the healing potion concocted by Lin Xuezha was derived from materials sourced from the monsters of the apocalypse, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary medicines from before. A single injection could halt pain and bleeding instantly, even visibly accelerating the healing process of wounds. Typically, a bullet wound would heal completely in 3 days. The arrival of this large barrel of medicine was undoubtedly a morale booster for the team. The soldier extracted a syringe and handed it to He Long, who shook his head and replied, "Administer it to the others first. I am not severely injured." His unique ability allowed him to envelop his body in a layer of metallic skin, rendering him largely impervious to conventional bullets and explosives. Although the earlier explosions had jolted his internal organs, he could withstand it. His comrades, moved by He Long's selflessness, quickly drew their syringes and injected the healing potion into their own bodies. As the medicine coursed through their veins, expressions of relief spread across their faces. What a relief! Thank goodness for the medicine. Otherwise, I shudder to think how long my injuries might take to heal. Damn it, I must bandage my wounds and charge out there to capture that wretched woman tossing grenades. I will show her no mercy. They were consumed with rage, determined not to let her escape unscathed. Everyone awaited the effects of the medicine, cursing and plotting their counterattack. Once all had injected themselves, He Long prepared to take a syringe for himself when a sudden scream echoed through the camp. "Ah! It hurts! I feel like I'm dying." It was the very soldier who had been the first to receive the healing potion. He Long was taken aback and rushed over to embrace his comrade, only to discover that the man's body temperature soared to an alarming 50 degrees, steam rising from him due to the fever. This temperature far exceeded any human's capacity to endure. "What is happening? How could you be burning like this? Do you have any other symptoms?" He Long shouted in desperation, but his comrade could only wail in agony, unable to articulate coherent thoughts. Before he could examine further, several others began to scream in unison. "Ah, what is happening? I feel as though I'm dying. Help me, Captain. I don't want to die. I want to go home." In mere moments, all the warriors around He Long writhed on the ground in torment. He frantically inspected them, discovering they all exhibited the same symptoms: excruciating pain and relentless fever. Just as he was at a loss, one soldier suddenly lunged at him, clinging to his neck and biting down hard. He Long reacted swiftly, summoning his metallic skin. The bite failed to inflict any harm, shattering the assailant's teeth instead. Yet, undeterred by his toothlessness, the man continued to gnaw at He Long's flesh. The previously howling comrades now fell silent, their cries replaced by anguished growls. Their eyes glazed, they lunged at He Long, ferociously biting him. Relentless in their assault despite its futility, it dawned on He Long. They had all transformed into zombies. When had they contracted the zombie virus? Hadn't he already withdrawn from the undead territory? He smashed the heads of several of his former brothers with his fists, only to spot a considerable stash of healing potions nearby. A chilling realization struck him. The healing potions had been tainted with the zombie virus. Terror gripped his heart as he recognized how close he had come to injecting himself moments earlier. His once familiar comrades had all succumbed to the undead. He Long's state approached madness as he unleashed his fury, reducing dozens of his former brothers to mere pulp. Breathing heavily, he turned his gaze toward Lin Xuezha's laboratory. Growling in a low voice, "Lin Xuezha, you wish to betray me. I will see you dead." He charged into the lab like a deranged bull, only to find it utterly deserted, important research equipment already taken. "So, you are in league with those outside. You shall pay dearly for this." At that moment, 2 more grenades were hurled into the lab. He Long could no longer contain himself. The remnants of his sanity were incinerated by rage, transforming him into a human tank as he barreled through the wall and into the street, just in time to glimpse the shadowy figure of the one who had cast the grenades. "You wretched lunatic! Stop right there! I will kill you!" he roared, chasing after the figure. The woman moved swiftly, quickly gaining distance between them. Yet, at that moment, He Long cared not whether he could catch her. His mind was consumed with one singular thought: he must kill her. Even as she dashed back toward the realm of the undead, he pursued relentlessly, seizing stones and bricks along the way to hurl at her. Fortunately, having evolved into a second-tier zombie, her speed far eclipsed his. To her, his attempts were akin to slow motion, posing no threat whatsoever. Fury burned within He Long. "Run all you want. I will see how long you can keep this up. You can't possibly outrun your exhaustion. I will catch you, and I will kill you." Their enmity had escalated to a point of no return. He Long reflected on the professional team he had painstakingly assembled, now brought to ruin by a mere woman and a worthless researcher. This hatred was truly unforgivable. Observing the situation here through a shared perspective, Chunamo chuckled softly and shook his head, inwardly lamenting. "If you had simply vacated the premises, I would have had no inclination to engage with you. Yet you chose to rush in thus. I can only say that you are forsaking the path to paradise and recklessly wandering into hell." Chapter 25. Complete capture upon fully entering the realm of the zombie spawn. He Long encountered even greater troubles. The Phantom raced ahead, unimpeded, while with every 2 steps he took, zombies lunged desperately at him from the roadside. These soulless creatures, devoid of intellect and brimming with ferocity, were met with He Long's fists, which dispatched them with ease. However, he could not quell their relentless assault. The incessant harassment from these zombies only fueled the flames of his anger. "Damn it! Why are you all trying to bite me? Go after her instead. Are you blind? I see that woman ahead infinitely more delectable than this iron lump of flesh." No matter how vehemently he cursed at the zombies, they steadfastly ignored the Phantom, fixating solely on him. He Long felt as though even the heavens were conspiring against him today. The most infuriating part was that the Phantom moved with astonishing speed. She could easily have left him behind, yet she maintained a leisurely pace, keeping him trailing behind. At times, when he was obstructed by zombies, she would halt, turn, and flash him a middle finger. "Very well. I will kill you. I will eradicate you and your entire lineage." In his lifetime, He Long had never experienced such indignation. The sheer rage had driven him to the brink of insanity. Yet, he could not grasp the Phantom, and could only continue to pummel the surrounding zombies, venting his pent-up fury in a short span. A sea of undead corpses surrounded him. Just as fatigue began to set in, a shadow darted past. The Phantom had somehow maneuvered behind him. Her dagger raised high, poised to strike. However, the tip of the dagger merely grazed his skin before being firmly lodged against his steel-like exterior. Seizing the moment, He Long swiftly turned, grasping the Phantom's wrist. A sinister grin spreading across his face. "You finally couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha. You thought I had lost my wits and was utterly exhausted. That this was your prime opportunity, right? But what does speed matter when your attack lacks potency? Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. I can afford countless mistakes, yet you can only afford one with that." He Long raised his fist high, ready to reduce the architect of all his troubles to a mere pulp. Yet at that very instant, a pair of hands suddenly clasped around his ankles. Startled, He Long looked down to find a golden-haired zombie sprawled beneath him. Frowning, he prepared to crush this zombie with a kick, but in an instant, the creature's hands crackled with blinding electricity. ZZZZ.2 terrifying currents surged through his legs and into his body. Iron conducts electricity. He Long, merely a level 1 practitioner, could only transform the surface of his body into steel. His internal organs remained vulnerable. The overwhelming current plunged him into excruciating agony. He shrieked in torment, his hair singed black. The Phantom seized the opportunity to break free. Fortunately, Binlei could control the electric flow, deliberately diverting it away from her body. Otherwise, her fate would have been no better than He Long's. Under the maximum power of the electric current, even a man as robust as He Long could not withstand it. Within 2 minutes, he collapsed to the ground, eyes glazed over, completely losing consciousness. At that moment, Bin Lei finally rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Not far away, De Zhuang approached, burdened with 2 or 3 submachine guns. Without a word, he hoisted He Long onto his shoulder. After all, his physical strength was formidable, naturally suited for labor, and given that his prowess was the weakest among the zombie protectors, he could only engage in menial tasks to assert his presence. Before long, He Long awoke in Qian Mo's living room. His first instinct was to struggle. However, 2 stout iron chains had him ensnared, and even with his ability to transform into a steel body, escape was futile. Furthermore, after the previous battle, his strength had been depleted, and his organs had endured electric shock damage. Even without the chains, he would not have been able to muster much combat capability. "Who are you? Where am I?" he bellowed in fury. A sigh emanated from beside him. "Oh, Captain, perhaps you should refrain from shouting. Save your strength to prevent further suffering." Turning to look, he was astonished to see Lin Xuezhe, who had vanished from their temporary encampment. Currently, Lin Xuezhe sat atop a suitcase. A bitter expression etched across his face. Upon seeing him, He Long resembled an enraged lion, roaring, "It's you, you traitor! You injected the zombie virus into the healing potion, causing the death of my soldiers. You bastard, once I am free, you will be the first to die." Lin Xuezhe, confronted with He Long's overwhelming murderous intent, felt little fear, for he was acutely aware of who held dominion in this domain. As expected, the next moment, Bin Lei once again pressed both hands upon He Long's shoulders, and 2 powerful currents surged into his body, prompting He Long to cry out in agony. "Ah, stop shocking me, you bastard!" This time, Bin Lei noticeably tempered his force, not prolonging the electrical assault, and soon ceased. He Long hung his head, panting heavily, and only then did he fully assess his surroundings. He observed a young man seated on the sofa, casually drinking cola while watching television. Behind him stood 4 subordinates clad in combat gear. He recognized one of the women as the lunatic who had thrown grenades during his earlier mission, while the golden-haired figure was the despicable individual who had concealed himself among the corpses to shock him. The other, a burly stranger. But what astonished him most was the last individual, a seemingly ordinary fellow. He Long recognized that face distinctly. It was the very zombie experimental subject they had captured. A terrifying realization struck him. He finally understood why the golden-haired zombie had lain among the undead without being attacked, and why the phantom could traverse the zombie realm without incident. Could it be that all 4 of these individuals were zombies? As he observed the 4 figures in combat gear standing motionless like wooden mannequins, his suspicion intensified. In that fleeting moment, He Long's mind raced with thoughts. He turned to Lin Xuezhe, his gaze filled with hatred. "It was indeed you. You conspired with outsiders from the outset to orchestrate all of this. You proposed capturing a zombie experimental subject to lure the enemy inward, did you not? Well done, Professor Lin. Your machinations are impressive. You are indeed a ruthless individual. Since you have been with me, I believed I had treated you well. How could you stoop to such despicable acts?" Lin Xuezhe said nothing. It was futile to argue now, as his very life was entirely in the hands of others. Just as Chen Mo finished an episode of the television series, he stretched, placing his cola on the table. He then leisurely turned to regard Lin Xuezhe and He Long. He set Lin Xuezhe aside and approached He Long, pinching his robust frame with a look of astonishment. "Transforming your body into metal, how impressive! I truly admire your ability." He Long inhaled deeply, forcing down the anger and hatred that surged within him. He was no fool and understood that he was now a captive. He spoke. "You wish to recruit me, I presume? Dream on with that." He defiantly turned his head away. He Long was acutely aware that if he bowed down now, it would render him exceedingly cheap and would lead his captors to perceive him as a coward. Even though he had resolved to surrender for the sake of survival, he still needed to maintain the facade of a tough man. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Mo paid him no mind, laughing heartily as he patted He Long on the shoulder. "Rest assured, you will soon become my subordinate, just like them." He Long's pupils dilated, his entire being trembling. You plan to turn me into a zombie? Ah, knowing that shouldn't be spoken aloud, it diminishes my sense of achievement. Do I appear that obvious?" Gazing at the young man's somewhat deranged smile, He Long felt a shiver run down his spine. He would rather die than become a mindless zombie. Beside him, Lin Xuezhe was equally alarmed. dropping to his knees with a fawning smile. "Big brother, I don't want to become a zombie. My greatest asset is the knowledge in my mind. Turning me into a zombie would be a waste. Rest assured, even if you don't transform me, I will be far more obedient than any zombie." Chapter 26. I am naturally a dog. Chunimo turned to face him with keen interest. "Is that true? You wouldn't dare to be duplicitous, would you?" Lin Shuejia's legs quivered in fear. If he were facing a normal practitioner, he would have no cause for concern. With the knowledge in his mind, he could manage to navigate through life comfortably. But faced with a zombie squad, he feared for his very life. Knowing he could easily be torn to shreds, he hurriedly bowed his head, striving to prove his loyalty. "You must believe me. I speak only the absolute truth. I am inherently obedient and have never rebelled. If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate my canine mimicry. I assure you, it will be indistinguishable by nature. I am akin to a dog." Woof, woof, woof. As Lin Shuejia imitated the barking, he also wiggled his rear as if he were a genuine dog. Observing that Chen Mo had yet to express his stance, he even mustered the audacity to crawl to Chen Mo's feet, extending his tongue to lick the dust off the back of Chen Mo's shoes. Chen Mo burst into hearty laughter, gently patting his head. "Indeed, you are a good dog. However, your claim of inherent loyalty is one I find difficult to believe. If you were truly loyal, why exploit the berserk serum derived from my zombie research without informing your esteemed companions? Perhaps, had they obtained the serum, they might have triumphed over my zombie squad." He Long, shackled by chains, heard this and was immediately filled with rage, his teeth grinding. "Bastard! Lin Shuejia, is what he said true? You treacherous cur. I have provided you with ample food and drink, and yet you hoard the fruits of our research. If the berserk serum were to be secured, my brothers would not have perished. You are the cause of their demise." In truth, Chen Mo had not lied. Should Lin Shuejia genuinely have created the berserk serum and distributed it among He Long's team of professionals, their combat prowess would undoubtedly have surged 2- or 3-fold. Especially for He Long, with his iron frame, immense strength, indifference to injury, and boundless stamina, the outcome of any confrontation would be far from certain. Upon hearing He Long's accusation, a flicker of guilt crossed Lin Shuejia's face, but it was swiftly cast aside as he disdainfully retorted. "You think I should hand over my research to you? Take a look in the mirror and see if you are worthy. You provide me with mere milk and bread, and I cannot even afford a piece of meat, yet you expect me to lay bare my heart for you? Am I a fool? Only the esteemed individual before me is worthy of wielding such a precious serum." Turning back, Lin Shuejia instantly donned a sycophantic smile and addressed Chen Mo. "Brother, let me tell you, not only have I produced the berserk serum, but I have also privately upgraded the healing serum. Moreover, I harbor numerous grand ideas in my mind. If you take me in, I can provide you with an endless stream of value." He Long, seething with rage behind them, shouted, "Bastard! You beast! May you meet a wretched fate." Yet Chen Mo merely patted Lin Shuejia's head. "Excellent. You seem to possess a certain awareness, which I find quite admirable in a young man like yourself. I shall prepare a laboratory for you, a dedicated space for the production of various precious serums. I will also find a way to procure the necessary materials. However, I must assign you a small assistant, this zombie friend here. After all, you two are old acquaintances. Working together will be less taxing." With that, Chen Mo casually pushed the baiting zombie toward Lin Shuejia. Lin Shuejia nearly burst into tears. Ostensibly an assistant, in reality, it was a supervisor. Should he falter in his tasks, this zombie might very well crush his throat within moments. An utterly terrifying prospect. At that moment, Lin Shuejia's rebellious thoughts vanished entirely, replaced by a singular focus on diligently serving Chen Mo. Hoping to extend his days, Chen Mo intended to turn He Long into a zombie, transforming him into one of his subordinates. But as it was not yet midnight, he could only set him aside for now. The immediate priority was to select an appropriate laboratory for Lin Shuejia. A problem swiftly emerged. There simply were not enough rooms. The existing spaces were either occupied by Chen Mo himself or already cluttered with various supplies, leaving no room to spare. After some contemplation, Chen Mo resolved to seize 2 more rooms. The floor comprised 6 units, and he vaguely recalled that when he moved in, several units across the hall were vacant. He wondered if they were still unoccupied. Resolutely, he decided to take them all, transforming this floor into his private domain. With this in mind, Chinamo sprang into action. He left Binlei in the room to oversee Hilong and Lin Shueja while he, accompanied by Mei Ying and Da Zhuang, made his way to the corridor to begin knocking on doors. The first door he knocked on yielded no response, but Chun Mo's keen hearing detected the presence of someone inside. Raising his voice, he called out, "Those within, come out quickly. I mean you no harm. However, I must requisition your dwelling. If you open the door now, I can offer you a box of instant noodles as compensation." Inside, a faint murmur of discussion ensued. Chinamo leaned closer to the door crack, eavesdropping, and discerned that it was a couple. The woman said, "Yong, he says he will give us a box of instant noodles if we vacate the apartment for him. I think this deal is quite reasonable. We haven't eaten in 2 days. If we don't get something soon, we might starve." The man, voice laden with anger, replied, "On what grounds? A box of instant noodles is worth but a few dozen yuan, while my apartment is worth millions. This exchange is far too lopsided. Moreover, he has come to us, which indicates desperation. We should seize the opportunity to negotiate." The woman hesitated. "That seems rather unwise. Did you not see what was said in the group? That fellow across the hall is not to be trifled with. He has stockpiled considerable resources and has hired several bodyguards. If we provoke him, it will not bode well for us." The man spat on the floor. "Pa? He merely got lucky, hiring a few bodyguards just before the apocalypse, and somehow managed to figure out a way to prevent zombies from attacking them. It's all just luck. If I had the same fortune, I would be 100 times stronger than him. Why are you defending him, you wretched woman? Are you perhaps harboring feelings for him?" The woman's voice turned sharp. "You lie. After all these years. Do you not understand my heart?" The man, smug, replied, "Now that's more like it. That bastard Chinamo is clearly a scoundrel. The group has already exposed him, and it is rumored he even has designs on his own sister. If I can swindle him, it would be a service to justice." Having concluded their discussion, the man raised his voice to Chinamo. "Don't try to fool me. A box of instant noodles to trade for my apartment? You must be dreaming. The price is simply unacceptable. At the very least, I require 20 boxes of instant noodles, 20 boxes of milk, and 20 boxes of bread. And I want 2 of your bodyguards for my protection. Only then will I consider relinquishing my apartment. Otherwise, there is no chance." Chinamo could barely contain his laughter, turning to Da Zhuang and saying, "Look at this, in this day and age, there are still those who dare to haggle with me. I wonder if I am too lenient or if they are merely rebellious." Da Zhuang lacked the capacity to respond, yet Chinamo found delight in conversing with his zombie bodyguards, for they remained utterly loyal. Allowing him to speak freely in their presence, he continued knocking on the door. "I offer you one last opportunity. If you do not accept my terms now, I will have to acquire the property at market price." The man inside continued to shout, "Stop trying to intimidate me. According to market value, my apartment is worth millions. What you offer is hardly worth anything. I've piled all the furniture against the door. If you do not agree, do not expect to enter." Left with no other option, Chinamo stepped back 2 paces and exchanged a glance with Da Zhuang. The man inside, noticing the prolonged silence, cautiously leaned against the door, trying to glean what was being said outside. In the next moment, a powerful fist shattered the door, obliterating his head in the process. The woman behind him was instantly horrified, letting out a shrill scream. "Murder, murder!" Da Zhuang slowly retracted his fist, while Chinamo, peering through the hole, playfully placed a finger to his lips. "Sure, don't scream. You'll attract the zombies if that happens. I won't be able to assist you. Be good now." Chapter 27. What is market price? Upon hearing the word zombie, the woman immediately clamped her mouth shut, fearful of making another sound. As she gazed upon her partner's decapitated body, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Although they had not ventured outside for days, they had witnessed the horrific scenes unfolding in their community through the window. Those who had ventured out had invariably become fodder for the zombies. When watching horror films, many believed that zombies were utterly useless, easily dispatched with a blow to the head. However, when the zombies from those films invaded the real world, they grasped the true terror these creatures embodied. Those infected with the zombie virus unleashed all their latent potential, and even a single zombie was a formidable powerhouse, tireless and impervious to pain. A veritable killing machine. Merely catching a glimpse would leave one weak at the knees, let alone engaging them in battle. After Da Zhuang had dealt the fatal blow to the man, he continued his assault. delivering several more punches that completely dismantled the door. Chunimo, alongside his two zombie bodyguards, strode boldly into the room. He surveyed the interior, noting its stark contrast to his own dwelling. This apartment adhered to a minimalist aesthetic, appearing clean and fresh, devoid of unnecessary furniture. Perfect. It could serve as an ideal laboratory. The professional teams would engage in battles across various monster-infested areas, gathering materials and trading amongst themselves. Chunimo had no intention of running all over. This zombie domain was his best kingdom. To acquire other precious materials, the most effective strategy was through trade. Lin Shueza continuously produces various precious potions here, akin to generating a steady stream of income for himself. If he could manage to recruit a few more researchers in the future, he would indeed be reaping profits effortlessly. Indeed, I am quite satisfied with this house. I shall purchase it. At this moment, the woman in the corner finally regained her senses, casting aside her boyfriend's demise, and gazed at Chunimo with pitiable eyes. She even deliberately tugged at her shoulder strap. Brother, what you mentioned earlier about giving me a box of instant noodles, does that still hold true? Chunimo glanced at the woman and couldn't help but acknowledge her charm. Clad in a light nightgown, the subtle outlines of her figure were enticing. However, he felt no interest whatsoever. Having endured betrayal before, he was acutely aware that, in this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying aspect would always be the human heart. Countless heroes had met their demise at the hands of women. He scoffed disdainfully. I did mention that if you don't open the door, I can only purchase according to market prices. Hence, a box of instant noodles is naturally out of the question. The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. How can that be? A box of instant noodles costs merely a few dozen yuan, while this entire house is worth over 1 million. Chunimo scratched his ear. It seems I must enlighten you about the current market situation. He pulled out a pack of instant noodles and snapped a photo to share in the group. I am now auctioning off food supplies. How much would you offer for this pack of instant noodles? Highest bidder wins. Just a friendly reminder, I am only selling this one pack. The long-dormant homeowners group erupted into chaos. Oh my, finally some food. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'll offer 100 yuan for that pack of noodles. You must be joking. 100 yuan for instant noodles? Get real and go wash your face before bed. I'll bid 1,000 straight away. I've got plenty of cash. That pack of instant noodles is mine. Damn it, I'm all in. To have the chance to enjoy a steaming bowl of instant noodles before I die. ILL bid 2 million. Chunimo, I don't have much cash on hand, but I possess 2 properties. I can present the property deeds to you, totaling 5 million. Just let me have a decent meal, and I am willing to give you everything I have. Amidst the frenzy of the homeowners, the price of that pack of instant noodles skyrocketed to millions in the blink of an eye. The woman stared at the messages in the group, utterly stunned. She could never have imagined the current market conditions were like this. However, this was understandable. In this apocalypse, money had become an external concern. Many residents hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days, teetering on the brink of starvation. At this critical moment, instant noodles had become a lavish feast. Chunimo turned to the woman with a smile. Do you understand now? This pack of instant noodles could easily purchase you 2 properties. According to market value, I can only offer you half. After saying this, he tore open the instant noodles, forcefully broke half of the noodle block, and tossed it out the window, handing the remaining half pack to the woman. The market price is fair. Take your instant noodles and leave. The woman nearly burst into tears, realizing that a house worth millions could only be exchanged for half a pack of instant noodles. But it had previously been able to trade for an entire box. She knelt on the ground, pleading, Brother, I beg you, have mercy. You have so much food. If you could spare me just 2 more packs, no? Just 1 more pack, please. As long as you let me eat my fill, I would do anything. My skills in that area are quite impressive. However, Chunimo did not grant her the opportunity to haggle. The imposing De Zhuang seized the woman by the neck, lifting her as if she were a chick, and unceremoniously kicked her down the stairs. Chunimo then sent a message to the group. From today onward, the top floor and rooftop are my private domain. No one is to approach. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. By the way, the highest bidder can come up and collect the instant noodles. I keep my word. Although many in the group were dissatisfied, they erupted in curses. You despicable fiend, hoarding everything for yourself. You think you're so formidable with a few bodyguards, huh? We are not afraid of you. On what grounds do you claim an entire floor? You think you can prevent us from approaching? I paid for the shared space when I purchased my property. If you want to claim an entire floor along with the rooftop, you must compensate us. At least a box of instant noodles or a box of bread for each household. Indeed, otherwise, you have no right to it. We will not agree. Chunimo couldn't be bothered to respond, casually tossing his phone aside. The notification had been sent. If they were foolish enough to insist on coming up, they would soon learn what true terror was. After settling these matters, Chunimo returned to his room and prepared a sumptuous meal for his zombie bodyguards. After enjoying his meal, he settled down to watch a movie, patiently awaiting midnight. Meanwhile, he dispatched his zombie bodyguards to scavenge the battlefield. Although He Long's team had been decimated, their temporary base still held valuable resources that needed retrieving. Once midnight struck, he would be able to recruit 5 more zombie bodyguards. Adding to the existing 4, totaling 9, his wealth would increase significantly. Chunimo entertained an intriguing notion: to utilize zombies to form a professional team, sending them to gather materials from other monster-slaying domains, or to trade resources with other professional teams. Was this not akin to a free-range game? Soon, he could lounge at home while treasures from the apocalypse flowed in continuously. Now that was what one called effortless profit. Tramp branches, dwarf armor, elven springs of immortality, dragon blood, angel wings, all were invaluable treasures. Just envisioning his zombie army clad in exquisite dwarf armor, infused with dragon blood, and adorned with angel wings was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Chapter 28. Ability Fusion. Creating a garden. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midnight. Chunimo switched off the television, sprang to his feet, and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, picking up binoculars to begin selecting candidates for today's bodyguard recruitment. However, he was somewhat disappointed. After searching for half an hour, he had yet to find a suitable target. The zombies that had appeared today seemed mostly ordinary, but their numbers had significantly increased. This was likely due to He Long's team having eliminated quite a few, prompting the monster-slaying domain to replenish their ranks. Chunimo could only randomly choose 4 relatively intact and robust zombie bodyguards from within the community. At this moment, De Zhuang had dragged He Long back out from the warehouse. He Long's eyes were filled with a hint of desperation. He no longer possessed the bravado from before and pleaded with Chunimo in a desperate tone. "Brother, I submit. I truly submit. Please give me a chance. I am willing to work for you. The value I can provide is far greater than that scoundrel Lin Shueza." However, Chunimo merely shook his head. "Forget it. I preferred your previously defiant demeanor." Following this, De Zhuang, standing beside He Long, received the order to open He Long's mouth with one hand while squeezing out a drop of somewhat congealed blood from between his fingers with the other. He Long's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he thrashed in vain to prevent that drop of blood from trickling down his throat. After completing this task, De Zhuang casually tossed He Long aside, leaving him sprawled on the ground. He Long howled in a fit of rage. "You lunatic! You truly intend to turn me into a zombie. I swear, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Even if I become a zombie, I will come for you." Chunimo shrugged nonchalantly. "You were already treated like a dog while alive. Do you think you'll fare any better when dead? Surely you don't believe you can become a vengeful spirit, do you?" Before long, He Long experienced the torment his former companions had endured. He felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him, and even his bones ached unbearably, soon followed by a raging fever. In less than 2 minutes, he transformed into a zombie that could only howl in agony. Chunimo promptly assigned the last recruitment slot to him. He Long instantly became obedient, standing there like a well-behaved doll. Beside him, the burly De Zhuang, seeing that the threat had dissipated, took it upon himself to remove the iron chains that bound Chunimo. From that moment forth, Chunimo's legion of zombies gained another formidable warrior. The 4 newly recruited zombies from downstairs soon arrived at Chunimo's abode to report for duty, bringing his total number of zombies to 9. As he reclined on the sofa, he began to ponder. Should he continue to upgrade now? He found himself faced with numerous options. He could choose to sacrifice, elevating himself to level 2, as he had 4 surplus ordinary zombies at his disposal, or he could focus on enhancing the strength of his existing zombies. It appeared that either choice would be advantageous. However, the Phantom was already at level 2, and to upgrade further, he would require 8 ordinary zombies or 2 level 2 zombies, a cost he could not currently afford. Moreover, he now possessed 4 zombies with special abilities, rendering the ordinary ones insufficient as materials for upgrades. What should he prioritize? Lost in thought, a fascinating idea suddenly struck him. If he were to merge two zombies with special abilities, would he not obtain a stronger entity? His gaze immediately fixated on Dezhuang, and He Long one possessed the talent of formidable strength, while the other boasted the gift of iron skin. If they could be fused, the result would undoubtedly yield a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. To test this grand hypothesis, he resolutely decided to designate Dezhuang as the primary subject for this fusion. With He Long and the two ordinary zombies serving as materials, the fusion commenced. In the next instant, He Long and the two ordinary zombies transformed into a crimson energy, enveloping Dezhuang. Under the nurturing embrace of this immense energy, Dezhuang transcended the first level of zombies, embarking on the path to becoming a level 2 zombie. After approximately 10 minutes, the crimson energy was entirely absorbed by Dezhuang, and his form re-emerged before Chinmo. Although his outward appearance showed little change, an aura of terror akin to that of the phantom radiated from him. A second level 2 zombie had come into being. Chinmo squinted, sensing Dezhuang's newfound capabilities, and a flicker of delight ignited in his eyes. Indeed, the abilities that belonged to Dezhuang and those of He Long had fused seamlessly. Now, Dezhuang possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary zombies, and his body had hardened to the toughness of steel. He had effectively transformed into a humanoid tank. Perfect, utterly perfect. You are truly my most outstanding creation to date. Chenemo reached out and patted Dezhuang on the shoulder. To his astonishment, Dezhuang slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Chenemo was taken aback. Can you understand what I am saying? Yet at that moment, Dezhuang fell silent again. Chenemo probed further, confirming that Dezhuang remained the mindless zombie he had always been. Shaking his head in disbelief, I must be imagining things. Nevertheless, I genuinely hope that you could exhibit a modicum of intelligence. At this moment, Chinmo was filled with exhilaration. The fact that these zombies' special abilities could merge indicated that the elite zombies he would cultivate in the future would undoubtedly possess diverse combat styles. Devoid of glaring weaknesses, he could manually forge one zombie warrior after another. Coupled with the extraordinary materials from the apocalyptic world, he could scarcely fathom the strength of his zombie bodyguards. This ability is simply otherworldly. However, another thought soon crossed Chinmo's mind. While merging two zombies with special abilities could grant one the dual capabilities, if these abilities did not complement each other, it would only lead to wastage. For instance, Dezhuang was now evolving into a frontline tank, with immense strength and a steel-like body capable of achieving a synergistic effect. But if He Long's iron skin were bestowed upon the Phantom, it would be rather redundant. After all, the Phantom's strength lay in speed, rendering additional power and defense unnecessary. The iron skin would hinder her speed, becoming a liability instead. It appears that careful consideration of ability pairings is essential moving forward. They cannot be haphazardly combined. Presently, Chinmo possessed three powerful zombies with unique talents, the level 2 Phantom and Dezhuang, alongside the level 1 Bin Lei.as for ordinary zombies. Only three remained, one assigned to oversee Lin Shueza. While the other two handled menial tasks, he certainly needed more hands. Chinmo resolved that tomorrow, after once again contracting zombie bodyguards, he would prioritize upgrading himself to gain access to more zombies. Otherwise, the subsequent materials would fall short. He continued to instruct the remaining zombies to venture out and transport supplies. During his recent excursion through the streets, he had spotted numerous valuable items, coffee machines, bread makers, and more, all of which must be retrieved, for he intended to lead a refined life even in solitude. The Phantom remained by his side as a bodyguard while he indulged in a deep slumber. To enjoy such a leisurely existence amidst the apocalypse was indeed a blessing. He slept soundly until the sun began to rise. Stretching lazily, Chinmo ascended the staircase to the rooftop. Upon arrival, he discovered that the roots of the trance he had planted the day before had begun to sprout tender buds, and it would not be long before they grew into towering trees. Bearing fruit as for the need for corpses as fertilizer, the realm of zombies was hardly lacking in such resources. Excellent, this garden of mine is beginning to take shape. Yet, merely having trees would be too monotonous. He needed to create a sky garden, ideally with a pavilion at its center. At this moment, Chinmo transformed into an architectural designer, embarking on plans for the rooftop terrace. Simultaneously, he commanded the remaining zombies to descend and gather building materials. Naturally, the actions of these zombies did not escape the notice of the neighborhood residents. The owners within the building were utterly incensed. This damned Chinamo, how greedy can he be? Having cleared out the food supply, he is now even seizing the building materials from outside. Is he intent on driving us to our graves? Indeed, with such a haul, can his home even accommodate it? It could, of course. The entire floor and rooftop were now his domain. If he couldn't fit it all, he might very well continue to expand his territory to the 32nd floor. How infuriating! Does he truly believe himself to be the emperor of this apocalypse? Chapter 29. Do nobles and commoners not share the same blood? Unable to contain themselves any longer, several individuals began tagging Chen Imo, sending him messages. Chen Imo, do not overstep your bounds. We are all neighbors, and we will need to coexist after this disaster passes. If you push things too far, there will be consequences for you as well. Indeed, I see that you have stripped the area of food. Can one person consume it all? Eventually, it will spoil. You would do better to share it with everyone, and they will remember your kindness. Others adopted a more subservient tone. Chunimo, do you need someone to warm your bed? I excel at that. I used to work as a security guard. I can transition into your bodyguard. Give me a chance, and I'll send you my resume immediately. Chunmo, please respond. What are you busy with? His phone buzzed incessantly. Growing impatient, Chunimo opened the messages, reading the group's comments with clarity, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Offering surplus food to dogs would at least allow the dogs to recognize their master and wag their tails in gratitude. However, giving it to these people would be tantamount to giving it to the dogs. Once the disaster is over, they would surely turn against him. Chunimo had no intentions of showing mercy. He took out his phone, recorded a video of himself, and posted it in the group. Upon seeing the video, the members of the group instantly grew excited and opened it in the video. Chunimo was seated on the rooftop terrace, basking in the sun. Surrounding him were the saplings he had nurtured, while a fire blazed before him. 2 bodyguards sat on either side, each holding skewers of meat, oiling them over the flames. Even through the screen, the mouth-watering aroma of the barbecued skewers wafted through. Aside from the 2 zombie bodyguards grilling, several others were busy constructing a garden, with the outline of a pavilion already visible. The group was immediately incensed. You scoundrel! How extravagant can you be, barbecuing skewers? Even if you are grilling, to think you have the leisure to decorate a garden on the rooftop terrace. This is considered illegal construction and must be dismantled at once. Woe is me, please spare me a skewer to taste. I would be willing to offer anything in return. Indeed, Chinamo, do you need a wife? If so, I'll deliver one to you immediately, Chinamo. I must inform you that the supplies you have hoarded belong to everyone. You cannot hoard them all for yourself. You must share with us. Observing the grotesque faces of his neighbors, Chunamo felt a surge of irritation. He sent a voice message. Let me be frank with you, I feast daily on abalone and seafood, and I am growing weary of it. My home is piled high with food, and the spoiled vegetable scraps have been discarded downstairs as fertilizer. But if you expect me to share a morsel of food with you, I shall only offer you 2 words, get lost. Go take a look at yourselves. Do you really think you are worthy of asking me for food? All these supplies were recovered by me from the outside. If you have the means, go collect your own. If you lack the ability, then stay quietly in your homes and await your demise. If you truly provoke me, I might just send you off to the afterlife prematurely. After delivering his tirade, Chinamo tossed his phone aside, uninterested in further engagement, and accepted a skewer of grilled meat from the phantom, savoring it with delight. What utter nonsense about the apocalypse. This is clearly a paradise. Upon activating the voice chat, the members of the group were mercilessly berated, left utterly dumbfounded. You scoundrel, how dare you speak to us in such a manner? Surely, you do not believe this apocalypse will linger indefinitely? Let me assure you, once it passes, you shall face capital punishment. Go ahead, indulge yourself. May your gluttony be the death of you. Brother Chinamo, do you see the fury directed at you? I alone have refrained from cursing. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity, and mine for you are the most genuine. Why not accept my devotion, regardless of their taunts? Chin Imo remained indifferent. The very thought of their impotent rage, confined behind their screens, only made his meal taste sweeter. Unbeknownst to him, a clandestine group was forming, one that sought to exclude him. The architect of this assembly was named Shan Jingyu, and the group was aptly titled the Apocalypse Mutual Aid Group. What sort of group is this, and why have I been inexplicably drawn into it? In these dire times, are they truly forming a group? Perhaps to peddle their wares. The group leader spoke up, "If no one is willing to communicate, I shall take my leave." Shen Jingyu sent out a message. "I am Shen Jingyu, a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, and I trust many of you are familiar with me. The purpose of establishing this group is to foster unity and mutual assistance among us. I possess a method to ensure we all have enough to eat. Though I wonder if you possess the courage to act." Upon hearing this, the group's attention was immediately captured. Exclamations erupted. "Damn it, people are starving. What is there to fear?" This bright mind quickly conjures a solution. "Please, enlighten us on how we should proceed. As long as it ensures our bellies are full, you shall be the leader of this building." Listening to the flattery, Shen Jingyu's face blossomed with a smile. He promptly replied, "It is quite simple. All the food from our community and the surrounding shops has been hoarded on the rooftop, monopolized by Chen Mo. If we can overthrow him, we shall claim all the provisions. At least for a time, we shall not worry about hunger." This proclamation was met with derision from the group. "I expected something more ingenious. You think we haven't considered this? He is surrounded by elite bodyguards. Would you dare confront them? Indeed, we all know the food is there, but who amongst us would dare to retrieve it? He has declared that we are unworthy to set foot on the rooftop. Enough already. You are merely a jester seeking attention." Shen Jingyu, incensed by their mockery, shot back, "Do noble lords not possess courage? You are simply too cowardly. Yes, his bodyguards are elite, but are they not human? No matter how skilled. They fear the blade. Have you not heard? Let us arm ourselves with our kitchen knives and charge at him. With dozens of blades, not even a special forces operative could withstand our onslaught. Furthermore, we hold the advantage of surprise." After a moment of contemplation, the group found his reasoning compelling. Shen Jingyu stoked the flames further. "I must inform you, this opportunity is singular. Those willing to join me? Speak now. Once we seize the supplies, we shall reclaim the rooftop. Should you falter now, do not expect a share of the spoils later." His fervent speech deepened the tension within the group. Soon, one stepped forward. "Damn it. You are right. Do noble lords not possess courage? I refuse to bow to them. What can special forces do against us? I too shall join you. I have 2 cleavers at home, and I will bring them. I have no kitchen knives, but I shall wield a screwdriver." In a short span, Shen Jingyu rallied nearly 30 individuals, forming a formidable force. Each shared images of their weapons in the chat, their spirits soaring. Shen Jingyu beamed with satisfaction. "You are all commendable. As for those too timid to participate, remain at the back and observe. When we feast, do not harbor envy. Those willing to join me, gather at the entrance of the stairs on the 30th floor in 10 minutes." Shen Jingyu set down his phone, armed himself with a cleaver and a kitchen knife, and boldly ascended the stairs. At the 30th floor's corner, 30 individuals swiftly assembled, brandishing an array of knives, their faces alight with a savage intent. Though they were about to commit violence, there was no trace of fear in their eyes, only exhilaration. Shen Jingyu, brandishing his cleaver, stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Those of you who have come are true warriors. Our motto is simple. Do noble lords not possess courage? Chen Mo may reign supreme with a handful of bodyguards, but we, armed with our cleavers, can achieve the same. I shall lead the charge. Follow my gaze and do not falter." The crowd nodded in agreement. "No problem. We shall back you up. We will be right behind you. Curse you, Chen Mo. We shall sever your head and send a photograph to the group, asserting our dominance." "Ha! A splendid idea. Let us strip his skull and make it a trophy, then use it as a chamber pot. Let him revel in his feasts. We will roast him as well, before they even charged." Their minds were already painting vivid pictures of their triumphant victory. To them, Chen Mo and his bodyguards were mere jesters. Chapter 30. Iron Head Skill. Feast. A throng of individuals deliberately muted their footsteps as they stealthily ascended the stairs. They finally reached the 33rd floor, and just before proceeding, they spotted a bodyguard organizing supplies, conveniently facing away from them. Shen Jingyu's group felt a surge of excitement. Was this not the perfect moment for a stealth attack? He turned, placing a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Everyone understood immediately. Shen Jingyu crept forward, inching closer to the engrossed bodyguard, gripping his cleaver tightly. Upon reaching the bodyguard's rear, he raised the cleaver high and shouted, "Die!" The cleaver collided violently with the bodyguard's skull. A resounding clang echoed. Contrary to the anticipated spectacle of cleaving the bodyguard in two, Shan Jingyu's cleaver shattered instead, splintering into two pieces. He stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation before him. The bodyguard, sensing something amiss, touched the back of his head and turned, his expression cold and indifferent. The strike had only succeeded in severing a few strands of hair, inflicting no real damage. Shan Jingyu was paralyzed by fear, muttering to the others, "Have you ever heard of the legendary skill that can shatter a blade with one's head?" The others, unable to contain themselves, replied, "Is this the fabled iron head skill of yours?" The unexpected turn of events caught the attention of Chen Mo, who was leisurely barbecuing on the rooftop. He chuckled softly and swiftly issued a combat command to his bodyguard. In an instant, the burly bodyguard tightened his fists and delivered a devastating punch to Shan Jingyu's chest, sending him flying several meters down the staircase with a resounding crash. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the remaining group members erupted in shouts. "Kill him!" All drew their cleavers and kitchen knives, charging at the bodyguard. Though the burly figure sustained numerous cuts, each blade merely clanged against him, failing to pierce his skin. He plowed through the crowd like a human tank, delivering punishing blows that sent Shan Jingyu's followers sprawling. Each individual struck flew several meters, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. "A monster! This guy is a monster. Run for your lives! There's no point in fighting. Our blades cannot penetrate him." In less than a minute of confrontation, Shan Jingyu's contingent had lost over a dozen members, who writhed in agony, scrambling down the stairs in a desperate escape. However, Chen Mo was not one to let them off easily. Following orders, the bodyguard retrieved a grenade from his waist and tossed it down the stairs. A series of thunderous explosions echoed, followed by the anguished cries from below. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, savoring his barbecue, was thoroughly pleased with the bodyguard's performance. "The ironclad physique truly proves its worth. I wonder how many of you have perished. Do not all die off, otherwise there will be no fun left next time." Shan Jingyu, now accompanied by only 5 or 6 stragglers, stumbled down to the 30th floor, finally catching his breath. Turning to look at his remaining companions, he noted their pale faces, terror etched upon them. Just moments ago, they had been filled with fervor, but now fear gripped them. 2 of the more timid members were even weeping, their eyes swollen. It was evident that those who had not made it down were forever lost on the 33rd floor staircase. Even among the few survivors, each bore wounds that rendered them utterly devoid of combat capability. In the days to come, they would likely be confined to their dwellings, awaiting death. Shan Jingyu suffered a significant blow. Leaning against the wall, his face etched with terror as he uttered, "How can this be? That fellow couldn't even break the skin with a knife. They are not human at all, but monsters." He touched his chest, feeling a piercing pain as De Zhuang's punch had shattered 2 of his ribs. With each slight breath, the broken bone seemed to stab into his innards, causing him excruciating anguish. His companions nearby could no longer contain their complaints. "Didn't you claim your plan was foolproof? You said an ambush was virtually guaranteed. How do you explain this now? You scoundrel! Had I known it would come to this, I might as well have stayed home to starve." "Exactly, Shan Jingyu, and you dare call yourself a scholar? Nonsense! I should have realized that in this age, the most foolish and worthless thing is to be a scholar. Indeed, you have led us to ruin." The group collectively turned their ire upon Shan Jingyu. His face darkened as he retorted, "What are you all shouting about? A minor setback has you all quaking in fear. We are still alive, are we not? As long as we breathe, there is hope. Although many have perished, we have gleaned insight into the bodyguard's strengths. Next time, we shall surely fare better." Upon hearing his words, the others exchanged disdainful glances. "Next time? I can't even guarantee I'll return alive." "Forget it. If you want to go, do it alone. Yes, we certainly won't be joining you next time. But you promised that as long as we followed you, we would have an abundance of food. Despite the failure of this mission, you must bear full responsibility. If we cannot secure provisions, do not blame us for being ungracious." The group, once relatively amicable, now cast hateful glances at Shan Jingyu. If he could not present a solid plan today, it seemed likely they would turn against him, and his survival was far from assured. Shan Jingyu felt a twinge of fear himself. However, an idea suddenly flickered in his mind. "Enough of this. I have thought of a source for food. Come with me. With that, he dragged his injured body toward the upper floors. The others behind him gasped in disbelief. Are you insane? You plan to go up there? Do you truly think you can rely on luck to escape again? If you wish to die, we won't stop you. Shan Jingyu turned back, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Do not worry. This time we will not provoke the bodyguards. There is food on the staircase. Trust me and follow me. After speaking, he continued to stagger upward. Despite their doubts, the hunger in their bellies growled insistently, and their grievous wounds demanded sustenance. Without food, they would surely perish within 3 days. After a moment's hesitation, the remaining 5 or 6 resolutely followed in Shan Jingyu's wake. They moved slowly upward, finally arriving at the 32nd floor. Here, bodies lay strewn about. Anyone who had lagged behind was reduced to a corpse. Lying at the turns of the staircase, over 20 corpses, none intact as they beheld this grim scene. A collective gasp escaped their lips, thankful for their earlier swiftness. Otherwise, they too might have joined the ranks of the dead. Shan Jingyu halted his advance, and one of the men behind him, growing impatient, remarked, "Didn't you say there was food? Where is it? You better not deceive us repeatedly, or we are not to be trifled with." Shan Jingyu smirked, gesturing at the corpses before him. "I say this food? Fresh meat, no less, packed with nutrition. This." The 5 or 6 behind him felt their hair stand on end. These were the bodies of their neighbors. And to Shan Jingyu, they were mere provisions. He paid them no mind, rummaging through the pile of corpses until he found the most intact one, dragging it downward without a second thought, as he passed his companions. He warned, "You'd best hurry. Otherwise, the good meat will be gone before you get your share." Everyone snapped back to reality, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they gritted their teeth and joined the grim task of moving the bodies. The fierce battle had naturally drawn the attention of other residents within the building, who closely observed the unfolding chaos. Upon noticing Shan Jingyu and his group hauling away corpses, they quickly deduced their intentions. Those with a bit more courage rushed out to join the fray, eager to seize the corpses in no time. The remains of over 20 neighbors became a coveted prize, swiftly snatched up before long. The aroma of cooked meat wafted from every home, and it seemed many would go to bed with full stomachs, marking it as perhaps the happiest day since the apocalypse began, as the pressure of survival weighed heavily upon everyone. Their moral boundaries began to erode, and cannibalism, at this moment, no longer seemed a heinous act. Chapter 31. Brother, I miss you in Shan Jingyu's room. The 5 or 6 survivors who had just managed to escape dragged in several corpses and prepared a meal. A simple stew made in a pressure cooker. The aroma wafting enticingly. One of them, after slurping down several bowls of broth, lay back on the floor with a contented sigh. This is bliss. The sensation of eating meat is truly delightful. I had never tasted such meat before. I thought it might be poisonous, but it's not bad at all. What if it were poisonous? Dying from poison is still better than starving to death. Indeed, I find the flavor quite satisfactory. I would eat more if I could. Truly, a scholar is worthy of the title. Even such a method could be devised. Once their hunger was sated, their respect for Shan Jingyu grew, for it was he who had proposed this audacious plan. Had it not been for him, they would likely still be starving at home, awaiting their demise. With these corpses, they had secured at least a week or two's worth of sustenance. Shan Jingyu leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and pulled out a toothpick to clean his teeth, as he inhaled sharply. A sudden wave of pain surged through his chest. Damn it, if his wounds were not treated, he might suffer internal bleeding at any moment. He needed to think of a solution. With the hospital inaccessible, he could only find a way to procure medicine from the pharmacy. Yet, all the supplies had already been taken home by Chinamo. What to do? Shan Jingyu buried himself in thought. One of his subordinates, noticing his troubled demeanor, curiously asked, "What's the matter, scholar? You've just feasted on meat, yet wear a frown. Shouldn't you be happy?" Shan Jingyu sighed. "I wish I could be happy, but I simply cannot. Although we are not short on meat for the time being, what will we do once this supply runs out? Are we to survive solely on this? Will we not grow weary of meat?" His words caused the others to furrow their brows in concern. Indeed, after such a long fast, a bowl of stew was comforting, but if they were to eat meat daily, they would surely become nauseated. Moreover, what would happen once the bodies were consumed? What if their neighbors ran out of food? Before long, the fleeting joy turned to worry once more. Shan Jingyu glanced at the wounds on his companions and continued. We are all battered and bruised. If we do not tend to our injuries, infection could become a serious issue. Ultimately, we cannot avoid dealing with Chunimo. Everyone fell silent, fully aware that Chunimo had everything: food, medicine, and various supplies. However, to engage in a direct confrontation with Chunimo's bodyguards again was an insurmountable challenge. Out of 30-odd individuals, only 6 remained. Not only did they lack the courage to fight, but it was likely that the other residents of the building felt the same. Shan Jingyu turned to a bald man on his right and said, Li Tuozi, I recall you were involved in community shopping before the apocalypse. You should be able to contact the other residents in our building, correct? Li Tuozi raised his head. Indeed, I have the contact information for the residents of all 9 floors. Shan Jingyu pressed on. Are there any formidable individuals in our community who could contend with Chunimo? If we cannot face him, then let others do it. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tuozi clapped his hands suddenly. I just thought of someone. There's a crime lord living in our community, a significant figure in the underworld. I once delivered goods to his place and inadvertently saw him maintaining a handgun. It startled me at the time. I didn't dare to breathe a word, fearing retaliation. Oh, not long ago, I noticed they were messaging in the community group, claiming they had broken through to the outside and seized a police station. They likely have firearms now, more audacious than before the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Shan Jingyu's eyes lit up. Excellent. If our blades cannot deal with those bodyguards, surely guns can. I refuse to believe there exists anyone who is unafraid of firearms. You must contact him immediately and relay the information about Chunimo's vast resources to that crime lord. I want them to fight amongst themselves. Li Tuozi, excited by this plan, responded, What a brilliant idea. If that crime lord and Chunimo engage in a fierce battle that leaves both sides weakened, we can then take advantage of the situation. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. However, the roots of these tree people are truly remarkable. According to the research materials left by Lin Shueza, they can even defy the laws of physics to produce some bizarre results, such as pumpkins and wax gourds growing on trees. If one could obtain a breadfruit tree from Africa, it would be even more extraordinary. Chunimo resolved in his heart that, given the opportunity, he would acquire more roots of tree people in the future. In these past few days, not only have the roots of the tree people successfully flourished, but the construction work of the zombie building crew's courtyard has also been completed. On the rooftop, a moderately sized fish pond has been constructed, into which Chunimo tossed some small fish fry he captured from the supermarket, providing the prospect of fishing during leisure time. Besides the fish pond, there are ornamental flower beds and a gazebo, making this place resemble a quaint little park. Due to the limited space, the renovations could only extend this far. Chunimo felt an increasing urgency to construct a passageway to other buildings. If given the chance, he could even build an aerial platform based on all the high rises in the community, creating a kingdom in the sky. Now that would be truly exhilarating. He admired the perfect courtyard he had spent a week crafting, then shifted his gaze to the tightly organized ranks of the zombie bodyguard squad standing not far away. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, as the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. Today marks the glorious moment of your dedication. Let me see who among you shall be the first to upgrade. Chunimo's gaze wandered over all the zombies. Unfortunately, these zombies lacked any semblance of thought or expression, diminishing his experience as their leader. Ultimately, his focus landed on Mei Ying, as the only female zombie and the paragon of beauty within the team. As well as a founding member, it was only fitting that Mei Ying should be the first to elevate. Currently, Mei Ying was at level 2, and to advance, she required the essence of 8 ordinary zombies. However, Chunimo did not intend to use only ordinary zombies. After selecting 7 of them, he decided to include the special zombie that could create illusions nearby. Chunimo mused to himself, Mei Ying's specialty is speed. Once she advances to level 3, her speed will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. If she can generate several illusions while maintaining her speed, she will truly embody the essence of an illusionist assassin. Her power exponentially increased. Once he confirmed his decision, Chunimo issued the fusion command. In the next moment, the 8 zombies completely dissolved into a pool of crimson energy, which seemed to possess a life of its own as it slithered toward Mei Ying's feet. Enveloping her entirely, Chunimo patiently awaited the outcome, and after approximately 20 minutes, Mei Ying successfully evolved. Observing the newly transformed level 3 Meiying, Chunimo felt a distinct sensation, as if she had become more vibrant. He approached her and gently pinched her cheek, remarking, "How peculiar! Your skin has become more elastic. Though your complexion remains pale, it is not the sickly pallor of before. It is a slightly healthier shade of white. Could it be that you are truly coming to life?" Just after he uttered these words, Meiying surprisingly turned her head to look at him, her pale eyes meeting his, and a faint smile gradually appeared at the corners of her mouth. Although this gesture was subtle, it nonetheless startled Chunimo. He took 2 steps back, exclaiming in astonishment, "Meiying, do you now possess your own consciousness?" Yet, Meiying could only nod slightly, unable to speak. Chunmo's excitement surged. Indeed, zombies are not a completely failed evolutionary path. Rather, it is an alternative one. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination. If we can evolve zombies to a higher state, they will surely possess independent lives. How marvelous! This is simply magnificent. Chunimo enthusiastically clapped his hands, reveling in the significance of this discovery. Presently, these zombies lacked subjective awareness. Even performing menial tasks required him to continuously issue commands. Frankly speaking, managing 2 or 3 dozen zombies simultaneously had already left him feeling fatigued. The prospect of assembling a massive army of zombies seemed utterly impossible. However, the possibility of intelligent zombies completely alleviated this concern. If zombies possessed intelligence and fully complied with instructions, many of his conceptual plans could be realized. Wonderful. He eagerly approached Meiying and asked, "Can you dance?" However, this time, Meiying offered no response. Frowning, Chunimo inquired, "Are you hungry?" This time, Meiying understood and nodded with a faint smile. It seemed her low level restricted her comprehension to only the simplest commands. Chapter 33. A leap in advancement. Chunimo conducted various intelligence tests on Meiying from different angles, ultimately concluding that her current intelligence level was akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, comparable to that of a pet dog. Of course, this comparison might seem somewhat derogatory to zombies, but it was, in fact, the truth. Aside from comprehending basic commands, such as coming or going, and responding to enemy attacks with counterattacks, anything beyond that was merely a wish. Nonetheless, this represented a promising beginning. The next crucial test involved assessing her combat capabilities. Chunimo issued a command in his mind, and Meiying immediately entered a combat stance. With a flicker of her form, she vanished from her position, leaving 3 afterimages in her wake. Chunimo blinked, and Meiying had already reached the other side of the rooftop. Her speed had surpassed all previous measures. Conservatively estimating, her running speed could easily reach 100 kilometers per hour. She could practically hit the highway. Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Chunimo entertained a bold thought. Could he perch on Meiying's back and take a run outside, experiencing the sensation of riding a horse? As soon as this idea crossed his mind, he shifted his gaze to the zombie dog. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, the utility of conventional transportation was severely limited. It would be wise to acquire a mount for himself. This zombie dog seemed quite suitable. If it evolved further, it might grow even larger, providing an exhilarating ride. Chunimo assessed the remaining number of zombies and, with a determined resolve, selected 6 ordinary zombies as materials for fusion, elevating the zombie dog from its ordinary state to level 2 in one go. The immense crimson energy enveloped it, and after a brief yet anxious wait, the level 2 zombie dog emerged. Previously ragged and bloodied, the zombie dog now bore no visible wounds. Instead, it sprouted a fine coat of black fur. Resembling a giant wolf, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, its crimson eyes gleamed, and its teeth and claws measured 10 centimeters in length. An aesthetically pleasing killing machine. Splendid, simply splendid. This was precisely the sensation he sought. Chunimo could hardly contain his excitement as he climbed onto the back of the zombie dog. With a single command, the zombie dog leaped nearly 10 meters in distance, its speed surpassing even that of the previous level 2 Meiying. Notably, despite the zombie dog's rapid pace, Chunimo felt little jostling while seated on its back, akin to riding a motorcycle. Truly, it was the perfect mount. Cherishing this newfound treasure, Chunimo calculated the quantity of zombies. After the recent upgrade, there remained precisely 11 ordinary zombies on the rooftop. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to include the zombie capable of manipulating gravity, gathering a total of 12 to was essential to prioritize his own level advancement to secure more recruitment slots for bodyguards. Thereby accelerating his upgrades, gritting his teeth, he selected all the chosen zombies for sacrifice. Instantly, 12 zombies dissolved into a pool of crimson energy, which began to envelop Chen Mo. He had become accustomed to this process. Feeling his body absorb the sanguine energy, every cell undergoing a metamorphosis, and his physical attributes enhancing across the board. Moments later, Chen Mo emerged from the crimson energy. Clenching his fists, he distinctly sensed the explosive power surging within him. Was this the sensation of becoming stronger? It was utterly intoxicating. Chen Mo had never felt his body so exquisite before. He believed that even without the assistance of these zombies, his current physical prowess would allow him to unleash chaos within the building. Even if all the neighbors in the entire building banded together, they would not be his match. Standing still, he leaped into the air, astonishingly reaching heights of 7 or 8 meters, feeling as though he were flying. Additionally, the number of available slots for recruiting zombies had significantly increased. He could now recruit up to 11 zombies each day. However, the requirement for advancing from level 3 to level 4 had also risen considerably, necessitating 16 ordinary zombies or 2 level 3 zombies. It would be a gradual accumulation, a long and arduous journey ahead. This recent enhancement not only improved his physical capabilities but also strengthened his control over wind and gravity. After familiarizing himself with the newly acquired abilities within his body, he leaped high once more, adjusting his gravitational pull while harnessing the wind to elevate himself. Originally only capable of leaping 7 or 8 meters high, he was astonishingly lifted to a height of 15 or 16 meters. He even felt as if he could harness the wind swirling around him for a brief glide. Alas, it seemed he had truly transformed into a superhero, capable of flight. Upon descending from the sky, Chen Mo was filled with exhilaration. At that moment, he noticed the zombie dog that had been patiently waiting nearby, and suddenly, his interest was piqued. After issuing a command, the zombie dog dragged Chen Mo to the edge of the rooftop terrace, aiming for the terrace of a distant building. Chen Mo commanded it to jump. In the next instant, the zombie dog took a brief sprint and leaped towards the terrace of the other building. The gap between the two buildings was a staggering 40 to 50 meters wide. Under normal circumstances, the zombie dog would be lucky to jump halfway. However, with Chen Mo's enhancement, the situation was drastically different. He first utilized gravity to significantly reduce the weight borne by himself and the zombie dog, and then employed the power of the wind to lift them. The airborne zombie dog soared as if it were flying, effortlessly carrying Chen Mo to the very center of the other building's terrace. Chen Mo was utterly thrilled, patting the back of the zombie dog's head and exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive. From now on, this entire neighborhood, with its 30 buildings terraces, will serve as my private garden." Initially, Chen Mo felt a slight disdain for the modest size of his own terrace, but now, with this zombie dog as his steed, he could leap across the rooftops of all the buildings. He could utilize these rooftops for various purposes, whether to plant trees, raise livestock, or create gardens. After all, it was all his territory. In the future, the ground of the neighborhood would continuously spawn new zombies, while the skies would belong to him. The mere thought was exhilarating. Chen Mo patted the zombie dog affectionately, his eyes gleaming with joy as he said, "You, my friend, are quite capable. I ought to give you a name. Since you are as dark as night, I shall call you by Long, just as Tang Song rode the white dragon to successfully acquire scriptures from the West. I hope to ride you to a ripe old age." After bestowing the name, Chen Mo gazed at the pitch-black zombie dog with increasing satisfaction. Together, they frolicked across the rooftops of the neighborhood, indulging in a spree of leaps before reluctantly returning home. After 5 days of accumulated excitement, he had exhausted all his resources. Now, there were no ordinary zombies left, but the special ones included the 3rd-level Phantom, the 2nd-level Dezhuang, the 2nd-level Bai Long, and the 1st-level Bin Lei. These past few days had been quite comfortable for Chen Mo. Yet his neighbors in the building were suffering greatly. After a brief period of recuperation, Shun Jingyu and his followers resumed their rampage. They lacked the courage to confront Chen Mo directly but had set their sights on the other residents of the same building. Each day, they would randomly choose a floor to pillage, taking all food and abducting any attractive women they encountered. For those without food, they utilized corpses to make up the numbers. Should anyone dare to resist, they would be met with brutal force. Some robust men, eager to win their favor, even joined Shan Jingyu's ranks, bringing his numbers to around 20, establishing him as the undisputed tyrant of the building. Even Johan, a reclusive individual who had been hiding in his home, received word of the chaos. "Hey, Fatso, I've heard from other neighbors that you're quite the homebody, hoarding instant noodles by the boxes. I reckon you must have plenty to eat, right? Open the door, and I'll take what I need. I promise not to harm anyone. But if you refuse to open up and provoke my wrath, don't blame me if my blade strikes indiscriminately." Chapter 34, Plan B, Alliance with Zombies. Johan clutched his phone, trembling with anxiety. What to do? What to do? What should he do now? Although he rarely ventured outside, he had kept up with the chat logs and videos in their group, fully aware of the audacity of Shun Jingyu and his gang. Ever since they discovered a new food source, they had become completely deranged, randomly selecting a floor each day to smash open doors and plunder. Shun Jingyu even recorded videos showcasing his lavish lifestyle. On the 37th floor, a non-compliant, well-built man who could not produce food was forcibly restrained, and his flesh was gruesomely severed from his backside. At that moment, Shun Jingyu laughed heartily while holding the 2 chunks of meat, exclaiming, "These 2 pork chops are plump and juicy. Consider them your protection fee for today." This horrifying scene terrified the other residents of the building. Johan understood that if he opened the door, he would lose all the provisions he had stored, and even his life would be at stake. Chen Lingling, upon seeing the message on her phone, was equally frightened. She trembled and leaned against Johan, pleading, "Brother Johan, what should we do? You must think of something." Johan, in a fit of frustration, slapped Chen Lingling across the face, shouting, "Shut up! Stop bothering me. Ever since you came to my house, it's been nothing but trouble. You're a harbinger of misfortune." Chen Lingling, feeling wronged, shed tears but dared not retort. Johan, however, was racing through his thoughts. It was evident that this group had set their sights on his stored food, and what they lacked most was indeed sustenance. To make them leave empty-handed was utterly unrealistic. Unless he could divert their attention elsewhere. An idea sparked in Johan's mind, and he clapped his hands in delight, laughing, "Brilliant! I am simply too clever. That Chinamo seems rather full of himself. Let him be the scapegoat." He promptly dialed Shun Jingyu's contact number. As soon as the video call connected, Shun Jingyu sneered mockingly, "Oh, look who it is, the fat pig. It seems your living conditions are quite decent. After all this time in the apocalypse, you haven't lost an ounce. What's the matter? Did you call me to concede and hand over everything? If only you had done that sooner. There would have been no problem. Rest assured, my brothers and I want to mistreat you. I'll grant you a spot among us, ensuring you live a life of luxury." However, Johan feigned distress, shaking his head. "Brother Shin, it's not that I don't want to join you. It's just that I have run out of provisions. Although I do have a habit of hoarding instant noodles and bread. After such an extended apocalypse, how much could I possibly have left? I usually stock up for only a week or 2. Besides, I have an additional woman here, which increases consumption." As he spoke, Johan tilted the camera, inadvertently capturing Chen Lingling sitting nearby. Hearing this, Shun Jingyu grew irate. "Fat pig, you're testing my patience? Huh? Whether you have food or not is not for you to decide. Open the door. I'm coming in to collect." "You have the audacity to keep a woman, so your living standards must be quite good." Johan sighed, realizing that attempting to elicit sympathy to dissuade Shun Jingyu was futile. Plan B is a go. He quickly changed his tone. "Brother Shin, what I just said is the truth. You can easily deduce that I have no reason to deceive you. No one could have foreseen the apocalypse. How could I have stocked up on vast amounts of food? You've searched many homes. You must know that everyone is out of supplies. If we want to obtain food, the only option is to target that guy on the rooftop." Shun Jingyu scoffed. "You mean Chinamo? You think I'm unaware? That guy has some tough bodyguards. I'll let him live a few more days, allowing me to fill my belly and recover from my injuries with the help of you useless fools. And then I'll recruit a new batch of followers before going after him." Johan shook his head in dismay. "Brother Shin, I must speak frankly. You had quite a few people with you last time, yet you still ended up fleeing in disgrace. That guy possesses firearms. Do you? Can you truly contend with him?" Shun Jingyu remained silent, his expression darkening ominously. Just as Johan had stated, he lacked the confidence and courage to confront Chinamo again. A few tough words were merely for the sake of preserving his dignity. Johan grinned and continued, I actually have an idea that could enable you to eliminate that rooftop crew easily. However, I would need a little something in return afterward. Upon hearing this, Shun Jingyu's eyes lit up, and he leaned closer to the camera, demanding, "Are you serious? What is your plan? Hurry up and tell me. As long as you can take that guy down, I'll grant you whatever you desire." "Heh, I don't want much, just a share of the spoils when the time comes," Johan replied. "All of this can be negotiated. Just tell me your plan." Johan lowered his voice conspiratorially. "What is the most terrifying thing in the neighborhood right now? Obviously, it's the zombies. We may not be able to take that guy down, but that doesn't mean the zombies can TDA." As soon as he spoke, it sparked a flurry of ideas in Shun Jingyu's mind. Indeed, blades and swords may not harm him, but thousands of zombies gnawing at him. Wouldn't that be terrifying? Without needing further elaboration, Shun Jingyu grasped Johan's intent. Zombies primarily roamed the open spaces outside the buildings. They would enter a hunting state upon hearing sounds. Therefore, if they could continuously lure them with ringing bells, it would undoubtedly lead the horde of zombies step by step to the rooftop. At that point, no matter how capable Chen Mo may be, he would meet his demise at the hands of the zombies. "Don't you love the rooftop? Didn't you say that it was your private area? You shall wait patiently, and when the time comes, even if you scream for help until your voice is hoarse, no one will heed your call." Shun Jingyu turned to Johan and remarked, "Your method is quite clever. I will give it serious consideration. Once we succeed, you shall undoubtedly receive your share of the reward." Johan nodded eagerly. "Indeed, we are all in the same boat, and it is essential that we unite and assist one another." After ending the video call, Johan exhaled in relief, finally managing to send this troublesome group away. If they were not given a new target for their aggression, these lunatics would not rest until they wreaked havoc. Chen Lingling, who had been listening intently to the conversation between Johan and Shun Jingyu, was left dumbfounded. How could you resort to such a malicious plan? Luring those zombies into the building is tantamount to courting death. Even if they were to kill Chen Mo, the corridors would be filled with zombies, and you would not be able to retrieve any of that food. Chen Lingling seethed with anger, cursing the foolishness of Johan. If Shun Jingyu and his gang succeeded, where would she find her share of the food? Although Chen Mo was currently at odds with her, she was certain that once his anger subsided, he would remember his beloved sister. That food rightfully belonged to her. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Johan's expression darkened, and he struck her across the face with a resounding slap. "You wretched creature, you are surely plotting to betray me, aren't you? I will not hesitate to end you." Chen Lingling found herself bewilderingly on the receiving end of a brutal beating. It was only when Johan grew weary and, in a haze, consumed a couple of cans of beer before drifting into slumber that she stealthily retrieved her phone. Hastily, she located Chen Mo's contact information and sent a message. "Brother, we are in big trouble. That despicable Johan has allied with Shun Jingyu, plotting against you. Thankfully, I overheard their conspiracy. They intend to lure zombies to your home and bring about your demise. Brother, I am so worried about you I am risking my life to warn you. True loyalty is revealed in times of adversity, and now you see how much you mean to me. You must protect yourself." Chapter 35. The innocence of children. At that moment, Chen Mo was skillfully maneuvering his white dragon, leaping between various buildings as he patrolled his territory. Upon receiving Chen Lingling's message, he could not help but chuckle. Were these fools truly so dim-witted as to think they could use zombies against him? Very well, they would soon learn the meaning of biting the hand that feeds you. Chen Mo casually replied to Chen Lingling with a middle finger emoji and then set the matter aside. It posed no threat whatsoever. Having arrived at the neighboring building, he stood on its rooftop, calculating the distance between the two structures. This would be the first site for development. Chen Mo planned to devise a way to construct a bridge, connecting the rooftops, allowing zombies to assist with the work. This area could serve as a livestock breeding zone. Conveniently, he had a few live chickens from the supermarket, which would provide a steady supply of eggs. In the future, he might even raise other livestock, adding a unique charm to his domain. Perhaps he could even capture creatures from other monster-infested realms to keep here. With the white dragon, he leaped back and forth several times between the two buildings, finally managing to stretch several ropes across. The ready and waiting shadows immediately entered work mode, beginning to construct a wooden bridge. His aerial kingdom was gradually taking shape. Just then, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Turning around, he spotted a boy of around 14 or 15, staggering over with a large bucket of drinks. "Brother, drink some water." Chunmo's brow furrowed. This large bucket contained homemade lemon tea, something this boy could not have prepared alone. He inquired, "Who instructed you to do this?" The boy averted his gaze, hurriedly responding, "No one. I saw the big brother riding that big dog jumping around in the corridor, and I thought you must be working hard. So I wanted to share some of our lemon tea with you and the other big brothers who are working." Chunmo shook his head, asking, "What do you hope to achieve by doing this?" The boy pondered for a moment, a childlike smile spreading across his face. "For no reason at all. Didn't the teacher teach us, giving someone a rose leaves a lingering fragrance in your hand?" Although the boy's words seemed reasonable, Chunmo keenly sensed that he was concealing something. Smiling, he scooped a cup of fruit tea and offered it to the boy, who repeatedly shook his head. "No. No, big brother, there are so many of you. It won't be enough for everyone. What if I drink it?" Chunmo's expression hardened, causing the boy to tremble in fear. Nonetheless, Chunmo would not coddle him. He forced the lemon tea into the boy's mouth, making him drink 2 large cups until his belly was swollen, eyes rolling back. Only then did Chunmo drop him to the ground. Coldly, he stated, "If the lemon tea tastes fine, I will apologize. But if there is any issue, you can await your demise." The boy cried out, "It's not my fault. It's not my fault. My mom and dad made me do this. Please let me go. Mom, come save me. Help me." He began to wail uncontrollably. Chunmo, however, was unsympathetic and slapped him again, rendering the boy dazed and forgetting his cries. "Listen to me. Keep your mouth shut. When I asked if you made it yourself, why didn't you mention your parents? Now you see the importance of that. I'll give you one last chance. Call your parents up here and tell them that everyone has already drunk the drinks. Do you understand? If you show even the slightest hint of treachery, I will throw you off this rooftop." The boy stood perilously close to the edge, glancing down at the dizzying height, his legs buckling. He quickly suppressed his tears and pulled out his phone. "Mom and Dad, everything is going smoothly. These big brothers have all drunk the lemon tea. Yes, everyone has drunk it. I didn't drink. I am hiding by the rooftop edge. They're all sitting on the ground now, and I don't know what they're doing. Okay, I'll wait here for you." Once the call ended, the boy could no longer hold back his tears, gazing at Chunmo with pleading eyes. "Big brother, can you let me go now?" Chunmo patted his head and said, "Go? Where would you go? You should stay here obediently." Though the boy felt wronged, he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. To him, the worst that could happen was a scolding in front of his parents, akin to a quarrel with other children at school. In no time, his parents stumbled onto the rooftop, both burdened with large bags and wielding a knife, their faces alight with excitement. Yet, the moment they stepped onto the rooftop, they were left dumbfounded. Chunmo stood there, one hand pressing down on their son's head. "Oh, you came quite quickly, and it seems you brought plenty of supplies. You intended to come here and share some meat, right?" The couple was taken aback, quickly realizing their scheme had been exposed from the beginning. These people had not drunk the tea at all. When they saw their son's swollen belly, their faces went pale. Duo, did you not drink the tea?" The boy burped and nodded. "Yes, this big brother forced me to drink it. I had no choice and drank 2 cups." In the next moment, the boy's mother collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen. "You madman, he is just a child. How could you treat him like this? I poisoned that lemon tea with rat poison. It's over. Duo, come here, let me help you wash it out." Horrified by her words, Duo attempted to run to his mother but was held back by Chunmo's firm grip on his head. Unable to move, "Don't be foolish. Do you think I would simply let you leave? That rat poison was meant for me, wasn't it? You dared to strike first, so prepare to face the consequences." Duo's mother, hearing this, was utterly terrified. She fell to her knees, pleading, "Please, we were wrong. Let my child go. He is innocent." Chunmo remained unmoved. Within a minute, Duo's face contorted in agony as he clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground, frothing at the mouth, weakly calling out, "Mom, Dad, please save me." Duo's father panicked, brandishing the knife in hand, ready to confront Chunmo. "I will kill you," however. In the blink of an eye, Chunmo was faster, drawing his gun and firing 2 shots. Hitting both of Duo's father's knees, he fell to the ground, unable to move, gritting his teeth in pain as blood gushed from his legs. Duo's mother rushed to his side, supporting her fallen husband, her eyes filled with anguish. She glared at Chinamo, seething with hatred. How can you be so cruel, arguing with a child? What does he understand? Chinamo shrugged his shoulders and said, There's no need for unnecessary chatter. You are fond of rat poison, aren't you? Then just sit there and watch your children succumb to poisoning. But rest assured, I shall not allow your children to traverse the path to the underworld alone. Once they perish, I will personally escort the two of you down. The couple turned pale, filled with regret. With nothing left to eat at home, they had seen Chinamo running around on a large dog through the window and assumed that someone so capable must have plenty of food. Thus, they sought to exploit others' unsuspecting nature regarding children, instructing Duo to deliver lemon tea laced with rat poison. Who would have thought it would lead to such a dire outcome, Mom and Dad? Help me! My stomach hurts so much, I can't hold on any longer. Duo lay on the ground, clutching his belly in agony, his breaths growing weaker. Yet the couple could do nothing. Finally, the mother gritted her teeth and knelt on the ground with a thud. Brother, we were wrong that you're unscathed anyway, and Duo is on the brink of death. Just spare us our lives. In truth, the entire scheme had originated from the child, who had harbored ill intentions from a young age. Killing him would merely eradicate a menace. But we, the parents, are innocent. The father looked incredulously at his wife. Yet, feeling the excruciating pain in his legs and the threat of a gun not far away, he closed his eyes, tacitly agreeing with her words. Overwhelmed with pain, Duo heard his mother's words and was momentarily stunned. Mom and Dad, you... He could not finish his sentence before his head slumped. Lifeless. Chinamo clapped his hands. Splendid, splendid. Just moments ago you claimed the child was innocent, and now you throw him out as a scapegoat. Truly, parenthood is the only profession that requires no training with that. Chinamo raised his gun, aiming at the couple's heads. 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 corpses lay on the rooftop. Chapter 36. The plan to lure the zombies. Chinamo felt no tremor within. He promptly took out his phone and sent a message to the community group of homeowners. From today onward, all residents on the top floor are to vacate immediately. The rooftop and terrace will become my personal domain. Any outsiders who trespass will be responsible for their own lives. Chinamo lacked the patience to discern the good from the bad among the residents. From this point forward, anything seen within his designated territory would be treated as an enemy. If someone were wronged, they could only blame their misfortune. The construction on the rooftop of Building 2 had merely established a bridge. Further planning would come gradually. For now, Chinamo had more pressing matters at hand. Those individuals sought to lure zombies into the building, and it would be remiss of him not to engage in their little game. Upon seeing Chinamo's message, the homeowners erupted in outrage. They had heard whispers in recent days that Chinamo from Building 1 had hired several bodyguards to hoard all supplies for himself, even seizing the rooftop and terrace. However, with zombies swarming the community, reaching Building 1 was exceedingly difficult. Other than envy, they felt utterly helpless. Now, Chinamo had found a way to access the other buildings and aimed to dominate the rooftops of all 30 buildings in the complex. This undoubtedly incited the homeowners' fury. The group began to hurl insults in the chat. Chinamo, don't be so ungrateful. Do you really think this entire community belongs to you? This is a public area. What right do you have to claim it? Exactly. I live on the top floor of Building 33. Where am I supposed to move? The outside is crawling with zombies. If you force us to leave, it's akin to sending us to our deaths. You're far too selfish. You have ample food and can move freely within the community. You should be looking after everyone and distributing supplies instead. Indeed, if you actively distribute resources, once we weather this catastrophe, we can apply for a banner of honor for you to hang in your home. What a glorious recognition that would be. You ought to cultivate a sense of community. I've heard you didn't pursue much education, so perhaps your ideological education is lacking. Spend some time listening to the elder members in the group. It wouldn't hurt you. Absolutely. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders only leads to suffering. Don't just focus on immediate gains. The homeowners continued to condemn Chinamo, yet he merely glanced at the chat before silencing the notifications. The bunch of fools, I've delivered my message. When the time comes, I'll issue the order to the zombie bodyguards to eliminate anyone who dares enter my domain. Meanwhile, Shen Jingyu and others in Building 1 were still undecided about whether to implement Zhou Han's plan when they received the message and instantly lost their composure. In a fit of rage, Shen Jingyu smashed a bowl to pieces, staring at the tasteless white meat within with disgust. Bastard! It's so unfair. That scoundrel Chinamo is thriving. Not only has he built a garden on the rooftop, but now he is eyeing other buildings. He aiming to establish a doomsday kingdom for himself? This clearly leaves us with no escape. The others in the room echoed his sentiments. Indeed? We must act swiftly. This guy is becoming more powerful by the day. Zhou Han's plan might still hold merit. If he truly establishes his territory in other buildings, even the zombies won't be able to touch him. If we can eliminate him, everything he possesses becomes ours. What a farce this so-called Sky Garden is. It's merely a garment made for us. At that moment, Li Tzu, with an air of mystery, leaned closer to Shan Jingyu and cautiously pulled out a package from his pocket. Boss, take a look at this. He unveiled the package, revealing a black pistol and a magazine. Shan Jingyu's eyes lit up instantly. Where did you procure this? I mentioned previously that I know a local gangster in the community. They have broken out and seized a police station, and they possess firearms. Just yesterday, while we were looting, I managed to grab a drone. I established contact with the gang using the drone and even delivered 2 legs of a woman to them. Once they learned of our situation, they were ecstatic and promptly sent us 2 pistols as a form of advance investment. If we can deal with Chen and Mo, we can trade supplies for more weapons. They are eagerly anticipating our collaboration. After speaking, Li Tzu produced another pistol from his pocket. 2 pistols, 1 for each. Shan Jingyu patted Li Tzu on the shoulder. Excellent. Excellent. You are indeed a hero among us. If we can take care of Chen and Mo, you will be the one to benefit first. You can select whatever supplies you desire. Li Tzu was overjoyed. Let us not speak of these formalities. We are all brothers here, sharing fortune and adversity alike. Shan Jingyu felt a bright future ahead. With these 2 pistols and Zhou Han's plan, success seemed assured. Furthermore, once they secured Chen Mo's supplies, they could exchange the food for even mightier weapons, easily establishing dominion over the community. Coincidentally, he had ample meat at hand, while the gangster at the police station had weapons but lacked food, a perfect complement. What doomsday? This was clearly paradise. Shan Jingyu immediately directed his crew to set the stage. They placed a phone on each floor and another at the entrance of the building. Then they locked themselves inside their rooms. 30-some people brimming with excitement. Shan Jingyu peered out the window at the zombies roaming the community and said, "Is everyone ready?" All nodded in unison, replying, "Absolutely. The doors are locked, and we notified the others in the building to avoid being devoured by zombies since they are our food supply. The only one left unaware is that Chen and Mo on the rooftop. He is doomed." Shan Jingyu and Li Tzu felt their confidence swell as they touched their pistols. Soon after, Li Tzu dialed the phone at the entrance of the building. "Here comes Lin Mei from the sky." The phone had been set to maximum volume. In an instant, the resounding ringtone echoed throughout half the community. The zombies, initially dazed, were suddenly invigorated by the sound. Howling as they charged toward Building 1. The main entrance had already been flung open by Li Tzu and his crew, and the zombies surged inside as if entering a vacuous realm. Many residents within the building heard the zombies' roars and huddled in fear. Oh my goodness, Shan Jingyu and his crew truly brought the zombies in. What audacity! Fear not. Zombies are mindless creatures as long as we remain hidden indoors. We are safe. Heh, the one who should be worried is that Chen and Mo on the rooftop. It seems he remains oblivious. He has been so arrogant, relying on his bodyguards. Let us see if they can withstand the zombies. Yet even if the zombies were to bite Chen and Mo, would they be able to access the food on the rooftop? Certainly, there is no doubt about it. The zombies within the building are far easier to handle than those outside. All we need to do is remain sheltered in our homes, luring them out one by one and gradually clearing them away. Sooner or later, we shall eliminate every last one of those wretched creatures. In my view, these zombies are considerably less troublesome than that arrogant Chen and Mo on the rooftop. Indeed, if Shan Jingyu and his group managed to secure Chen Mo's food supplies, they likely would not pose a threat to us any longer. With an abundance of food, we might even receive a share ourselves. The numerous neighbors within the building are filled with a mix of fear and excitement. Even if they receive no tangible benefits, witnessing the once mighty Chen and Mo face misfortune brings them a sense of vindication. While Shan Jingyu and Li Tzu observe the situation, they manipulate their phones. Once a significant horde of zombies enters the building, they promptly call the phone on the second floor, which emits a ringing sound. Like headless flies, the zombies quickly find new prey, surging madly up the stairs. Shan Jingyu and Li Tzu continue this back and forth, gradually leading the zombies toward the rooftop. Finally, the horde reaches the top floor. Chapter 37. Help! The zombies are here. As the final ringtone echoes, the zombies arrive at the floor where Qian Mo resides. According to Shun Jingyu's plan, they had hoped to toss a phone into Qian Mo's home. However, the last encounter with Qian Mo left them traumatized. Placing the phone at the staircase landing was the best they could manage. Simultaneously, they secretly set up a surveillance camera, eager to witness Qian Mo's dismal fate. That moment, in their cramped room, over 30 burly men gather around a monitor, watching as the zombies pour onto the 33rd floor. Their expressions filled with indignation. Finally, they're here. Ha ha ha. Now that damn Qian Mo can truly savor the taste of the apocalypse. That guy isn't hiding somewhere, is he? Where is he? Hiding won't help, with so many zombies on the 33rd floor. As soon as he makes the slightest noise, they'll rush in and tear him to shreds. Right now, he probably has no idea. I hope our surveillance captures the moment he gets devoured by the zombies. I can hardly imagine how delightful that would be, however. Amidst their anticipation, a hulking figure clad in combat gear appears at the end of the staircase. In his grasp, he holds a massive steel plate, swiftly sealing off the staircase leading to the 33rd floor, preventing the zombies from advancing. Strangely, despite standing directly in front of the horde, the zombies seem oblivious to him. How is this possible? Are these zombies blind? What unfolds before them completely exceeds their understanding. Shun Jingyu and the others exchange bewildered glances, their expressions frozen in disbelief. All their meticulous planning, is it all for naught? Dejected, they lower their heads. Light Su sighs. Brother, don't be upset. If this tactic fails, we can always think of alternative strategies. There are still plenty of people left in this building. We can eliminate a few more, store some meat, and then continue trading with the drone and the underworld bosses at the police station for more weapons. Once we have firearms, we won't need to rely on these zombies to deal with that Qian Mo. Shun Jingyu feels an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet it seems there are no other options at this moment. He can only nod in agreement. Fine, for now, I'll have to rely on your judgment. That despicable Qian Mo can keep my food for a while. 30 years of fortune can shift to misfortune. One day, I'll make him understand the meaning of not underestimating the youth. Just as they prepare to turn off the surveillance and declare the plan a complete failure, the hulking man places the steel plate at the staircase entrance and brazenly strides into the midst of the zombies. Has he lost his mind? Is he not afraid of the zombies? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You foolish zombies. Bite him. Kill him. Damn it. Does anyone have zombie virus to spare? I want to personally go and bite him. The onlookers in front of the monitor are nearly driven to madness. They watch helplessly as the towering bodyguard walks into the midst of the horde, casually pushing aside the zombies that obstruct his path. And astonishingly, not a single zombie attacks him. What follows leaves them utterly dumbfounded. After making his way to the rear of the zombie crowd, the burly bodyguard nonchalantly pulls out a phone and starts playing music. Everybody, come with me. Ha ha ha. Everybody, I want you. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the music, the zombies begin to follow the hulking bodyguard down the stairs. Shun Jingyu and the others are left utterly petrified. This is madness. This world has gone insane. He is taunting us, not only playing music but DJ music. Shun Jingyu erupts in a fit of rage, leaping up and smashing furniture with his baseball bat. Ha ha ha. I'll ha ha your mother. I'll ha ha your entire family. This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. The 30 or so brothers present fully empathize with Shun Jingyu's emotions. Truthfully, they all wish to find something to vent their frustrations on. After orchestrating such a grand scheme, it has simply turned into a farce. The horde of zombies blocking the entrance to the 33rd floor follows the music and exits the surveillance frame, effortlessly resolving the crisis. After venting his rage, Shun Jingyu sits on the ground, seething, and no one dares to engage him in conversation. Clearly, he is a volatile powder keg. Anyone who provokes him will surely ignite an explosion. The atmosphere in the room plummets, the silence so profound that they can hear each other's heartbeat and breath. Suddenly, music echoes from the hallway. Everybody, come with me. Ha ha ha. Everybody, I want you. Ha ha ha. The chilling realization dawns upon them. The music has stopped right at their door. Li Tzu trembles. I can't believe it. This guy is trying to lure the zombies here. Is he? At the mention of this, fear grips everyone, and they collapse to the ground, unable to stand. In a way, it can't be that drastic, can it? In the next instant, a resounding crash reverberates as their securely locked door is kicked open. Standing in the doorway is none other than the hulking bodyguard, phone in hand, still playing music. The bodyguard casually tosses the phone into the center of the room, landing right at Shun Jingyu's feet. Panic-stricken, Shun Jingyu swiftly raises his baseball bat and smashes the phone into pieces, finally silencing the music. However, when they lift their heads, the horde of zombies has already surged into the room. The zombies, with their pallid eyes, fixate on the 30 or so individuals within, unleashing a chorus of feral roars. Help! Please, help! Oh my God! Run! Run for your lives! Don't come any closer! Please, you must lead these zombies away. We know we were wrong. Yet, upon seeing the living, the zombies lose all semblance of control, rushing into the crowd. The first few terrified subordinates, paralyzed with fear and unable to rise, are swiftly overpowered by the zombies, who pounce upon them, tearing them apart with a frenzy, their innards flung into the air. Shun Jingyu and Li Tzu snap back to reality, drawing their guns. Everyone, grab your weapons and charge forward. We'll fight these zombies. However, at this moment, the deterrent power of their handguns pales in comparison to the horde. A couple of subordinates standing beside Shun Jingyu deliver blows that leave him dazed, kicking him straight into the throng of zombies. Get lost, you fool. This was all your terrible idea. In a frenzied state, Shun Jingyu pulls the trigger, yet the bullets are utterly ineffective against the dense mass of zombies before him. In his panic, he fails to take down a single zombie, watching helplessly as a swarm descends upon him, tearing him limb from limb. In the final moments of consciousness, he catches a glimpse of the hulking bodyguard at the door, leisurely raising his hand to give him the middle finger. This is sheer tyranny. Over 30 people crammed into that tiny room, with no escape in sight. It swiftly transforms into a hellish nightmare. Having tasted blood, the zombies become even more frenzied, and each individual endures torturous torment before meeting their demise, with no one surviving. Zhou Han lounges on the sofa, legs crossed, while Chen Lingling kneads his shoulders from behind. He squints, reveling in the moment. Judging by the time, the zombies should have reached the top floor by now. That cursed Chinimo must surely be dead. Lingling, you're not feeling sorry for him, are you? At this moment, Chen Lingling bears numerous injuries, and upon hearing Zhou Han's words, she involuntarily trembles. The past few days have left her with psychological scars, and she nervously replies, Of course not. I've always said that the person I love most is you. That detestable Chinimo is nothing but a pervert, a miser, and a selfish worm. Its for the best that he is dead. Zhou Han, you're a genius for devising such a perfect plan. That Shun Jingyu always boasts about being a top student. In my eyes, he is not even worth comparing to you. Zhou Han nods in satisfaction, patting Chen Lingling's backside. I'm glad you're so understanding. However, I've grown tired of hearing you call me Zhou Han. From today onward, you should call me Daddy. Go ahead, give it a try. A flicker of humiliation crosses Chen Lingling's eyes, yet she dares not show it. Mustering the courage to respond, Okay, Daddy. In an instant, a brilliant light flickered in Zhou Han's eyes. Yes, that is the feeling. Louder. Call me Daddy while throwing yourself upon me. Hurry, I can hardly contain my anticipation. A thunderous crash reverberated as the door to the room was forcefully kicked open. Before Zhou Han could comprehend the situation, two figures swooped down from the air, pinning him to the ground. It was then that he realized, to his horror, that they were two zombies. Chapter 38. The weight of public opinion. Zhou Han was paralyzed with fear. His voice torn as he screamed, Help me! Please, save me! Get these two zombies off me! However, Chen Lingling, who was nearby, was equally terrified and dared not intervene. The two zombies, driven into a frenzy by the scent of flesh, immediately sank their teeth into his neck, one on the left, the other on the right. Blood spurted across the room. In that moment, Zhou Han spotted a burly bodyguard standing at the door. It was evident that this bodyguard had thrown the two zombies in. Behind the bodyguard stood Chinimo. Zhou Han reached out with all his strength, pleading, Please help me, I beg you. I know I was wrong. Yet, the burly bodyguard merely watched coldly from the doorway, showing no intention of lending a hand. At that moment, Chen Lingling was also in a state of panic. The two zombies were currently gnawing at Zhou Han, and she knew that once he was dead, she would be next. She stumbled towards the burly bodyguard, exclaiming, Take me away, I beg you. I am Chen Mo's sister. If I suffer even a scratch, he will not spare you. However, as she reached the bodyguard, he kicked her, causing her chest to cave in. She was sent sprawling back into the room. The burly bodyguard then turned and walked away, the distant sound of more zombies growling outside filling the air. Terrified, Chen Lingling saw Zhou Han still using the last of his strength to shout at her. "Quick, Lingling! Save me! I'll give you all my food!" In response, Chen Lingling shot him a venomous glare. "It's all your fault, you disgusting, fat pig. If you hadn't provoked my brother, this wouldn't have happened." At that moment, the two zombies were also drawn to her, in a desperate bid for survival. Chen Lingling swiftly dodged into the adjacent bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Clutching her already fractured ribs, she collapsed on the floor, tears streaming down her face. She retrieved her phone and repeatedly dialed Chen Mo's video call, pleading, "Please, brother, answer. You monstrous beast, how dare you ignore my calls? Is this how a brother behaves?" After relentless attempts, the video call finally connected. Chen Mo was lounging in a rocking chair on the rooftop, sipping a glass of juice. Behind him, a row of lush fruit trees bore colorful, ripe fruits. This scene bore no resemblance to an apocalypse. It looked more like a vacation resort. Chen Lingling felt a pang of jealousy. Her voice choked with sobs, she cried, "Brother, please save me. I'm trapped in Zhou Han's bedroom with two zombies outside. Zhou Han has already been bitten to death. Come quickly. I don't want to die. Can you bear to watch me perish at the hands of those zombies? Am I not your favorite sister?" Perhaps in a bid to entirely regain Chen Mo's affection, Chen Lingling was pouring her heart into a performance, weeping profusely and even deliberately tearing her clothes to reveal more skin. Yet, on the other side of the video, Chen Mo remained unfazed, sipping his juice while observing her theatrics with a smirk of derision. Chen Lingling continued to sob and lament for nearly 30 minutes before Chen Mo, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Is there anything fresh or new? If not, I might as well change the channel." Chen Lingling was momentarily stunned. She had expected her display to evoke some sympathy from him, but instead, he seemed entirely heartless. Enraged, she retorted, "How can you be like this? Is this how a brother acts? You've changed, completely. You used to promise to protect and care for me forever. I made a minor mistake. How can you be so cruel? Are you even human? You have so many powerful bodyguards and abundant supplies at your disposal. With just a word, you could ensure my safety. How can you be so heartless? Was all your past kindness merely an act?" Chen Mo set down his juice, indifferent, and replied, "My past kindness was genuine, but my disgust for you is equally real. Conserve your strength. Perhaps you can hide in that little bedroom for a few more days. This is already my final act of kindness towards you." With that, he abruptly ended the video call. Chen Lingling crumpled to the ground, realizing in that moment what she had irrevocably lost. Yet, in the wake of her brief despair, her eyes rapidly filled with hatred. "Very well, you've pushed me to this. If I can't have it, neither will you." She furiously typed away at her keyboard, quickly composing one post after another, even attaching videos and photographs. She disseminated these posts across all the groups she belonged to and uploaded them to video platforms and forums. In the face of the apocalypse, the selfish have severed the lifelines of an entire community. The greatest villain of the apocalypse, building a sky garden atop the corpses of the entire community. A demon in human skin, who has condemned his own sister to death. Where have all the community's supplies gone? Turns out they are monopolized by him alone. These articles and videos rapidly stirred up a storm online. The initial outrage came from other residents in the community who began commenting in droves. "That damned Chen Mo lives in Building 1. I witnessed him clearing out the supermarket of all its supplies at the beginning of the apocalypse. If it weren't for him, we would never have faced such danger. Indeed, he not only hoarded supplies but also killed anyone in his way. Truly a devil. He has monopolized all our homes, claiming he is turning the community into his aerial kingdom. This world is devoid of justice. Can someone please stop him?" With these testimonies from the residents, the posts gained even more credibility. People outside the community were also drawn to these articles, expressing their shock. "My goodness, the inherent wickedness of humanity is undeniable. How can someone be so cruel? Can he really consume all those supplies alone? Leave some for everyone. Don't be afraid. We have professional teams ready to assist. I will contact them immediately. Yes, I have a team of professionals as well. I'm reporting this situation up the chain. There must be justice in this world. This demon must face the consequences." Even a professional stepped forward. "Lingling, don't be afraid. I've seen the articles and videos you posted. I'm Laying, a Tier 3 professional, and I lead a formidable team. We are not far from your location and will set out immediately to rescue you all. Indeed, what are zombies compared to the threats we face in the world of monster hunting? Fellow residents, do not fear. We are coming to help. Chen Lingling gazed at the barrage of replies, her face lighting up with joy. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Damn you, Chen Mo. If you want me dead, then you shall not live either. You think you're capable? Let us see if you can withstand the entire world. You dream of building a sky garden? Everything you possess is merely a garment for others." Chen Lingling was filled with exhilaration, suddenly buoyed by the hope of survival, but her laughter also attracted the zombies outside, who began to pound on the bedroom door. Terrified, she hurriedly pushed the wardrobe and bed against the door to barricade it. With the furniture as a barricade, the small bedroom felt a bit safer. Chen Lingling encouraged herself, keep going, I must survive. Help will be here soon." As she rummaged through the room, she was pleasantly surprised to find some food stashed away in Zhou Han's bedroom. With this newfound sustenance, her chances of survival increased. Just then, her phone buzzed. Messages from other residents in the community were flooding in. Chapter 39. Leveling up, preparing for battle. Lingling, you're incredibly brave for standing up to report your brother. It's an act of righteousness. Yes, thanks to your call to action, I heard that professional teams are preparing to come to our rescue. Once we're out, you'll be our great benefactor. Chen Mo is a beast, hoarding so much food while keeping ways to avoid the zombies to himself, refusing to share. Clearly an illiterate brute. Educated girls like Lingling are entirely different. Hearing the praises from her neighbors, Chen Lingling felt as if she were soaring. If she could secure a successful rescue, with the perfect image she had cultivated, she would undoubtedly enjoy a better life. What utter nonsense. I have no need to rely on you at all. With my looks and charismatic personality, I am adored wherever I go. Chen Lingling immediately responded to everyone's messages. Do not worry, everyone. Although Chen Mo is my brother and he is willing to live with me, I have always kept you all in my thoughts. I absolutely refuse to be that selfish person. Rest assured, I have already contacted the nearest team of professionals, and we will soon receive rescue. I have heard that beyond the monster-infested areas, there are quite a few safe zones where we can live a life akin to that before the apocalypse. We must hold on. Good days are just around the corner. Upon hearing this, the neighbors were once again filled with excitement. This is wonderful, thanks to you, Lingling. I declare that from today onward, Lingling shall be our community goddess, our savior. Indeed, I have heard that those professionals outside, aside from having innate, powerful abilities, can also awaken through the stimulation of external substances. When that time comes, everyone in our community will support you, and you will surely become a powerful protector for us. Chen Lingling's heart raced with excitement as she spoke. A powerful professional. She had witnessed the battle in the community before. That formidable professional who could effortlessly unleash a spiral jutsu could send zombies flying several meters away. If she could master such immense power, even in this apocalypse, Chen Lingling would undoubtedly earn the admiration of thousands. She couldn't help but drift into a beautiful daydream. This storm of public opinion naturally reached Chen Mo as well. He was subjected to countless online attacks, with an unknown number of people flooding his account with insults. Even his personal phone number was leaked, and many called him. Upon learning the details of the situation, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. This Chen Lingling truly is amusing. She has unwittingly provided me with such entertainment. Indeed, for Chen Mo, it was merely a source of amusement. He did not take those professionals seriously at all. His own prestigious profession appeared to possess remarkable growth potential, far surpassing that of ordinary professions. Moreover, being situated in the zombie-infested area, he enjoyed a unique advantage. How could he possibly be outmatched by those ordinary professionals? Furthermore, the arrival of those professionals presented a tremendous benefit for Chen Mo based on his current experience. The zombie-infested area refreshed numerous zombies daily, yet hardly any higher-level ones. The initial ordinary zombies were hardly formidable. Even those with special talents were no exception. Perhaps there were reasons for this. Those zombies with special talents would be captured as soon as they emerged, leaving no time for growth. Elevating strength using these ordinary zombies was an excessively slow process. However, professionals were different. For instance, the previous Heelong, originally a first-level professional, transformed into a first-level zombie upon infection, saving on fusion materials. According to the recent messages, there were even third-level professional teams willing to come for a rescue. If a third-level professional were to become infected and turn into a zombie, wouldn't that be a direct transformation into a third-level zombie with special talents? How perfect! This was not a crisis. It was a tremendous opportunity. Chun Mo's heart began to swell with anticipation. This time, Chun Lingling would undoubtedly achieve great merit. Over the next 3 days, Chun Mo patiently awaited the arrival of the professional team. Now a third-level professional, he could recruit 11 zombies daily. After 3 days, the number of ordinary zombies had reached 33. Additionally, he possessed 4 special talent zombies, Meiying, Dazhuang, Binlei, and Bailong. Unfortunately, he had not captured any special talent zombies during these 3 days, which was quite normal since the quantity of such zombies was inherently limited. Among the human faction, those with innate awakened professions were merely 1 in 1,000. In fact, to Chun Mo's knowledge, he was the only professional in the entire community. Although there might be hidden ones, it was already challenging to select these elite soldiers from the pool of zombies. After recruiting 33 zombies, these ordinary ones became the primary labor force. Based on Building 1, Chun Mo had occupied the rooftops of Buildings 2, 3, and 4 and made significant modifications. Building 1 served as a courtyard filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Currently his main living area, Building 2 was designated as a breeding area, currently housing chickens, ducks, and fish. If he could acquire pigs, cows, and horses, that would be even better, though he lacked the channels to do so. Building 3 was transformed into a swimming pool area, where Chun Mo had the zombies waterproof the surroundings and fill the rooftop with water, allowing for swimming during leisure time. Previously, he had often watched videos of people swimming in high-altitude pools and envied that lifestyle. Never expecting to enjoy it himself now in the future, this pool could also be used for fish farming, combining swimming with fish therapy. As for Building 4, it was currently planned as a planting area for vegetables and fruits. Though the growth cycle for such crops was too slow, Chun Mo intended to plant tree roots throughout to significantly enhance efficiency. The prototype of his aerial kingdom had now been largely established. Fortunately, with so many zombie bodyguards as labor, the progress would not have been achievable so swiftly. At this moment, Chun Mo sat in his aerial courtyard, glancing at the various messages online, a slight smile gracing his lips. Calculating the time, the professional team should be arriving soon. It was time to bolster his strength and avoid any unforeseen misfortunes. Chun Mo's gaze once again fixed on Meiying, the highest-level zombie bodyguard. Her role was incredibly significant, and her level must be prioritized. Moreover, after her last upgrade, Meiying had developed basic intelligence. Further upgrading would surely yield surprises. Upgrading from level 3 to 4 required 16 ordinary zombies as materials. Although it pained him somewhat, Chun Mo resolutely pressed the fusion confirmation option. In the next moment, 16 ordinary zombies before Chun Mo melted away, transforming into pools of crimson energy. This blood-red energy gradually enveloped Meiying's form, and Chun Mo could distinctly feel her rapid transformation under its nurturing. Seizing this moment, he glanced at the remaining ordinary zombies, now only 17 left. He faced 2 choices. Either upgrade himself to become a 4th-level professional, enhancing his control over wind, rain, and gravity, and increasing the number of bodyguards he could recruit daily, or upgrade Bailong and Dazhuang to level 3. Bailong would enhance his mobility, allowing for escape if he could not win, while Dazhuang served as the tank in his team, providing greater safety. As for Binlei, Chun Mo had not considered him for the time being. While the power of lightning energy was formidable, the current number of ordinary zombies was insufficient to elevate him from level 1 to 3, which would require too great a cost. Additionally, Binlei's primary role for now was merely to provide power for his life, so he could be saved for a later upgrade. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mo ultimately decided to upgrade Bailong and Dazhuang. With the professional team arriving soon, direct confrontation would be inevitable, making the strength of his zombie bodyguards crucial. Even if he were to elevate to level 4, his combat prowess would not see a significant improvement. Moreover, Chun Mo inherently preferred not to fight personally. That would be far too dangerous. With this thought in mind, he swiftly selected the remaining 16 zombies and fused them into the bodies of Bailong and Dazhuang. After completing this, only 1 ordinary zombie remained. Chun Mo squinted at the 3 zombies enveloped in crimson energy before him, his heart filled with anticipation. The professional team, right? Hurry up and arrive. My bodyguard squad is eagerly awaiting you. Chapter 40. Lin Shue's research achievements for Chun Mo. The brief wait of several minutes felt excruciatingly long. The first to complete their upgrades were Bailong and Dazhuang. After this upgrade, Bailong, as Chen Mo's steed, had fully met the criteria, now resembling a horse in size. Standing shoulder-high to Chen Mo, its massive claws were larger than a human head, capable of delivering a devastating blow with just one swipe. Bailong was a zombie dog, and all its abilities were dog-related. After successfully advancing to a third-level zombie, both its jumping ability and speed had received significant enhancements, and it even possessed an unexpected surprise, keen sense of smell. As long as there were enemies within a 100-meter radius, Bailong could detect their scent and issue a warning. Excellent! Now it could serve not only as a steed, but also as a guard dog. Like Meiying before, the third-level zombie dog also attained basic intelligence. While Bailong could not comprehend overly complex commands, it stood before Chen Mo, wagging its tail slowly and even licking Chen Mo's palm with its tongue. Truly a good dog. As for Dazhuang, his defense and strength had been greatly enhanced. Chen Mo conducted a brief test. Dazhuang could now effortlessly lift a pickup truck with one hand, and his defensive capabilities were sufficient to withstand grenades. Surpassing even the previous Heilong now, the front line was adequately fortified. After gaining simple intelligence, Dazhuang's first action was to kneel on one knee before Chen Mo. Goodness, loyalty at its peak. Chen Mo quickly helped Dong back to his feet. Patting his shoulder, "Do well, and I will promote you to captain of the bodyguard team." It remains uncertain whether Dazhuang truly comprehended the situation, as a somewhat simple-minded smile graced his face. Chen Mo couldn't help but ponder. If these zombies possessed even a modicum more intelligence, perhaps he wouldn't feel so solitary in this lifetime. He certainly could not place his trust in humanity, and could only hope to rely on these zombies for companionship. At that moment, as the apex combatant of the team, Meiying finally ascended to level 4. The crimson energy was completely absorbed by her. While her external appearance underwent little change, her pale pupils gained a hint of vitality. Upon regaining her composure, Meiying unexpectedly knelt before Chen Mo, her voice a mere whisper as she stammered, "To the death? I shall protect my boss." This declaration was strikingly gentle, a stark contrast to her usual image as a female assassin. Chen Mo stood frozen in place, somewhat flummoxed. "Rise, can you speak now?" Meiying stood resolutely, repeating, "To the death, I shall protect my boss." Chen Mo rubbed his forehead. All right, I understand your loyalty. I meant to ask if you could say anything else. To the death, I shall protect my boss. Surely you can't only utter that one phrase? To the death, I shall protect my boss." With a sigh, Chen Mo slapped his forehead and sank onto the sofa in exasperation. "I see now. The pattern of these zombies' intelligence enhancement is clear. At level 3, they become akin to puppies. At level 4, they transform into parrots. Meanwhile, parrots can articulate several phrases, yet these ones can only manage a single line. Enough with the protection. First, let me witness your prowess." Meiying nodded emphatically, declaring, "To the death, I shall protect my boss." In the blink of an eye, her figure flickered and vanished from Chen Mo's sight, leaving him feeling a gust of wind rush past him. So fast. Although lacking a standard speedometer, Chen Mo estimated that Meiying's speed had undoubtedly reached 200 kilometers per hour. Just moments ago, she had barely qualified to hit the expressway, and now she was exceeding the limit with ease. Fortunately, there were no traffic officers around. Otherwise, she would likely be issued a speeding ticket. Even more astonishing was Meiying's mastery of her phantasmic abilities, as several afterimages appeared around her, each performing different movements, rendering it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. Incredible. This is the epitome of an invincible assassin. With such a formidable bodyguard at his side, Chen Mo eagerly anticipated the impending arrival of the adventurer team. Should they dare to approach, he would ensure they understood the true horror of being dominated by zombies. At that moment, Lin Shueisha cautiously approached the rooftop's edge, holding a document in his left hand and a small box in his right. "Mr. Chen, I have come to report on the recent work progress." Chen Mo's interest peaked instantly. "Is there an abundance of good news today?" He gestured towards the empty seat across the table. "Please, sit down and share your insights. Enjoy a cup of tea while you're at it." Lin Shueisha, taken aback by the unexpected courtesy, carefully settled into the chair across from him, daring to occupy only a third of the seat. A zombie, following Chen Mo's instructions, poured a cup of hot tea for each of them. Lin Shueisha cradled his cup, savoring a sip, and immediately revealed an expression of delight. "This is exquisite, Biluakun. Mr. Chen possesses remarkable taste." Chinamo chuckled softly. I hardly have any taste. I can only indulge in such fine tea thanks to the apocalypse. Consider it akin to drinking a soft drink, if you like. I shall gift you a box later. Lin Shueja was overwhelmed with excitement. In the apocalypse, even a hearty meal was a monumental challenge, let alone enjoying high-quality tea. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your generosity. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serve you. Chenamo nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Shueja immediately placed the documents and medical kit on the table. As Chenamo perused the documents, he listened attentively to Lin Shueja's report. In recent days, I have perfected the formulation of the berserk and healing agents and produced the first batch of products. Regrettably, we lack sufficient materials. Currently, we have only managed to produce 30 doses of the healing agent and 100 doses of the berserk agent. Chinamo glanced at the open medical kit, noting that the healing agent was a green liquid while the berserk agent was red, both exuding a gem-like radiance. Excellent. Once the adventurer teams increase in number, these items will undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Have they undergone clinical testing? Yes, they have. A few days ago, Dazhuang assisted me in capturing some test subjects. The experimental results are detailed in the report. The healing agent primarily targets external injuries. In my tests, a deep knife wound on the thigh, exposing bone, healed completely within approximately 3 days after administering the healing agent, leaving no scar. When used in conjunction with internal application, it can even achieve recovery within a single day. After listening to Lin Shueja's explanation, Chenamo nodded in approval. Very good. It exhibits a stronger efficacy than the original. It is evident that you have put in a great deal of effort. Lin Shueja smiled, then picked up a berserk agent to elaborate. According to the experiments conducted, when injected with the berserk agent, a human can instantly unleash all their latent potential, effectively doubling their combat power. Remaining impervious to pain or fear, its effects are remarkably potent. Furthermore, these berserk agents can also be administered to zombies. However, since the primary component of the berserk agent is derived from the virus within zombies, the efficacy is significantly diminished upon injection into zombies, only able to enhance their combat power by 50%. 50% is still considerable. With this knowledge, Chonimo felt a greater sense of security. With Mei Ying now at level 4, should she receive the berserk agent, she might even contend with a level 5 adventurer. Chonimo waved his hand, summoning Dazhuang to collect the 2 items, then turned to Lin Shueja. You mentioned a lack of materials. What specifically is needed? Mr. Chun, the primary raw material for the berserk agent is the virus found within zombies. However, to eliminate the harmful effects of the virus and retain only the beneficial aspects, a substantial quantity of other medicinal substances is required for deactivation and sterilization. The main component of the healing agent is dew collected from the elves. The elven territory is located about 5 kilometers from here. And during their previous passage, Heilong's adventurer team gathered some, but it has since been exhausted. Lin Shueja listed a variety of items, some unique to the apocalyptic world and others existing prior to the apocalypse. Chinamo took note. It seems I will need to trade with other adventurers to acquire some valuable resources. As for their reluctance to trade, that's easily resolved. It saves me the trouble of needing to invest in the trade. Chapter 41. Adventurer Team. Laying the rumbling of vehicles echoed from outside the complex. Having just completed his tasks, Chunimo stood on the rooftop and spotted a convoy skillfully breaking through the encirclement of zombies to enter the compound. Now arriving at the entrance. Unlike Heilong's previous team, this convoy exhibited a distinctly more professional demeanor. 3 vehicles, all modified vans, formed the convoy. Thick iron plates were welded around and atop the vans, making them likely impervious to even rocket launchers. Moreover, the sides of the van were fitted with fist-sized openings, serving as firing ports. Gun barrels emerged from these holes, unleashing brilliant flames, as the surrounding zombies fell as if they had entered a slaughterhouse. Such impressive tactical coordination and exquisite weaponry left Chen Mo's eyes gleaming with admiration. This was what professionalism truly looked like. When comparing Heilong's team to this one, it was akin to comparing a pack mule to a Santana. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. What excited Chenimo even more was the sight of 2 figures atop the central van, a man and a woman. Judging by their positions, the woman appeared to be in command. She had thick, shoulder-length curly hair and golden eyes that shimmered with a hint of electricity, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the relentless onslaught of zombies. The man behind her, with a wet towel wrapped around his head and a katana over a meter in length hanging from his waist. Wore a stern expression. This must be the adventurer team that had announced their intention to provide assistance online. Chunimo hurriedly took out his phone and opened the relevant forum, where he indeed found a freshly minted denunciation article. I am Lei Ying, captain of the Thundercloud Adventurer team, and we have now reached the outskirts of the apocalyptic monster territory. Please do not be afraid. Follow our instructions for an orderly evacuation. As for the scoundrel Chenimo within the complex, once I have rescued everyone, he shall undoubtedly receive his due punishment. The comments section was flooded with messages from the residents. Oh dear, it seems there are still good people in this world. Thank you, Miss Lei Ying, for extending your hand. Good people live long, while the wicked bear no children. I need not specify who the bad person is. Ha ha ha, you are quite bold. Aren't you afraid that Chinimo will see your comment? Fear not. I am leaving this place shortly. Besides, with so many adventurer teams coming to trouble him, I doubt he has much time left. It is indeed reasonable. He is merely a grasshopper after autumn. Chinimo gazed at the article and the incessantly refreshing comments below, a cold smile gracing his lips. What a fitting punishment, successfully nauseating me. The writer of this article, Lei Ying, must be the long-haired girl standing atop the vehicle. There are no secrets on the internet. It did not take long for Chinimo to uncover information about Lei Yun's professional team. The leader, Lei Ying, is surprisingly a level 3 Eternal, and the young man standing beside her is her admirer. Proficient in swordsmanship and also a level 3 professional, named Lin Xiao. How fortunate women are. With a mere display of charm, they can attract a multitude of suitors. Unlike men, who often must engage in discussions of ideals, interests, and prospects, expending great effort to gain even a modicum of recognition. Upon entering the community, the number of zombies evidently increased. The gun holes around the van could no longer suffice to clear the horde in a timely manner. And once the zombies amassed, the van found itself struggling to move, even teetering on the brink of being overturned. This simply would not do. Lei Ying, who had remained inactive atop the vehicle, spread her arms wide. In the next moment, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing with thunderous roars upon either side of the convoy. The corpses in that vicinity were instantly charred, leaving behind scorched traces on the ground. Chanimo, witnessing this spectacle, was left wide-eyed. Astonishing. So she wields the power of thunder? How I desire that. Transforming you into a zombie for sacrifice would surely be invigorating. Lei Ying continued her gestures, summoning one bolt of lightning after another, swiftly annihilating the zombies on the street. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had yet to engage, gripped the hilt of his katana. After surveying the battlefield, he leaped high from the van, landing atop a zombie's shoulder, effortlessly severing the heads of several surrounding zombies with his long blade. Such speed, such sharpness. Even from afar, Chunimo could not help but commend their formidable prowess with a thumbs up. The zombies on the street were rapidly dispatched, soon leaving a sea of corpses. To his surprise, this group had indeed managed to establish a safe zone at the entrance of the community. However, Chinimo felt no pangs of remorse for the fallen zombies, knowing they would respawn the next day. The more they killed, the more would return. Who cares? Yet, what followed took him aback. Lei Ying had formed a small circle with a convoy of 3 vans beneath Building No. 1. Standing atop the vehicle, she took out a megaphone and called out, "Fellow residents of Building Number 1, listen closely. I am here in response to your plea for help, sent by a professional team to rescue you. May I inquire about your current situation?" Due to prior clearing of zombies, even her loud proclamation attracted only a few, which her combat team swiftly dealt with. The neighbors within the building, upon witnessing this scene, erupted in excited cries. The first to emerge was unexpectedly Qin Lingling. This woman had been hiding in her bedroom and had miraculously survived these past few days. "I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I am the author of that article, Qin Lingling. There are zombies in my room and a horde in the corridor. Please, come rescue me." With Qin Lingling's declaration, other residents promptly joined in, shouting from their windows, "Me too. I am alive. Please take me away. I can't bear to stay in this cursed place any longer. Woo-woo. I represent the organization and the people in thanking you. Once outside, I must print a banner for you. Finally, I can leave this zombie-infested domain." I could cry. Seeing so many people pleading for assistance from the windows, Lei Ying felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thankfully, they had not arrived too late. Everyone was still alive. Just as she prepared to send in people to clear the zombies for rescue, Chen Lingling shouted again. Sister Lei Ying, you'd best bring several more people to clear a path to the top floor. Chen Mo has hoarded an abundance of supermarket food up there, enough that he cannot possibly consume it all. However, my brother is exceptionally selfish. He doesn't even allow anyone to ascend to the roof. So be cautious. As she spoke, the other residents recalled this matter. Now that they saw hope for rescue, they no longer held back, launching into vehement tirades. Miss Lei Ying, Lingling is absolutely right. That wretched Chen Mo hoards so much food for himself, refusing to share with us. Since you have so many vans, you should take it all from him. He doesn't deserve it. Indeed, that food belongs to the community and should be shared among us all. Why should he be the sole keeper? If you ask me, he has caused the deaths of many during this time. He deserves to perish. Miss Lei Ying, why not simply go up and kill him? I support this. Such a selfish and despicable person deserves a fitting end. Lei Ying had initially aimed only to rescue people, but upon hearing their words, a surge of anger welled within her. This despicable Chen Mo truly deserves punishment. As for that food, it should be allocated to those in greater need. Atop the rooftop, Chen Mo naturally heard the neighbors' shouts, a sardonic smile curling on his lips. How intriguing! Are they already eager for vengeance? However, I never said you could leave. No one is permitted to depart. Chapter 42. Indeed, there exists a Saint Mother in this world. After Lei Ying and her combat team cleared the surrounding zombies, they swiftly devised a battle plan. She turned to her comrades and instructed, everyone, prepare your equipment and get ready for action. Team A will enter to eliminate zombies while rescuing the survivors trapped within the building. Team B will head straight to the rooftop to retrieve the hoarded food from that scoundrel and distribute it to those who truly need it. Upon hearing the orders, the two teams promptly gathered their weapons. Preparing to enter, the two foremost combat personnel were about to breach the building when suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past. The heads of those two individuals were forcefully shoved into their abdomens. Before the startled onlookers stood a massive black beast resembling a horse, a ferocious black hound. After dispatching the two with lightning speed, the monstrous hound clamped its jaws around the head of a third person, brutally tearing it free and beginning to chew with a sickening crunch, the sound of splintering bones echoing in front of the building, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Shoot! Shoot quickly! What in the world is this beast? Shoot it dead! Suppressing fire, cover each other. By God, that dog is enormous. It must be on steroids to grow this large. So massive, not even tin pots could hold it. The professional team led by Lei Ying responded with remarkable efficiency, swiftly countering the hound's assault. In that instant of gunfire, a tall figure descended from the sky, standing directly in front of the monstrous hound. Bullets struck the figure as though hitting steel, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Not until an entire magazine was expended did the figure remain unscathed. The newcomer was none other than the level 3 zombie bodyguard, Dezhuang. Lei Ying and Lin Xiao, standing atop the vehicle, furrowed their brows. A level 3 professional. Such formidable defense. That moment, Dezhuang donned tattered combat gear, sunglasses obscuring his features. At first glance, one might not recognize him as a zombie. After swallowing the human head, the hound licked its lips with a long tongue, gazing hungrily at the crowd, causing dread to seep into the hearts of Lei Ying's team. A voice rang out from above. You dare to come to my territory to rescue people without my consent? They looked skyward to see a young man in a black tracksuit, a cigar dangling from his lips, gracefully descending from the air. Behind him stood a striking woman in combat gear, also wearing sunglasses. The newcomers were none other than Chen Mo and Mei Ying. Harnessing the power of wind and gravity, Chen Mo had mastered the ability to glide through the air. Lei Ying and Lin Xiao's brows knitted tighter. Another professional? If the woman behind him is also a professional, then they have 3 professionals. How is this possible? Professionals are exceedingly rare. To find 3 in a single community, especially of such high levels, is utterly outrageous. In that moment, Lei Ying finally understood why Chen Mo thrived in the zombie-infested realm, why he could hoard so much food. With such immense power, he could easily cleanse the entire zombie territory. Chen Mo gracefully landed upon the hound's back. The once savage beast now resembled a gentle lamb, even turning to lick Chen Mo's palm affectionately. Meanwhile, Dezhuang and Mei Ying stood before Chen Mo. Though they were but 4, they stood undaunted against the 20-odd fully armed combatants before them. This was precisely the effect Chen Mo desired. While numbers can be crucial, the true determinant of the battlefield's outcome is invariably the pinnacle of combat prowess. The opponent possesses merely 2 Tier 3 practitioners, while here there are 4, each of whom surpasses the foe in strength. The disparity is evident. The elite combat team led by Lang finds itself in an unexpected predicament, as not a single member dares to make a move. Ordinary soldiers, confronted with an overwhelming aura of intimidation, cannot help but retreat. The homeowners inside the building witness this scene and are thrown into disarray. Chen Lingling, baring her teeth in a fierce snarl, declares, "Sister Lei Ying, it's him. He is the demon responsible for nearly starving us to death. The deaths within this community should be attributed to him. Had he not hoarded the food and watched coldly from the sidelines, none of us would have perished. Hurry, take action and eliminate him." The other homeowners echo her sentiment. Indeed, this man is a demon. Now, with only 2 bodyguards at his side, and you possessing weapons, why do you hesitate? Attack him. Damn it, are you all incapable? Why not just toss us the guns and let us fight like men? Woo-woo, you're not planning to abandon us, are you? These are lives at stake. At this moment, Lei Ying's team of practitioners finds themselves in a precarious situation. Gritting her teeth, she fixes her gaze upon the arrogant man before her and, suppressing her fury, states, "I concede that you possess strength, but with great power comes great responsibility. Do you not believe that your abilities ought to be employed for a more righteous cause?" Chen Mo chuckles derisively. "Pray tell, what constitutes a righteous cause?" Lei Ying's unwavering gaze remains locked onto Chen Mo's eyes. "Certainly, it is to save more ordinary lives and contribute to humanity as a whole." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo bursts into laughter, his mirth resonating throughout the desolate community, accompanied by the mocking laughter of the zombie bodyguards and ferocious hounds. The jovial sound reverberates, leaving Lei Ying and Lin Zhao's faces ashen. "Enough of your laughter. A despicable wretch like you will never grasp the noble character of Miss Lei Ying. To utter another word to you is to tarnish her virtue." Lin Zhao, standing behind her, steps forward, brandishing his sword menacingly at Chen Mo, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Chen Mo, taking a puff from his cigar, regards the practitioner team with disdain, saying, "Well, I truly did not expect such a self-righteous saint to exist in this apocalypse. However, your desires are of no concern to me. I shall outline my purpose for being here. There are 2 stipulations. First, the residents and zombies within the community are off limits to you. Second, hand over all the supplies from your vehicles, and I may allow you to leave alive." At the proclamation of these demands, Lei Ying and her team are left dumbfounded. What is this nonsense? We came here to save lives, and not only are we denied that opportunity, but we are also being robbed. This is nothing short of blatant banditry. There comes a point when patience runs thin. All the warriors once again raise their weapons, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Lei Ying glances at her comrades and then at the ordinary people upstairs awaiting their rescue, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. With a sigh, she proposes, "Can we not take a step back? We can offer you surplus supplies from our vehicle. You allow us to take those innocent lives upstairs. Regardless of the apocalypse, every individual deserves the right to survive. Have you never considered that you were once an ordinary person too?" Chen Mo, upon hearing her words, feels a slight stirring within, though not from any sense of empathy, but rather from recollections of the hardships he faced as an ordinary man in his past life, and the actions of his neighbors within this community. Human nature is inherently malevolent, unworthy of redemption. He smirks coldly. "Do you think this is a marketplace where one can haggle? You will either comply with my 2 demands, or we shall settle this with our fists." With that, Chen Mo leaps off the ferocious hound, taking a couple of steps back. Meanwhile, the hound, De Zhuang, and Mei Ying prepare for combat. Currently, Mei Ying has reached level 4, while Bai Long and De Zhuang are at level 3. Should a confrontation arise, Chen Mo is confident of victory. At this juncture, Lin Zhao can no longer contain himself. His sword scrapes against the ground with a deafening sound, as he turns to Lei Ying and asserts, "Miss Lei Ying, do not fear. We need not make any compromises against such a demon. With this sword in hand, I can slay monsters and save lives. Watch closely." Observing Lin Zhao's gallant figure, Lei Ying bites her lip and nods gently. "Brother Lin Zhao, be careful. I await your return." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's heart races, his aura surging as if he had been invigorated. Indeed, A devoted admirer possesses limitless potential before his goddess. Is it possible that his vocation is that of a devoted sword saint? As Lin Zhao's gaze surveys Chen Mo and his associates, he notes the imposing figure who withstood the onslaught of 20 submachine guns unscathed, showcasing an almost impenetrable defense. Realizing that bullets cannot penetrate, he deduces that his sword may struggle to breach this man's defenses. The Black Hound exhibits a speed and strength that aligns with level 3 practitioners, undoubtedly a formidable mutated variant. As for Chen Mo, who stands at the rear, though he has yet to engage, his status as the leader implies he is the most powerful of the group. When he fell from the air, he did so effortlessly, perhaps even possessing the ability to fly. Overall, these three adversaries prove to be formidable. Finally, Lin Xiao's gaze settles upon Mei Ying. She is different, appearing frail and strikingly beautiful. Likely Chen Mo's companion, a mere decorative figure. The fact that he would keep such a cold-hearted individual close while neglecting the plight of hundreds of neighbors suggests he holds her in high esteem. If he could swiftly incapacitate her, he could leverage her as a means of coercing Chen Mo to release the others, even to surrender the food stockpiled on the rooftop. Although the tactic may be somewhat underhanded, great endeavors often require such measures. Lin Xiao swiftly formulates a plan of attack. Target the soft spot. He brandishes his sword, moving with a speed nearly imperceptible, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Behind him, Lang clenches her fists, her expression filled with anticipation. Although the enemy boasts superior combatants, the level of skill does not always correlate to strength. She has unwavering faith in Lin Xiao. His vocation as a wandering swordsman bestows upon him innate swordsmanship, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners, and there may indeed be hope for victory. Upon reaching level 4, Mei Ying has acquired a basic level of intelligence. Requiring no command from Chen Mo, with a resolute shout, she proclaims, "I vow to protect my master with my life." Instantly, she enters a state of battle readiness. Lin Xiao's sword strikes with incredible speed. In a mere 0.1 seconds, the sharp blade pierces Mei Ying's formed eye. In that moment, the members of the practitioner team erupt into cheers. Brother Lin Xiao is incredible. What a swift and elegant strike. Ha ha ha, wasn't he just boasting? They seem unable to muster the courage to retaliate against such a blow. Clearly, their bravado is but a facade to mask their weakness. Upstairs, Chen Lingling excitedly shakes her small fists. Damn that wretched woman. My brother ignores me yet keeps you by his side. It must be your seductive wiles that ensnared him. You deserve to die. Yet, amidst the jubilant cheers, Lin Zhao's countenance darkens. He realizes he has not struck anything at all. As a swordsman, he possesses a perfect awareness of his blade. The sensation he felt moments ago was indistinguishable from striking empty air. Indeed, the next moment, the Mei Ying he thought he had struck vanishes. Is it an illusion? But where has her true form gone? Lin Xiao suddenly feels a chill run down his spine, a palpable threat emanating from behind him. She's behind me. Reacting swiftly, he spins around. Drawing his sword, however, at that very instant, the dagger in Mei Ying's hand plunges deep into Lin Zhao's chest. With a clatter, his sword clatters to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. He feels the intense pain in his chest. Stammering, I actually lost. Before him stands Mei Ying, gripping the hilt of the dagger embedded in Lin Xiao's chest. The blade has penetrated deeply, and due to the swiftness of her strike, not a drop of blood has yet escaped. The entire combat team stands frozen, their celebratory words abruptly silenced. How could this be? Were they not just victorious? That woman's speed surpassed even brother Lin Xiao's. Did anyone catch a glimpse of her movements? Absolutely not. By the time we registered her actions, she had already stabbed brother Lin Xiao in the chest. It was simply too fast. Behind them, Lei Ying gasps in horror. Brother Lin Xiao. In response, her hands flicker with energy, dark clouds gathering overhead, as bolts of lightning brew within. Chen Mo yawns leisurely, remarking, I advise you not to act rashly. Your brother Lin Xiao is not dead yet. The blade in the hands of the shadowy figure was exquisitely precise, now hovering merely a millimeter from Lin Zhao's heart. Should you make a move, he would perish instantly. Lei Ying forced herself to maintain her composure. Release my elder brother Lin Xiao, and I shall acquiesce to the conditions you previously proposed. Let us depart immediately, and I am willing to surrender all supplies aboard our vehicle. Chen Mo, having reached the end of his cigar, carelessly discarded the remnants on the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. He shook his head and remarked, "That simply won't do. This moment is not the same as the last. The terms I offered earlier were reflective of my state at that time. Now, I wish to raise the stakes. Your minions may depart, but the goods in your vehicle, as well as your person and your elder brother Lin Xiao, shall remain with me. Surely, you would not want to witness your elder brother's demise before your very eyes?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. "Lady Lei Ying, do not listen to him. If I must die, then let it be. Do not let my fate cloud your judgment. You have a far greater mission. Did you not say your dream was to save all the ordinary people in this apocalypse? Life is transient. I only hope my death holds significant weight in your heart. That would suffice." After absorbing Lin Zhao's poignant words, tears cascaded from the corners of Lei Ying's eyes, her electrical energy and the ominous clouds above gradually dissipating. Chen Imo, unable to restrain himself, began to applaud. "Splendid. Splendid. What a privilege it is to witness such a sweet love story. Lady Lei Ying, have you made your decision?" Initially, Chen Imo had not intended to keep the two of them, for both were Tier 3 practitioners, formidable in strength. Even if he could emerge victorious, capturing them was no certainty. Tier 3 practitioners who were determined to flee presented a significant challenge. However, the circumstances had shifted, with them now in his grasp. How could he let them escape? Should they transform into zombies, they would become two formidable Tier 3 zombie bodyguards. Having amassed resources over this apocalypse, he possessed only two Tier 3 zombies, Mingquan and Dezhuang. Thus, he could not let this opportunity pass. With reddened eyes, Lei Ying spoke in a hoarse voice to her comrades behind her, "Disband. You must leave this place at once." The combat team behind her immediately raised their weapons. "Absolutely not. Our current situation is entirely due to Lady Lei Ying's efforts. We will not abandon her. If it comes to it, we will fight. After all, what is a life worth? Indeed, we cannot flee," to Lei Ying's surprise. Her warriors exhibited unwavering loyalty. She glared at them, shouting, "If I command you to leave, then leave. If this man wished to kill us, he would have done so already. He must find me useful. Resisting now would be akin to courting death. Hurry, depart. I will seek you out as soon as I am able." Though reluctant, the multitude of warriors understood that Lady Lei Ying was likely correct after a brief moment of hesitation. Just as they prepared to turn away, Chen Imo cleared his throat and added, "Do remember to leave your weapons behind. Those are my personal property, and your uniforms as well. Combat gear is quite precious in this apocalypse." The group seethed with indignation, itching to fight, yet they complied to ensure Lin Xiao and Lei Ying's safety. Over 30 burly men relinquished their weapons and shed their combat uniforms, revealing a colorful array of undergarments beneath. Chen Imo, amused, scrutinized their attire, remarking, "Red underwear is rather antiquated, but SpongeBob SquarePants is quite delightful. And what's this? Superman underwear? Do you also believe in light?" The crowd's faces flushed with embarrassment, eager to flee the scene. They turned and dashed towards the exit of the complex. Fortunately, they had cleared the zombies upon their arrival, or else their escape would have been far more complicated. Once everyone had departed, Lei Ying exhaled a sigh of relief. With a countenance filled with hatred, she fixed her gaze upon Chen Imo. "Now speak. What do you intend by keeping me here? If you desire me to join your ranks in your nefarious endeavors, I advise you to abandon that notion. My abilities will solely be employed for salvation and protection. I will never aid in villainy." Chapter 44. I want to be a top-tier star. Chun Mo's gaze remained steadfast upon Lei Ying, while she held her head high, seemingly to convey her unyielding noble spirit. However, in the next moment, Chun Mo delivered a sharp slap across Lei Ying's face, the blow unrestrained, leaving one side of her visage swollen. Lei Ying stood momentarily stunned. Shouldn't he have been swayed by her noble demeanor? He was a brute, devoid of compassion. Chen Imo, exasperated, admonished her, "Understand your position. You are my captive, when I have not granted you permission to speak. Keep your lips sealed. Should you utter a word without my consent again, I shall sever your tongue and tie it in a knot." Fearful, Lei Ying's complexion paled, and she immediately covered her mouth. Nearby, the shadowy figure produced a length of rope, binding both Lin Xiao and Lei Ying tightly. At that moment, the ever-ready Bin Lei and a lone ordinary zombie emerged. Chen Imo issued his command. "Empty all the contents of these 3 vans and account for them." These two were lacking in power, and for now, they could only toil to demonstrate their worth. The residents on the rooftop stood in stunned silence, their hopes dashed as the once revered professional team had fallen at the entrance of Building 1. Disappointment and anguish mingled within them. Chinamo glanced upwards, sneering, "Weren't you just shouting with enthusiasm? Keep calling, if you enjoy it so much." Silence enveloped the crowd. To call out now would be the height of folly. If the fierce professional team had been subdued, what chance did they stand as mere commoners? Chinamo, nonchalant, continued, "If you do not take the opportunity to shout out, you may find it gone soon. Once I have sorted through the spoils, I shall settle accounts with each of you. I will see how many lives you possess, given your penchant for scheming behind my back and spreading rumors about me." Indeed, Chinamo had lost his patience. Initially, he had spared these individuals, partly out of a desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. It was akin to having a colony of ants at your doorstep. Would you truly waste time crushing each one? Simultaneously, he wished to preserve his reputation, lest he attract unwarranted trouble. However, now that they had mistaken his mercy for weakness, there was no need to keep them alive. Panic surged among the onlookers as they began to shout in desperation. "No? Please, Mr. Chun, this is all Chen Lingling's fault. She spread false rumors online. We did nothing. Yes, we were forced into this. In reality, we all hold you in high regard. Have mercy, let us live. We are so pitiful, barely scraping by at home. Could you truly bring yourself to kill us?" Beside them, the bound Laying felt a twinge of compassion, wanting to plead for her neighbors, but the searing pain on her face quickly brought her back to reality. "Do not speak. It will only lead to further punishment." Regardless of the neighbors' pleas, Chenamo remained unmoved. The crowd's spirits gradually sank, and they began to vehemently blame Chen Lingling. "It's all your fault, you wretched traitor. Why did you provoke that monster? Indeed, we should have remained quietly at home. Perhaps then he would have felt generous enough to provide us with some food. And now look where we are. We are all doomed." Chen Lingling curled up in the corner of her bedroom. Her eyes filled with resentment as she read the scathing comments in the group chat. "Damn it, a bunch of fickle fair-weather friends. They once hailed me as a goddess, a savior, and now they turn their backs like animals." After a brief moment of terror, she began to console herself. No, even if he kills everyone else, he would never harm me. I am his beloved sister, raised with utmost care. I refuse to believe it." The homeowners vented their last frustrations in the chat, desperate to express their collective unwillingness to die. Just when despair threatened to consume them, a new message appeared. "Everyone, calm down. I can save you." This statement detonated like a bomb in the still waters of their despair, capturing everyone's attention. "Is this for real? Who are you? How dare you make such bold claims? You must be a con artist. May all fraudsters perish. If two powerful practitioners with a fully equipped team couldn't prevail, what makes you think you can? If you truly had the ability, why wait until now? Everyone, let us listen. Perhaps he really does possess the capability." Some expressed skepticism, while others clung to the last vestiges of hope. Amidst the clamoring for answers, the individual sent another message. "Greetings, residents of Building 1, and I am Kai Xiaoquan, a lay disciple of Shaolin with 25 years of training in various ancient martial arts and combat techniques. Most importantly, I am also a practitioner." Upon reading this message, excitement surged through the crowd. They finally understood. Ordinary people stood no chance against practitioners. If this speaker was indeed a powerful practitioner, there might be a glimmer of hope after all. "What is your profession, and what level are you currently at?" "I never anticipated that there would be a hidden powerhouse residing in our building. You seem rather timid. If you had emerged sooner." This situation involving Chenamo would never have arisen. "Please do tell, can you truly save us?" Kai Xiaoquan hastily sent another message. "I can genuinely save everyone. My profession is that of a top-tier celebrity, and I am currently only at level 1. However, with the support of all of you, I can swiftly level up and may even surpass Chinamo." Upon hearing that he was only at level 1, many hearts sank, yet a number of individuals, adopting a better to try than not attitude, still inquired for further details. Kai Xiaoquan continued in the group chat. "My profession allows me to draw strength from my fans. In essence, the greater the number of followers on my personal account, the stronger I become. Regrettably, I am not adept at garnering traffic, and as of now, I have only a handful of fans. If all the residents could follow me and lend me their strength, I would become significantly more powerful. Our building alone houses 200 to 300 people, and the entire community comprises 30 buildings. If everyone followed me, coupled with the followers I have accumulated online, I could easily surpass 10,000 fans. Based on my estimations, I would then possess the combat power of a level 4 professional. When that time comes, if everyone comes to cheer for me on site, I could ascend another level. It's a surefire win. Upon sending this message, all the residents in the building erupted in applause and cheers, and why goodness, there truly is a savior among us. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Had I known, I would have followed you sooner. I've already followed you. When the time comes to take action, I will undoubtedly be there to cheer you on. Count me in. I am now your fan as well. And I just shared your situation in the community group. Everyone is currently following you. I posted it on the forum as well, which should have some effect. I in a small room on the 20th floor. A young man named Kai Xiaoquan, sporting a center-parted hairstyle, watched as the number of followers on his personal account surged, his face flushing with excitement. He could distinctly feel his strength escalating rapidly. Having already transitioned from a level 1 professional to a level 2, furthermore, the upward trend showed no signs of abating. At this rate, reaching the anticipated level would be effortlessly within his grasp. IVE finally succeeded. I have long awaited this day. Kai Xiaoquan had been patiently biding his time. Had he initially proclaimed that becoming his fan would strengthen him, few would have consented. Who would willingly lend their strength to a stranger? However, the circumstances had now changed. The entire community had reached a critical juncture, united against the common enemy of Chinimo with a single rallying cry. The entire neighborhood had become his fans. Kai Xiaoquan's heart brimmed with desire. If I can vanquish that formidable foe and emerge as the hero of this community, they will willingly remain my fans forever, allowing me to gradually grow in power. Once my followers surpass 100,000, or even 1,000,000, I shall be the supreme deity. Chapter 45. The Elven Maiden. After a brief period of organization, Chinimo discovered that Lei Ying was exceedingly wealthy. The first vehicle was laden with an array of equipment. Just the combat suits, handguns, submachine guns, and grenades for ordinary people added up to 100 sets. The food supply was somewhat lacking but still filled an entire VAS for the final vehicle. It contained a remarkable surprise for Chinimo. Inside was merely an iron cage, which housed a young girl. She was adorned in a short skirt woven from large, vibrant green leaves, and astonishingly, a pair of translucent wings sprouted from her back. With long green hair and pointed ears, it was undeniable. This was an elf. At that moment, the Elven Maiden appeared to be under sedation, remaining in a slumbering state. Lei Ying frantically waved her hands from behind, seemingly wishing to speak, yet Chinimo did not grant her permission. She dared not. She truly feared that he might extract her tongue and tie it in a knot. Lin Xiao watched in heartache as his ideal woman was intimidated to such an extent. He could only lament inwardly, "It's all my fault for being useless. I cannot even protect the woman I hold dear. What use is this sword in my hand?" Chinimo waved his hand. "Come closer and explain. Where did this creature come from?" Upon receiving permission, Lei Ying finally dared to speak. "You should already know that the spawning area of the elven race is not too distant from that of the zombies. Our delay of 2 days was due to traversing the elven spawning area, and we captured this elven girl there. However, we suspect that her identity is quite extraordinary, as long as she remains conscious. She can continuously summon her kin to rescue her, which is why we rendered her unconscious and confined her in this cage." Chinimo pressed further. "What is the strength of the elven race?" Lei Ying promptly replied, "They are far stronger than ordinary zombies. Typically, an elven being that has just spawned possesses the combat power of a level 2 professional, with some even reaching level 3. This elven girl in the cage is a level 3 elf. Based on our observations during the journey, we suspect that the elven race has its own societal structure and perhaps even possesses a ruling elven king. This girl is likely of royal blood. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why so many ordinary elves would risk their lives to rescue her. You must not awaken her. It is best to administer sedatives daily to keep her in a state of slumber. Otherwise, summoning a horde of elven warriors would lead to countless fatalities." Chinimo smiled coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lei Ying. "Must you act so pretentious, always speaking as if you are considering the welfare of ordinary people? If you genuinely fear for lives, why not release this elf? How hypocritical." Lei Ying's face flushed with anger. This time, She did not attempt to defend herself. Instead, Lin Xiao immediately shouted, "You shall not tarnish the noble character of Miss Lei Ying. The decision to keep this elven maiden was entirely mine. I believe her identity is significant, and she must possess much untapped value. If all else fails, we could sell her for a high price to a powerful faction. I am the vile one. I am the despicable one. This has nothing to do with Miss Lei Ying. A person of your lowly character will never comprehend the noble essence of Miss Lei Ying." Chinamo sighed. "Why do some people consistently disregard my words? I just said that captives are not permitted to speak without my consent. It appears you have quite the rebellious spirit." After saying this, he cast a glance at De Zhuang, who promptly delivered a punch to Lin Xiao's mouth, shattering his teeth and leaving his mouth a bloody mess. Then, De Zhuang reached into Lin Zhao's mouth and pulled out his tongue with force, severing it. Woe is me. Now Lin Xiao could truly utter no words. Writhing in pain on the ground, he convulsed. Chinamo expressed mild regret. "Your tongue is quite short. I intended to tie it in a knot for you. Alas, it broke by accident. Next time, remember not to speak out of turn. Oh, and you should find yourself unable to speak now." Lin Xiao was spitting blood incessantly. However, as a formidable level 3 professional, he was unlikely to perish from such minor injuries. Lei Ying's eyes turned red in an instant. She yearned to rush over and assist Lin Xiao, but she was bound and immobilized, only able to glare at Chinamo with hatred. Chinamo chuckled lightly. "You must remember the rules. It would be a pity for such a beautiful girl to lose her tongue." Chinamo, for the time being, chose to ignore the two captives. After all, having fallen into his grasp, he had no intention of allowing them to live. He would directly infect them, turning them into zombies to serve as enhancement materials. Perfect. Lin Zhao's abilities would be a fine complement to the Phantom. The ultimate speed of the Phantom, coupled with the illusion, combined with Lin Zhao's rogue sword heart, would create the true king of assassins. As for the elven maiden, Chinamo gazed at her slumbering form within the cage, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Of course, this was not the lascivious kind of greed, but rather a serious and earnest desire. This elven maiden possessed the strength of a level 3 professional. If she could be infected and turned into a zombie, it would be astounding. Wouldn't I then possess a zombie elf? Most notably, she could continuously summon elven warriors to her aid, which would mean that Chinamo could incessantly create higher-grade zombie elven warriors. This was far superior to recruiting those mediocre ordinary zombies from the zombie spawning grounds. Higher-level zombie elves not only boasted greater combat prowess, but also served as far superior fusion materials compared to ordinary zombies. Fantastic! Chinmo waved his hand. "Everyone, get busy and move these items to the rooftop terrace. Once we finish, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast." The Phantom and the team immediately set to work. Even Bai Long took on the role of a laborer. There was too much to carry, and it couldn't all be done in one trip, so they had to make multiple journeys. Just as Chinamo and his moving crew made their way upstairs, he suddenly noticed a peculiar scene. In just a brief moment, the zombies within the building had inexplicably vanished. How peculiar! Although the majority of the undead had been lured away by Lei Ying's team of professionals, he could hardly believe that the occupants of the building would dare to confront the zombies head-on. If they truly possessed such courage, they wouldn't have come perilously close to starving within their own homes. Tentatively, he opened several doors, only to discover that the residents had indeed disappeared. A cruel smile spread across Chun Mo's face. "Just as it should be. The more fiercely you resist, the more exhilarating my game becomes." He hummed a tune as he ascended. Meanwhile, on the 32nd floor, over 200 people had already gathered. The entire building's residents congregated in this one location. The stairwell sat a dapper young man with a stylish middle part. Chen Lingling, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles, settled beside Kai Xiaokuan and offered him the bowl. "Brother Kuan, please eat a bowl of noodles first. You need to replenish your strength so you can confront the villains later." As Kai Xiaokuan inhaled the savory aroma of the noodles, he felt a surge of emotion. Though he now appeared quite handsome, he had once been an undeniable eyesore, his transformation a result of awakening the profession of a top-tier celebrity. As his professional level increased, he found himself growing even more attractive. For much of his early life, he had seldom garnered the attention of beautiful women. Faced with Chen Lingling's concern, he found himself utterly captivated. "Lingling, aren't you hungry? You should eat too, Brother Kuan. It's all right if Lingling is a bit hungry. Your health is far more important." You need to fill your stomach to have the strength to deal with that monster. Once you defeat him, there will be an abundance of food for everyone. Kai Xiaoquan attempted to refuse again, but Chen Lingling raised the bowl of noodles, gently blowing on a few strands before bringing them to her lips. The combined fragrance of the noodles and her natural scent momentarily entranced him. Unable to resist, he grasped Chen Lingling's hand, his gaze resolute. Lingling, I will surely vanquish that monster. With your encouragement, I have already reached the level of a 5th-tier professional. Once I defeat him, I will ensure you live a life of comfort. Chen Lingling's face flushed crimson, her head bowed, resembling a shy neighbor girl. At that moment, a voice echoed from around the corner of the stairs. Seriously? Bro, you actually fancy this kind of person? You must be really hungry if you're willing to settle for anything. If you like her, why must you challenge me? If you fancy cars like a Mercedes or BMW, you should save up to buy one. But if you like buses, a mere $2 will suffice for a ticket. Chapter 46. The terrifying combat power of a major internet celebrity. Upon hearing this voice, everyone on the upper floor turned their heads and immediately spotted Chinamo standing at the foot of the stairs. Despite Kai Xiaoquan's presence in front, Chinamo had become synonymous with monster in everyone's minds. The crowd instantly erupted in panic. The monster! The monster is here! Major internet celebrity, come on, take down this bastard, or he will surely kill us all. Look at his fierce expression. He must be a psycho. Who knows how he will torment us later? Wah, I'm so scared. Save us. In that moment, Chinamo found himself somewhat speechless. Was he truly that terrifying? Some of the timid had even burst into tears upon seeing him. Yet, it made sense. They were on the brink of death. What else could they do but cry? If they didn't, they might not get the chance again. Once they became ghosts, tears would be a luxury. His bodyguards set down their belongings and silently stood beside him, confronting Kai Xiaoquan and Chen Lingling. Just as Kai Xiaoquan had begun to feel a flicker of affection for Chen Lingling, he overheard Chen Mo's sarcastic remarks and immediately clenched his fists in anger. You come over and apologize to Sister Lingling. He pointed at Chinamo, exuding a facade of righteousness. Chinamo was momentarily taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Kid? Why on earth would I apologize to you? I can see that your baby face hasn't even fully matured yet, and you're this eager to seek your own demise. Chen Lingling quickly chimed in. Fanning the flames, Brother Kuan. Please don't be angry. He's merely trying to provoke you to throw you off balance. Just stay steady, and you will surely triumph over him. Remember to protect yourself at all costs. I would be heartbroken if you got hurt. Kai Xiaoquan felt warmth spread through him, gazing at Chen Lingling's blushing face, and couldn't help but think, what a wonderful girl. This Chinamo, selfish and ruthless, had raised a sister with such a kind heart. Indeed, the notion of being untainted by the muck of the world is not merely a fairy tale. He nodded earnestly at Chen Lingling. Rest assured, Sister Lingling, I will protect everyone. After saying this, he turned to the more than 200 terrified neighbors behind him. Please lend me your strength and cheer for me. I will surely vanquish this monster. With Kai Xiaoquan's rallying cry, the crowd found their resolve, erupting into cheers to go, Kai Xiaoquan, you can do it. You are a great hero. Smash him. Crush his skull with your mighty fists. Major internet celebrity. Great hero. Major internet celebrity. Great hero. The corridor resounded with earth-shattering shouts. For a moment, Chinamo was utterly bewildered by the uproar. Had these people lost their minds, mistaking this for a star-studded concert? However, what happened next astonished him even more. Spurred on by the crowd's encouragement, Kai Xiaoquan's momentum surged, rapidly breaking through the level of a 4th-tier professional to reach 5th tier. Goodness, their strongest member, the Phantom, had only just reached 4th tier. Kai Xiaoquan's muscles swelled, bursting through his clothing like a miniature giant, as if he had been injected with steroids. His overwhelming aura bore down on Chinamo and his cohorts as he bellowed furiously. Monster Chinamo, this time I shall enact justice and reduce you to mincemeat. Prepare to die. With that, Kai Xiaoquan launched himself at Chinamo like a cannonball, his speed unparalleled. Chinamo quickly retreated, while De Zhuang and the Phantom moved to intercept. De Zhuang, with a body like iron, took the brunt of Kai Xiaoquan's punch. A thunderous crash echoed as De Zhuang, who could withstand artillery fire, was sent flying, crashing through 2 walls. Chinamo even caught sight of De Zhuang's arms twisted grotesquely. Fortunately, zombies felt no pain. Aside from vital points, they had no significant weaknesses, and De Zhuang staggeringly rose from the wreckage. At that moment, the Phantom utilized a flurry of illusions and extreme speed to position herself behind Kai Xiaoquan. She raised her dagger high and plunged it toward his shoulder. This strike had never failed before, having subdued even Lin Xiao previously. Yet, Kai Xiaoquan's strength far surpassed that of his previous opponents. After shattering the illusions before him with two powerful punches, he sensed the lethal intent approaching from behind. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his skin, he flexed the muscles in his back and astonishingly clamped down on the blade. The dagger barely penetrated his flesh by an inch, becoming stuck, rendering the Phantom unable to withdraw it. Kai Xiaoquan spun around and retaliated with a punch that produced a series of sonic booms. The Phantom was alarmed, hastily retreating with her utmost speed, but it was still too late. The edge of his fist grazed her, sending her flying back 2 to 3 meters. Even without a direct hit, the ferocious wind generated by the punch fractured a rib in her abdomen. Goodness, indeed a solid 5th-tier professional. So formidable. Chinamo never anticipated that such a powerhouse existed within this building. He quickly instructed Thunder and White Dragon behind him. All of you, attack together. We must eliminate him. White Dragon let out a furious roar and charged forward. The previously struck De Zhuang joined in, coordinating with White Dragon's assault. White Dragon clamped down on Kai Xiaoquan's left arm, while De Zhuang seized his right, both exerting their strength to restrain him. Thunder lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Kai Xiaoquan as crackling electricity surged around them. Kai Xiaoquan let out a pained howl, his hair standing on end. Seizing the opportunity, the Phantom pounced once more, gripping the dagger embedded in his shoulder, pressing it downward with all her might. The dagger sank another 10 centimeters, blood gushing forth. As Kai Xiaoquan found himself in dire straits, Chen Lingling, standing in the stairwell, grew frantic. She began clapping her hands, turning them red and swollen, while shouting at the top of her lungs. Everyone, cheer for Brother Kuan. Quickly, Brother Kuan, you are the best. I am your most loyal fan. You must win. You can do it. Upon hearing her rallying cry, the others, momentarily stunned by the fierce battle before them, began to shout in unison. Go, great hero. You are our savior. Kai Xiaoquan, you are the most handsome. You are our idol. We will always be your fans, always supporting you from behind. Chinamo found himself utterly bewildered by the situation. Just as he thought the battle was in his favor, Kai Xiaoquan suddenly unleashed an even greater surge of strength. He gazed skyward and let out a furious roar. I cannot lose. Behind me stands countless fans, and I shall fight for them. The murderer Chinamo, you must die. Following this thunderous exclamation, an even more formidable aura erupted from his being. With a sudden exertion of strength, he hurled both Bai Long and Da Zhuang aside, while the shadowy figures behind him were also sent sprawling by this overwhelming force. As for the thunderbolt before him, being the weakest among them, he was utterly crushed by the terrifying power. His bones shattered, unable to rise again after being flung away. How astonishing! How did this fellow become even stronger? Chinamo vaguely sensed that this individual's might was perhaps linked to the throngs of cheering supporters behind him. Otherwise, why would he grow more powerful upon hearing their encouragement? At this moment, Kai Xiaoquan resembled a war god, standing atop the staircase, looking down upon Chinamo with an air of confidence, as if victory were already assured. Surrender! You have already lost. I possess the strength bestowed upon me by countless fans, and I shall never be defeated. As Kai Xiaoquan gained the upper hand, the neighbors in the hallway erupted into laughter. Some even beginning to mock Chinamo. Have you realized your mistake? Did you truly believe that no one in this world could contend with you? Our Kai Xiaoquan draws strength from his fans. The more supporters he has, the stronger he becomes. Now the entire community is his fan base, which means you are effectively opposing everyone here. How do you intend to win? Bow down and admit your mistakes? Surrender all the resources you possess, and perhaps we might allow Kai Xiaoquan to grant you a swift end. Indeed, hurry and kneel in apology. We have long been tired of your arrogant demeanor. Chapter 47. Winning Hearts. Turning the tide. Upon hearing their words, Chinamo suddenly understood. In a wonder, he had never heard of such a character before. It turned out that he grew stronger by relying on the power of his fans. What an intriguing ability! If I were to obtain this power, might I not also grow stronger by harnessing the might of the zombies under my command? Seeing him frozen in place, Kai Xiaoquan mistook his stillness for fear. His arrogance swelling further to a coward who preys on the weak. Are you truly so frightened? I expected more from you. If you're scared, kneel and stop wasting time. Kai Xiaoquan's strength was indeed formidable, and Chen Mo could not deny that in a direct confrontation. He might not emerge victorious. Even with his own level 3 professional abilities, it would be a challenge, given the significant disparity in their levels. However, he soon devised a clever solution. Raising his voice, he addressed the neighbors behind Kai Xiaoquan. Let us make a deal. Whoever immediately cancels their follow of Kai Xiaoquan on their phone, stops cheering for him, and even turns to scorn him, will receive a day's worth of supplies from me. Upon hearing this, those behind him erupted into laughter. Are you trying to fool children? You're on the brink of defeat. Soon, all your food will belong to us. Why should we listen to you? Exactly. Once Kai Xiaoquan defeats you, we can demand as much food as we desire. You Ri just flailing in desperation. Ha ha ha. Chen Mo, while fiddling with his phone, responded with a light chuckle. Do you truly believe you are guaranteed victory? The dagger that just pierced Kai Xiaoquan's shoulder has clearly rendered that arm nearly useless. And as for me, I have yet to make my move. Do you honestly think that I can subdue so many powerful bodyguards solely through charisma? Moreover, I have recently recruited a formidable ally, none other than Lei Ying, whom you all know. At that moment, Lei Ying, bound and tossed in the corner, widened her eyes in disbelief. When did I agree to help you? Yet she quickly realized that Lin Zhao's life was in Qian Mo's hands. If he truly required her assistance, she had little choice. Gritting her teeth, she nodded. If necessary, I shall step in. With those words, the neighbors behind Kai Xiaoquan began to waver. Indeed, those bodyguards seemed to heed Qian Mo's commands, which indicated that his strength was considerable. Exactly. When Chen Mo leapt from the rooftop, he descended with such ease, akin to flight. Such abilities are typically reserved for the strong, as depicted in novels and shows. Are they not? Moreover, that Lei Ying is in perfect fighting condition. Her lightning abilities are formidable. It seems Kai Xiaoquan's arm is indeed severely injured. He's lost a significant amount of blood. The residents began to discuss among themselves, momentarily forgetting to cheer for Kai Xiaoquan. His aura began to wane. Chun Lingling, in a state of agitation, shouted beside them, Are you all fools? Clearly, Chen Mo has no confidence in winning. Otherwise, why would he waste his provisions? Do not be so foolish. However, at that moment, Chen Mo had already completed editing his message and sent it to the community group chat. All members of the group took notice. Immediately unfollow Kai Xiaoquan and post derogatory rumors about him online. Those who provide screenshots may receive a day's worth of supplies from me. Think carefully. Even if Kai Xiaoquan truly defeats me, will there be enough resources for the entire community to share? The residents of Building 1 will likely finish them all, leaving you with nothing. By following my lead, you might at least secure some provisions. First come, first served. This offer is not infinite. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are a devil. We will not trust you. Indeed, obtaining food from Kai Xiaoquan is far easier than getting it from you. Chen Mo remained unfazed, continuing to send another message. I am a businessman of my word. Just recently, 2 individuals on the 33rd floor made a transaction with me. Feel free to ask them. After saying this, Chen Mo tagged the woman and the overweight middle-aged man who had traded with him on the rooftop. Unfortunately, these 2 did not respond immediately, as they were currently entangled with Kai Xiaoquan, still deliberating. Chen Mo raised his head and added more fuel to the fire. He moved aside a large crate, revealing it to all to their astonishment. It was filled to the brim with explosives. Chen Mo wore a cruel smile. If I truly lose, I shall detonate this crate at once. Do not doubt me. I fear not death. This crate contains enough explosives to bring the entire building crashing down, and you shall all perish with me. Now choose. Will you accept a day's worth of supplies from me? Or will you join me in destruction? In an instant, despair washed over everyone. Initially, they hurled insults at Chen Mo. You madman! You are nothing but a lunatic. If you wish to die, do so alone. But do not drag us down with you. Unperturbed, Chen Mo gave a signal to a nearby ordinary zombie bodyguard. The bodyguard promptly produced a grenade, pulling the pin and standing ominously still. This was enough to instill fear in everyone. Finally, someone broke the silence. We will listen to you. We will unfollow him right away. Please, do not act rashly, you coward. What are you doing? How can you submit so quickly? I don't care. Any amount is better than death. Mr. Chun, I have sent you the screenshot. Chinamo smiled and nodded. No problem, I have noted it. After this matter concludes, come upstairs to claim your supplies. In the community group, the woman and the overweight middle-aged man tagged by Chinamo began to post screenshots. Confirming that they had unfollowed Kai Xiaoquan and insulted him, they added a remark. Though Mr. Qian may be ruthless, he is indeed a man of his word. You can trust him. With their endorsements, a flurry of screenshots began to circulate throughout the group. Kai Xiaoquan's fan count plummeted rapidly, and the ensuing chain reaction caused his strength to diminish as well. Almost driven to madness, Kai Xiaoquan howled at Chinamo. You despicable scoundrel! I shall fight you to the end. Yet, as he advanced, Bai Long and De Zhuang rushed forward to impede him. Although their abilities were inferior to his, as zombies, they felt no pain and were undeterred by fear, making their combat prowess inherently superior to that of typical level 3 professionals. Furthermore, their resilience made it difficult for Kai Xiaoquan to break through. In that brief moment of delay, his strength plummeted from level 5 to level 3. Chinamo laughed heartily and declared in the group, the event concludes here. Thank you all for your support. Now reduced to level 3, Kai Xiaoquan was no match for Bai Long and De Zhuang, who relentlessly suppressed him, rendering him immobile. This time, he lacked the strength to escape. The shadowy figure withdrew the dagger embedded in Kai Xiaoquan's shoulder with ease, swiftly severing the tendons in his arms and legs. Following that, with a sharp knife, she sliced through flesh to extract a bone from each of his hands and feet. At this point, even if Kai Xiaoquan were to gain a surge of 100,000 fans, he could never regain his combat capabilities. He was soon bound tightly, his eyes brimming with hatred, not only directed at Chinamo but also towards the more than 200 neighbors behind him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing all the neighbors with venomous words. You short-sighted fools, you shall pay dearly for your ignorance and lack of foresight. With merely a day's worth of supplies consumed, what shall you do come tomorrow? Await your demise, I suppose? Idiots, a bunch of idiots. The crowd hung their heads in shame, yet a few audacious souls muttered, what good is all this talk? Everyone in the community lent you their strength, yet you still ended up in a deadlock with others. What can we do? When the explosives detonate, you won't perish, but we certainly will. What right have you to blame us? You are the one utilizing our strength. It is only natural that we seek to reclaim it. You have only yourself to blame for your inadequacy. If your power were greater, you could have dispatched him in a single encounter. Faced with the accusations, Kai Xiaoquan's anger boiled over, and he coughed up more blood. His face contorted with resentment as he gazed at Qin Lingling beside him. Lingling, I am truly sorry for disappointing you. However, at that moment, Qin Lingling executed a dramatic slide, tumbling to her knees before Chinamo, raising her phone high. Brother, I was merely jesting earlier. Look, I unfollowed him the moment it happened. I have always supported you in my heart. Seeing you victorious fills me with joy. That pathetic Kai Xiaoquan is clearly no match for you. At that moment, Kai Xiaoquan, lying on the ground like a defeated dog, felt his heart shatter into pieces. He screamed with every ounce of strength, No, no. Chapter 48. Slaying my sister, leaving no one behind. Chinamo regarded Qin Lingling with contempt. Truth be told, he had underestimated this scheming girl. He never anticipated she would create such a significant mess for him. Fortunately, Kai Xiaoquan's abilities had evident flaws, and his humanity could not withstand scrutiny. Otherwise, he might have suffered severe losses today. Chinamo had even prepared for a desperate last stand. If all else failed, he would have to resort to injecting everyone with the berserk serum, entering a mode of reckless abandon. Yet, even if victory were achieved, his zombie bodyguards would likely suffer heavy casualties. Chinamo looked at the zombie bodyguards he had painstakingly nurtured, now all battered and bruised, and his heart ached. These were his beloved creations, each raised with care. The one in the direst condition was Binlei. The child had just reached level 1 and could not withstand such intense combat. A mere brush from Kai Xiaoquan, a level 5 combatant, had shattered his bones, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to rise. Fortunately, his brain remained intact. Otherwise, he would have truly been lost. Next was Da Zhuang. Although Da Zhuang possessed a tough exterior, he had taken several hits from Kai Xiaoquan in the front lines, leaving his hands shattered and several ribs broken. Now, he stood beside Chinamo. his arms swaying helplessly, a pitiful sight indeed. Bai Long fared slightly better, suffering only the loss of 2 molars, while Mei Ying bore the lightest injuries, with a single rib fractured. The pain was overwhelming, and Chen Mo could not help but cast a resentful gaze at Chen Lingling. You've created such a massive hole. And you still have the audacity to call me brother? Chen Lingling's face turned pale in an instant, sensing the murderous intent in Chen Mo's eyes. Brother, please listen to me. I was compelled. If I hadn't acted as I did, he would have surely killed me. I had no choice. Ever since the apocalypse began, my life has been fraught with difficulty. First, I encountered Yunhai, that domestic abuser, and then endured the torment of that perverse Zhou Han, followed by the forceful intimidation from the overconfident Kai Xiaoquan. Yet, despite all this, in my heart, my brother has always been the best. Now, seeing you eliminate them all, my heart is filled with joy, brother. Please forgive me and take me back. I promise I will be a good sister from now on. I will listen to everything you say, and I will never argue with you again. As she spoke, Chen Lingling wept, her eyes swollen from crying. One must admit that this foolish girl was quite the actress. Her ability to cry on cue was remarkable, filled with genuine emotion. In hindsight, she should never have been allowed to attend university. She should have pursued her dreams in the entertainment industry. Perhaps she would have become a leading actress by now, collecting awards galore. It is well known that many starlets in the industry use eye drops when filming emotional scenes. Chen Mo gently cupped Chen Lingling's face in his hands, his touch tender. This simple gesture made her heart race. Indeed, brother has forgiven me, she thought. This fool, I only need to sweet-talk him, and he will relent. Soon, I shall live a life of comfort, with plenty of food and powerful bodyguards to protect me. Seeing the uncontainable joy on her face, Chen Mo sighed and shook his head. My dear sister, it has indeed been no small feat for you to survive until now. My heart aches for you. Given how harsh this apocalypse has been, perhaps it is best for me to grant you release. With that, Chen Mo twisted his hands with force, and Chen Lingling's head spun a full 180 degrees, her face now gazing at the homeowners gathered behind her, still wearing a blissful smile. This grotesque scene instantly sent shivers down the spines of all present. It was horrifying. Even Kai Xiaoquan, bound and pinned to the ground, felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing Chen Lingling's demise. After all, she was a girl he had once admired. How could that wretched Chen Mo be so cruel? To kill so callously? When Chen Mo lifted his gaze to the throng of homeowners on the 32nd floor, panic spread among them. They hurriedly spoke up. Chen Mo, you must honor your word. We promised to unfollow Kai Xiaoquan the moment you asked. You said you would provide us with a day's worth of food. Yes, yes. You claim to be a man of your word. Our demands are modest. We seek not delicacies, but at least enough to fill our bellies for a day. Exactly. I have quite the appetite. A single meal could consume an entire box of instant noodles. By your estimation, I should be entitled to at least 3 boxes. I feel so famished I could devour a whole cow. I reckon I could easily eat 10 boxes of bread and another 10 boxes of milk. My goodness, your appetites are indeed vast. I may not eat much, but I was raised on seafood. I demand king crabs. I remember you emptied the supermarket, including the seafood section. There must be plenty of king crabs and lobsters. They clamored, each presenting their own demands, saliva pooling in their mouths, completely oblivious to the icy glare from Chen Mo. He smirked condescendingly. Rest assured, I will provide the promised food. You shall have as much as you desire. Upon hearing this, the neighbors nearly leaped for joy. The prospect of endless provisions was exhilarating. Surely, Mr. Chun was generous. From this moment on, anyone who dared to trouble him would face their wrath. Indeed, I am now a fan of Mr. Chun. They began to envision a future filled with ample food and drink. Though the apocalypse was somewhat terrifying, the zombies were mindless. As long as they remained sheltered with provisions, there was little to fear. Chen Mo nodded lightly before adding, however, while I can grant you the promised food, we must also settle the score regarding your collusion with outsiders against me. As soon as these words left his mouth, discontent rippled through the crowd of homeowners. Chen Mo, that remark is quite uncalled for. You've already captured Lei Ying and Kai Xiaoquan. Settle your grievances with them, not with us. Exactly. We have never acted against you. Grievances have their rightful place. Don't be so petty. It was all just a misunderstanding. Can't we simply clear the air? We are all neighbors in the same building. Why resort to this? Looking at the ugly faces of the homeowners, Chinamo felt a wave of disgust. You shall collect the food I promised tomorrow, but we will settle this account now. Silently, he lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke as he assessed the combat capabilities of his zombie bodyguards. Aside from Binlay, who lay incapacitated, the others were ready for battle. He spoke softly. Today has been arduous for everyone. I shall treat you all to a buffet. Go forth and enjoy your feast. Upon receiving the command, Mei Ying and Bai Long surged into the crowd of homeowners. Mei Ying's dagger and Bai Long's blade sliced through the throng like scythes of death, claiming one life after another. Meanwhile, Da Zhuang, with both arms severed, reverted to the most primal form of zombie combat, flailing his remaining limbs and devouring one victim after another. The crunch echoing through the air. Seeing Binlay, who lay on the ground, exhilarated yet unable to move, Chinamo felt a twinge of compassion and called out, "Don't just indulge yourselves. Take care of your brother." Responding to Chin Mo's command, Mei Ying sliced off a thigh from the crowd and tossed it near Binlay's mouth. Overjoyed, Binlay lunged forward, savoring the meal. The crowd erupted into screams of terror. "Help! Help, it hurts! These monsters are insane. How can they bite like this? No, they aren't even human. They are zombies, my God. No wonder they aren't afraid of the outside zombies. They are one of them. That damn Chinamo is a demon. He raises zombies. Help! Someone save us. We know we were wrong. Please spare us, you wretched demon. May you perish. You shall inevitably descend into hell, and may your entire family meet their demise." Some unleashed their fury with vile curses, while others pleaded for mercy, yet Chinamo merely leaned against the wall, casually lighting a cigarette to pass the time. Kai Xiaoquan, bound and discarded in the corner, was utterly paralyzed by fear. Good heavens! What manner of monster am I up against? Had I known this fiend commanded a legion of zombies, I would have fled without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having lost his tongue, could only emit muffled whimpers. Lei Ying, gritting her teeth until they bled, glared fiercely at Chinamo. "How could you be so ruthless? They are just ordinary people. Not only do you refuse to protect them, but you also intend to kill them. You are nothing but a beast, unworthy of being called human." Chapter 49. Awaiting death in our homes, this foolish woman, brimming with misplaced righteousness, Chinamo scratched his ear and turned to Lei Ying. "I advise you to cease your shouting. Look beside you. One of my subordinates has yet to dine. If you continue, I won't hesitate to let him indulge." Standing next to Lei Ying was the ordinary zombie that had not participated in the battle. Under Chin Mo's command, this ordinary zombie turned to stare intently at Lei Ying, even parting its lips to reveal 2 rows of jagged teeth still stained with blood. Instantly, Lei Ying's legs turned to jelly, rendering her immobile. Soon, the atmosphere fell silent. Over 200 lives had been extinguished on the 32nd floor, blood cascading down the staircase like a waterfall. The acrid scent of blood made Lei Ying retch, nearly causing her to vomit the remnants of her last meal. However, the sheer number of bodies rendered it impossible for the zombies to consume them all. Chinamo sighed, shaking his head. What a pity. Such precious sustenance, and yet we cannot pack it up, only to be discarded. Let's clear a path first. We shall transport the spoils back, and I will summon others later to tidy up. Upon hearing Chinmo's orders, the zombies sprang into action. They disregarded the mangled remains, tossing the dismembered bodies out of the windows without hesitation. In no time, they had cleared most of the limbs from the path, rendering it unobstructed once more. During this process, Chinamo discovered a pleasant surprise. The injuries of the wounded zombie bodyguards had significantly improved. The lightly injured Mei Ying and Bai Long had regrown ribs and teeth, and even De Zhuang's wounds had healed considerably. The unfortunate Binlay, despite his desperate attempts to eat, could only manage to restore his legs and stand again, as the fractures in the rest of his body remained. Could it be that these zombies could heal simply by being well fed? What a delightful revelation! Chinamo had always believed that these zombies did not require sustenance. It now appeared that allowing them occasional indulgence bore benefits. He continued to direct the zombie bodyguards to transport supplies while he ascended the stairs. As he navigated the sea of corpses, he turned back to address the neighbors lying in their blood. "Our accounts are settled for today. Remember to come to my home tomorrow for your rations. Do not forget, time waits for no one." With that, he chuckled and proceeded upstairs. Just as Chin and Mo settled onto the couch and sipped some water, the community group chat erupted with activity, inundating him with mentions. Chin and Mo, are you still there? What happened? You should have won the battle, right? Don't try to avoid your debts. What transpired in Building 1? Is anyone left there? Speak up. A cruel smile crept across Chun Mo's lips. Truth be told, he had not initially intended to harm these ordinary people, but the trouble they had caused had sharpened his vigilance. Never underestimate any ordinary individual. Sometimes, even an ant can incite a catastrophe. If he were to establish his kingdom in this realm of zombies, it was time to clear away these pesky ants. He replied nonchalantly in the group. Rest assured, the situation on my end has been resolved. I am a bit fatigued today, but I will arrange for the distribution of supplies tomorrow. Please remain at home. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in excitement. I knew it. Mr. Chin is a man of his word. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chin. What a great person, brother. When you send food tomorrow, could you bring an extra couple of boxes of chocolate? I have a soft spot for those. I do love some barbecue. Could you manage to get me some, along with a few bottles of beer? As the group began to place their orders, Chin and Mo's expression grew increasingly cold. Were these people out of their minds? Had they not considered that their attention towards Kai Xiaoquan almost led to his injury? Now they were casually ordering food? Incredible. Just wait patiently at home. Await your demise. The reason for waiting until tomorrow was primarily due to the insufficient number of zombie bodyguards at his disposal. He could not handle everything alone. Once the clock struck midnight, he would be able to recruit a fresh batch of zombie bodyguards, allowing for a coordinated operation to eliminate any remaining threats. Chen and Mo dragged the three captives into the living room. Truth be told, the moment he laid eyes on them, a sense of excitement surged within him. All the toil of the day had been worthwhile. These three individuals were all of level 3 profession strength. After being transformed into zombies, they would effectively bolster his ranks by 3 additional level 3 zombies, exponentially enhancing his power. Moreover, their abilities aligned perfectly with those of his current cohort of bodyguards. Chen and Mo mentally mapped out his plans, merging Lin Xiao with Mei Ying, granting Mei Ying exceptional swordsmanship that would not only enhance her speed, but also exponentially increase her lethality. Fusing Lei Ying with Bin Lei, as both wielded electricity, ensuring that their combined strength would exceed the sum of its parts. And finally, Kai Xiaoquan, whose intriguing ability allowed him to grow stronger with more fans, despite losing many. He remained stable at level 3 due to his remaining online supporters. Chen and Mo intended to merge him with himself, hoping for a favorable outcome. The three captives sat dejectedly in the corner of the living room, still haunted by the gruesome scene of Chen and Mo slaughtering over 200 people in the building, reminiscent of a butcher from hell. At this moment, none dared utter a word. Chen and Mo, uninterested in their plight, merely awaited midnight to transform them into zombies. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. A strange number he had no intention of answering. However, after hanging up, the calls continued to flood in. What nonsense was this? A barrage of calls. How utterly tedious. After a long day, Chen and Mo was already fatigued. These incessant calls had completely dispelled his drowsiness, igniting his ire. He answered the phone with a string of expletives. What the hell do you want? Are you looking for your father or your mother? If you need milk, I could spare a few drops. The voice on the other end was momentarily taken aback by this tirade. After a pause, the caller chuckled nervously. Brother Chen and Mo, you are indeed straightforward. I have always appreciated forthright individuals. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lei Ying's father, Lei Tiandao. I am aware that my daughter is in your possession. Today's events are indeed her fault, but everything is negotiable. I am willing to pay a handsome sum to retrieve her. What do you say? Chen and Mo took a moment to process this information, turning to stare blankly at Lei Ying, before everything clicked into place. This Lei Ying, lacking survival experience in this apocalyptic world, yet possessing considerable strength, must surely have some substantial backing, given the large group of followers she commanded. Chen Mo's interest was piqued. First, tell me about your background. I want to see if you have the capital to negotiate. On the other end, Lei Tiandao responded confidently. You need not worry about that. As long as you are willing to speak, I can certainly meet your demands. Chen and Mo, intrigued, replied, Interesting. Your daughter has suffered under my roof. Do you not wish to avenge her? Lei Tiandao's tone remained amicable. When does vengeance ever end? Besides, I am aware that this situation arose from my daughter's own shortcomings. I offer you money in exchange for her return. Let us part ways amicably and perhaps even forge a friendship. After thoughtful consideration, Chen Mo resolved that he could not release her. Lei Ying now knew the true identities of his bodyguards and was fully aware of his strength, harboring resentment towards him. Should he let her go, she might one day return to wreak havoc. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo proposed a condition. I have no shortage of food and drink, but what I lack is manpower. If you wish to take your daughter back, you must provide me with a level 4 professional in exchange. How does that sound? Chapter 50, The Undercover Plan. Initially, Chen Mo believed his audacious demand would deter the other party. However, to his surprise, Lei Tiandao laughed heartily upon hearing this. No problem at all. I can fully meet that condition. I find myself surrounded by a multitude of level 4 professionals among the prisoners. I could easily spare you two. However, it will likely take a few days. During this time, I would appreciate your assistance in taking care of my daughter. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had misjudged the market value and had offered too little. He could only nod in agreement with the other party's words. No problem. I assure you that your precious daughter will not lose a single hair while in my care. Please make the necessary arrangements as soon as possible. At that moment, Chen Mo noticed Lin Xiao, who was rendered speechless beside Lei Ying, and he inquired again, aside from your daughter, there is also someone named Lin Xiao by her side. Would you like to redeem him as well? Lei Tiandao merely scoffed with disdain. Forget it. He is just a pathetic sycophant. I have plenty of such sycophants for my daughter. I'll let you entertain him at your leisure. Lin Xiao, hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, appearing utterly frozen, akin to a fragile glass doll on the verge of shattering. Chen Mo could almost hear the sound of his heart breaking into countless pieces. Indeed, a sycophant ends up with nothing, and the ENDIT may be for the best. This fellow has a rather foul mouth, and I might inadvertently tear out his tongue. Thankfully, you don't want him. Otherwise, I would find it challenging to place a value on this defective product. Ha ha ha, you truly are generous, my young friend. Once the transaction is complete, you are welcome to visit my base whenever you wish. Young people should make more friends and not isolate themselves at home. Be cautious not to become too reclusive. Well said, well said. Let us keep in touch. After the deal was struck, the two concluded the call. As for Lin Xiao, he was already in a daze, staring blankly at the ceiling. It seemed that the emotional blow was far more agonizing than physical torment. Conversely, Kai Xiaoquan felt somewhat uplifted. As a sycophant himself, witnessing another's misfortune brought him a sense of amusement. A sudden wicked thought crossed Chen Mo's mind. He took out a piece of paper and a pen, loosening Lin Xiao's bindings as he sighed. You see, it's not that I am unwilling to let you go. Rather, your value is simply too low for anyone to pay. Out of pity, I will grant you one final opportunity, before you meet your end. Is there anything you wish to say? Lin Xiao's expression transformed swiftly, from numbness to resentment, then to fury, and finally to tenderness. He slowly inscribed a few lines on the paper. Miss Lei Ying, I regret my inadequacy, which has caused you distress. Even at the end of my life, I still wish to utter 3 words, I love you. I have never spoken these words before, fearing I might miss my chance. Lei Ying, witnessing Lin Xiao's heartfelt confession, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice choked as she replied, Brother Lin Xiao, I do not blame you. You have done your utmost. If anyone is to blame, it is this monster. Go in peace. I shall remember you for a lifetime. Upon hearing her words, a smile unexpectedly graced Lin Xiao's face. Even Kai Xiaoquan, who stood nearby, was taken aback. Wait, is it really that easy to forgive someone? Sycophants are peculiar beings. They can be particularly foolish when involved, yet remarkably clear when observing. Lei Ying turned her gaze, glaring at Chen Mo with a fierce intensity, as if harboring a profound grudge. Chen Mo rubbed his aching forehead. Why are you looking at me like that? I have not harmed you in any way. You despicable demon. Once I return, I will ensure that all your actions are exposed for the world to witness your vile nature. Moreover, I will have my father take action to avenge everyone in our community. Chen Mo found himself at a loss for words. How could this girl be so foolish? If she intended to threaten, she should at least wait until she was safely back before doing so. Speaking such words now was akin to courting death. Noticing the dissatisfaction in Chen Mo's eyes, Lei Ying remained undeterred, raising her chin defiantly. What, do you intend to harm me? Do not forget your promise to my father. You said not a single hair on my head would be harmed if you dare to touch me. When my father sends someone to retrieve me, you will surely regret it. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He had proposed exchanging a level 4 professional as a form of testing. In his estimation, a level 4 professional represented the pinnacle of combat power under his command, with only Mei Ying reaching that level. Logically, even if Lei Tiandao possessed them, he should not have many. By suggesting this condition, Chen Amo anticipated that the other party would hesitate. Yet, Lei Tiandao had readily agreed, even offering to send two. This left two possibilities. Either the other party was incredibly powerful and indifferent to the loss of two level 4 professionals, or they were merely posturing. Chen Amo leaned toward the latter explanation. The reasoning was simple. If Lei Tiandao truly had so many level 4 strongmen at his disposal, why would he not provide a few to protect his daughter? Chen Amo found himself in a dilemma. He was unwilling to relinquish two level 4 professionals, yet he could not let Lei Ying go, as she possessed far too many secrets. After a moment of contemplation, a brilliant solution struck him. Turning to glance at the industrious Mei Ying nearby, inspiration surged forth. Observing Mei Ying's supple skin and elegantly elongated form, one could scarcely discern her from a living human being, save for the slightly cooler skin and the paler irises. If he could resolve these two issues, she could easily masquerade as a human. Furthermore, Mei Ying had already acquired a modicum of intelligence and could articulate simple phrases. If he could elevate her to level 5, would that not render her nearly indistinguishable from a real person? Thus, upgrading Lei Ying to level 5 would not only allow him to return her to Lei Tiandao, but also enable him to gain two additional level 4 professionals. Even better, the Lei Ying delivered to Lei Tiandao would still be one of his own, serving as an undercover agent in the future. Brilliant! Chen Amo could not restrain himself from rising from the sofa, bursting into laughter and applauding. I am a genius. How could I have conceived such a marvelous plan? This sudden outburst left the three captives in the corner bewildered. Why was he suddenly so elated? Shouldn't he be furious after being insulted? Oh no, he must have thought of a way to torment us further. Lei Ying glanced at the timid Kai Xiaoquan. You really lack resolve. How can you call yourself a man? Kai Xiaoquan retorted. You are hardly any better, leaning on such a powerful father. The two glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Meanwhile, Chen Amo continued to devise his plan to elevate Lei Ying to level 5. According to Lei Tiandao, the two level 4 professionals and the combat team sent to retrieve Lei Ying would take some time to arrive, which provided Chen Amo with the perfect opportunity to recruit zombie bodyguards and complete Lei Ying's enhancement. Just then, a soft, delicate voice broke the silence, emanating from a caged elven girl. Chen Amo turned to see the source of the sound. Before he could react, Lei Ying, who was bound nearby, called out urgently, Hurry! My backpack contains high-potency anesthetics. Quickly retrieve it and administer it to her. We must not let her awaken, or she will certainly summon nearby elves, and that would spell trouble. It was evident that the elves had previously caused significant trouble for Lei Ying, leaving her visibly anxious. Yet, Chen Amo remained unfazed, opening the cage with a gentle smile. No need for that. Such a delicate and kind-hearted girl should not be subjected to anesthetics. I am most compassionate. Lei Ying, exasperated, rolled on the ground in frustration, shouting, This is not the time for petty squabbles. Listen to me and quickly sedate her. Chen Amo looked up and inquired, What level are the elves she typically summons? After a moment's thought, Lei Ying replied, Generally, they are level 3, though occasionally, level 5 ones may appear. Hearing this, Chen Amo felt reassured. He could handle opponents of level 3 or 4, just as they were conversing. The elven girl slowly opened her eyes. Her emerald green irises sparkled with innocence and beauty. Upon taking in the scene before her, she instinctively opened her mouth to scream. Quick as a flash, Chen Amo covered her mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. He then gazed at her with utmost gentleness, softly saying, Do not scream. You must understand that the ones who captured you were those two individuals over there, and they have already been defeated by me. You are now safe. Please refrain from shouting. I have a few questions for you. All right? The elven girl, initially terrified, began to trust Chen Amo as she recognized Lin Xiao and laying bound in the corner. She timidly nodded in agreement. Chen Amo let out a sigh of relief and slowly removed his hand from her mouth. However, before he could utter a single question, the elven girl suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, Help! Help! Someone save me! The volume of her cries was outrageous, causing everyone in the room to wince in pain. In a fit of frustration, Chen Amo delivered a forceful punch to the back of the elven girl's head, knocking her unconscious on the spot. I must say, the audacity of the young to break their promises. Were we not in agreement that no calls would be made? Very well. At least this has allowed me to conserve a vial of anesthetic. Not far off, Lei Ying stood in stunned silence. Who was it that just claimed to be compassionate towards the delicate? With excessive force, a sizable bump swelled on the back of the elven maiden's head. Yet, despite her predicament, she seemed to be sleeping quite soundly. Chunimo nonchalantly tossed her into the cage and secured the lock once more. However, as he turned back, he noticed a look of alarm on Lei Ying's face. She shook her head and exclaimed, "It's too late, too late." Should the girl make a sound, the nearby elven soldiers would undoubtedly hear her, and no sooner had she spoken than a tremendous crash resounded. The massive floor-to-ceiling window of the locked room was shattered, and an elven warrior, towering at about 2 meters and clad in armor woven from leaves and vines, materialized in the center of the room. With broad, translucent wings fluttering behind him and a wooden sword gripped tightly in hand, he bore a fierce expression. Upon spotting the elven maiden in the cage, his rage ignited, and he brandished his wooden sword. Bellowing at Chinimo, "You dare to humiliate the princess of the elven race? You shall pay dearly." With that, he lunged forward, a tempest swirling around him, scattering the furnishings throughout the room. Chunimo seethed with indignation. "How rude of you, elven folk!" With a swift motion, he pressed down with his hand, amplifying the gravity, and the elven warrior stumbled, crashing to the ground like a dog eating excrement. Beside him, Dazhuang swiftly landed with a thud, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as the elven warrior lay there, spitting blood. So heavy! The still recovering Bin Lei also charged in, administering a shock that sent a jolt of electricity coursing through the elven warrior, rendering him unconscious with wild eyes. Chen Mo exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a level 3. After De Zhuang clambered off the elven warrior, he quickly procured 2 iron chains to bind the warrior's limbs. Mei Ying, ever considerate, fashioned the elven warrior's wings into 2 strands of twine, tying them in a bow to eliminate any chance of escape. Once all was secured, Chunimo lit a cigar, inhaled deeply, and pressed the burning end against the elven warrior's crown. The searing pain jolted the elven warrior awake. "You vile scoundrel! How dare you imprison the princess of my kin? You will meet a most unfortunate demise. I was careless before. I shall not make the same mistake again. Release me, and let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds." Chinimo scrutinized the elven warrior before him. It must be said, the elven race possessed striking attractiveness. The male warrior was tall and muscular, clad in armor crafted from leaves and vines, wielding a vibrant green wooden sword. His flowing, slightly curled hair and light green eyes presented a stark contrast to the petite charm of the female. He was undeniably a muscular specimen. Chinimo shifted to the matter at hand, inquiring, "You claim that the one in the cage is your princess, which implies you have a mightier king. What is the strength of your elven king?" The elven warrior raised his head defiantly. "Are you frightened? I assure you, our elven king is immensely powerful. With but a single finger, he could crush you. I advise you to release the princess and me, and personally journey to the elven forest to atone for your sins. Otherwise, the great elven king will make your existence a living hell." How audaciously he threatens! Chinimo shook his head. Indeed, these elves were all filled with such hubris. Extracting any useful information from them would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Yet that mattered not, for he had no intention of seeking useful inquiries. With the elven princess in his possession, the enmity was already established. So he might as well exploit her value to its fullest. Chinimo exchanged a glance with De Zhuang, who immediately removed a pair of foul socks and stuffed them into the elven warrior's mouth. The elven warrior trembled with fury, the stench nearly causing him to faint. Meanwhile, Chinimo reopened the cage and once more dragged the elven princess out, delivering 2 sharp slaps across her face. Slowly, the elven princess regained consciousness, and upon recognizing Chinimo, she instantly began to scream, "Help! Help! Elven guards, come to my aid!" No sooner had she cried out than Chinimo struck her on the back of the head again, knocking her unconscious. The zombie bodyguards stood vigilant on either side of the shattered window. In less than a minute, the sound of howling winds approached, and 2 elven warriors crashed through the window into the living room. Upon seeing the princess imprisoned in the cage, their teeth gritted in fury, one wielding a wooden sword while the other drew a longbow. "Damn you, vile human! How dare you imprison our noble elven princess? You shall pay for your transgressions. Yet, as they prepared to engage, Chenemo was quicker. He unleashed the full force of gravity, doubling the weight upon the two elven warriors in an instant. Zhuang, Bai Long, and Mei Ying surged forward, swiftly pinning the two elven warriors to the ground, leaving them bruised and battered. Iron chains ensnared them, adding 2 more captives to the growing count. Chenemo calculated. Now a level 3 practitioner, he could recruit 11 bodyguards daily. With Lin Xiao, Lei Ying, and Kai Xiaoquan as human captives, along with 3 elven warriors, he had filled 6 slots, leaving room for 5 more. A cruel smile crept across Chenemo's face as he once again dragged the elven maiden from the cage, delivering 2 stinging slaps. Her face flushed red, swollen like a football, and as she opened her eyes again, they met Chenemo's gaze filled with terror. Yet, she refrained from screaming. Chenemo frowned. Why the silence? Are you unable to call out? The elven maiden trembled as she pleaded. I won't scream anymore. I promise. Please, just don't hit me. Seeing her so frightened softened Chenmo's tone slightly. Rest assured, scream all you wish. This time, I promise not to strike you. The elven maiden's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Truly? Indeed. I am a man of my word. Without hesitation, the elven maiden cried out, Help! Help! Noble elven guards, come to rescue your princess. Just as her voice faded, pain erupted at the back of her head, and darkness enveloped her once more. Chenemo tossed her back into the cage. Why apologies? I couldn't resist. It wasn't that Chenemo wished to silence her cries, but rather that his own strength was quite limited. If she were to summon a horde of elven guards, he might not emerge victorious. Thus, he had to proceed with caution, as anticipated. The sound of howling winds soon echoed from outside. Chapter 52. Transformation from elf to zombie. Under Qian Mo's precise control and the seamless coordination of his zombie bodyguards, the once spacious living room gradually became crowded. Aside from the initial 3 captives, Lei Ying and the others, he finally secured the remaining 8 slots for captives. All were towering elven guards, and notably, one had even reached level 4. Thankfully, he had elevated Mei Ying to level 4 beforehand. Otherwise, capturing them would have been a challenge. What a windfall! At this moment, these guards huddled in a corner, each sporting bruised faces, tightly bound by heavy iron chains, utterly immobilized. After all this commotion, the time had progressed to evening. Chenemo sank into the sofa, panting heavily. Exhaustion washed over him. As for the elven princess, she was now conscious. Albeit her once delicate features had been transformed into a grotesque visage of bruises, particularly the back of her head, swollen with lumps resembling a grotesque caricature. It seemed that even if the elven king himself were to arrive, he would scarcely recognize his own daughter. Though awake, the elven maiden covered her mouth, stifling any sound of sorrow, embodying sheer misery. She had completely succumbed to a state of subjugation. Gazing upon the man on the sofa, whose cruel smile sent shivers down her spine, the elven princess felt a profound terror. How dreadfully frightening. This man was nothing short of a demon. Chenemo cracked open a can of cola, wetting his throat, and then cast a sidelong glance at the elven maiden, saying, Now you understand. As long as you comply, I'll reward you handsomely. Remember to heed my commands. When I say scream, you scream. When I say stop, you cease immediately, otherwise I shall deliver a swift blow to your forehead. Do you understand? The elven maiden nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. I understand. The nearby elven guards, witnessing their beloved princess reduced to such a pitiful state, trembled with rage. You scoundrel! You despicable fiend! What skill lies in ambushes? Have the courage to release us. What kind of man are you? How dare you insult our noble elven princess? You will pay dearly. When the king of the elves discovers all of this, he will undoubtedly rip you open. After enduring a prolonged battle, Chenemo has gained a rough understanding of the combat methods employed by these elven sentinels. As members of the elven race, these beings possess an innate and formidable mastery over wood and wind attributes. The wooden weapons they wield are strikingly different from ordinary timber. Their hardness surpasses even the finest alloys, capable of cleaving a tank in two with a single strike. Furthermore, they can harness the power of great trees and other vegetation to enhance their combat prowess, healing their wounds and restoring their stamina. Unfortunately, apart from the elven territory and forests, There is a scarcity of flora elsewhere, rendering this ability somewhat redundant. Chunamo stifled a yawn and casually instructed Dezhuang, "Go over there and slap them across the face." Without hesitation, Dezhuang rushed towards the group of elven sentinels, delivering resounding slaps one after another. Dezhuang now possessed a body of steel, his entire form as solid as iron, coupled with an explosive strength. With each slap, he often knocked out several teeth from these elves, leaving them bleeding profusely. Yet, it must be said, the warriors of the elven race are truly resilient. Even in such a pitiful state, none of them submitted. Instead, they glared at Chinamo with furious eyes, as if they wished to tear him apart. Chinamo paid them no mind. After all, once the time came, he would promptly transform them into zombies. With so many powerful zombies as fusion material, he could surely fortify his bodyguard army significantly, far surpassing those mediocre ordinary zombies. Suddenly, Chun Mo's mind began to churn with more elaborate thoughts. Utilizing ordinary zombies for enhancement was undoubtedly foundational, a path he could not abandon. However, with the first path secured, the prospect of artificially creating powerful zombies was simply a windfall. For instance, among the current group of elven warriors, there were 7 at level 3 and 1 at level 4. Cultivating a level 3 zombie bodyguard required a total of 14 ordinary zombies. A level 4 zombie bodyguard would demand 30. A brief calculation revealed that these elven captives represented a saving of 128 ordinary zombie materials. How remarkable now, he could recruit 11 ordinary zombies in a day. This pile before him equated to an entire week's labor. Chun Mo's heart began to flutter with anticipation. As soon as midnight struck, he would undoubtedly experience a terrifying surge in power. As for that so-called Lei Tian Dao and the base he managed, they would eventually be his as well. Chinamo even entertained a more twisted notion. When the time came to elevate Laying to level 5, granting him true intelligence, he could find a way to eliminate Lei Tian Dao, thereby solidifying his position as the supreme leader of the base. In the shadows, he could continuously provide himself with formidable practitioners as materials for his zombies, a flawless plan that would allow him to dominate both the underworld and the light. Moreover, if elves could be transformed into zombies, could not dwarves and dragons also follow suit? Would he not have the opportunity to possess a zombie dragon, becoming a dragon knight soaring through the heavens? Chinamo silently expressed gratitude for his initial choice of the zombie race. Compared to other races, this one possessed infinite potential, truly invincible. As Chin Mo's boundless anticipation culminated, the clock struck 12. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately saw the refresh of the recruitment quota for zombie bodyguards in his mind. Occupation, Big Shot, Level 3. Ability. As a big shot, you can recruit bodyguards to serve you. Remaining recruitment slots for today, 11. It was finally time to begin. At that moment, Lin Shueja, having received Chen Mo's command, appeared in the hall with a metallic medical box. He immediately bowed to Chen Mo, saying, "Mr. Chen, I am ready. Shall we commence?" "Indeed, let us proceed." Chen Mo's remaining ordinary zombie obediently approached Lin Shueja. Lying stiffly on the ground, Lin Shueja then extracted a syringe from the medical box and slowly inserted it into the ordinary zombie's body, drawing forth a vial of fresh blood. The captives in the corner watched in astonishment, their expressions frozen. What was happening? Were they treating a zombie? However, what followed was a chilling sight. After withdrawing the vial of blood, Lin Shueja calmly approached an elven sentinel. The sentinel's eyes widened as he roared, "Vile human, what do you intend to do? The dignity of our noble elven kin shall never permit your desecration. You are courting death?" Yet, Lin Shueja paid him no heed, wholly focused on executing Qian Mo's orders. He grasped the elven sentinel's arm and slowly inserted the needle, then gently pushed the plunger, injecting the zombie's blood into the sentinel's body. The sentinel was immediately stricken with fear, howling in anguish. "Damn you, Qian Mo! You despicable human, imprisoning our noble elven princess and resorting to such vile methods against us. I tell you, the great king of the elves will never spare you. Your demise is assured. Just wait and see. Oh, king of the elves, avenge me!" The elven sentinel let out a furious cry, but it was clear he lacked the royal bloodline of a princess, his cries failing to summon any kin from the elven race. After completing the blood extraction, Lin Shueja promptly took out a small notebook, carefully observing the elven sentinel while his pen flew across the pages, writing the first line. Experiment on the transformation of elves into zombies initiated. Experimental subject 1.1 minute post-injection of ordinary zombie virus. Temperament becomes increasingly violent, with impulses to annihilate everything. 0.3 minutes post-injection. The elven sentinel's pupils began to dilate, consciousness becoming hazy. 0.5 minutes later, he began to convulse, frothing at the mouth, appearing in great distress. 0.7 minutes in, the elven sentinel ceased struggling. 10 minutes later, he slowly sat up, eyes pale, baring his teeth. Complete zombification achieved. Chapter 53. The bloodthirsty level 5 zombie. It was indeed successful. Although Chinamo had anticipated this outcome, he felt a sense of relief at the moment the elven sentinel fully transformed into a zombie. Until now, the primary demographic affected by the zombie virus had been humans. The zombies spawned in this domain had also been human-based, with the only unique variant being the zombie dog. Never had there been an attempt to infect other races with the zombie virus. This successful creation of a zombie elf marked a significant advancement. Lin Shueja stepped back, wiping the sweat from his brow, and handed the experimental record to Chinamo. Mr. Chun, please review. I hope I have not disappointed you. The infectivity of the zombie virus exceeds our expectations. I personally believe that the infection of the zombie virus is not limited to flesh and blood, but even encompasses the soul. This suggests that even the skeletal undead cannot escape the virus's influence. However, this is merely my preliminary hypothesis, requiring further experimentation. Chunamo did not take the experimental record. Even if he did, he likely wouldn't comprehend it. Professional matters were best left to the experts. Nevertheless, Lin Shueja's theory opened Chinmo's eyes. If the zombie virus's infection extended beyond flesh and blood to encompass the soul, would that not imply that any living being infected with the zombie virus was doomed? How outrageous! It seemed that his choice to select zombies as bodyguards was indeed a stroke of genius. Chinamo waved his hand, signaling Lin Shueja to stand. He then promptly utilized his first recruitment slot of the day. The recently transformed zombie elf was swiftly recruited by Chinamo. The once snarling, thrashing zombie instantly morphed into a docile little rabbit, gazing vacantly from side to side. The level 3 zombie possessed a degree of intelligence. After Dezhuang released its chains, it obediently walked towards Chinamo. Chinamo felt a surge of joy, realizing that this zombie elf not only retained its original strength, but also preserved the innate talents of its elven lineage. It possessed keen perception and control over wind, as well as the ability to harness nature's wood attributes. It could draw vitality from trees and plants to enhance its combat and recovery abilities, and even aid in the growth and mutation of flora. The vine armor and wooden weapons the elves wore were manifestations of their connection to the natural world. Incredible! This was a natural gardener. If he could cultivate an elven army, they would not only provide immense combat support, but could also help him tend a garden and grow food. A perfect bodyguard. The process of Chinamo subduing this zombie elf unfolded before the eyes of the other captives. In that moment, profound terror filled the gazes of all the captives. They finally grasped Chinmo's true intention in capturing them. He aimed to transform them all into zombies. In an instant, every captive's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Lei Ying spoke tremulously, her hoarse voice quivering. Mr. Chun, you wouldn't intend to turn us all into zombies, would you? Chinamo chuckled softly. Why not? What is so dreadful about being a zombie? You neither need to eat nor drink, devoid of pain, and live carefree. Transforming you into zombies should be considered a tremendous blessing. Lei Ying was utterly terrified. No, absolutely not. You have already promised my father a deal. You said you wouldn't let me lose a single hair. Chunamo laughed heartily indeed. I did promise not to let a single hair fall from your head, but injecting you with the zombie virus itself won't cause any hair loss. In fact, the zombie virus might even have the added benefit of enhancing your hair volume. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Chinmo's maniacal laughter, the hearts of everyone present plummeted to the depths of despair. Lin Xiao, rendered mute after having his tongue severed, gazed at Lei Ying with deep affection and guilt. If given the chance, he might even wish to confess his feelings once more. Kai Xiaoquan burst into tears, exclaiming, No, I refuse to become a zombie. I still aspire to be a great internet celebrity. I possess boundless potential. I beg you, Mr. Chun, spare me. Despite the fear etched on their faces, none of the elves lowered their heads. They stood tall, cursing, You despicable human. How dare you tarnish the noble bloodline of our elven race with such vile methods? You are doomed. If the elven king learns of your audacity in using such treacherous tactics to enslave our noble warriors, You shall meet a gruesome end. Scoundrel, wretched scoundrel. The human race is undoubtedly the most filthy and despicable of all. Chinamo squinted, listening to the vitriol of the captives, feeling no anger, but rather a sense of satisfaction. He waved his hand, allowing Lin Shueja to continue his work. The zombie virus was uniformly injected into the bodies of all present. As he observed the physical transformations, Lin Shueja meticulously recorded the effects of the zombie virus. Meanwhile, Chinamo seized the opportunity to employ each newly transformed individual as his bodyguards. Before long, the 11 bodyguard positions were filled, and the room was packed with a throng. At that moment, Chanmo's bodyguard force reached its zenith. Subsequently, Chinmo instructed Lin Shueja to leave and return to his laboratory. Although Lin Shueja was temporarily working for him, he was not a zombie and could potentially harbor his own thoughts. The ultimate trump card of fusion and sacrifice had to be preserved. Once the living room was left with only himself and the throng of zombie bodyguards, Chinamo rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The crucial moment of fusion is upon us. The first level 5 zombie is about to be born. Let us await its emergence. Chinamo stood before the horde of zombies, delivering a few words to satisfy his vanity as a figure of authority. He then selected Lei Ying first, recognizing her vital role in the forthcoming endeavors, necessitating her enhancement to level 5. He chose 2 level 3 zombie elves as fusion materials, elevating Lei Ying to level 4. Without pausing to assess her combat prowess post-enhancement, he selected 4 additional level 3 zombies, directly boosting level 4 Lei Ying to level 5. Thus, of the 8 zombie elves he had painstakingly captured, only 2 remained, 1 at level 3 and 1 at level 4. Chinamo intended to retain them for future enhancements alongside the remaining scraps. However, at this moment, he was more eager to witness the performance of the level 5 zombie. When Lei Ying emerged from the blood-red cocoon, Chinamo felt a chill run down his spine. She exuded an overwhelmingly fierce aura, directed unerringly at everyone in the hall, even at him. Was this creature actually contemplating his demise? How absurd. A bodyguard wishing to kill her employer? Lei Ying radiated electricity, resembling a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. She slowly floated before Chinamo, her pale eyes gleaming with greed as she uttered in a chilling, eerie voice, "Boss, you smell delicious. May I take a bite?" Just one bite. As she spoke, Lei Ying revealed her sharp fangs, inching closer to Chinmo's neck. Just as her teeth were about to graze his skin, Chinamo delivered a sharp slap to her face. Exclaiming, "You've gone too far. Kneel before me." Lei Ying immediately knelt, as if responding to a reflex, yet her gaze still brimmed with a bloodthirsty glint. Chinamo massaged his temples. As I suspected, he had previously pondered whether a level 5 zombie possessed the intelligence of a normal human being. Yet whether they were akin to resurrected humans or entirely distinct life forms. Now, the answer was clear. A zombie is a zombie, forever incapable of becoming human. Even with their newfound intelligence, they remained the most bloodthirsty. Ruthless killers. Even when confronted with their employer, they struggled to suppress their insatiable hunger for blood. Fortunately, due to his formidable professional abilities, he still maintained control over them. Chapter 54. The 3 Laws of Zombies. Rubbing his forehead, Chinamo gazed at the rebellious level 5 zombie kneeling before him, feeling a twinge of headache. Sighing softly, he inquired, "Are you aware of your identity?" Lei Ying bared her pearly teeth and replied, "Of course. I am a zombie, destined to consume all flesh and blood, to annihilate all life on this earth, to spread the virus to every corner of the globe." Chinamo was at a loss for words. Sighing, "That is not what I meant. I was referring to the identity between us." Lei Ying answered, "I know that too. You are a big shot, and I am your bodyguard. Then if you acknowledge that you are my bodyguard, why would you wish to consume me? Isn't that contradictory? It is akin to having a beloved pet dog. You care for it deeply. Yet when you feel its soft flesh beneath your fingers, do you not feel tempted? So plump and juicy, so rich in nutrients. Delicious, simply delectable. It was over. It was utterly over." Chinamo now grasped the twisted thought processes of these zombies. The consequences of selecting zombies as bodyguards were becoming apparent. Zombies were a horde of lunatics. Even if they possessed intelligence, they were still intelligent madmen. Their minds were singularly fixated on one notion: to devour all flesh and blood. Had he chosen elves as his bodyguards, they would have treated him as they would the elven king. However, since he had chosen zombies, They had no moral compass or emotions, only an insatiable desire for slaughter. Thus, even if they recognized their role as bodyguards, they could not suppress their hunger to consume. Yet, it was fortunate that Chen Mo's professional abilities allowed him to exert complete control over his zombie bodyguards. It felt akin to obtaining a person without capturing their heart. Absurd, however, it mattered little. Possessing their physical form sufficed. What use was having their heart? If everyone had the choice, he believed they would all prefer to possess the person. Comparing two outcomes. After obtaining a person, even if her heart yearned for another, he could command her to assume 100 different postures, indulging in nightly revelries. Whereas, if he only secured her heart, she would be in another's bed, changing positions, all the while professing her love for him. How repugnant! Moreover, these zombie bodyguards were merely tools for him to accomplish tasks and eliminate foes. He had no intention of engaging in romantic entanglements with them. What use was a heart? After pondering for a moment, a solution dawned on him. Drawing inspiration from Asimov's 3 laws of robotics, he lowered his head and stated to Lei Ying, "I am now issuing you 3 commands, which you must strictly adhere to. First, you must never inflict harm upon me or allow me to come to harm. Second, you must obey all my commands unconditionally, unless they conflict with the first command. Third, without violating the first and second directives, you must protect yourself as best as you can. Do you understand?" While he could not control the thoughts of these intelligent zombies, he could impose strict behavioral regulations upon them. Much like artificial intelligence, humanity cannot predict how advanced artificial intelligence will become, but it can control it through foundational logic. This principle was the same. Lei Ying quickly committed these 3 directives to memory. At that moment, the glint of bloodlust in her eyes diminished. After resolving this matter, Chen Mo switched topics. After ascending to level 5, how has your strength changed? Lei Ying's eyes sparkled with electric energy. It's fantastic, and my appetite has grown. I feel like I could consume at least 100 people in one sitting. Moreover, with the mastery of lightning powers, I can cook the flesh to perfection. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. At this point, Lei Ying couldn't help but lick her lips. Chen Mo felt a wave of discomfort. Why had this zombie become so brutal after gaining intelligence? It was quite an adjustment. Wasn't Lei Ying supposed to be a saint in his memories? Could she not inherit even a shred of her former kindness? Who the hell asked you about your appetite? I meant your combat prowess. Hurry up and show me. Lei Ying nodded, and unexpectedly, a pair of semi-transparent wings composed of lightning materialized behind her. With the aid of these wings, Lei Ying slowly levitated in the air. And then, in a flash of electric light, she vanished from the room, soaring through the dilapidated floor-to-ceiling window to the outside. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered above, and bolts of lightning danced within them. Subsequently, a portion of this lightning coursed into Lei Ying's body, while another struck the streetlights and trees within the community. Those structures hit by the lightning were instantly charred black. This was lightning that fell from the clouds, with voltages reaching up to 1 billion in an instant, truly devastating. Unfortunately, however, the talents of the elf race and Lei Ying's profession were not entirely compatible, so she could only inherit a modicum of the ability to control the wings behind her. Nevertheless, this was still a considerable enhancement, greatly increasing Lei Ying's agility. Moreover, after her power boost, Lei Ying was no longer limited to merely drawing upon the clouds above to launch attacks. She could now store the lightning's power within herself, akin to a combustible and explosive supercharged battery. After a brief display, Chen Mo waved his hand. "Come back now. No need to show off. You'll ruin the environment of the community." Lei Ying flapped her wings and returned to Chen Mo's side. Licking her lips, "Boss, how was my performance just now? How about rewarding me with a piece of your flesh? Just a little bit." Chen Mo shot her an exasperated look. "How about I scrape some dead skin off my foot for you? I guarantee it'll be chewy and flavorful." Lei Ying immediately shook her head in disdain. No, that's not good. The texture is poor." Nowadays, zombies had gained intelligence, and leaving them hungry was indeed not ideal. Chen Mo waved his hand. "There are still some corpses on the 32nd floor. Go eat those. But don't get your clothes dirty. Clean yourself up before coming back." After receiving permission, Lei Ying wasted no time, flapping her thunderous wings and vanishing from the room at an astonishing speed. Once Lei Ying was sent off, Chen Mo's gaze settled on the remaining bodyguards. He was now preparing to enhance his own abilities. Currently, he was a level 3 practitioner, wielding powers over wind, rain, and gravity, with the capacity to recruit 11 zombie bodyguards each day. Presumably, after his upgrade, all aspects would become significantly stronger. Selecting from the remaining zombies, he noted that to advance from level 3 to level 4, he needed to sacrifice 2 level 3 zombie bodyguards. His gaze quickly fixed on Kai Xiaoquan and the remaining level 3 zombie ELF.AS for the other level 3 zombie bodyguard, Lin Xiao. He planned to use him later for fusion into Shadow. He also decided to temporarily keep one level 4 zombie elf, which could either be cultivated further or serve as fusion material for Shadow. The elf race's wings and their control over the wind could further accelerate Shadow's speed, though their natural powers were of no use to Shadow. However, he currently lacked sufficient materials. Shadow was already at level 4. And with just one level 3 and one level 4 zombie bodyguard, he could not upgrade yet, so he decided to wait. Having resolved to set Shadow aside for the time being, Chunamo proceeded to select Kai Xiaoquan and the level 3 zombie for sacrifice. In the next moment, Kai Xiaoquan and the level 3 zombie elf slowly melted into a pool of crimson energy. This blood-red energy gradually enveloped Chunamo, and he felt as if he were submerged in a warm ocean. Every cell in his body greedily absorbing the energy and undergoing transformations. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Chunamo completely absorbed the crimson energy from his surface. Upon reopening his eyes, he sensed the swelling power within him and a newfound ability, prompting a smile to spread across his face. Chapter 55. Ascending to level 4 practitioner. Somewhat disappointing was that, whether due to bad luck or incompatible attributes, he did not gain the wings or natural powers associated with the elf race. Instead, the elf race's mastery over the wind integrated into his own being. Chunamo had already possessed the ability to control the wind, stemming from his previous encounter with Wind Brother. However, that Wind Brother's profession was rather lackluster, allowing him only to blow enemies away. Now, with the infusion of the elf race's control over wind, Chunmo's understanding of wind had surpassed that of the elf race. He could even compress wind power to unleash razor-sharp wind blades, with attack power comparable to a steel blade forged from alloy. Most importantly, the wind blades were incredibly swift, covering a vast area, and were invisible, making them quite formidable in addition to his enhanced control over wind. Chunamo also acquired another benefit, Kai Xiaoquan's ability as a viral internet sensation. This ability mutated upon entering his body, no longer relying on individual follower counts, but instead leveraging the strength of his zombie bodyguards. Chunamo could not simultaneously wield the abilities of all his zombie bodyguards, but he could instantaneously draw upon the power within any single zombie. This meant that as long as Chunamo wished, he could immediately utilize Shadow's strength to unleash astonishing speed or summon lightning from above using Lei Ying's powers. However, these two could not occur simultaneously. This ability could prove invaluable in crucial moments. For Chunamo himself, the ability to harness the power from Kai Xiaoquan was even more beneficial than all his other abilities combined, offering a higher ceiling. Furthermore, Chunmo's physical prowess had experienced a remarkable enhancement. He now resembled a miniature superhero, capable of leaping up 10 stories from ground level with ease. He no longer needed to rely on by long as a steed, effortlessly jumping from one building to another. All these improvements signified a significant elevation in his personal strength. Regarding the recruitment of zombie bodyguards, the enhancement was even greater. Now, Chunamo could recruit up to 20 zombie bodyguards in a single day. This was a truly terrifying figure. If he disregarded fusion and sacrifices, he could amass a super elite force of 600 zombie bodyguards within a month. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Chunamo lit a cigarette for himself and couldn't help but break into a moonwalk, softly humming a tune. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible. Alone at the peak, with the cold wind blowing, who can understand my solitude? Originally, Chunamo had been somewhat apprehensive about the threats posed by the elf race and the troubles from the Thunder Blade faction. However, ever since he discovered the potential to infect other races with the zombie virus, it felt as though he had uncovered a new frontier. If the zombie virus could only infect humans, progress would undoubtedly be slow, considering there weren't many strong individuals among them, nor was the ratio of practitioners high. However, the situation was different with other races. The moment these other races emerged from the monster-slaying domain, they likely already possessed considerable strength. Take the elf race, for example. They started at level 3. Since the zombie virus could infect these other races, it meant that the zombie bodyguards he would recruit in the future would start at level 3 or higher, exponentially accelerating his progress. Unbeknownst to him, the sun gradually rose, marking the beginning of a new day. Just as Chen Mo prepared to seize this moment for a quick nap, his phone began to ring incessantly. Upon checking, he found that the group of homeowners were tagging him repeatedly. Mr. Chen, it's already bright outside. When will the food you promised us yesterday be delivered? Please hurry up. I've already boiled the water. Just waiting for the beef to be cooked. Yes, it's already late. We should be having breakfast now. Skipping breakfast can lead to stomach problems. Mr. Chen, remember, I grew up by the sea and only eat seafood. You promised to deliver king crabs and small lobsters, right? Right? And me? I eat a lot. You promised to deliver 10 boxes of instant noodles for one meal. Looking at these absurd messages, Chen Mo was nearly brought to laughter. He couldn't fathom what these people were thinking, truly believing he would deliver food to them for no reason. If it weren't for them giving Kai Xiaoquan attention back then, she would never have attained level 5 strength. And he wouldn't have been troubled. In other words, these individuals had stabbed him with a knife, albeit without enough force to break the skin. And now, he was expected to thank them for retracting the knife and deliver gifts. It was utterly preposterous. He immediately sent a message in the group. I will arrange for my bodyguards to deliver the food shortly. You all stay at home. Upon hearing his statement, the group became animated. I knew it. Mr. Chen is definitely a good person who keeps his promises. Hurry up. I'm waiting at home. Send it to me first. Why should it go to you first? You live in building 28, which is so far away. It should start from our building too. It should definitely prioritize the difficult deliveries first, starting from the furthest. The group erupted into a cacophony of chatter, and Chen Mo couldn't be bothered to engage. He summoned all the zombies to the hall. Currently, the zombie force in the hall consisted of Level 5 Lei Ying, Level 4 Shadow and Elf, Level 3 Dezhuang, Bai Long, Lin Xiao, Level 1 Bin Lei, and one inconsequential little scruff. Chen Mo promptly issued an order to them. Do you not desire to feast upon meat? Today, I grant you the opportunity to indulge to your heart's content. After today, such fortunate days shall likely be scarce. Each person was instructed to bring 1 or 2 boxes of instant noodles or bread as bait. Once they open the door, strike swiftly upon sight. Remember, do not incite too much commotion. Upon receiving the command, the legion of zombies immediately sprang into action. Watching the backs of these zombie bodyguards as they departed, Chen Mo could not help but sigh. Poor neighbors, I must regrettably consign you to hell first. However, descending into hell first may have its advantages. In this apocalypse, death is a constant specter. To be the first to descend may allow one to secure housing before prices soar. Initially, Chen Mo had not intended to eradicate all the troublesome residents in this community in one fell swoop. However, the troubles they had stirred up in alliance with Kai Xiaoquan were too significant to overlook. To prevent them from resorting to underhanded tactics again, they had to be dealt with preemptively. This is what one calls to pacify internal strife before confronting external threats. The reason for sending these zombie bodyguards with food as bait was to ensure that the residents collecting supplies would quietly meet their demise in their homes, avoiding any significant uproar. Otherwise, should they break down doors to kill, word would quickly spread through the group chat, leading to a chaotic scramble that would make it difficult to track them down. Wang Fuguwei and his wife lounged in the living room, legs crossed. He boasted with pride. Fortunately, I am clever. I just claimed that my appetite is immense and that I require 10 boxes of instant noodles for a single meal. Calculating it out, the supplies he promised me for a day would amount to 30 boxes. If we conserve our consumption, my wife and I could feast for several months. His wife puffed out her double chin, gazing at Wang Fuguwei with admiration. Darling, you are a genius to conceive such a perfect plan. Had I known, I should have followed your lead. Perhaps we could have secured 60 boxes of instant noodles. Wang Fuguwei patted his ample belly. Fear not. In my estimation, this fellow named Chen Mo is but a fool, genuinely willing to distribute all the food. But with the first time comes the second. I shall devise another scheme next time, and perhaps I can trick him into bringing even more. Just as Wang Fuguwei and his wife delighted in fantasies of a comfortable life at home. A sudden knock resounded at the door. Instantly alert, Wang Fuguwei cautiously approached the peephole to glance outside. He was met with the sight of a curly-haired beauty donning sunglasses, her red lips curved in a smile. Occasionally licking her lips with a tantalizing pink tongue, utterly enticing in her arms, she cradled a box of instant noodles. Wang Fuguwei's hands trembled with excitement. Darling, hurry here. That fool Chinamo has truly sent his bodyguards to deliver instant noodles to us. Come help me. I fear I cannot carry it all alone. With that, he swung the door open. Yet, upon seeing that Laying held only a single box of instant noodles, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Why is your boss so ungracious? He clearly promised me a delivery of 10 boxes per meal, yet you bring only one. Am I to be treated like a beggar, if he cannot afford it? He ought not to boast. I am speaking to you. Why do you remain silent? Damn it. I am about to confront your boss in the group chat. Wang Fugue cursed as he turned to retrieve his phone. Ready to confront Chan-Imo, however, in the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A pale, delicate hand had penetrated through, clutching a still-beating red heart. Chapter 56. The moment of Hunt. His wife, with her double chin, was rendered speechless by the gruesome scene, her mouth agape in a silent scream. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck, and she was transformed into a charred corpse. Lei Ying yanked the heart from the man's body and took a savage bite. Blood staining her attire. Furrowing her brow, she lamented, "Unfortunate. My boss will surely scold me again. Is there a way to eat without soiling my clothes?" Next, she gnawed on the bloody heart while approaching the woman's lifeless body, peeling off a piece of flesh and stuffing it into her mouth. The crunch echoed in the silence. After chewing, she shook her head in dissatisfaction. No, this taste is entirely wrong. It was overcooked, charred completely, devoid of any meatiness. Next time, I shall use less electricity. Casually discarding the 2 corpses into the room, she clutched the box of instant noodles and approached the next house. She knocked again at a cramped, dimly lit bedroom. Su Wenxiang was peering through the peephole, glancing left and right. Clad in an oversized trench coat, his heart raced with anticipation. "Hurry, my darling, come quickly. I wish to show you my grand treasure." "You shall surely be terrified. Ha ha ha." Su Wenxiang, typically dressed in a suit as a high-ranking executive, was perceived by all as dignified and mature. Yet, only he knew of his secret identity, a flasher. Each quiet night, he donned this oversized coat and ventured into desolate alleys, devoid of any extra fabric beneath. When a young girl passed by, he would leap forth, unzipping his coat, revealing his greatness to the chilling wind. The thrill of seeing those girls flee in terror filled him with an indescribable exhilaration, as if this were his true calling. Alas, with the apocalypse upon them, he was forced to remain cooped up at home. His grand passion temporarily shelved. Now, hearing whispers of supplies being delivered, Su Wenxiang's heart ignited with fervor. He often spied from the window, aware that amongst the bodyguards was a strikingly beautiful woman, her long black hair and sunglasses captivating him from just her silhouette. Surely, the one bringing me food is this girl. Heaven must surely be smiling upon me, right? At long last, someone arrived at the door. Upon seeing the woman's slender form and flowing black hair, Su Wenxiang was overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling. "She is here. She is my dream girl." Before the alluring figure could knock, he flung the door open and, without hesitation, unzipped his trench coat. His greatness swelled in the wind. Su Wenxiang swayed his hips, performing a seductive dance, exclaiming, "Surprise, motherfucker! Behold my grand treasure. Are you afraid? Are you afraid?" Yet, despite his exuberant display, the girl before him remained utterly unfazed, her expression as cold as ice, devoid of any reaction. Su Wenxiang was left bewildered. What is happening? This is unlike any of my previous prey. She should be fleeing in terror, crying out. In the next instant, the woman swiftly drew a dagger from her waist. Her movements so rapid they left only an afterimage. Su Wenxiang felt a sharp pain in his lower half. As he looked down, he saw his greatness lying obediently on the ground, blood gushing forth. No. How could you be so cruel? Quickly, pick it up. Help me. But the woman merely stepped down, a crunch echoing as if a bubble had burst. When she lifted her shoe, all that remained was a lump of muck. "You monster!" Su Wenxiang shrieked, frantically reaching out to grasp her throat. The woman merely raised a hand, and in an instant, her long dagger pierced through Su Wenxiang's chin, plunging into his brain, rendering him utterly silent. With a gentle flick, she tossed his lifeless body into the room and closed the door behind her. Meanwhile, Chinamo lay on his sofa, watching television while simultaneously supervising his subordinates through shared vision. In most instances, The zombies managed the situations flawlessly, though occasionally he needed to make manual corrections. Bloody slaughter unfolded in nearly every building. Yet, at this moment, most residents in the community remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Still clamoring in the group chat. Why has there been no news yet? Has anyone received Mr. Chin's provisions? Yes, yes, those who have received them, please speak up. Could it be another deception? At the moment when the supplies had not yet reached their hands, doubt crept into everyone's hearts. Chenemo chuckled softly, editing a message to send out. Everyone, please remain calm. In truth, many have already received their supplies. Perhaps they are busy dining and have not checked their phones. Please rest assured and wait patiently at home. Upon hearing this, the owners felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. I knew it. A promise made by Mr. Chin is not one to be broken. Exactly. I suspect those folks are simply busy enjoying their meals. If I received food, I would rush to eat too, with no time to chat here. Unless I were a fool. Chenemo tossed his phone aside, returning his attention to the television while pulling out an ice cream from his pocket. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him from behind. Turning around, he discovered the imprisoned elven princess watching him from her cage. The princess of the fairies blinked her large, watery eyes, fixated on the ice cream in Chanmo's hand, while occasionally glancing at the television. The young lady was remarkably quiet at this moment. Had it not been for the intensity of her gaze, Chenemo might have almost forgotten that she was even in the room. However, after a few rounds of playful sparring on that day, the fairy princess had become quite cooperative. Now rarely instigating any trouble for Chenemo, he shook the ice cream in his hand and inquired, "Would you like to have some of this?" The fairy princess nodded vigorously. Chenemo, feeling generous, especially since he had recruited numerous fairy guards as his personal bodyguards, readily handed her an ice cream and, after a moment's thought, also presented a small cake. The fairy princess sniffed the air, savoring the delightful aromas of the cake and ice cream, and could not help but let saliva trickle down the corner of her mouth. Without a second thought, she grasped the ice cream in her left hand and cradled the cake in her right, taking bites alternately. The white cream quickly smeared across half her face, particularly forming a little cream peak atop her pointed nose. Relishing the sweetness in her mouth, the fairy princess expressed her delight. Delicious, so delicious. I've never tasted anything this wonderful in my life. Sitting beside her, Chenemo found himself particularly curious about the fairy clan. Those fairy guards were as stubborn as mules, revealing nothing of value. Perhaps this little girl would be easier to communicate with. He casually asked, "What do your kind usually eat?" The fairy princess tilted her head and replied, "We drink the dew that gathers on leaves and eat the fruits that grow on trees, so, you don't eat any meat?" I recall that your fairy clan resides within a forest, which should harbor animals, Chenemo remarked. The fairy princess shook her head, saying, "That's not allowed. My parents said that everything in the forest is a manifestation of the nature deity's evolution, and we must never harm them." Chenemo chuckled to himself, feeling a bit incredulous. He then quietly asked, "What is your name?" "I am called Ingchiluo. Your father truly the legendary fairy king?" "Indeed, my father is incredibly powerful, and I have 5 older brothers and 3 sisters, each of whom is formidable in their own right. Are you scared? If you are, hurry and let me go back." Chenemo observed the somewhat smug fairy princess Ingchiluo. A cruel smile gradually forming on his lips. "You must not threaten me. You know that in our human world, when faced with a threat, we generally do not choose to release the person. We tend to prefer silencing them permanently. Then, even if your parents possess great power, they will never find you, nor will they find me." Silencing them permanently? Upon hearing this phrase, Ingchiluo's face turned pale, and even the ice cream and cake in her hands lost their appeal. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. In truth, my parents are very kind. And my siblings are too. If you let me go, I promise no one will trouble you, and I won't say anything, okay?" "Okay, just kidding." "Ha ha." Chapter 57. You were picked up from the trash. Ingchiluo had prepared herself for a heartfelt moment, but upon hearing Chanmo's sudden shift in tone followed by laughter, she felt a surge of anger. She placed the cake on the ground and pointed an accusatory finger at Chenemo, declaring, "Now I shall use the most venomous words to curse you." Chenemo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Let me hear it. Show me what you consider venomous." With hands on her hips, Ingchiluo took a moment to gather her thoughts and shouted, "You are a super bad guy, and no one will ever love you." Chenemo blinked. remaining motionless. Continue. Why have you stopped? Yuing Chi Luo looked at Chinamo in confusion. Why aren't you sad or upset? I just cursed you with such venomous words. Chinamo sighed, rubbing his forehead. Do you know why you have been kidnapped for so many days without your parents coming to rescue you? Only some inconsequential guards have shown up. And those guards, the reason they came to rescue you is not out of genuine concern. They merely wish to take you back for a reward. Yuing Chi Luo's eyes welled up with tears immediately. You're lying. My parents would definitely come to save me. Chinamo sighed again. Let me share a secret with you. You are not actually your parents' biological child. You were merely a wildling picked up from a trash can. You are the true unloved one. Your parents are the real super bad guys. They have always treated you like a little toy, akin to a pet dog. Once they have raised you, they might even consume you. Just look at you, so tender and delicate. You must be quite delicious. After saying this, Chinamo burst into laughter and turned to head back to his bedroom, closing the door behind him to prepare for sleep. Yuing Chi Luo remained in her cage, utterly stunned. The words Chinamo had just spoken pierced her heart like needles, causing her immense pain and overwhelming fear. Am I not my parents' biological child? Are they planning to eat me? In the next moment, she burst into a wail, casting the ice cream and cake aside. She cried so hard that even breathing became difficult. Meanwhile, Chinamo lay on his bed, fiddling with his phone, unable to suppress his laughter at Yuing Chi Luo's sobs outside. The little girl was so easily deceived, especially one so naive to the malice of the human heart. Chinamo had no intention of killing this little one. Although Yuing Chi Luo was weak, likely only at the level of a secondary practitioner, her status was exceptionally unique. The special power in her bloodline allowed her to summon her fairy guards for rescue anywhere. This meant she could continuously provide Chinamo with an endless supply of zombie fairies. She was the golden goose that laid the golden eggs. In the Thunder Cloud safe zone, Lei Tiandao sat in a spacious and opulent conference room. His expression dark. Behind him stood a massive machete, 50 centimeters wide and 2 meters tall, resembling half a door. The blade was stained with countless dried blood, and its mere presence filled the room with a faint metallic scent of blood. At that moment, the door to the conference room was gently pushed open, and an elderly gentleman with a genial smile, his hair and beard a silvery gray, stepped inside. Though he appeared to be an old man, he wore a sharply tailored suit, his hair and beard meticulously groomed, resembling a nobleman. Edgar spoke softly. Oh, my dear Lei, what has brought you into such a state of distress? Lei Tiandao replied in a low tone. It is my foolish daughter, who inexplicably decided to play the hero, only to hit a brick wall. She has now been captured. The other party is asking for a steep price, demanding I exchange 2 level 4 practitioners. Can you believe it? Oh, that is indeed a dreadful predicament. So, dear Lei, are you considering compromising? Lei Tiandao clenched his fists. Even if my daughter is at fault, those who captured her must pay the price. I could never let them off so easily. However, my daughter is currently in their hands, so I must tread carefully. I plan to select 2 level 4 practitioners from the prison to exchange for her. What do you think? Edgar pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Dear Lei, I believe this course of action is unwise. Since they have requested level 4 practitioners, they must have the means to subdue them. If you select 2 from the prison, wouldn't that simply bolster their strength? In my opinion, these 2 level 4 practitioners should come from your own trusted subordinates, Edgar suggested. Lei Tiandao furrowed his brow. My trusted subordinates? Those are level 4 practitioners. Even among my trusted circle, there are no more than a handful of individuals with such strength. The price is too steep. Edgar chuckled softly, shaking his head. Dear Lei, why is your thinking so rigid? Who says the 2 level 4 practitioners you send over must not return? Upon hearing this, Lei Tiandao's eyes widened in realization. Edgar, what do you mean? Edgar, with a confident demeanor, sat beside him, lightly tapping his cane on the ground. On the surface, you are sending those 2 level 4 practitioners to him to exchange for your daughter, but who would know that they are actually your trusted allies? As long as they can ambush and eliminate the threat posed by that young man, everything will be settled. 2 level 4 practitioners attacking from close range, even if he possesses level 5 strength. He cannot escape unscathed. At that point, with our combined efforts, we will surely be able to subdue him. I am quite interested in the zombies in that area. They would make perfect biological weapons. After hearing this, A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lei Tiandao's eyes as he slammed the table. Edgar, your idea has truly come to my aid. If you can help me eliminate that young man and retrieve my daughter, I shall assist you in establishing a new safe zone outside the zombie territory and appoint you as its leader. Edgar's face broke into a satisfied, blissful smile. That sounds splendid, dear Lei. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Since you are stationed here and cannot leave, allow me to take your place for a moment. I shall present to you the head of that rascal, as well as your daughter, with both hands. Lei Tiandao stood up decisively, extending his robust hand to Edgar in a firm handshake. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Ultimately, Chun Mo's plan to dispatch a team of bodyguards to eliminate all the residents of the community remained unfulfilled. One particular lad was exceedingly cautious, resolutely bracing himself against the door, refusing to allow De Zhuang entry. Left with no alternative, De Zhuang resorted to force, smashing the door open and decapitating the youth. The commotion was so great that it attracted the attention of several nearby households. Upon witnessing De Zhuang commit murder, they immediately connected the dots and began to vocally condemn Chen and Mo in their group chat. You wretched demon! Was it merely a day's supply you sought? How miserly can you be to resort to murder to silence us, scoundrel? No wonder so many who received supplies have fallen silent. They must have all been killed. You will descend into hell. You deserve at least 18 layers of torment. No, 108 layers cannot contain your sins, beast, beast. Chinamo sighed within the confines of his room, shaking his head. What a pity. How splendid it would have been to dispose of them all silently. Yet now that we have been exposed, there is no need for further pretense. Let the slaughter commence. With narrowed eyes, Chinamo issued a massacre order to all the zombies. In that instant, their combat prowess surged to its zenith. De Zhuang effortlessly sent the security door flying with a single punch, charging in as though traversing an uninhabited realm, dragging out the hidden occupants and reducing them to mere pulp with each blow. He even bypassed the need to exit, crashing through the living room wall into the adjoining household, unleashing yet another wave of carnage. The speed of Mei Ying was unparalleled. Often, after kicking open a door, the residents inside barely had time to discern his appearance before being engulfed by a dark whirlwind, losing consciousness. Yet, if one were to speak of speed, it was Lei Ying who surpassed them all. As a level 5 zombie, she harbored a terrifying voltage within. Upon reaching the next floor, she crouched down, her palm connecting with the floored iron. The next moment, a staggering billion volts surged through the floor, reaching every corner of that level. Following a chorus of anguished wails, the entire floor was left with only the faint aroma of charred flesh. Lei Ying kicked open the door to a nearby room, tearing a strip of flesh from a charred corpse in the living room, savoring it with delight and nodding in rapture. Quite exquisite, indeed. The cooking was just perfect this time. Crispy on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside. A true delight. Perhaps I should package some to take back for the boss to taste? Surely, he would enjoy it as well. Who could resist a succulent feast of tender, juicy roasted meat? Chapter 58. The plan to dominate the world faced with the immensely powerful zombie bodyguard battalion. The struggles of the residents within the community were akin to children throwing tantrums, utterly devoid of threat. In just a day, all the inhabitants had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Chenemo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his heart remarkably tranquil, devoid of any guilt in his previous life. Even as death loomed, he aspired to be a good person. What reward had he reaped? Perhaps heaven had granted him this opportunity to embrace the role of a true villain. Lei Ying hummed a cheerful tune as she appeared behind Chen and Mo, casually tossing a dark, meaty thigh before him, exclaiming, "Boss, do try this." I experimented with the flesh of an entire building's worth of people to discover the optimal voltage for roasting meat with lightning. The flavor is absolutely divine. The thigh sizzled with juices. Chen and Mo glanced at it, clearly recognizing it as a woman's leg, slender and elongated, with red nail polish adorning her toes, in times of peace. This woman, blessed with such striking legs, could have lived a life of comfort and ease. However, in this apocalypse, such attributes held no merit. Observing Chun Mo's hesitation, Lei Ying expressed her dissatisfaction, pouting. I handpicked this one. She is quite young, the meat is tender, and her leg muscles are perfectly proportioned, truly top-tier meat. In your human terms, she is like a 5A grade super wagyu. Chenemo chuckled softly, shaking his head. Have you ever seen a boss dining with his subordinate? Hurry and dispose of it. What caliber do you think you are to suggest that I partake in the same meal as you? Disappointed, Laying shouldered the leg, departing with indifference. Soon, the sound of crunching echoed from around the corner. After completing their tasks, the zombie bodyguards were still assigned to construct the rooftop. With all residents now eliminated, Chunamo intended to connect the rooftops of all 30 buildings in one fell swoop, ideally casting them in reinforced concrete to establish a super aerial platform. Yet, lacking expertise in construction, he needed to find a talented architect to assist in the design. It would be disastrous to laboriously lay out the rooftop only to have it collapse under weight, reducing it to rubble. The following 2 days were remarkably tranquil. With all residents dealt with, Chunamo had never experienced such a serene existence. The entire community contained only him, and of course, Lei Ying, the lone living zombie, who occasionally engaged him in brief conversation. However, her zombie brain operated on a fundamentally different wavelength than that of a human, fixating on themes of cannibalism and virus transmission after just a few exchanges. Over these 2 days, Chun Emo managed to recruit 20 zombie bodyguards each day, accumulating a total of 40. Notably, 20 were ordinary zombies, while the other 20 hailed from the elven lineage. Yuing Chilua's voice had grown hoarse from calling. Initially, Chen Emo had planned to allocate all positions to the elven faction. However, the little princess's summoning of her guardians was not without limits. Only those within earshot would swiftly come to her aid, while those beyond the vicinity remained oblivious. Chun Mo's location lay within the domain of the undead, quite distant from the elven spawning grounds. Finding 20 elves wandering close by was already a stroke of luck. Among the elven guardians, 18 were level 3, and 2 were level 4. Over the past few days, with the assistance of these zombie bodyguards, Chenamo had finally managed to clear the rooftops of all 30 buildings, constructing bridges and gathering sufficient building materials. All that remained was to secure a professional architect to commence construction. Given that these zombies had little use left, he naturally opted for assimilation and sacrifice. Standing on the rooftop, Chunamo gazed upon his formidable battalion, his fists itching with anticipation. Lei Ying stood beside him, eyes brimming with eagerness. "Boss, I've performed admirably during this period. Haven Ti? Perhaps I could be promoted? If I were to level up, I could devour at least 200 people in one meal, undoubtedly proving invaluable to you." Chinamo could only respond with exasperation. 200 people? There's only me in this community. No matter how insatiable your appetite, there's nothing to feast upon. Lei Ying licked her lips. "Boss, didn't you assign me a task recently? You mentioned I might infiltrate some safety zone as an undercover agent. That area will surely be teeming with people. If my appetite isn't sufficient, I wouldn't be able to finish them all. Such wastefulness would be unacceptable." Chunamo was thoroughly at a loss for words. Smacking his palm against Lei Ying's head, "Let me reiterate, I sent you there to be an undercover agent, not to feast on humans. If you consume them all, what value remains in that safety zone?" In Chinmo's mind, sending Lei Ying to her father as an undercover agent was a crucial step in his grand plan. First, it would allow her to strike a surprise attack and eliminate her father, thereby enabling her to seize control of the entire base with her formidable strength. Second, once Lei Ying was in command, she could provide him with a steady supply of precious resources, even secretly capturing powerful professionals to transform into zombie bodyguards. Third, should Lei Ying succeed in this endeavor, Chinamo could covertly allow the zombie bodyguards to infiltrate other safety zones, gradually establishing dominance over all of them. He could even facilitate the ascendance of the zombie elf to the throne of the Elven King. In such a scenario, would he not be pulling the strings behind the scenes, controlling the world? The more Chinamo pondered, the more feasible the plan appeared. Once zombies attained intelligence, despite being a unique form of life, they bore little difference from the living. They merely lacked the heartbeat and pulse characteristic of living beings, attributes that could be easily concealed with a bit of caution. Pale eyes, perhaps complemented by colored contact lenses, an ideal disguise for an undercover agent. Within Qian Mo's heart, the flames of ambition blazed fiercely, and no man could resist the allure of wielding power over the world. Much like ancient men aspired to be emperors or martial heroes sought to become leaders of their realms. In order to ensure that Lei Ying performs her duties diligently, Chenamo contemplated for a moment before making a direct promise. "As long as you excel in your endeavors, I shall permit you to consume 10 individuals daily within that safe zone. However, be forewarned, this matter must remain undisclosed to anyone." Should your undercover mission fail, you shall have your mouth sewn shut, and the prospect of consuming anything ever again will be forever extinguished. Lei Ying was instantly exhilarated. Counting on her fingers while hiding aside, 10 per day amounts to 110 days, and over a year, that totals to more than 3,000. Splendid. At this rate, I shall inevitably become the world's most voracious zombie king. Chapter 59. All Level 5. Chinamo, disinterested in the ramblings of this virus-spreading lunatic, resolved to enhance his own capabilities first. On one hand, personal advancement would grant him greater strength. On the other, it would afford him more opportunities to recruit zombie bodyguards. Chinamo calculated within himself that ascending from level 4 to level 5 necessitated 32 ordinary zombies or 2 level 4 zombies as materials. After some contemplation, he directly selected 4 level 3 zombie spirits as sacrificial offerings. In the next moment, the 4 level 3 zombie bodyguards transformed before Chun Mo's eyes into a pool of crimson energy. This sanguine energy gradually enveloped his legs, allowing him to once again experience the exquisite sensation of cellular evolution coursing through his body. Approximately 20 minutes later, the crimson energy enveloping Chun Mo's exterior was entirely absorbed. Upon reopening his eyes, the formidable aura he emanated sent shivers down Lei Ying's spine, who stood a distance away. Ecstatic, she exclaimed, "Boss, you're incredibly powerful now. I am certain that your flesh must be even more delectable than before." Chinamo was left speechless. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of potent wind propelled Lei Ying several meters away, plummeting her from several stories above to the ground with a resounding thud. After all, she was level 5, resilient enough to withstand a fall. Perhaps this would teach her a lesson not to incessantly think of feasting. After upgrading, Chinamo sensed the changes within himself. He had yet to master the elf tribe's ability to soar on wings or harness nature's power to manipulate flora. However, his command over wind attribute power had grown significantly stronger. Now, he was not only capable of compressing wind into blades for offensive strikes, but could also shape the wind into any form he desired. Chinamo leisurely controlled the power within him, attuning himself to the winds from all directions. In the next moment, the winds coalesced beneath his feet, gradually forming the shape of a long sword. Subsequently, this sword of wind gently lifted Chinamo into the air, allowing him to soar above the entire neighborhood. This considered flying on a sword or riding the winds. Inspired, Chinamo executed several intricate aerial maneuvers. His speed was remarkable, reaching approximately 100 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, Lei Ying lay on the lawn, gazing up at Chinamo soaring through the sky, unable to restrain herself from muttering, "Flying about like that is such a remarkable ability. The ultraviolet rays at such heights are intense. They age the flesh." After relishing the power of the winds, Chinamo returned to the rooftop. His capacity to recruit zombie bodyguards had now risen to 35 per day. Things were escalating. He began to calculate the remaining zombie bodyguards available for sacrificial use. There were a total of 21 ordinary zombies, including 15 level 3 zombies, Lin Xiao among them, and 3 level 4 zombies. This was undoubtedly the most prosperous battle Chinamo had fought since the apocalypse began. Logically, he could use these zombies to elevate himself another level or two. However, he preferred to first upgrade his zombie bodyguards. After all, it was impractical to recklessly put himself in danger. The enhancements gained from upgrading zombies were undoubtedly more reliable than upgrading himself, as zombies could fight to the death while he must tread carefully. Chinamo resolved to initiate a grand evolution for all his zombies. His first target was the Phantom. The Phantom had been his loyal zombie bodyguard for the longest time and had served as a vital asset to the team. It was unacceptable for him to be lagging behind. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5, he selected Lin Xiao as the primary material, supplemented by 3 additional level 3 zombie spirits. Once Chinamo mentally issued the fusion command, these materials melted before him into a vast expanse of scarlet energy, which gradually enveloped the Phantom. The powerful force began to gestate within the Phantom. Consequently, only 11 level 3 zombies remained. Chun Mo's next target for upgrading was the frontline tank, De Zhuang. Possessing immense strength and a steel-like physique, De Zhuang was unparalleled on the front lines. However, his current level was rather low. At only level 3, ascending from level 3 to level 4 required 2 level 3 zombies, and progressing from level 4 to level 5 necessitated 4 level 3 zombies, totaling 6. With a wave of his hand, Chinamo selected 6 zombie spirits as fusion materials. The crimson energy enveloped De Zhuang, transforming him into a blood-colored cocoon awaiting emergence, akin to the Phantom. The next target was naturally Bai Long. With his own strength enhanced, it was only fitting that his mount also undergo an upgrade. To elevate Bai Long to level 5, 6 level 3 zombies were required as materials. However, only 5 remained, prompting Chen Mo to select 8 ordinary zombies to fill the energy gap. Bai Long was similarly enveloped by the sanguine energy, entering the sequence of upgrades. The last unfortunate soul was Bin Lei, who still languished at level 1. Truth be told, Chen Mo had contemplated merging Bin Lei into Lei's body several times, considering that they both possessed lightning attributes. However, with Lei Ying's impending undercover mission, it was crucial to retain a lightning attribute zombie bodyguard nearby. At the very least, he could serve as an electric masseuse or a power bank for the entire base. Observing the sprightly fellow with yellow hair before him, Chen Mo patted Bin Lei's shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, as long as you contribute to the team, I, as your boss, shall not neglect your worth." Chen Mo swiftly selected the remaining 3 level 4 zombies along with 3 ordinary zombies, amassing enough energy to elevate Bin Lei to level 5 in one go. In the next moment, these zombies melted into crimson energy before him, enveloping Bin Lei, who also entered the evolution candidate sequence. Gazing at the 4 blood-colored cocoons before him, Chen Mo could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. After today, his subordinates would boast 5 level 5 zombies, and including himself, that made 6 level 5 combatants, truly astonishing. Chen Mo could hardly fathom just how powerful he had become. The top-tier fighters within the Lei Tian Dao safe zone surely could not rival him. At that moment, Chen Mo glanced at the remaining 10 ordinary zombies, shaking his head. "Look at you all. Our team is developing at such a rapid pace, with everyone's strength soaring, yet you seem unable to keep up. But fret not, this is merely temporary. The laborers at the construction site and the fusion materials may seem inconspicuous, yet they form the bedrock of our team's steady advancement. As long as you shine brightly in these roles and work diligently, you shall not be deprived of the benefits when our team flourishes." After indulging in the thrill of being the big boss, Chen Mo settled into a rocking chair, squinting his eyes in patient anticipation. However, he dared not fall asleep. Having witnessed Lei Ying's experience, he knew that once these zombies reached level 5, they would awaken their intelligence and might even contemplate devouring their own boss. He had to remain vigilant, prepared to impart a lesson as soon as they emerged. Otherwise, he would likely be torn to shreds. With that thought, Chen Mo felt a twinge of headache. The zombies' insatiable hunger for flesh and their desire to spread the virus were deeply ingrained in their genes. They were unchangeable. Once they attained intelligence, they would become feral. Leading such a multitude of lunatic bodyguards was enough to drive anyone into a state of depression. Chapter 60. All want to rebel. As he waited, Chen Mo idly scrolled through a mobile forum. Thankfully, while the monster spawning zones were numerous, they did not consume all of humanity's living space. Humans could still maintain electricity and communication. Chen Mo gleaned a wealth of information online. Indeed, Lei Tian Dao was a leader of a safe zone, currently housing over 10,000 residents. Moreover, this safe zone was no more than 100 kilometers from his location. With Chen Mo's current speed, he could reach it in an hour. Chen Mo intended to gather further details about Lei Tian Dao's personal strength and his formidable subordinates. Yet this information appeared to be confidential and elusive. He could only deduce from fragmented details that Lei Tian Dao was at least a level 5 practitioner. In addition to this information, Chen Mo discovered updates on the establishment of other safe zones. These zones generally relied on the surrounding monster spawning fields and were likely to become the primary habitation areas for humanity for the foreseeable future. Within the safe zones, individuals would engage in constant battles with the spawn monsters to procure their unique resources and accrue benefits. Once the initial chaos subsided, various factions would soon emerge to stabilize the situation, heralding a true era of competition among heroes. Suddenly, Chen Mo stumbled upon an intriguing announcement. The Chasing Wind merchant group had arrived near Park Road and would commence a market trading event tomorrow night, welcoming all nearby friends. The diverse specialties from various monster spawning zones, gourmet foods, and top-tier weaponry would be available. Chen Mo was instantly captivated by this announcement. Park Road, isn't that quite close to my location? Shall we take a look? Just as he found himself in a state of confusion, the blood-colored cocoons before him began to undergo a transformation. The crimson energy was gradually absorbed by the zombies within, and a terrifying aura surged into the sky, If anyone were present, they would likely be rendered unconscious on the spot. The outer courtyard harbored so many fifth-level practitioners capable of leading a safe zone. Before long, the newly evolved zombies emerged from the blood-red cocoons, having absorbed all the sanguine energy. For zombies, reaching the fifth level is a critical threshold, as it allows them to awaken their intelligence. Sure enough, once these 4 zombies emerged, they fixated their piercing gazes upon Chinamo, their eyes devoid of any positive emotion, filled instead with greed, bloodlust, hatred, and desire. The serious-looking shadow stared intently at Chinamo, saying, "Boss, my mission is to protect you, but the outside world is fraught with danger, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Why not allow me to devour you? I shall conceal you within my belly, and no one shall harm you." At that moment, the boisterous Thunder, with his head of golden hair, conjured a long blade of lightning between his hands and turned to Shadow. "Your boss is quite large. It would be a challenge to fit him in. Allow me to assist in the division. I assure you, I will slice him neatly." Meanwhile, the robust Dezhuang shook his head and positioned himself in front of the two, declaring, "I will not permit any harm to come to the boss." Chinamo felt a surge of gratitude at his words. "Ah, you big fool, your loyalty is not in vain." Yet, in the next moment, Dezhuang shifted his tone. "I will transform the boss directly into a zombie. Zombies are the strongest and most superior race in this world. Once the boss undergoes zombification, he could thrive without our protection." After saying this, Dezhuang turned to Chinamo with sincere eyes. "Boss, I will give you a gentle bite. Rest assured, it will only take off one of your ears. Once you become a zombie, you will be immensely powerful." Chinamo struggled to suppress his rising anger. All right, it seems you all have gone mad." Just then, he caught sight of the white dragon, wagging its tail from behind. His heart warmed. Finally, there is one with a conscience. He turned to the white dragon and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The white dragon barked a few times, and Chinamo instantly understood its intention. "They all enjoy flesh, but I prefer excrement. Once they finish digesting, I shall have my second meal. Waste not, want not." At this point, Chinamo could no longer contain himself. The thought processes of these zombies were utterly bewildering. Just then, Laying appeared at the edge of the rooftop. She recognized that the zombie bodyguards were about to act against Chinmo, although she too was curious about the taste of Chunmo's flesh. At that moment, her mind recalled the 3 commands he had issued. Without hesitation, she positioned herself protectively in front of Chinmo, exclaiming, "Stop! You shall not harm the boss." Chinmo nodded slightly. It appeared that the 3 fundamental rules held sway. However, Shadow and Dezhuang were undeterred, launching themselves towards Chinmo with vigor. Laying had only recently stepped into the 5th level and was unable to contend against 4 5th-level opponents simultaneously. Thus Dezhuang and the others felt confident they could shred her to pieces in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, something astonishing occurred. Chinmo, standing behind Laying, remained unfazed, merely clearing his throat before raising his voice to a thunderous roar. "Kneel before me." Instantaneously, upon hearing the command, Shadow, Dezhuang, and the others executed a sliding motion, collapsing to the ground. Their inertia carried them right to Chenmo's feet, and even the white dragon knelt on its hind legs. Though they attempted to rise, their bodies seemed to defy their commands, immobilized and unable to move. Lei Ying, positioned in front, was quite familiar with this scene. She reached out and patted each zombie's head in turn. "I told you to stop, yet you refused to listen." Chenmo breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was confident he could control these individuals, he had not dared to guarantee it without first-hand experience. Now, it was evident that they posed no real threat. He turned to Lei Ying and instructed, "Please relay the 3 commands I issued to them." Lei Ying's eyes lit up, feeling as though she had just been appointed class monitor. She proudly declared, "First, you must never inflict harm upon the boss or stand idly by while he is harmed. Second, you must unconditionally obey all of the boss's commands, unless they conflict with the first rule. Third, without violating the first and second commands, do your utmost to protect yourselves. Understood?" The zombie bodyguards listened intently, soon breaking into applause. Chenmo expressed his satisfaction. Fortunately, these 3 fundamental rules imposed constraints. Otherwise, he would have to keep a constant watch over them, which would be quite troublesome. Zombies truly are not to be trifled with, each one resembling a lunatic, their thought processes utterly incomprehensible. What absurd notions of seeking refuge in one's belly and finding carefree existence through zombification. If such strategies were so effective, then do take a guess. What is my true purpose in hiring you as bodyguards? Is it to execute a backflip into your bellies? Setting that topic aside for the moment, Chinamo leaned back in his chair and gestured toward Shadow. You shall begin. Introduce to me the abilities you have acquired this time. I wish to see what true talents you possess. Upon standing, Shadow immediately moved to the edge of the rooftop and picked up a silver-white longsword. This was the very sword wielded by Lin Xiao. In an instant, Shadow vanished from sight, and before anyone could comprehend, she reappeared on the rooftop of Building 2, leaving behind a corner that had been neatly severed away. One edge of that triangle was over a meter long. A thought flashed in Chen Mo's mind. Sword Chi. As anticipated, Shadow had flawlessly inherited Lin Xiao's rogue sword heart profession, and with her mastery of the wind attribute, her understanding of the sword path had even surpassed Lin Xiao's previous capabilities. She had reached a level where she could summon sword chi from thin air, and her speed had multiplied. Now, she could reach a staggering 500 kilometers per hour, truly the epitome of swiftness. With such speed combined with her lethal swordsmanship, she was undoubtedly the finest assassin. Impressive, impressive. Chinamo praised before clapping his hands. Now, please step aside and allow the next one to take their turn. The second to present was De Zhuang, whose prowess lay in his immense strength and ironclad physique, making him the most crucial frontline fighter of the team. With his elevation to the 5th level, Chinamo eagerly anticipated the extent of his newfound power. In the next moment, De Zhuang let out a mighty roar, and his clothing burst apart. His skin rapidly became encased in a layer of silver, rendering him indistinguishable from an Iron Man. With just a few strides, the ground trembled beneath him. Chinamo quickly gestured. All right, I understand your defensive capabilities and strength. Is there anything else that has changed? De Zhuang wobbled over to a large tree in the courtyard. In the next moment, that tree withered at a visible pace, while De Zhuang's aura intensified. This was the natural power of the elven race. Chinamo was astonished to discover that De Zhuang had grasped such an ability. However, it seemed that he could not yet manipulate plant life nor catalyze their growth. He could merely siphon the life force from plants to restore or enhance his own combat capabilities. Nevertheless, this was still quite remarkable. As the frontline fighter of the team, De Zhuang could potentially unleash 200% of his strength in battles amidst trees. A terrifying prospect indeed. Next up was Thunder, who had also been delayed for far too long. Despite possessing formidable lightning attributes, Chinamo had always lacked sufficient materials to elevate him. Now, at long last, his efforts bore fruit. Thunder slowly approached the edge of the rooftop, targeting a distant building. In the next moment, he extended a hand, channeling the power of Thunder into a golden longbow. With a swift pull, a lightning arrow materialized in his grasp. The next instant, the arrow streaked through the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light, piercing through a building over a kilometer away, leaving a charred hole in its wall. To his surprise, Thunder had not inherited any other abilities from the elven race, but had instead grasped their understanding of archery. From this moment forward, Thunder would be the team's premier sniper, combining long-range sniping capabilities with the destructive force of lightning. Truly formidable. Finally, it was the languid white dragon's turn. The white dragon merely leapt in place, and a pair of black wings sprouted from its back. With these wings, the white dragon ascended rapidly into the sky, soaring above the clouds, its speed surpassing even Chun Mo's own wind-flying abilities. As the white dragon soared through the sky, it suddenly lowered its head and unleashed a dazzling flame from its open maw, leaving Chinamo below utterly astonished. Wait, I don't recall merging with any creature that could breathe fire. What on earth is happening? Has it mutated? After a brief commotion, the white dragon returned to the rooftop. Chinamo surveyed his newly empowered companions with great satisfaction. A formidable battle team had been formed. In future confrontations, when facing enemies, De Zhuang could withstand massive damage at the forefront with his ironclad physique. Bin Lei, wielding a lightning bow and arrows, would provide precise long-range sniping, delivering the bulk of the damage. While Mei Ying, with her exceptional speed and lethal swordsmanship, would flit around the battlefield's edges, poised to strike a fatal blow at any moment. As for the white dragon, it would casually breathe fire in the sky and, if danger arose, hastily retreat with Chinamo on its back. A perfect arrangement. Just as Chen Mo was contemplating where to let his bodyguards unleash their might and showcase their abilities, Lang stood beside him. Pointing skyward, "Boss, look quickly. There's a flying saucer." Chen Mo was speechless. "What are you talking about? Are you watching too many cartoons?" "No, really, look." Chen Mo turned slowly, and in an instant, his eyes widened with astonishment. Goodness. There really is a flying saucer. In the distant sky, a disc-shaped flying device, roughly the size of a circular bathtub, hovered. Above this contraption, a short, rotund man sat cross-legged, a warm smile gracing his face. Upon spotting Chen Mo from afar, the man deftly maneuvered the flying saucer to hover directly in front of him. He did not descend, but instead cupped his hands in greeting. "Good afternoon, friends. I never expected to find such hidden talents in this remote little corner. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Guang, the publicity ambassador for the Chasing Wind merchant caravan. I've come to promote the market gathering that will take place in 2 days. I wonder if you would be interested in attending." Though Mei Ying and the others were zombies, Chen Mo had already dressed them in clean clothing and adorned each with contact lenses and sunglasses. Thus, Wu Guang perceived them as human. After gauging this individual's strength, Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback. The Chasing Wind merchant caravan was remarkably powerful, capable of sending a level 4 professional as a publicity ambassador to distribute flyers. Could they possibly have even stronger level 6 or level 7 individuals among their ranks? Was this a small gathering organized by the caravan? Chen Mo pondered, feeling a flicker of excitement. He had specifically instructed Lin Shueja to produce numerous berserk potions, intending to trade them for superior items. For instance, the iron sword in Mei Ying's possession was merely a modern crafted toy. Acquiring a refined longsword from the dwarves would undoubtedly double their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, if De Zhuang could obtain a shield or a massive hammer, he would be utterly formidable. There could very well be many unexpected treasures. As he mused, Chen Mo raised his head and declared, "I share that sentiment. My name is Chen Mo, and I shall certainly visit the market when it opens." With that, he gestured and plucked several bright red apples from a nearby tree, presenting them to Wu Guang. Wu Guang was taken aback. In a post-apocalyptic world, fruits were considered luxury items, and he was astonished that Chen Mo had so generously offered him a whole sack. Moreover, as a merchant, Wu Guang recognized the trees in the courtyard as trance. The colorful fruits hanging from them indicated the countless corpses that had been used as fertilizer. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Wu Guang's demeanor towards Chen Mo shifted to one of respect. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your generous gift. In return, I would like to offer you a small token of appreciation." With that, he retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and gently handed it to Chen Mo. This document lists high-end items that may be available at the upcoming gathering, allowing you to prepare for potential trades. Additionally, it contains information on the distribution of various factions I encountered while advertising, which may prove helpful to you. Chen Mo accepted the paper and nodded slightly. "Thank you very much." Wu Guang maneuvered the flying saucer to turn and prepared to depart. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned back. "Mr. Chun, I have one more suggestion for you to consider. If you lack suitable goods for trade, perhaps you could capture a few aesthetically pleasing zombies. Zombies are naturally good beasts of burden and will certainly be in demand. If you can procure attractive female zombies, there might even be a lucrative market for them. You must understand, this world has all sorts of people, and some may find such commodities appealing." Chen Mo hadn't anticipated that zombies could be sold for a profit. He mentally noted Wu Guang's advice as he watched the man leave. Chapter 62. The situation from all directions. Once Wu Guang departed, Chen Mo turned to regard his 5 level 5 zombie bodyguards, feeling a sense of security. With these formidable companions by his side, venturing to a small market should pose little danger, he thought. He promptly issued them a task. "Starting tomorrow, I want you to select zombies within the community. The primary criteria are that they must be visually appealing, and if they possess any special talents, that would be advantageous as well, and no slacking off. Otherwise, the next meal will be served at the dog table, and you'll all be eating feces together." The white dragon lifted its head and howled. "What's wrong with feces? It's nutritious, easily digestible, and quite sweet. You've never tried it, so how can you judge? That's just prejudice. If you're so confident, eat it and then give your opinion." Chen Mo shot an exasperated glance. "Do I need to eat it to judge? Just the smell is revolting." "You're mistaken. Stinky tofu and feces are equally foul-smelling. Yet they are considered gourmet foods. Chinamo chose to ignore the dragon. Meanwhile, the other zombies, having heard there might be a chance for a meal, were filled with enthusiasm. They were willing to do anything for a taste of meat. While his bodyguards busied themselves, Chinamo leisurely leaned back in his chair, reviewing the information Wu Guang had left behind. The first thing he noticed was the distribution of forces in the vicinity. This information was quite useful to Chinamo in his current situation. Relying solely on closed-door development was far too slow. Even with the constant influx of zombies to facilitate upgrades, progress remained sluggish. Capturing other, more powerful beings to transform into zombie bodyguards could exponentially accelerate his advancement. Moreover, this post-apocalyptic world was rife with various formidable creatures. If he could acquire these powerful monsters as fusion materials, his zombie protectors could gain a plethora of potent abilities. Upon perusing the document, Chinamo's eyes brightened. Indeed, in times of chaos, heroes emerged. There were several formidable figures nearby. Not far from him, schools and hospitals had each established secure bases, and the factions controlling those areas were no trifling matter. Additionally, there were abundant monster territories in the vicinity. Firstly, there were the elves and treants, both of whom were familiar to Chinamo. Beyond that, there were territories inhabited by blood werewolves, mummies, and vampires. Each of these monsters had their unique specialties. The most precious resource of the elven race was the Fountain of Youth, which was said to grant eternal youth. Furthermore, they could use the power of nature to craft formidable vines or timber. Treants were simpler. Their roots could be replanted to grow into towering trees, yielding a variety of fruits. It was rumored that some exceptionally fine treant roots, when grown into towering trees, could yield spiritual fruits or precious minerals. Essentially, whatever existed naturally could potentially be produced by treant roots. The blood werewolf's specialty was, quite simply, themselves. It was said that they could be tamed to serve as mounts or servants. Notably, the vampire territories were almost adjacent to those of the blood werewolves, and the two factions were notoriously at odds. Vampires often bullied the simple-minded blood werewolves, capturing them to enslave them. As for the mummies, their territory had transformed into a desert, with the mummies lying dormant beneath the sands. Generally, they remained in a state of slumber unless provoked. It was said that the wrappings of mummies were highly valuable, capable of preventing severe injuries from worsening and even offering a form of immortality. Having thoroughly read the information on the local factions, Chinamo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Now, this was the way it should be. The apocalypse needed to be thrilling. If his earlier plans came to fruition, he might even be able to dominate all the monster territories. How exhilarating! After reviewing the records, Chinamo shifted his focus back to the list of items available for trade at the upcoming market. The first thing that caught his eye was an array of high-end ingredients. Fresh level 5 steaks, imported cigars, shark fins, abalone, king crabs, and more were all listed. It seemed that the Chasing Wind merchant caravan was indeed formidable, capable of procuring such items. Ordinary ingredients didn't even qualify for this list. Besides food, what surprised Chinamo the most were the unique products sourced from the various monster territories. For instance, the bows crafted by the elven kin, the armors forged by the dwarven folk, and the various monsters that had been captured alive. What truly astounded Chinamo was the existence of goblin reproductive cells. Remarkably, these specimens were exceedingly valuable. Upon closer inspection, he found that goblins' gametes possessed an astonishing characteristic. Regardless of the biological reproductive cells they merged with, they would not alter the existing genetic makeup of the original organism, yet they could still yield perfect offspring. For instance, even a dragon on the brink of extinction, when deprived of a mate, could conceive another dragon within its womb by introducing a single goblin sperm, resulting in a pureblood offspring. Incredible! While goblin to goblin resulted in repugnant waste, goblin combined with any other race equated to a monumental advantage. Should these goblins strive diligently, the notion of endangered species would become utterly laughable. Meanwhile, Wu Guang patrolled the area, disseminating news of the marketplace. As the time approached, he perched on a flying saucer, stretching his neck. Time to clock out. Yet another day of hard work has come to an end. At that moment, his phone rang, causing Wu Guang to frown. Why is it that calls come during work hours? The moment I clock out? The phone rings, and without overtime pay. How irritating! Despite his grievances, he answered the call. The instant the connection was made, a smile graced his face. Oh, Mr. Chin, my apologies. The wind was quite strong here earlier, and I didn't catch the phone ringing right away. Thank you for your patience on the other end. Chen Shang snorted coldly. The phone rang 10 times before you answered. According to our employee training guidelines, if you don't pick up within 3 rings, your pay will be docked. You were 7 rings late, so I'll deduct 7 days' wages. Is that understood? Wu Guang nearly burst into tears. Please, Mr. Chun, I have an elderly mother and a young daughter to support. How am I to survive? Chen Shang continued. Disobedience to management incurs an additional 3 days deduction. Furious, Wu Guang gritted his teeth but ultimately chose silence. Despite possessing formidable strength at level 4, his profession did not lend itself to combat. He had joined the merchant team seeking a stable and rewarding position, only to encounter a wretched and exploitative manager. Just wait until I find a new opportunity. I want to pay you any mind. When that time comes, I shall take all the clients from the marketplace, and you will understand what it feels like when someone strikes at your very lifeblood. Noticing Wu Guang's silence, Chen Shang found no grounds to continue his penalties and inquired, How many clients did you secure today? Any worth noting? Wu Guang quickly responded, I successfully promoted to over 100 professionals today. As for noteworthy individuals, there is indeed one peculiar character. Most reside near the safe zones, yet this person dwells within the zombie spawning grounds, even constructing several lofts in the air. His name is Chen Mo, and his team appears quite powerful and seemingly affluent. Upon hearing this, Chen Shang's voice brimmed with excitement. At last, we caught a big fish. You must follow up closely with this client and obtain more detailed information. When he visits the marketplace, it will be an excellent opportunity for us to profit, and I shall ensure you receive your commission. Wu Guang furrowed his brow. Mr. Chun, I believe it would be wise to refrain from pursuing him. He seems rather formidable. Formidable? Nonsense. I have many people and ample resources. No one can rival my strength. Chen Shang retorted, If you refuse to act, you forfeit your commission on this deal. The call ended, and Wu Guang seethed with frustration. It was always a case of black eating black. The merchant team was turning into utter chaos. Go ahead, perish if you must. Chapter 63. Material reserves completed. 2 days swiftly passed. Now the level 5 professional, Chunamo, could recruit 35 zombies daily. There was no longer a need for him to individually select candidates with binoculars. The zombies under his command had gained intelligence and were capable of handling more complex tasks. They autonomously filtered through candidates, capturing only those with intact bodies, robust physiques, or striking appearances, temporarily securing them on the rooftop of the 5th building. Chunamo merely needed to select from this pool for employment. After 2 days, the quota for 70 zombie bodyguards was filled, with an additional 30 appealing specimens ready for marketplace trade. Naturally, during this process, the elven princess Yuing Chi Luo occasionally expressed her dissatisfaction with a few cries. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the dwindling number of elven guards in the vicinity, only 5 were captured over 2 days. Chenemo transformed 2 of them into zombies, thus integrating them into his bodyguard team, while the remaining 3 were confined in a large iron cage, awaiting a chance to be sold at the marketplace for a good price. Currently, Chenemo commanded a total of 78 ordinary zombies, alongside 2 zombie elves. The numbers felt excessive, prompting him to deliberate before deciding on 64 ordinary zombies as materials, elevating his shadow to level 6. This served as a final safeguard for the undertaking. Following this consumption, only 14 ordinary zombies remained, and even with the addition of 2 level 3 zombie elves, they were insufficient for anyone else to level up. Upon reaching level 6, the shadow's speed increased significantly, and its lethality with the longsword heightened. Lei Ying and the others watched enviously. Boss, this isn't fair. We're all performing the same tasks. Why is it that you prioritize upgrading the shadow? Bin Lei and the others bore expressions of discontent. In the absence of intelligence, decisions had rested solely with Chunamo. Now, however, they began to question his choices. Chunamo, disinterested in further explanation, shot Lei a glare. Why? Because the shadow has longer, finer legs than you. Is that satisfactory? Lei gritted her teeth. What kind of advantage is that? My chest is larger than hers, and my bite is sharper. I can consume more than she can. Upgraded and brimming with pride, the shadow cast a cold glance at Lei Ying. Enough with the prattle. If you're dissatisfied, I can readily assist in severing your head to spare you such thoughts. Electricity crackled around Lei Ying. Oh, so you think you're impressive now that you've leveled up? Let me tell you, level is not the sole determinant of combat prowess. Do you truly believe your sword is faster than my lightning? As tensions escalated between the two factions, Chunamo interjected, waving his hand. Everyone, sit down. In an instant, all zombies plopped down onto the ground, their backsides seemingly glued to the earth, rendering them immobile, although seated. Lei Ying and Bin Lei continued to glare at Chunamo with displeasure. Chunamo, impatient, declared, upgrading must follow a specific order, and whether it's fair or not is my prerogative to decide. You have no say in this matter. From now on, behave yourselves. The grace of thunder and rain is bestowed by the sovereign. You may receive what I grant, but what I withhold is not for you to claim. Understood? Though reluctant, Lei Ying and the others could only grit their teeth and acquiesce. Understood, boss. Chunamo nodded slightly, relieved that his esteemed position afforded him near total control over his bodyguards. Otherwise, this merciless and bloodthirsty race would have long since torn him to shreds. After resolving the discord among the zombies, Chunamo placed a call to Lin Shueza, who had been tirelessly laboring in the laboratory, concocting potions and conducting research. Disheveled and unkempt, Lin Shueza trembled as he approached Chunamo, who gestured for him to sit on a small stone stool in the courtyard. What is the recent production yield of the rage potion? How many units have you amassed? Lin Shueza promptly replied, a total of 50 units, each of exceptional quality. Initially, he spoke with a hint of pride, but Chunmo's brow furrowed. Only 50? After all this time working for me, you've produced merely 50 rage potions? Surely you cannot be attempting to leverage this against me? Lin Shueza, frightened, felt his legs weaken. Mr. Chun, I would never dare. The production of rage potions is no easy feat. It requires the spinal marrow from zombies infected with the virus, along with an extensive period for development in the nutrient chamber. The complexity of this process is beyond imagination. Chinamo's expression softened slightly. In truth, he was well aware that Lin Shueza had never shirked his duties. A zombie bodyguard continuously monitored the lab, allowing Chunamo to observe Lin Shueza's every move. It was precisely because this individual had once sought to betray him for greater gain that he had been apprehended. Chunamo would not permit a repeat of such treachery. If one wishes to benefit from him while scheming behind his back, they would find such ambitions utterly futile. Gather all 50 of the rage potions and any healing potions you have, and prepare them for me. I am about to meet with a significant client. Also, if there's anything you need, please provide me with a list. I'll procure it for you shortly. Lin Shueza had become nothing more than a machine for potion research. Outside of this task, he held no other value. He hurriedly nodded and replied, no problem, Mr. Chun, I will prepare everything for you shortly. Indeed, there are many scarce materials in the laboratory. I shall compile a list for you. Chunmo was quite satisfied with his response and inquired, you have worked hard during this time. Is there any increase in your remuneration that you desire? Upon hearing Chunmo's words, Lin Shueza was so moved that he burst into tears. The tension that had gripped his mind finally unraveling. Mr. Chun, you have finally spoken. I have waited far too long for this moment. If possible, could you extend my sleep from 4 hours to 6 hours each day? My hair is falling out in clumps. I am on the verge of balding. And could I also have a cup of coffee or a pack of cigarettes daily? Beyond these, I seek nothing more. After saying this, Lin Shueza knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. At that moment, he reminisced about his job before the apocalypse, when he had felt overwhelmed by pressure and had submitted his resignation early. Looking back now, the workload then seemed trivial compared to today. The infamous 996 and 007 work schedules seemed like true blessings in hindsight. Chunmo, observing Lin Shueza's pitiful demeanor, was initially inclined to grant his requests. But unexpectedly, Lei Ying interjected with a scoff. You can sleep for 4 hours a day and still complain? I hardly sleep an hour. You humans truly are dramatic. Infuriated, Lin Shueza nearly shouted, you are a zombie, and I am a human. Can we even be compared? Zombies do not need sleep. They are naturally beasts of burden. After pondering for a moment, Chunamo also felt that he should not be too lenient with Lin Shueza. Therefore, he pretended to be troubled and said, Old Lin, you must consider my position as your leader. Everyone else is foregoing sleep, yet you wish to sleep for 6 hours. That seems rather unfair. How about this? We each make a concession. I will increase your sleep to 5 hours. How does that sound? As for the cigarettes and coffee, you must understand they are quite precious, worth more than gold in this apocalypse. I can manage to provide you with a pound of tobacco leaves daily. Will that suffice? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lin Shueja not only expressed no dissent, but was instead overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you. I will work diligently to ensure your satisfaction. Chen Mo felt a sense of relief. See? He is thanking us. Chapter 64. The cunning merchant. Once everything was prepared, Chen Mo naturally intended to hasten to the marketplace, hoping to unearth some treasures. He was quite confident in the goods he possessed. He promptly summoned 10 zombie bodyguards to assist his laborers, loading the prepared dozen or so zombie slaves and 2 elven slaves into iron cages. He then collected all the fruits from the trees, packaging them into large and small bundles. The rage potions were neatly arranged in metal boxes. Additionally, Chen Mo brought some of his stored food. Since he had an abundance that he could not finish, it was better to exchange it for some pocket money. After making all the necessary preparations, Chen Mo took his place upon the back of the white dragon. Comrades, follow me into battle. Chen Mo felt a surge of youthful exuberance as he set forth with his grand entourage. Lei Ying, Mei Ying, White Dragon, De Zhuang, and Bin Lei were all included, leaving no one to guard the home. Chen Mo deemed it unnecessary, as his base was centrally located within the zombie realm, surrounded by layers of zombies that one would need to breach to reach it. Furthermore, he had intentionally destroyed the stairs in all the buildings. Unless one could fly or climb walls, accessing them was nearly impossible. Moreover, even if someone did manage to approach, he had placed several ordinary zombies as sentinels within his home, ensuring he would be alerted at the first sign of trouble. With his current speed, he could return in mere breaths. However, due to the sheer volume of goods he was carrying, he could not move too swiftly and thus proceeded at a leisurely pace toward the marketplace. This was Chen Mo's first venture outside the zombie realm, and he marveled at how drastically the post-apocalyptic landscape differed from the world that existed prior in the spaces between various monster domains. There were many vacant areas known as safe zones. Almost all professionals chose to establish their bases within these safe zones, as no one wished to live next to those monstrous creatures. This particular marketplace was located in a deserted park within a safe zone, an ideal place for setting up stalls. As they neared their destination, Chen Mo had Bin Lei scout a high vantage point to conceal himself. As he was a sniper and needed to remain hidden to maximize his effectiveness, Chen Mo proceeded directly into the park. After the apocalypse, the plants in this world seemed to have mutated. Those trees that were once as thin as an arm had grown as thick as a waist, with plenty of underbrush surrounding them. Were it not for Chen Mo's familiarity with the terrain, he might have believed he had entered a vast forest. Ahead lay a narrow path that had been cleared, though it was uncertain whether it had been made by the Chasing Wind Merchant Guild or by those who had entered the marketplace beforehand. Regardless, the efforts of the past benefited the present. Chen Mo led his entourage down this path, and as they traversed through the outer woods and brush, the scene before them suddenly opened up. They found themselves in a lush meadow, not far off from a dense cluster of tents, surrounded by numerous dilapidated vehicles. Surely, this was the domain of the Chasing Wind Merchant Guild, even from afar. The cacophony of voices and the sight of bustling figures could be discerned. How lively! Just as Chen Mo was about to step forward with his companions, a large group of individuals, numbering around 20 to 30, approached. At the forefront was a young man clad in a white suit and adorned with a top hat. Observing his appearance, Chen Mo could only think of one word: pretentious. Who in this post-apocalyptic world would dress like that? Resembling a medieval gentleman? The man approached Chen Mo and his entourage with a broad smile, performing a courteous bow before eagerly proclaiming, "My friend, I presume you have come to partake in the marketplace as well. My name is Du Chengfeng, a merchant accompanying the convoy, and it is a pleasure to meet you all." One does not strike a smiling man, Chen Mo thought to himself, finding the man's demeanor quite amiable. He nodded slightly in return. "Hello, I am Chen Mo. These are my bodyguards and my goods." Du Chengfeng cast a furtive glance at the convoy behind Chen Mo and the slaves locked within the cages. A glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, he feigned a sorrowful expression and sighed. "Alas, I have come to ensure that you receive fair and just treatment. If you were to bring these goods into the marketplace, you would incur significant losses." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Du Chengfeng glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Brother Chen Mo, consider this. The Merchant Guild provides a trading venue for everyone to engage in free trade. What could they possibly gain from this? Surely, they are not acting out of benevolence. After all the effort, if there weren't outrageous profits to be had, Why would they do this? Chen Mo nodded slightly, realizing the truth in Du Chengfeng's words. Sensing Chen Mo's understanding, Du Chengfeng's expression revealed a hint of satisfaction. Let me enlighten you. Upon entry, you must pay a tax of half your goods. If you wish to trade within the marketplace, you must surrender half of your goods as tax before you can freely engage in trade. How black is that? Chen Mo was taken aback. To pay half upon entry. Was the Chasing Wind Merchant Guild out of their minds? Who would engage in such a losing proposition? Du Chengfeng continued. Do not even think about turning back now. As you approach this vicinity, you were already under scrutiny from all directions. Should you attempt to retreat, there will be individuals ready to cause you trouble under various pretenses, and at that point, you would be lucky to keep even half of your goods. Good heavens, how unscrupulous! The blackness of this scheme was beyond even the infamous Black Wind stronghold. Sensing that he had painted the scenario vividly enough, Du Chengfeng raised an eyebrow and surveyed the goods behind Chen Mo before adding, however, Brother Chen Mo, do not feel troubled. Since I have come to find you, I certainly have a solution. As a merchant accompanying the convoy, I possess certain privileges. If you allow me to handle the sale of your goods, I can help you minimize the tax, enabling you to earn more. This would be mutually beneficial at this point. Chen Mo's heart stirred with caution. How do you propose we conduct this transaction? Du Chengfeng glanced at the goods and declared, I have observed that the zombie slaves you possess are not particularly valuable. They lack combat capability and possess low intelligence. In essence, they are only fit for labor, and even then, they may not follow commands. The 2 elven guards are decent, but only barely so. Furthermore, those assorted fruits you have brought, there are plenty of fruits growing on trees outside. They hold little value now. It is a shame, dear brother Chen Mo, that you have gone to such lengths to bring them here. How about this? In the spirit of friendship, I will take a loss and offer you 10 roots of the treant in exchange for your goods. How does that sound? Chen Mo regarded Du Chengfeng, contemplating whether to strike him down with a single blow. Du Chengfeng, observing his demeanor, assumed he was still hesitating. With a sigh, he remarked, Brother Chen Mo, I'm a businessman, and the essence of business lies in trustworthiness. How could I possibly deceive you? The roots of a treant are among the most precious treasures. Once planted in the ground, they can grow into towering trees, bearing fruit that encompasses all the wonders of nature. Such items are priceless and rare. Chen Mo was on the verge of believing him. He had already acquired a list of market goods from Wu Guang. And while prices fluctuated, he had a general understanding. The value of a treant's root was definitively low. After all, it was not particularly difficult to obtain. 1 treant could yield a dozen or even 20 roots. Moreover, these roots required a copious amount of corpses as fertilizer. Beyond his own convenience in the realm of zombies, who else could manage such a feat? This man was undoubtedly a swindler. Chapter 65. A fat sheep. Chen Mo recalled that before Wu Guang departed, he had specifically advised him to bring a few zombie slaves if possible. Given this suggestion, these zombies must hold some value. How could they be so cheap? Not to mention, the blood within these corpses could be utilized to create a continuous supply of viruses, far exceeding the worth of a treant's root. The market was just ahead, and Chen Mo was reluctant to linger or disrupt its order. Thus, he shook his head and said, Let it be. I would rather venture into the market to broaden my horizons. I appreciate your goodwill. Having spoken, Chen Mo rose, preparing to move forward. Du Chengfeng, in a state of urgency, blocked his path. Oh dear, Brother Chen, if you find the price unsatisfactory, we can certainly negotiate. He cast a glance at Lei Ying and Mei Ying standing behind Chen Mo. A lewd grin spreading across his face. Brother Chen, you truly have a good spirit. Even in the apocalypse, you still think of charming the ladies. However, considering your physique, I'm not entirely sure you can handle it. I believe you might need this. With that, Du Chengfeng discreetly pulled out a medical kit from his coat, revealing a myriad of bottles and jars with labels like immortal erection pills, ladies' capsules, and nightly 7 times oral solution. Good heavens, what an array! Chen Mo's disdain for this man grew. Do you really think I, built like this, would be incapable? Furthermore, does this concoction even have a trademark? Clearly, it's counterfeit. Losing patience, he coldly stated, Would you kindly step aside? I have no time to waste. Du Chengfeng's expression shifted dramatically. After retreating a couple of steps, his subordinate surged forward, blocking Chen Mo's way entirely. Du Chengfeng sneered. Kid, you think you can refuse my hospitality? Let me be frank. The market forbids violence, overseen by the Wind Chaser Merchant Guild. But out here, no one can intervene. Today, you will either comply and offer me what you have as a token of respect, or I will have my men take it by force. Choose wisely. The altercation had drawn the attention of onlookers nearby. A group was whispering, that scoundrel Du Chengfeng is at it again, preying on newcomers. What can you do? After all, he has a powerful uncle behind him. Really? Who is this uncle? I've never heard of anyone who could make him so brazen. Who else but manager Chen Sheng of the market? I've heard he once reached level 5 and holds management rights over the stalls. With such backing, I would be arrogant too. Poor newcomer, what rotten luck to encounter such a scoundrel. I fear he won't be able to keep his goods. Not just that, it seems he intends to confront Du Chengfeng. He might not only lose his goods, but his very safety as well. The discussions around them did not induce shame in Du Chengfeng. Instead, he puffed out his chest with pride, as if to declare, "Did you hear that? Do you now understand my status? Hurry and bow to seek my favor." Chen Mo paid him no heed and continued walking forward. Infuriated, Du Chengfeng signaled two burly men flanking him to charge at Chen Mo, their strength as level 4 professionals evident. Yet, Chen Mo remained unperturbed. Just as the two were about to tackle him, two bolts of golden lightning surged from the distance, striking them in the chest with the force of a fist-sized hole. Du Chengfeng, startled, stepped back, scanning his surroundings with a look of alarm. Who? Who dares to attack from the shadows? Show yourself. But all that answered him was the eerie silence of the woods. With a vicious glare at Chen Mo, Du Chengfeng spat, "This time. You've gone too far. We shall see what becomes of this." With that, he turned and led his motley crew away. However, Chen Mo waved at his retreating figure, and in the next moment, another bolt of golden thunder streaked from afar, landing squarely on Du Chengfeng's back. "Ah!" he screamed, propelled to the ground, smoke billowing from his charred body. His henchmen shouted in panic, Boss, what happened? Are you all right? Quickly, carry him back for treatment." "Oh no, I had a bad feeling when I let one rip before we left. I should have warned Boss Du." "Ha, so it was you, the harbinger of misfortune, who caused this disaster. You'd better kneel on a washboard when we return." The group, cursing and grumbling, hastily carried the now charred Du Chengfeng into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, the onlookers in front of the market were wide-eyed, utterly astonished. No way! This guy just took down Du Chengfeng and his two subordinates in an instant. My goodness, they were level 4 professionals. And he didn't even give them a chance to fight back. It seems he utilized a sniper to eliminate his foes from afar. Could it be that the sniper's weapon is a special one from the apocalypse? That's certainly a possibility. I've heard that weapons forged by the elven race, when infused with rare metals or monster parts, can exhibit extraordinary mutations, wielding godlike power. Regardless of the means, the key takeaway is to avoid provoking this individual. Now, let's disperse. Chen Mo had no intention of pursuing the fleeing Du Chengfeng. It was a waste of time. Just as he was about to enter the market, he noticed Lei Ying and De Zhuang behind him, eyeing the bodies on the ground with greedy anticipation. "I really want to eat that." Without waiting for them to speak, Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively, "Take them to the vehicle for a meal. But do remember not to soil your clothes. I find it quite revolting." Upon receiving permission, De Zhuang and the others promptly dragged the two corpses into the back of a nearby vehicle. And soon, the sound of crunching echoed from within. For anyone else, it might have sent shivers down their spine, but Chen Mo had grown accustomed to it, feeling no discomfort at that moment, deep within the woods. Du Chengfeng suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, expelling clouds of black smoke. His underlings, startled, reflexively dropped him to the ground. "Oh no! He*s coming back from the dead. Quick, run. The boss is turning into a 1,000-year-old zombie king." Still reeling from the electric shock, Du Chengfeng, now dizzy from being dropped, cursed vehemently, "Damn it, you fools! I'm not dead yet. Hurry and help me up." His subordinates, after cautiously assessing the situation, approached him with trepidation. Hearing Du Chengfeng's labored breaths, they erupted in cheers. "Oh my goodness, Boss Du is indeed alive. Oh, Boss Du, without you, how would I survive?" They hastily assisted him to sit against the roots of a tree, offering him water until he began to recover. Slowly, he opened his shirt, revealing a silver-white inner armor radiating a soft glow. "Damn it, good thing I wore this dwarven-crafted inner armor beneath. Otherwise, I would have truly met my end. His subordinates gazed at the gleaming armor with envy. Though its design was unremarkable, its defensive capabilities were top-tier. Dwarven craftsmanship was renowned for its excellence. Such items were indeed precious. The more Du Chengfeng pondered, the angrier he became. He fished out his phone from within his clothing and promptly dialed a number. "Hello, uncle? It's me. Little do I have vital intelligence to report. A big fat sheep has arrived at our market, with dozens of zombie slaves and 2 elven slaves, along with a plethora of food. I even suspect they possess other valuable items. If we can pull this off, uncle, our income this year could double." Upon hearing this, Chun Shang's interest was piqued in an instant. "What is that young man's name?" "His name is Chen Imo." Chapter 66. The market stall begins. Chen Imo believed that encountering such a misfortune on the street would undoubtedly bring him trouble. However, to his astonishment, as he raised his gaze, the crowd before him dispersed in a panic. It was evident that, regardless of the circumstances, there were always those who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. The reason these individuals dared to linger was their firm conviction that Chen Imo was no match for Du Chengfeng. They anticipated that once Chen Imo was thoroughly defeated by Du Chengfeng, they would seize the opportunity to snatch away the spoils, and now, with Du Chengfeng perhaps already incapacitated, it was no surprise they dared to remain in the vicinity. With an air of confidence, Chen Imo strode into the market with his entourage. Before he could fully enter, a familiar figure approached him with a hearty laugh. "Mr. Chun, why have you arrived so late? I've been waiting for you since early morning. Come quickly, I've reserved an excellent stall for you." The person was none other than Wu Guang, someone Chen Imo had met previously. Chen Imo was pleasantly surprised that Wu Guang had remembered to save a stall for him. With a slight smile and a nod, he casually retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his goods. As the saying goes, without cigarettes, one lacks the courage to venture out. He handed over the 2 packs with a jovial tone, saying, "Mr. Wu, you are truly too courteous. Had I known you were waiting here, I would have set out at dawn. Please enjoy these little trinkets. They are not the finest quality, so do not feel obliged to indulge." Upon seeing the 2 packs of cigarettes, Wu Guang's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. After the onset of the apocalypse, the production of cigarettes had ceased almost immediately. They were not considered essential goods. And with food production struggling, there was little energy left for tobacco. Thus, every pack was precious. Wu Guang typically smoked cigarettes worth a few dollars a pack, which in this era could equate to a common person's 3-day living expenses. Chen Mo's generous offering of 2 packs of high-quality cigarettes left him exhilarated. "Mr. Chen is indeed magnanimous. Come with me, and I shall take you to your stall," Wu Guang exclaimed, leading the way while elaborating on the Chase Wind Trading Association. "Though it was established not long ago, we have already organized 5 or 6 large-scale trading events. Each time at a different location, we have acquired numerous local specialties that you simply cannot find nearby with your wealth. The primary source of income for the Chase Wind Association is derived from the profit margins on these transactions. Furthermore, the association does not take any commission from the sales here, as the profit margins are already sufficient for everyone." Chen Imo nodded thoughtfully. The Chase Wind Association was indeed a forward-looking entity, in these dire times, with many struggling to even afford a meal. Imposing a service fee would deter attendance, resulting in diminished profits. By waiving fees, they encouraged participation in the market. As organizers, they could swiftly locate the most valuable local products for bulk purchasing and subsequently sell the rarest items at inflated prices, yielding substantial profits. Chen Imo mused, "Once I have amassed enough intelligent zombies, perhaps I shall establish a zombie bodyguard association." The prospect is quite intriguing, acquiring a plethora of high-ranking slaves to transform into zombie bodyguards, each from different races, would be simply perfect. As Chen Imo listened to Wu Guang's introduction, he surveyed the bustling market. Despite being a temporary setup, it was anything but chaotic. The members of the Chase Wind Association had skillfully constructed paths with wooden planks and erected makeshift stalls on either side. Each stall had vendors vocally promoting their wares. "Here we have premium girlfriends, still in good condition, just 1 pound of bread or instant noodles to take one home. Come and take a look. Freshly harvested roots from the treeman, potentially yielding exquisite ores or fruits, any form of trade accepted. Zombies with minor fractures, unafraid of hardship or fatigue, your trusty helpers in daily life. Firearms, ammunition, grenades, and incendiary devices, come see the wares crafted by professional arms dealers. Quality guaranteed. Looking for a wife? Just say the word, and we'll deliver to your door. Human, elf, werewolf, whatever flavor you desire, we have it all. Masterfully crafted armor forged by dwarves, exquisite and unique. Don't miss out. As Chen Mo walked through the market, he was dazzled by the array of goods on display, some of which he had never even heard of. Approaching the center, Wu Guang pointed to an empty stall and said, "This is the shop I reserved for you. Number 106. However, if you prefer convenience, you could also visit the Chase Wind Association's headquarters in the center. They have nearly everything available from the market." Chen Mo understood the implications. One-on-one private transactions, though slightly cumbersome, would likely yield higher prices. Conversely, selling items at the Chase Wind Association would expedite the process, but at the cost of reduced profits. This was only reasonable, given the substantial convenience they provided. After expressing his gratitude to Wu Guang once more, Wu Guang waved goodbye, as he had other customers to attend to. Once Wu Guang departed, Chen Mo couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, commerce is a constant throughout the ages. Wu Guang would have undoubtedly been a sales champion in the pre-apocalyptic world. Following Chen Mo's instructions, his zombie bodyguards began to display the items for sale on the sign. The first item was premium zombies. Although zombies were also sold within the market, their quality paled in comparison to those under Chen Mo's command. Creatures devoid of fear and reason. Taming them was nearly impossible, resulting in the market being flooded with defective specimens. In contrast, the zombies Chen Mo possessed were not only intact but also boasted a strong male physique and a voluptuous female form. Truly the Ciarmi de la Ciarmi. Next was the Rage Potion, a substance capable of fully unlocking human potential, rendering the user fearless and impervious to pain. An invaluable commodity. As for the third item, it comprised an assortment of peculiar fruits and foodstuffs. After contemplating what to trade, Chen Mo prioritized listing a complete set of dwarf armor needed by Dezhuang, a quality longsword required by Mei Ying, and high-level rare captives he sought for himself. For anything else, he was open to negotiation, provided the goods were sufficiently appealing. Once everything was arranged, Chen Mo patted Dezhuang on the shoulder and said, "You are the tallest, so you must have the loudest voice. Now, bellow at the top of your lungs. If today's earnings are satisfactory, I shall treat you to a grand feast upon our return." Upon hearing the mention of a feast, Dezhuang's eyes lit up. Casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding vendors, he strode boldly to the front of the stall, grounding himself firmly. Chen Mo stepped back, covering his ears. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, echoing in all directions. "Everyone, come here. I have good things for sale." "What are you all dawdling about?" Chapter 67. All hot commodities. Chen Mo nearly choked on his own blood. "Is this how you conduct business? You're going to offend everyone." He hastily reached out to restrain Dezhuang. But Dezhuang continued, "I'll count to 3. If anyone dares to ignore me, I will scatter their entire family's ashes." At that moment, Chen Mo grasped Dezhuang's shoulder, attempting to halt his tirade. It was all over. They were surely in for a fight. Unsurprisingly, Dezhuang's booming voice attracted the attention of onlookers from all directions, their gazes filled with malice, as if ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. A bearded man from a nearby stall selling dried tofu, rolling up his sleeves, approached angrily. "Who is this arrogant young pup? Do you believe I won't knock your head off and use your brain matter to make tofu pudding?" Not only the bearded man, but even the passing customers bore angry expressions. "You think you can act so cocky? You're just asking for a beating. Let us all chip in and overturn this stall. Let us see what he has to sell. You want to sell goods? Better prepare to sell your backside." Feeling a pounding headache, Chen Mo realized that in the current situation, even a humble apology would likely be futile. He could only step back. Standing resolutely behind him were Lei Ying, Mei Ying, Dezhuang, and the other bodyguards, unperturbed as they faced the approaching crowd. They silently released their formidable presence. 5 level, another 5 level, still another 5 level. Everyone was momentarily stunned. How could these individuals all be 5-level powerhouses? It was absurd. 5-level warriors acting as mere porters and attendants? This world must have gone mad. For a fleeting moment, no one dared to step forward. A 5th-level power was more than sufficient to assume the role of a base leader, and yet, there were 5 such individuals present. As their immediate superior, the young man must possess even greater strength. Those who had just boisterously declared their intent to dismantle the scene were suddenly rendered mute, standing before the gathering, unsure of how to proceed. Not a single soul was willing to advance an inch. Laying licked her lips, murmuring in a barely audible tone, "Hurry up and take action. Hurry up and take action. I'm already hungry. With so many people here, I should be able to feast today." Mei tightened her grip on the knife in her hand, contemplating whether it would be simpler to sever their heads or pierce their hearts. Killing was indeed a complex art. De Zhuang noticed that no one was stepping forward and coughed lightly. Preparing to shout again, however, Chunamo quickly restrained him from behind. With a somewhat apologetic smile, Chunamo clasped his hands together and addressed the crowd. My apologies. My apologies. My brother here was quite startled when the apocalypse first hit, and his mental state is a bit unstable. I apologize on his behalf. He merely wishes to showcase the items at my stall. Please do not hold it against someone who is mentally unwell. Since you're all here, why not take a look before leaving? Although De Zhuang had offended quite a few people with his earlier remarks, the effect was surprisingly positive. People from all directions began to gather, forming layers of onlookers. This was a tremendous opportunity. After witnessing De Zhuang's strength, many had abandoned any thoughts of confrontation. On one hand, they were disallowed from attacking. On the other, they knew they were outmatched. Now, with Chen Mo stepping in to provide an avenue for retreat, they naturally followed suit. Oh, that's how it is. He is indeed a pitiable soul. We shall not hold it against him. He has mental issues. But next time, he shouldn't shout. Not everyone is as accommodating as we are. Thankfully, Chun Mo's timely explanation prevented what could have been a tragic scene. Do you have any good items? Quickly, let's see them. Don't waste everyone's time. Yes, yes, stop being vague. Show us what you have. With the crowd now brimming with anticipation, Chun Mo wasted no time, waving his hand. The ordinary zombies working as helpers hastily pushed out several large cages. 4 of these contained zombies, 2 men and 2 women. The men were robust and muscular, while the women were alluring and strikingly beautiful, truly the Armée de l'Armée. On the other side, there were 2 cages holding 2 third-level elven sentinels, their mouths sealed to prevent them from crying out. Chen Mo pointed to a sign nearby, reiterating the items he wished to exchange. The crowd gathered closely, marveling at the spectacle. Remarkable. How did you manage to capture such intact zombies? Zombies are quite valuable. They are akin to perpetual motion machines, though somewhat challenging to control. Indeed, just yesterday, I acquired an old zombie and hung a piece of meat above it, tethering the other end to a millstone. Tio reached the meat. The zombie instinctively circles the millstone, generating a continuous source of energy. I have a few stationed at my doorstep, serving as guard dogs. As long as someone approaches, they'll be bitten, providing a solid sense of security. Indeed, intact, aesthetically pleasing zombies were a rarity in the market. After a while, an elderly man with a white beard stepped forward. I see you require some medical equipment for research purposes. I happen to have a mass spectrometer and a chromatograph that you might find useful. How about exchanging them for a few of those fine zombies? Medical equipment and supplies were specifically requested by Scholar Lin, aiming to facilitate the future production of rage potions and develop other products. Chen Mo hadn't anticipated acquiring them so easily and readily agreed. No problem, I have over a dozen zombies behind me, each in excellent condition. Feel free to choose. With the old man's offer as a catalyst, many others began producing the items Chen Mo sought for trade. Zombies were immensely useful, and their price was reasonable. Soon, over half of them had been sold. In fact, a rather unsavory little man was particularly interested in the 2 beautiful female zombies, offering several kilograms of medicinal herbs in exchange, a clear case of lust overpowering reason. One could only hope he didn't end up losing his life in the process. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in tattered combat gear and carrying a rocket launcher approached, flanked by 2 lackeys dragging a bloodied woman. Boss, I see you're looking to trade for high-level professional slaves, right? I have this 5th-level woman here. I'll trade her for your 2 third-level elves. What do you think? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow at the proposition. A 5th-level individual for 2 third-level ones seemed like quite the bargain. However, upon seeing the woman being dragged, he quickly comprehended the rationale behind the man's offer. The woman's limbs were grotesquely twisted, and her right hand and left foot were missing at the joints, clearly rendered useless. Exchanging a worthless 5th level for 2 intact 3rd levels was indeed reasonable. After a brief hesitation, Chen Mo replied, I fear you will need to add something more, boss. It's pointless to be greedy. Isn't a 5th level for 2 third levels a fair trade? Chen Mo sighed. In theory, it is indeed a good deal, but the condition of that one is utterly compromised. Even if she were 6th or 7th level, it would be of no use. Moreover, she is currently unconscious. I can't even be sure she'll survive the journey back with me. If she dies on the way, I would be at a loss, and that's too risky. The burly man with the rocket launcher pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Chanamo's words. If this woman was not dealt with soon, she would truly be worthless. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew a short sword from his pocket, less than a meter long and glimmering with a brilliant sheen. Clearly a fine piece. This sword had evidently been confiscated from the woman and seemed to be a product of the post-apocalyptic era, though it didn't appear to be dwarven craftsmanship. Let us add this as a bonus. How does that sound? Upon receiving the sword and examining it, Chunmo's eyes lit up. Its design was exceptionally unique, lacking a guard or sheath, thin as a cicada's wing yet remarkably sturdy. He couldn't fathom how it was crafted. Wouldn't it be perfect for Mei Ying as a weapon? He readily agreed. Deal. The 2 elven sentinels are yours. However, this short sword appears quite valuable. And since I need it, I'll throw in 2 additional zombies as a bonus. Chunmo had no desire to take advantage of others, especially since he wasn't in dire need of the items. The man with the rocket launcher was taken aback, surprised that there were still good people in the world. He shook his head. No need. In terms of value, it's hard to say who benefits more. The elven race is intelligent. I can return these 2 third-level sentinels to the elven domain, and they will reward me handsomely. Chunmo then understood. Returning the elves would indeed be beneficial. Wouldn't that mean more elves would come? Allowing him to continuously acquire both zombies and elves? What a delightful cycle of warfare. Moreover, the elves had been blindfolded and kept in a small room, unaware of their fate. Letting them return posed no problem. As the last of the slaves were sold off, it became evident that these exotic races were indeed in high demand. From the moment they appeared in this world, they possessed immense power. Yet the potential for human professions far surpassed theirs. Some powerful professions even had unique methods of advancement. For instance, at that time, Kai Xiaokuan could rapidly level up with a steady stream of fans. Similarly, Lei Ying could accumulate power swiftly if struck by lightning in a storm. It was due to the numerous quickly advancing powerful human professions that these exotic races remained subdued. Though termed an apocalypse, it was merely the end of ordinary people. The strong would always prevail. Through these slave transactions, Chunmo had essentially gathered the materials and equipment necessary for Scholar Lin to further produce and research rage potions. Additionally, he had secured a sharp short sword for Mei Ying. Regrettably, he still wished to procure a weapon or armor for Dezhuang, yet lacked any leads. For the rage potions that were supposed to be the main offering. They had yet to sell. It wasn't that there was no demand, but that the price was consistently unsatisfactory, and the crowd, voices clamored to make offers. Boss, I'll trade you a tank for a rage potion. What do you think? Isn't this price satisfactory? Chunmo chuckled helplessly. I'm afraid it doesn't quite meet my expectations. Not even a tank or an airplane is of interest to me. This wasn't a case of Chunmo trying to exploit the situation. Rather, in the current landscape, the combat effectiveness of tanks and airplanes was laughable. In terms of defense, they couldn't compare to Dezhuang. In terms of mobility, they paled in comparison to Bai Long. Moreover, zombies required no energy supply for combat and no salaries. If they were injured, a few bites of meat would suffice. How could tanks and airplanes compete with that? They required ammunition and fuel for operation, and if they broke down without specialists, they would be a hassle to repair. What a bother! Amidst the throng, a voice rang out. Stinking wench, Chonyang, do you desire her? Just days prior, I had fortuitously captured a superstar from the era preceding the apocalypse, a veritable titan among titans, with alabaster skin, stunning beauty, and legs that seemed to stretch endlessly. I had yet to indulge myself in her charms. Chunmo, however, merely waved his hand dismissively. He had seen through the allure of women and had no desire to engage for the entirety of his life. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, a unified currency system had crumbled, thus the willingness to trade hinged solely on Chunmo's whims. Clearly, these items held little value for him, and he deemed it more prudent to reserve the berserker potions for his own use against the undead. Ready to unleash a surge of hidden power in a moment of crisis, he perused the offerings. Impatience bubbled up from the crowd. You refuse this, you refuse that. It seems you are deliberately seeking trouble. I'll offer you a fair maiden. Do you accept? Chin Mo's gaze turned frosty as he sought the source of the voice. The speaker was a motorcycle youth, his hair dyed white and clad in a leather jacket. He had one arm wrapped around a woman while the other led a man sprawled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that both the woman and the man sported a pair of gray-black, fluffy ears atop their heads, with a bushy tail trailing behind. Were they werewolves? Without Chun Mo needing to inquire, someone in the crowd quickly divulged the identity of this motorcycle youth. Isn't that Bai Feng? I can't believe he is here too. Indeed, Bai Feng is quite fortunate with a good father backing him. He merely rides along behind the team, carefree and untroubled. Right? I heard he has somehow managed to reach level 5 just by tagging along. How I wish I had such a father. Keep it down. I've heard Bai Feng detests being accused of riding on his father's coattails. If he overhears, you'll be in for it. As anticipated, Bai Feng caught wind of the chatter regarding his background and promptly turned, casting several menacing glances at the gossipers. The onlookers shrank back, fear evident in their expressions. Bai Feng, with a fierce glare, threatened, "You filthy scoundrels, I'll remember this. Once I have time, I'll deal with each of you." The individuals who had just spoken ill of Bai Feng were instantly cowed, hastily begging for forgiveness. "My apologies. Young Master Bai, we were just being foolish. Please, let us be as insignificant as a pile of dung in your eyes." Yes, young Master Bai, I've been a fan for 10 years. Look, I'm still following you on my phone. Bai Feng, dismissing them with a wave of his hand, turned his disdainful gaze towards Chen Mo. "You little wretch, haven't you heard of my illustrious name? What nonsense about berserker potions? Do you have a production license? Clinical trials? You prattle on without a clue, rejecting everything. Today, I shall eradicate the societal blight you represent." Chen Mo had no fondness for this braggart. He retorted with a cold smile, "You shouldn't be called Bai Feng. You ought to be Bai Pianfeng, as your appearance certainly fits that moniker. You're simply courting death. I challenge you to a wager. Do you dare accept?" Chen Mo shrugged. "Suit yourself. What do you wish to bet?" Bai Feng pointed at the box of berserker potions on Chen Mo's table, shouting, "I bet all those potions are counterfeit, a scam. If you win, you may charge any price for them, even if it costs me my life. But if I win, you shall wear this dog collar and serve me henceforth." With that, Bai Feng tossed a dog collar at Chen Mo's feet. Chen Mo didn't even glance at it. "Fine. I accept, but how will you verify their efficacy?" Bai Feng shook the iron chain he held. "I wouldn't dare inject this rubbish into myself, but my newly acquired slave here will make a splendid test subject." Chen Mo glanced down at the man being led by Bai Feng. To his surprise, this werewolf was no weakling. He too had reached level 5, however. The collar around his neck restricted his power, causing him excruciating pain. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. "Are you certain about this? Your little pet doesn't seem very secure. Be wary lest he turns on you." Bai Feng laughed heartily. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you see the iron chain and collar I have? It was specially crafted. The collar has 18 steel spikes embedded in his spine. With the slightest tremor, I can release an electric shock that will invigorate him. Dare he bite me? I could command him to eat excrement, and he would comply heartily." After saying this, Bai Feng gave the chain a deliberate shake. True to his words, the werewolf writhed on the ground, trembling violently and emitting pained, anguished howls. This brutal display made the onlookers shudder, unable to fathom the terror of wearing such a collar. Even the depths of hell would pale in comparison. Seeing Bai Feng's confidence, Chen Mo opted to say no more and casually tossed a vial of berserker potion his way. "Do as you wish. Inject it yourself, and should anything go awry, do not blame me. Oh, remember the wager you agreed to." Bai Feng inspected the vial of berserker potion with disdain. "Don't worry, I know this junk is nothing special. Look at your advertisement. Fearless of pain, oblivious to death, tireless, unleashing 100% potential. Next time you boast, draft a script first." After mocking Chen Mo a few more times, Bai Feng injected the potion into the nearby werewolf slave. Mere seconds later, he burst into laughter. "See? This is the miracle drug you advertised. Utterly useless. Kneel and serve me." However, the next moment, the once collared werewolf let out a thunderous roar. A whoa! The overwhelming aura shattered the chains and collar binding him. All present were taken aback. Having injected the berserker potion, the werewolf activated 100% of his potential, rendering him nearly invincible against foes below level 6. His physique swelled, black fur erupting from beneath his skin, transforming him into a towering giant wolf exceeding 2 meters in height. He glared down at Bai Feng with blood-red eyes, his formidable presence causing Bai Feng's legs to tremble, a puddle of foul-smelling yellow liquid pooling beneath him in abject terror. Chen Mo could barely contain his laughter, realizing he had once again encountered a cowardly bully, one who masked his fragility with bravado. The crowd felt the murderous energy emanating from the werewolf. They instinctively took several steps back, wary of approaching. Bai Feng, trembling, shouted to the onlookers, "What are you all standing there for? Come help me. My father is a level 6 practitioner. If you dare abandon me, you will face dire consequences." Yet, the crowd kept their heads down, unwilling to approach. Did they think themselves fools? The very werewolf who would kill him was under Bai Feng's command, and it was he who had injected the potion. Indeed, your father may be powerful, but he cannot possibly slaughter everyone in this marketplace. It was evident that the crowd had little regard for Bai Feng. Faced with his pleas for help, they turned a blind eye. The two individuals Bai Feng had threatened earlier clenched their fists, whispering fervently, bite him, tear him apart. How arrogant you were moments ago. Where is your bravado now?" The colossal wolf advanced step by step, drool dripping with a rancid stench onto Bai Feng's head. Bai Feng, nearly paralyzed with fear, realized that despite holding level 5 power, he was but a sheltered flower. His strength was entirely fabricated, lacking any real combat capability. Not only would he struggle against the terrifying werewolf at peak level 5, but even a lesser foe could very well overpower him. Suddenly, Bai Feng had a thought and grasped the other female werewolf beside him. "Look who this is, your wife. If you dare harm me, she won't survive either. Surely, you wouldn't want her to perish due to your recklessness." He brandished a knife, pressing it against the female werewolf's throat. The female werewolf, trembling, pleaded, "Hej, let go. You cannot defeat them. For my sake, please endure a little longer." Tears glistened in her eyes as she implored him. Yet the giant werewolf, having already injected the berserker potion, had cast aside all emotions. Unfazed by fear or pain, he roared, "Despicable wretch, perish." The giant werewolf struck Bai Feng with a devastating punch, shattering his skull without any resistance. Seemingly unsatisfied, the giant wolf seized the headless corpse and ravenously devoured it, tearing the body to shreds in a matter of moments. The scene was gruesome, leaving all present in horror at such a brutal display. After brutally shattering the white wind, the colossal werewolf's effects were evidently still in play. As it once again turned its gaze upon the female werewolf, covering her mouth, wept bitterly. "Hey Gouda, what do you intend to do? You wouldn't want to kill me too, would you?" The giant werewolf advanced step by step, questioning her with a menacing growl. "That night, I was bound to a pillar, watching you climb into the bed of this shameless scoundrel. I remember your ecstatic demeanor. You incessantly praised his size, claiming mine was too small to satisfy you. You wretched harlot, do you now realize your folly?" The female werewolf collapsed to her knees, pleading, "Hey Goo, I was forced into that. I merely wished to survive. What wrong have I committed? You cannot treat me this way. Did we not swear under the moonlight that you would always treat me well?" At that moment, the giant werewolf was consumed by rage. Its eyes aflame with a thirst for vengeance, T seized the female werewolf by the throat. Lifting her high, its other hand clenched into a fist. "You claim to prefer size. Let me show you just how large my fist can be." It struck down with a brutal punch, and the female werewolf let out a harrowing scream, immediately losing consciousness. Yet, the giant werewolf showed no signs of stopping. Like a mindless machine, it continued to unleash blow after blow. The female werewolf was repeatedly jolted awake by the pain, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. "Help! Help! I was wrong. Are you satisfied now? This time, I've truly indulged you." This horrific and bloody scene left Chen Mo speechless. Was such cruelty truly necessary? It seemed the berserk potion had some side effects, nearly consuming the user's sanity. However, given its potency, it was perhaps normal for there to be some repercussions. Before long, the female werewolf breathed her last. Yet, even while clutching her lifeless body, the giant werewolf continued its assault until nothing remained but a mangled head. Only then did the effects of the berserk potion wear off, causing it to shrink rapidly. Reverting to its previous form, now even paler. Chen Mo waved his hand, and Dazhuang swiftly approached, retrieving the iron chains from the ground and reattaching them to the werewolf, casually locking it in a cage. Another fifth-level zombie bodyguard candidate. This was quite the gain. The surrounding onlookers were too frightened by the sea of blood to approach, standing frozen in place. The brutality of the recent events was overwhelming, leaving them momentarily disoriented. Clearing his throat, Chen Mo rapped his knuckles against the nearby alloy box and called out, "Now, everyone should see the truth. My berserk potion is unblemished and undoubtedly of high quality. I currently possess only 40 vials, so act swiftly." With the previous giant werewolf as a cautionary tale, the crowd's eyes glimmered with fervor at the sight of the berserk potion. Even the werewolf, pierced by 18 long needles and intermittently electrocuted into submission, managed to break free and turn the tide after injecting the potion, a testament to its potency. In dire circumstances, this berserk potion could very well serve as a lifeline, akin to a second chance at life. Moreover, it appeared that aside from becoming weak after the effects wore off, there were no significant side effects. Consequently, the crowd began to shout in unison, "Boss, I have a complete set of powerful dwarf armor. Can I exchange it for 2 vials? Boss, I'm 50 this year, just menopausal, still a virgin, having cultivated my essence for 50 years. Can I trade for 2 vials? If not, I'll settle for one to get lost, you old nun." The boss just turned down a major star. I suspect he prefers men. Coincidentally, I've just developed an 8-pack. If the boss doesn't mind. Chen Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. It seems everyone's enthusiasm has somewhat exceeded expectations. However, he did hear quite a few valuable offers from the crowd, including high-level slaves and rare items from monster-spawning areas, such as the Elven Fountain of Youth. Just as he was about to agree to a trade, a sudden wave of divine light washed over him. Oh my, is that God? Chapter 70. Father White. We welcome our Lord, dear friends, in the radiance of the Lord. We understand that talent and mission are inextricably linked. You are blessed by the Lord today and have reaped great rewards. Why not share these berserk potions as a divine gift to those who are in greater need? Let the Lord's love and generosity, through your hands, warm more souls. Emerging from the crowd was a tall foreign missionary with thinning hair. Notably, a halo of divine light emanated from his head. As he spoke, a serene calm enveloped the gathering, with many subconsciously nodding in agreement. Even Chen Mo felt a sudden impulse to contribute in service to the Lord. Momentarily swayed by the old man's words, fortunately, his strength allowed him to break free from this trance, furrowing his brow. "A charlatan? I am no adherent of your so-called Lord. If you wish to purchase something, I welcome you with open arms. However, if you resort to such underhanded tactics, I advise you to reconsider." Chen Mo's swift awakening startled Father White, who had confidence in his methods, believing they would at least sway the man before him, if not compel him to part with half of his berserk potions. However, he was taken aback to find the man utterly unaffected. With a sigh, Father White continued, "Dear friend, I am Father White, the leader of the hospital-based in that sacred place. Over 10,000 devout followers unite in their faith. They eagerly await your assistance. Should you possess compassion and wish to donate a batch of berserk potions, such an act would be a tremendous blessing. You would earn the sincere friendship of our hospital base, and the Lord would bless your path with peace, joy, and prosperity." Each of his words seemed to emanate a strong spiritual allure. Fortunately, Chen Mo's power was sufficient to remain unaffected, and the zombies behind him, devoid of any emotions, were also impervious to his charms. Yet, the ordinary individuals around him, who had been prepared to trade, were not so fortunate. Upon hearing Father White's eloquent pleas, they began to exhibit signs of remorse, lowering their heads as they spoke. "We were short-sighted. How could we think of hoarding such vital items? That is indeed a sin. If the hospital is in need, I am willing to forego this trade. I would gladly donate additional supplies to the hospital base, hoping only for the Lord's light to shine upon me." Good heavens, this man's persuasive abilities are remarkable. Chen Mo was certain that Father White's level had undoubtedly reached 6. Meanwhile, the ordinary customers around him were mostly at level 3 or below. How could they withstand such influence? Father White maintained a compassionate smile, greeting each person warmly, actively accepting their donations. This left Chen Mo somewhat speechless, he mused. Our trade was proceeding smoothly. Can it continue after such an interruption? Although Father White primarily focused on the ordinary customers, he kept his attention on Chinamo, noticing that Chinamo seemed largely unaffected and unwilling to part with his berserk potions. Father White, with a tinge of sadness in his tone, stated, "Alas, all beings follow their own paths, each with their own aspirations. If you are not yet ready to place your trust in our Lord, I shall not press you. Yet, thinking of the thousands of devout followers in the base, whose safety remains uncertain, fills me with sorrow. This is due to my limited capabilities, as I have failed to protect them better. It is indeed my fault." Chunamo had already taken precautions, so Father White's lamentations had no impact on him. However, the others were not as resilient. Upon hearing Father White's words, the customers wore expressions of sorrow. They then turned to Chinamo, their gazes tinged with a hint of reproach. Many even voiced their discontent. "Boss, you're in the wrong here. You've already made so much today. One should be content. What harm is there in donating a little to the hospital base? Indeed, as the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Your one vial of berserk potion could save many. Business requires generosity and foresight. After all, wealthy individuals donate as well. Boss, if you don't contribute today, we won't purchase your berserk potions. That's right. Even the previous transaction regarding the zombies, I wish to cancel." One by one, they became self-righteous, transformed into altruistic figures. Truly, the light of the Lord shines upon them. Chinamo had already noticed the faint halo of divine light behind Father White. When he spoke, the light would flare brilliantly, seemingly enhancing the weight of his words. Could it be that this man was genuinely a missionary? Though he appeared to lack direct combat capabilities, his skill in manipulating hearts was undeniably formidable. It is entirely possible that the multitude of individuals at that hospital base are all fervent devotees of his, their loyalty akin to that of the zombies under his command. How alarming. At this moment, Chunamo could not help but feel a heightened sense of vigilance towards this Father White. Yet, he found himself at a loss as to what actions to take. Should he simply eliminate this patriarch? Such an endeavor would likely prove to be quite challenging. Chenamo noted the two fervently enthusiastic young men flanking the father, both of whom exhibited formidable strength, having reached level 5. Moreover, the surrounding customers had also aligned themselves with Father White. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly devolve into a chaotic melee. Even with his considerable strength, it would be nearly impossible to dispatch them all without sustaining injuries. Could he flee? That was indeed a feasible option. He could harness the forces of wind and gravity to accelerate his flight, complemented by the wings of the white dragon, allowing him to outpace everyone. However, today presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Forfeiting this market would leave him uncertain of when the next would arise. This was simply unacceptable. In a moment of frustration, he resolved that if all else failed, he would take decisive action against him. Should he find himself outmatched by this group, retreating would not be a disgrace. Just as he was engulfed in contemplation, a thunderous roar pierced the air, causing everyone to wince in pain. "Ha ha ha, you despicable bald man. Are you back at it again, deceiving people? Aren't you afraid that once everyone comes to their senses, they will dispose of you?" The voice was so loud that it jolted everyone's minds, causing even the most fragile eardrums to bleed slightly. However, the silver lining was that the tourists and merchants who had been under the Father's spell suddenly regained their clarity. What the hell just happened? I merely listened to this bald man for a moment and became a fervent believer in a god. Damn it. Am I a fool for having given away the zombies I just redeemed? You'd better return them to me, or I will not hesitate to fight you. Chinamo turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who had bellowed. The man was clad in a light blue tracksuit, somewhat resembling a school uniform, yet his cheeks and chin were adorned with a thick black beard, contrasting with his fair complexion. He was likely the cousin of the Black Whirlwind, the White Whirlwind. After striding into the crowd, he cast a friendly glance towards Chinamo and smiled. "You must be Mr. Chin, residing in the realm of zombies, am I correct? Wu Guang mentioned to me that you possess some intriguing items, so I made a special trip to see. I never expected to encounter this insufferable bald man causing you trouble. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xieshan, the leader of the safety base near the school." Upon hearing this name, Chun Mo's mind immediately conjured the image of another character, Xiesun, the golden-haired Lion King from the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. By heavens, this bearded man certainly possessed an impressive ability. As evidenced by his thunderous roar that liberated everyone from the preacher's enchantment, he was undoubtedly skilled. Chen Mo inclined his head slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I might have encountered some difficulties. Xie Shan waved his hand dismissively. You need not be so polite. We are all friends. I merely cannot abide this old man, who continuously engages in deception and trickery. Furthermore, I trust that with your capabilities, Mr. Chun, you would have resolved this minor inconvenience regardless of my intervention. After hearing these words, Chun Mo's impression of Xie Shan improved. He was powerful yet unpretentious, straightforward in his thoughts, making him far more agreeable than the foolish Father White. As Father White listened to the insults hurled at him, he displayed no signs of anger or sorrow, maintaining his characteristic smile, as if possessed by a divine spirit. Could it be that he incessantly proclaimed himself the embodiment of God? To the point of deceiving even himself? That would certainly be amusing. Father White gently bowed towards Xie Shan. Xie Shan, I have warned you numerous times to refrain from disturbing the development of my great and benevolent Lord's followers. Such actions are a grievous sin, and upon death, you shall descend into the depths of hell. Xie Shan glared at him. Old man, please spare me these insincere words. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? If you are unwilling to relent, shall we have a little sparring match? Father White showed no intention of engaging in combat, merely shaking his head and replying, let us avoid fighting, for should I engage with you, my lord would undoubtedly be disappointed. However, since you believe I am coercing this gentleman into donating his berserk potions out of greed, why not propose a fair price to this young brother? What do you think? With a faint smile playing on his lips, Father White fixed his gaze on Xie Shan, evidently aiming to place him in an awkward position. The value of these berserk potions was extraordinarily high. Should Xie Shan be compelled to purchase them at a fair price, he might struggle to afford them. Chen Mo was about to step forward and say a few words to alleviate Xie Shan's predicament when, unexpectedly, Xie Shan burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, since I have come all this way, I naturally have a fair and just trading proposal. However, for a despicable scoundrel like you, there is no need for me to entertain your words. Be gone with that. Xie Shan disregarded the visibly disgruntled Father White and turned to Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, may I have a moment of your time? Chen Mo nodded slightly. Of course. The two retreated to a quieter area behind the stalls. Xie Shan lowered his voice. Mr. Chen, I possess an item that I wish to exchange directly for your 40 berserk potions. I wonder if you might find it of interest. Chen Mo was taken aback by this statement. The potency of the berserk potions was undoubtedly life-saving. What could this Xie Shan possibly offer in exchange for such a substantial quantity? Could it be a legendary dragon egg? As Chen Mo regarded him with a perplexed expression, Xie Shan discreetly placed a small stone into Chen Mo's hand. A stone. Could it be some kind of extraordinary mineral? Though Chen Mo had experienced the apocalypse in a previous life, his status had been too low, and his survival too brief, leaving him with little knowledge of such matters. Thus, he could not immediately discern the stone's significance. He cautiously examined it, and, in an instant, found himself unable to look away. This stone was indeed extraordinary. Roughly palm-sized, its backside was dotted with tiny luminous specks, while the center of its front exhibited a dark spiral vortex, reminiscent of a black hole in the cosmos. Mysterious and unfathomable. The moment Chen Mo's attention fixated on that black vortex, he was abruptly drawn into a vast white space. It measured approximately 100 meters in length, width, and height, yet contained nothing within. Chen Mo blinked, only to find himself back in reality, astonished, gazing at Xie Shan. Xie Shan spoke, "This is an extraordinary item I stumbled upon. I have named it the Space Stone. Within it lies a white space, measuring about 100 meters in each dimension. My tests have shown that even a truck can fit inside, and items stored within are unaffected by the passage of time. In other words, if you place a cup of hot water inside, it will remain a cup of hot water even 100 years later." Chen Mo's interest was piqued. With such an item, could he not store vast quantities of supplies? However, Xie Shan continued, somewhat regretfully. However, living creatures cannot be stored within. Otherwise, one could establish a breeding ground inside. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon his thoughts raced. How does the Space Stone determine whether an item is a living being? Is it based on the presence of a soul? What about zombies? Do they qualify as living beings? In that moment, Chen Mo's heart raced with excitement. If zombies were not considered living creatures, he could store an army of them within this space, summoning them at will. How invincible would that be? This item must be his, however. Chinamo quickly regained his composure. Regardless of how much he desired it, he could not allow his eagerness to show too plainly. After all, he and Xieshan were merely acquaintances. Xieshan's willingness to assist him likely stemmed from Wu Guang's influence, or perhaps the allure of the berserk potions in his possession. Should Xieshan realize the true significance of this item to Chinamo, he might demand an exorbitant price. Thus, he furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "If the item is truly as remarkable as you say, you wouldn't be looking to trade it with me, would you?" Upon hearing this, Xieshan scratched his head. Indeed, that is a fair point. While it is indeed remarkable, it also has its limitations in this day and age. Any supplies are scarce. As long as we have enough food to eat, that is sufficient. There is little surplus to store. As for other items, it is often just as easy to find a place to pile them up. So it is somewhat redundant. Xieshan proved to be a straightforward individual. When Chinamo inquired, he candidly revealed his reasons for wishing to part with the space stone. Chinamo nodded slightly. Indeed, for most factions, this item held little practical value. A slight expression of inner turmoil flickered across his face. After a brief contemplation, he sighed and remarked, "Xieshan has indeed been of great assistance to me. And since he was introduced by Wu Guang, let us consider this a budding friendship. I shall acquiesce to your proposition." Upon hearing this, Xieshan immediately became animated. The prospect of exchanging a seemingly insipid space stone for 40 potent berserk potions was a considerable windfall. The value of these potions far surpassed that of the space stone. After all, they possessed the power to temporarily double one's combat effectiveness, potentially saving one's life in critical moments. With 40 at his disposal, he could even distribute them among his trusted subordinates, ensuring that they could catch their adversaries off guard when the time called for it. Even overpowering a rival faction of comparable strength would not pose a challenge. And who knows, perhaps even greater profits awaited. Overcome with excitement, Xieshan embraced Chinamo, vigorously patting his back, producing a resounding thud. "Good brother. I am resolute in our friendship. By the way, I wonder if you are already matched. I have a 13-year-old sister I could introduce to you. What do you think?" Chinamo, taken aback, quickly shook his head. No, she is far too young. It would not be appropriate." After a moment's thought, Xieshan suggested, "Could it be that you prefer someone older? My father passed away early, and my mother has been alone for years. If you do not mind, we could discuss this further." Chapter 72. Unexpected Gains. Investment. The two finalized their transaction. As they emerged from the back of the shop, arms draped over each other's shoulders, Chinamo promptly closed the potion box before the gathered crowd and presented it to Xieshan, stating, "Brother, from this moment onward, these items belong to you." Xieshan beamed with delight, casting a challenging glance at Father White, inquiring of Chinamo, "Brother Chin, would you say my offer was fair?" "Quite fair indeed," Chinamo replied. Father White, observing their jovial interaction from a distance, harbored a flicker of coldness in his eyes, yet maintained a gentle smile as he shook his head. "What a pity. It seems the fates of our Lord and you all have not yet aligned. If that is the case, let us hope for a future meeting." With that, he nodded and departed from the gathering. As Xieshan collected all the berserk potions, a wave of urgency swept through the onlookers. "Xie, this is rather excessive, I isn't it? Even if you have the funds, purchasing 20 or 30 would suffice. How can you buy them all? Indeed, you are leaving us no options. This simply won't do. How about selling me just one portion? I assure you, my offer will be equally fair." Xieshan, slightly anxious, turned back to Chinamo, saying, "Brother Chen, what do you think about this?" His intentions were evident. He sought to sell a few in exchange for a greater profit, but was wary of Chinmo's reaction. According to the policies of certain large corporations, one may possess the rights to use a product, but not the right to sell it. If he continued to trade the berserk potions here, what if his profits soared and aroused envy from others? Fortunately, Chen Mo harbored no such convoluted thoughts. With the sale concluded, he felt a sense of relief. Waving dismissively, he suggested, "Why not purchase from me? My stock is depleted anyway. I have some time to spare. I'll take a leisurely stroll." Xieshan expressed his gratitude once more. Having finally visited the marketplace, Chenemo was eager to experience the post-apocalyptic culture. As for his other zombie bodyguards, he brought only Maying along. After all, they were within the same marketplace. Should any trouble arise, a mere shout would summon assistance. The capabilities of the Chasing Wind Merchant Guild were impressive. Having established such a large-scale market in the apocalypse, as Chinamo strolled about, he estimated the crowd to exceed 10,000. The narrow streets teemed with people, and an array of goods lined the sides. However, to Chinamo, there was little of interest. Given the brief duration since the apocalypse began, and as a professional, he stood at the forefront. The items worth his attention were indeed scarce, as he wandered. Chinamo began to contemplate the culinary offerings. Inno Marketplace is complete without a food street, and this post-apocalyptic food street was laden with unique flavors of its own. On the grills, one could find not mere chicken wings, but an assortment of wings from various races, those of elves, vampires, and angels. The beverage section no longer overflowed with milk tea. The most sought-after concoction was a brew made from the blood of diverse races, rumored to bestow extraordinary vitality, though its truth was uncertain. The air was filled with lively calls. Come and see, fresh off the grill goblin skewers, tender and delicious. Care for a cup? Treefolk juice, drink it and experience photosynthesis. No need for food all day, handsome sir. Your physique surely attracts the ladies. How about a cup of hellhound blood soup? As Chinamo walked past, his senses were overwhelmed. Yet, to be frank, he felt little desire for these offerings. The market's viability stemmed primarily from the scarcity of food in the apocalypse. The corpses of these exotic races were consumed as a matter of necessity, akin to lions on the savannah that would not overlook any opportunity for sustenance. But Chun Mo's situation was different. He had amassed a stockpile of food that would last him a lifetime. With the space stone in his possession, he need not worry about expiration and had no desire to consume these distasteful items. The risk of adverse effects was simply not worth it. As he continued to explore, a voice called out from a distance, "Brother Chin, come over for a cup of tea." Following the sound, he discovered it was Wu Guang, the star salesperson of the Chasing Wind Merchant Guild. The two shared a modicum of familiarity. At that moment, Wu Guang had set up a small table by the lakeside, sipping tea and enjoying snacks in serene contentment. Chinamo approached lightly and took a seat opposite him. Wu Guang quickly provided him with a bowl and chopsticks, saying, "Try my cooking. This is pork and cabbage saved from before the apocalypse. Such delicacies are rare now, and I doubt anyone will be raising pigs or growing cabbages in the future." Chinamo sampled a bite and replied, "Quite tasty. It has a homely flavor. It seems you often cooked at home." Mr. Wu. "Not exactly. I used to drive a truck, and while resting on the road, I would occasionally stir-fry a couple of dishes with my portable stove. It was edible, at least, cooked and non-toxic." Taking a sip of tea to clear his throat, Chinamo remarked, "Regarding what you mentioned earlier, Mr. Wu, about no one raising pigs or growing vegetables in the apocalypse, I must express my skepticism. I have plans to do just that. When you last visited, you must have noticed my rooftop garden. I intend to utilize the other rooftops in the neighborhood to grow some vegetables and raise livestock, at least for my own peace of mind." Wu Guang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Chinamo as though he were an anomaly. "Mr. Chen, you cannot be serious. With your formidable strength and the multitude of followers you have, why would you engage in farming instead of honing your skills and battling formidable monsters?" Chinamo chuckled. "To each their own." Wu Guang's expression grew serious. "Mr. Chen, if this were a personal venture, I would wholeheartedly support you. However, you have numerous followers. I must caution you that human hearts are unpredictable, and ambition lurks in many. This course of action could incite rebellion among them. Moreover, from a certain perspective, having your subordinates farm could hinder their development." Chinamo smiled knowingly. Wu Guang's advice was undoubtedly sound for others, but he was different. He needed no arduous training. His strength could be enhanced through fusion and sacrifice alone. At most, he might require a few more slaves from other races to transform into zombies, thereby accelerating his growth. Furthermore, he had ample slots for ordinary zombies, and keeping a dozen or so for labor would have no adverse effects. The notion of his subordinates rebelling was laughable. Chinamo had complete control over his zombie bodyguards. What was there to fear? With a gentle shake of his head, Chinamo reassured, "Rest assured, Mr. Wu, I have matters well in hand." Hearing this, Wu Guang realized his advice had fallen on deaf ears, or perhaps that Chinamo had more meticulous considerations. After a moment of reflection, Wu Guang shifted the topic. "Mr. Chen, might I inquire if you have any intentions of allowing investments in your rooftop farming venture?" Chinamo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the suggestion. "Mr. Wu, what are you proposing?" Like you, I wish to avoid the chaotic fare of the apocalypse. If you are indeed considering a farming and breeding initiative, I could offer some assistance. I could procure some initial livestock, cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and so forth, as well as various seeds for vegetables and grains. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's eyes brightened. Truly, it was a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. The items mentioned by the other party are indeed of great necessity to me. I find your proposals quite intriguing, however. What do you seek in return? Wu Guang waved his hand dismissively and replied, to be honest, these initial offerings are not particularly valuable at this moment. Moreover, you will be responsible for the venue and operations, while I simply reap the benefits, which seems rather inappropriate. Instead, I propose that after I finish my meals, I will come to you for a portion, which you will prepare in advance. Of course, I will only take enough for myself, so it won't be excessive. What do you think? Chapter 73. These fellows are demons. After listening to this, Chinamo pondered for a moment. Tio put it plainly, isn't this essentially allowing him to secure a lifetime's worth of meals? This isn't a difficult task at all. Without elaborating, the food stored in his warehouse is already sufficient to sustain this individual for a lifetime. Now that he possesses the spatial stone, those provisions will remain unspoiled indefinitely, easily supporting just him. This particular resource is akin to obtaining something for nothing. With this thought, Chenamo readily agreed, no problem. As long as I get this rooftop farm up and running. Brother Wu, you shall be the primary shareholder, and I will cover your meals for life. Whatever you wish to eat, you shall have. Should we draft a contract or something of that nature? Wu Guang laughed heartily. I trust Brother Chin's integrity. Tomorrow, I will deliver the first batch of seeds and livestock to you. I will do my utmost to provide as much as possible. From now on, you will be my retirement plan. Since he was already a shareholder, Chinamo, feeling somewhat audacious, continued, Brother Wu, there is one more matter I wish to inquire about. I plan to connect all the high-rise rooftops to create an expansive aerial platform. I have the workers and materials, but I lack an architect. Otherwise, I fear my attempts might lead to disaster. Do you happen to know anyone suitable? Wu Guang, upon hearing this, readily stepped forward. Brother, you need not worry. I indeed have someone in mind. I will have him delivered to you tomorrow. I will give him a heads up to ensure he designs this aerial garden to withstand even a magnitude 10 earthquake. The two men reached a consensus and vigorously discussed the rooftop renovation plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xieshan was fervently selling the berserk potions. Initially, he had planned to sell only 10, but due to overwhelming enthusiasm, he had to increase the number to 15. The remaining stock, however, he was unwilling to part with under any circumstances. At that moment, he felt he had made a tremendous profit by exchanging spatial stones for these berserk potions. The profit margin from the initial sales was substantial. The scene became somewhat chaotic. Despite his considerable strength, he was only one man, busy negotiating with the clientele. The group of individuals assisting him were students recruited from the school. Woefully weaker and unable to provide much help, as time passed, Xieshan's gaze fell upon the few bodyguards left by Chinamo. He approached them with a friendly demeanor. Gentlemen, I see you standing idle. Why not assist me in maintaining order? Once my business concludes, I will ensure you are generously rewarded. However, upon hearing this, De Zhuang and Bin Lei, standing nearby, ignored him, exuding an air of arrogance, their sunglasses obscuring their expressions. Xieshan felt his pride diminish. After all, he was a level 6 powerhouse. Did they not fear him? Fortunately, Liang responded with a cheerful smile. You want us to help? That's not impossible, but we will require compensation. Xieshan breathed a sigh of relief. Having something to negotiate was better than nothing, he inquired. What would you all require? Liang grinned, and for some reason, her smile sent a chill down Xieshan's spine. She stated, we need to eat meat. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing her words, Xieshan exhaled in relief, a confident smile gracing his face. Meat is easily arranged. After you assist me, I will personally gift each of you 20 pounds of pork or beef. How does that sound? However, De Zhuang immediately scoffed derisively. Pork and beef? Who would want to eat such worthless fare? Xieshan was momentarily stunned. If they didn't eat pork or lamb, did they wish for goblins? Lei Ying covered her mouth, giggling like a silver bell, and pointed to a locked-up human slave behind him. We wish to feast on that meat. How about you hand him over to us? That was a level 3 human that Xieshan had only just acquired. He felt a wave of horror wash over him, a chill racing up his spine. even though his strength surpassed that of the bodyguards before him. He felt an inexplicable fear upon seeing the faint smiles on their faces. Terrifying. These individuals were utterly deranged. At this juncture, Xieshan gritted his teeth and acquiesced, hastily tossing the human slave to Lei Ying. She immediately set to work, lightly waving her hand as bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the ground before the crowd. The previously raucous assembly fell silent, particularly the few petty thieves who were preparing to take advantage of the chaos. Now paralyzed with fear, Lei Ying covered her mouth, laughing as she said, "Everyone, please do not push forward and refrain from making noise. It seems a storm is brewing. If someone were to be struck by lightning, it would be quite painful." The zombie bodyguards swiftly moved forward, encircling the customers, an overwhelming stench of blood emanating from them, instilling dread in all present. Everyone immediately covered their mouths, too terrified to move. After temporarily quelling the restless crowd, Lei Ying dragged the slave toward a small compartment behind the shop, cheerfully assuring De Zhuang and Bin Lei, "I'll take the first bite. Don't worry, I'll save your share." De Zhuang grinned, "I trust you. Moreover, I just had a meal earlier, so I'm not too hungry." Bin Lei flicked his golden hair. "Since De Zhuang isn't hungry, I shall be the second to eat. I am quite famished." Inside the small compartment behind the shop, the sounds of crunching and the anguished wails of the human slave soon echoed out. These sounds reached the front of the shop, causing the customers to hesitate, even to haggle, fearful that they might be next. Within a few minutes, Lei Ying emerged, wiping the blood from her lips with a few pieces of paper, smiling as she turned to Bin Lei. "It's your turn now. I left him with a breath of life to ensure your meal is fresh." Bin Lei immediately gave her a thumbs up. "You are quite considerate." After which, he entered the compartment, where once again, the air was filled with horrific screams, albeit much weaker than before. It remained uncertain whether the next would endure. Xieshan observed the transactions while covertly watching, growing increasingly apprehensive. He had never anticipated encountering such brutality in this world. Perhaps in extreme hunger, one might resort to cannibalism, but that was usually a last resort. Presently, with ample pork and beef available, they still opted for human flesh, disdainful even of boiling it in plain water. Choosing to consume it raw, this was utterly outrageous. Had these creatures emerged from a cannibalistic tribe in a desolate wasteland? No, it was evident that if their subordinates were this terrifying, their leader, Chanimo, must be even more fearsome. Could it be that the kindness displayed by that young man before him was merely a facade? In that moment, Xieshan felt his bones tremble. He recalled the bright smile of the young man before him. Perceiving him as a demon cloaked in human skin, no wonder these individuals could establish a base within the zombie-infested area. Those zombies were merely docile sheep compared to them. I must leave post-haste, lest I become their next meal. Xieshan hastily gathered his goods, even before completing the sale of the berserk potions. As he finished wiping his mouth, Lei Ying smiled at him. "Why the rush? You've already paid. Why not allow us to serve you a while longer?" Xieshan could hardly believe he was intimidated by someone of a lower level than himself. Service? Who would serve whom? He quickly shook his head. Never mind. We can collaborate another time. Please convey my regards to Mr. Chen upon his return." With that, he fled as if pursued by demons. Standing behind him, Lei Ying subtly licked her lips, murmuring to herself, "This fellow possesses considerable strength. A little shock would surely make him delicious." Chapter 74. The rescue of Lei Ying. At that moment, around the corner of the marketplace, two level 4 combatants clad in full combat gear were secretly observing the scene. Upon catching sight of Lei Ying standing before the shop, both were taken aback. The one on the left, with a buzz cut, exclaimed, "Brother, are you certain? That seems to be Lei Ying, daughter of Lei Tiandao." The other, sporting a side part, replied, "Indeed, I would never mistake her. Miss Lei Ying is renowned for her kindness. Once, out of pity for me, she tossed me the pit of a peach she had eaten, which I savored for half a month. The memory is still sweet." These two were operatives who had journeyed from Lei Tiandao's base to rescue Lei Ying. They never anticipated encountering their target here. Zhang Lei's heart raced with excitement. Even before reaching their destination, he encountered Lei Ying unexpectedly, utterly astonished by the ease with which the mission unfolded. Was this not a fortuitous gift of a woman? He hastily suggested, "Why don't you stay here and keep watch while I rush to report to Lord Edgar, and devise a way to escort Miss Lei Ying away?" This time, their main force had not entered the marketplace but remained resting in the woods outside. Having assigned the two of them to procure supplies, nearby, Zhao Han shook his head upon hearing this. No, no, what use would it be for me to keep watch here? Can't you see that everything has already been sold out? They could leave at any moment. By the time Lord Edgar arrives with his men, it will be too late. I propose we take matters into our own hands and see if we can somehow spirit her away. Coincidentally, that fellow Chinamo is absent. As long as Miss can coordinate with us, our chances of success are considerably high. Zhang Lei clapped Zhao Han on the back, exclaiming, "Well done, that's a brilliant idea. If we can bring Miss Laying back, our faces will certainly shine with glory upon returning to the base. We shall be celebrated as great contributors." Zhao Han raised an eyebrow with pride. "Of course, I have long been dubbed Little Zhugo at the base. I even have a method in mind for summoning Miss Laying." "Oh, pray tell." "It's simple. We toss a note over. As long as it lands on Miss Lay's head, she'll open it and understand everything immediately. Marvelous, truly ingenious. What are we waiting for? Let us commence." At that moment, Laying was delicately using a toothpick to extract morsels stuck between her teeth, savoring the deliciousness of the dinner she had just enjoyed. Suddenly, a note descended from above, striking her forehead. She turned to see a man with a lewd smile, sporting a buzz cut, at the corner of the marketplace, and her temper flared. How dare this prankster toy with me? I haven't even had my fill yet. Let me add another course. Without hesitation, Laying strode toward him. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei and Zhao Han exchanged delighted glances. Here she comes. Who would have thought Miss Lei Ying would be so astute? Sensing our intentions without even needing to open the note? Indeed. Miss Lei Ying possesses both a kind heart and a sharp intellect. If we can rescue her, we will undoubtedly establish ourselves as pioneers. And with her protection at the base, we shall rise unimpeded. As the two contemplated their promising futures behind the wall, Lei Ying had already arrived at their backs. As she turned, a flash of lightning flickered. A single finger from Lei Ying pressed against Zhao Han's forehead, unleashing a surge of electricity. Zhao Han's pupils contracted, and his head transformed into a charred mass, collapsing to the ground, steaming. Zhang Lei stood frozen in shock. What is happening? This isn't how the script was written. Lei Ying muttered, at your age, still engaging in childish pranks? Let me give your head a jolt. I hope you won't be so tedious in your next life. With that, she slowly moved her finger to Zhang Lei's head. Terrified, Zhang Lei fell to his knees, trembling like a leaf. Miss, do you not recognize us? We are here to save you. Your father has been worried about you and sent us to bring you home. Confusion clouded Lei Ying's mind, filled with question marks. How could a zombie have a father? But suddenly, she recalled something. Chunamo had previously instructed her to undertake an undercover mission at a certain location, and this body had belonged to the lady of the base before her demise. Everything fell into place. With her newfound awareness, Lei Ying's face brightened with a radiant smile. Ah, so you are family. How delightful. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Had I known, I wouldn't have harmed you. Zhang Lei, on the verge of tears, protested. We clearly wrote it on the note, but you didn't look. Just as Zhang Lei was about to continue, Lei Ying raised a hand, silencing him. Wait a moment. I have some other matters to attend to. By the way, plug your ears and close your eyes. Zhang Lei dared not disobey, especially with Zhao Han's body still warm before him. Who could have anticipated that in just a few days, Miss Lei Ying's temperament would change so drastically, becoming so vicious that she would kill without hesitation? Had she undergone some trauma? The former Lei Ying was renowned for her gentleness. Once Zhang Lei complied, Lei Ying gleefully dragged Zhao Han's corpse into an empty room for a feast. Approximately half an hour later, Lei Ying emerged, one hand resting on her distended belly and the other wiping the corners of her mouth. All right, you can open your eyes and remove your ears now, as Zhang Lei regained his senses. The sensation of being blind and deaf was horrendous, akin to hell, where a day felt like a year. However, when he lifted his gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Before him stood Lei Ying, with blood and flesh still clinging to her teeth and her clothes stained with fresh blood. The overpowering scent of blood emanating from her made Zhang Lei dizzy. He cautiously glanced sideways, peering through the door to see a grotesquely mangled corpse in the empty room. In that instant, Zhang Lei's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, Lei Ying gently grasped his shoulder. Oh dear. I told you not to look around. Why can't you follow simple instructions? Zhang Lei bowed his head, his voice quivering. I won't look. I promise I won't look again. Lei Ying delicately lifted his chin with a finger, her face adorned with a charming yet cruel smile. No need to be anxious. We are family, are we not? I am your lady. Now, tell me, how many of you came this time? What detailed plans do you have? Zhang Lei swallowed hard and divulged all. Due to the leader's need to oversee the base, he couldn't come himself, so Lord Edgar leads the team, accompanied by 4 level 4 professionals and nearly 30 fully armed lower-level combatants. Zhao Han and I are among the level 4 professionals. According to previous negotiations, it seems Chen Mo is particularly interested in capturing professionals. Thus, we plan to send 2 level 4 professionals to exchange for hostages, then swiftly launch a surprise attack. As long as we can injure Chen Mo, the rest can swarm him, giving us a 90% chance of taking him down. Lei Ying's smile widened, becoming even more radiant. Excellent? Excellent! Your honesty pleases me greatly. However, since your subordinates are numerous, you must be a dispensable pawn. No? How about you sacrifice yourself to fill my belly? Zhang Lei, terrified, nearly wept, devoid of any courage to resist. The moment Lei Ying had acted, he recognized that her strength far surpassed his, and any attempt at defiance would be futile. He immediately bowed repeatedly. Lady, I beg you, spare me. We are all on the same side. Everything we do is to rescue you. Yet, Lei Ying sighed and shook her head. I had no intention of killing you, but you witnessed me feasting on flesh, and that is a secret. Chen Mo warned that if I were to expose myself, he would sew my mouth shut, condemning me to a life without meat. Oh dear, how cruel he is, alas, I must impose upon you. Zhang Lei turned and fled, shouting as he ran, I will keep your secret. Please don't kill me. Chapter 75. The ingenious use of the space stone, however, in the next moment, a bolt of lightning pierced Zhang Lei's heart. Lei Ying collapsed to the ground. Under the electric shock, her body twitched a few times before it lay still. Chen Mo's face broke into a cruel smile. Keep a secret? Only the dead can keep secrets. She gleefully carried Zhang Lei's corpse away, murmuring to herself, I suppose I have achieved great merit today? Once I return, I shall surely persuade the boss to grant me more opportunities to indulge in flesh. How delightful I in a corner of the marketplace. The resurrected Lu Changfeng stood bowing before another man in a suit. Manager Chen, here is all the information on that lad, I assure you. He has no background. Merely a simpleton who has been hiding on the rooftop of the zombie domain. I cannot fathom how he has been so fortunate, accompanied by several level 5 professionals. I suspect those level 5 professionals are equally dim-witted, easily deceived. I even discreetly inquired. And it seems he intends to establish a farm to grow vegetables and fruits and raise pigs and cattle in this apocalypse. It's utterly foolish. Qian Sheng smiled faintly. It is precisely such fools who can provide us with substantial profits. What do I have to fear with my men? I have even more. With a slight wave of his hand, another group approached, led by the balding Father White, radiating a faint holy light, flanked by several powerful professionals. Liu Chengfeng's face lit up with surprise. If the Godfather White were to lend his assistance, this endeavor would undoubtedly be 10 parts secure. The Godfather White nodded with a smile. May the glory of the Lord illuminate our path ahead. All that defies the Lord's existence is deemed sinful and should be cleansed. At this moment, Chen Shang was filled with confidence. I have Chen Mo firmly in my grasp. Not even Jesus could save him. Mark my words. Suddenly, Lu Chengfeng had a revelation. That fellow seemed to have a group waiting outside to back him up. The ones who killed my 2 brothers were struck by a lightning bolt from afar. I suspect there might be a sniper among the ambushing troops outside. Upon hearing this news, Qian Sheng scoffed. Only insignificant individuals rely on such petty tricks. The more cautious he is, the more it indicates his inner fear. If anyone dares to rescue him, they shall be dealt with swiftly. In the dense forest outside, Edgar stood intently beneath a large tree, leaning on a long staff. Narrowing his eyes, he observed for a few moments before swiftly raising his staff and waving it upward. A bolt of lightning shot forth, instantly singeing several birds perched on the tree. Subsequently, the birds plummeted to the ground. Collecting and preparing them, these would serve as tonight's dinner. The remaining combat personnel swiftly rushed over to assist, efficiently plucking the fallen birds clean. After killing a few more birds using the same method, Edgar furrowed his brow and inquired, Any news from Zhang Lei and the others? They should have returned by now. considering the time they spent trading at the market. The assistant standing beside him shook his head. Not yet. Should I make a call? They might have encountered some trouble. What trouble could a small market present? Go ahead and ask. We shouldn't miss dinner time, as irregular meals can harm the stomach. The assistant nodded and promptly took out his phone to dial. He was well aware of Lord Edgar's temperament. As a Western noble, he placed great importance on timely meals and the quality of each dish. If Zhang Lei and his companions could not return on time, the birds they had just caught would clearly not suffice to satisfy Lord Edgar's expectations for dinner. However, after making several calls, they were met with silence, as if the calls had vanished into thin AI art. In an instant, the assistant became anxious. Lord Edgar, something feels amiss. The calls won't go through. Edgar's eyes flickered. What about emergency contacts? Is there any response? The assistant shook his head again. No response at all. Should we go check the market? They might have run into a bit of trouble. Edgar squinted, contemplating quietly for a moment. Then, gritting his teeth, declared, we shan't go. They have likely encountered misfortune. Let us leave directly. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Just like that? What if Zhang Lei and the others urgently need our help? Edgar lowered the brim of his hat and shook his head. Both of them are level 4 professionals. Together, they could hold their ground even against a level 5 adversary. Yet, they have gone completely silent without triggering any emergency contacts. This can only mean one thing. The enemy's strength is overwhelming, leaving them no chance to retaliate and resulting in their immediate demise. Facing such formidable foes, it would be unwise for us to take risks. Upon hearing Edgar's reasoning, the assistant and the other combat personnel nodded in agreement. If the enemy is indeed powerful enough to use those two as bait, then venturing forth would spell disaster for us. Only a fool would undertake such an action. True wisdom lies in knowing when to cut losses. Edgar continued, we have embarked on a crucial mission. We must bring Miss Lang back. Once we accomplish this task, Lei Tiandao will wholeheartedly support our establishment of a branch base nearby. At that point, we shall all be heroes, and we can carve out our own territory. It would be unwise to sacrifice our strength for the sake of those two fools. Hearing this, the others felt a surge of determination. Indeed, we are pioneers of a new world. A small concession must not jeopardize the grand scheme. Edgar, pleased with the obedience of those behind him, spoke again. Let us wait here for another half day. Do not accuse us of lacking courtesy. If there is still no word from them after that, we shall depart. Meanwhile, Chinamo and Chen Sheng, after sharing a drink, leisurely returned to the shop. The zombie bodyguards, who had long since organized the goods, awaited their return. Chinamo cast a satisfied glance. After rising to level 5, these zombies had developed independent intelligence. Although some thoughts might complicate matters, their capability to execute tasks had increased significantly. At times, they could complete assignments without needing much direction. You all guard the entrance. Do not allow anyone to enter. Dizhuang and the others nodded and stood resolutely at the door like an impregnable wall. Upon entering, Chen Imo immediately knocked down the 2 level 5 slaves acquired through trade. Once he confirmed the area was clear, he took out the spatial stone. With a thought, everything he had touched in the room was gradually drawn into the spatial stone. For a space measuring over 100 meters in length, width, and height, these items were but a drop in the bucket, hardly filling a corner. Chen Imo was extremely pleased. This transaction has proven quite profitable. Just then, he noticed the ordinary zombie bodyguard stationed at the side, and an audacious thought resurfaced in his mind. Zombies should not be classified as living beings, right? According to professionals, they exist neither within the 5 elements nor the 6 paths. Why not give it a try? Without hesitation, Chen Imo seized an ordinary zombie and attempted to toss it into the spatial stone. In the next moment, a spiral-shaped spatial passage appeared, and the zombie bodyguard was instantly engulfed by the stone. Chen Imo was astonished. Is that really possible? Chapter 76. Relaxation leads to entry. Chen Imo extended his mental energy through the spatial stone to take a look inside. He immediately saw the zombie standing motionless in the center of the space. Like a wooden puppet, he then tried to shift his perspective onto the zombie using his professional ability. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Everything was frozen. Not only were the zombie's movements halted, but even time itself was suspended. The zombie could do nothing inside, merely standing there like an ordinary object. What if he tossed a level 5 zombie inside to see what happened? Level 5 zombie bodyguards possess independent intelligence. and it remains unclear whether they should be classified as living or non-living. After all, zombies are peculiar. Even resurrected skeletons or specters primarily move their bodies through their souls, while zombies seem devoid of any soul. They lie outside the 5 elements and the 6 paths. This action felt a bit risky. If he inadvertently ruined a level 5 zombie, it would be quite regrettable. Yet, as Chen Mo pondered, he felt compelled to validate this hypothesis. After a moment's hesitation, he called for Bin Lei. This delinquent youth with yellow hair stood beside Chen Mo, his eyes darting around as if contemplating why his boss had summoned him. Chen Mo patted Bin Lei's shoulder and said, "In a moment, I will place you in a certain location. Pay close attention to your feelings and tell me what it was like when you come back." Bin Lei, confused, asked, "A certain location? Where's that? Is there meat to eat?" Indeed, zombies all share the same trait, fixating on the prospect of meat. Chen Mo had grown accustomed to it. "I'll consider arrangements once you're back." After that, he attempted to toss Bin Lei into the spatial stone as he would with any item. However, an unexpected occurrence took place. Failure. Chen Mo could distinctly sense that this attempt to store an item had not succeeded. He felt a wave of disappointment. Could it be that I can only store cannon fodder? That seems rather insignificant. At this moment, Bin Lei spoke up. "Boss, did you just try to throw me into that stone?" I sensed it and instinctively resisted, which is why I didn't go in. Hearing this, Chen Mo was struck with a new idea. "So, you resisted instinctively, preventing your entry? If you didn't resist, do you think you could enter the stone?" Bin Lei tilted his head, contemplating before cautiously replying. "I suppose so. I can't be certain since I've never tried." "Very well, then let us test it now. I will try to toss you in again. Do not resist. Remember to relax completely and trust me." Bin Lei nodded, closing his eyes and allowing Chen Mo to proceed. Chen Mo tried once more, but the result was still failure. Before he could inquire, Bin Lei opened his eyes, an apologetic expression on his face. "I'm sorry, boss. I think I still couldn't help but resist. It's just a reflex I can't control." At this point, Chen Mo understood. This psychological resistance resides deep within, akin to a punch thrown before someone's face. If that individual has not undergone professional training, it proves exceedingly difficult to refrain from blinking. Yet, it is not insurmountable, merely requiring some practice. Chen Mo gently patted Bin Lei's shoulder and softly said, "Don't be too tense, relax, just relax. Let us try a few more times." The two then continued their attempts within the room. Outside, Lei Ying and the others crouched by the door, eavesdropping, as the sounds from within seemed rather peculiar. "Have they gone in yet?" "Not yet. You need to relax. How can you enter if you don't?" "I can't do it. It's their first time too." "Nonsense. This is my first time as well. Hurry and relax so I can get in." Lei Ying covered her mouth, stifling a light laugh. Who would have thought the boss would be so playful? Next to her, De Zhuang nodded. "I suppose Bin Lei has pleased the boss quite well. He might receive many rewards, perhaps even indulge in copious amounts of meat." Upon hearing this, Lei Ying shot De Zhuang a disdainful glance. "Though we are zombies, we must maintain some dignity. You're truly embarrassing." After saying this, she turned to Mei Ying. "When the boss lets you in, will you go?" Mei Ying quickly shook her head. "I don't want to go, but I can't guarantee I can control myself." Instantly, the zombie bodyguards outside wore forlorn expressions. Indeed, although they now possessed intelligence and a yearning for rebellion, they were entirely under Chen Mo's control. When the time came, they would be compelled to adopt whatever posture Chen Mo desired. Leaving no room for negotiation, it was hard to tell how many times they had failed, but Chen Mo was on the verge of losing patience. Finally, at long last, success was achieved. Bin Lei before him vanished in an instant. Chen Mo glanced into the space stone and saw Bin Lei standing motionless at the center of the vast space, just like the previous ordinary zombie. Chen Mo attempted to descend into Bin Lei's first-person perspective and discovered that Bin Lei was now in a state of complete stillness. Just like the ordinary zombie earlier. Indeed, it was a success. After about 5 minutes, Chen Mo released both Bin Lei and the ordinary zombie. The ordinary zombie was of little concern. Being a fool, it could provide no useful information. Chen Mo focused his attention on Bin Lei. "How did it feel in there?" Bin Lei blinked, a look of confusion on his face. Did I go in just now?" "I'm not sure. I only felt as though I completely suppressed my inner resistance. And then everything before me blurred until I found myself here. I have no idea." "Impressive." Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback by Bin Lei's account. If that were the case, It indicated that the interior of the space stone was entirely static. Even intelligent zombies would not perceive the passage of time when placed inside. For them, being confined for 1,000,000 years would merely feel like the blink of an eye. This was beneficial. If they maintained full awareness inside, being trapped in a vast white space daily would be incredibly lonely, and they might even succumb to depression. Although it was uncertain whether zombies could experience depression, mental health remained paramount. Following the concept of time remaining still, even if Chinamo cast these intelligent zombies into the space stone, at most, they would perceive merely a second's passage. Completely acceptable. Chinamo suddenly felt invigorated and quickly opened the door. Addressing Lei Ying and the others standing at the threshold, "Come in. I need your assistance with something." After saying this, Chinamo entered the room. However, Lei Ying and the others still lingered at the door, hesitant to step inside. Chinamo turned back, frowning. "Why aren't you listening to me? Come in." In the next moment, Lei Ying and the others found themselves unable to resist their inner compulsion, willingly stepping into the room. The control exerted by a powerful figure over their bodyguards was nothing short of terrifying. This control did not manipulate their bodies like puppets. Rather, it extinguished any rebellious thoughts from the depths of their hearts. For instance, when they first gained intelligence, they all harbored thoughts of devouring Chinamo, yet after Chinamo issued 3 primary commands, not a single one of them entertained such notions. This was a transformation of their behavioral logic from the very essence of their souls. An unbreakable bond. Mei Ying turned back, looking at Bin Lei with a hint of sympathy. "Child, you've truly endured much." Bin Lei scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I'm all right. It was a bit uncomfortable at first, but once I adapted, it felt fine, and I entered without any discomfort. Oh dear, look at how this child has been tormented." Chapter 77. Quiet departure. Ultimately, after Chinamo's thorough explanation, the zombie bodyguards finally understood why he had summoned them. One by one, they let out a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over them. Lei Ying chuckled, "Boss, so you wanted to put us into this stone. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have been scared. Just now, we thought you were going to stick that big stick inside me." Chinamo shot her a glare. "When will you apply your cleverness in crucial situations?" After hearing this, Lei Ying blinked and immediately protested, "Boss, I don't agree with that. I did apply my intelligence in a critical manner. Do you remember when you asked me to go undercover? Their people have arrived." Chinamo's interest peaked at this. According to his previous dealings with Lei Tiandao, that fellow still owed him 2 level 4 slave practitioners, and if he could position Lei Ying into a leadership role at Lei Tiandao's base, the number of high-level slaves available would be virtually limitless. "Tell me what happened." Lei Ying recounted the events that had just transpired. After listening, Chinamo smiled slightly and patted Lei Ying on the shoulder. "You did well." Lei Ying frowned and shrugged. "Boss, it's rather impolite to address a girl as a brother. You don't understand. The greatest respect a boy can show a girl is to call her brother. Otherwise, it implies a base desire, which is unseemly. Do you comprehend?" A hint of grievance appeared on Lei Ying's face. Then, "Boss, don't you ever wish to indulge in my charms? I could also offer myself." "Spare me. You might as well conserve your energy for devouring people." Upon hearing this, Lei Ying displayed a teasing expression. However, Chinamo was well aware that this was merely an act. Regardless of their outward personalities, for zombies, emotions were nearly absent. They only possessed cruelty and a thirst for slaughter. Their ultimate goal was to consume flesh and spread the virus, caring for nothing else. Yet, compared to Mei Ying's reticent nature, Lei Ying was simply more vivacious, which didn't imply any chaotic thoughts within her. The next phase was about to commence. Chinamo took out the space stone and began instructing each of them in turn. After some trials, he discovered that Mei Ying was the quickest learner. Her inherently cold demeanor made her akin to a born killer, and after just 1 or 2 lessons, she had mastered the art of relinquishing resistance. However, Lei Ying, being more contemplative, struggled to grasp the concept, even as De Zhuang managed to learn it. Lei Ying still found it challenging to control herself. Eventually, Lei Ying also succeeded, but unexpectedly, Bai Long was unable to learn. After all, he was a dog in its lower tiers. The intelligence of a zombie dog surpassed that of an ordinary zombie, exhibiting a canine-like intellect. However, upon reaching level 5, this advantage dissipated, and their intelligence equated to that of a somewhat clever dog. The disparity between them and the humanoid zombies, who had attained human-level intelligence, was significant. Forcing a dog to abandon its inner resistance was quite an outlandish endeavor. Fortunately, Chinamo had his own methods. After yet another failed attempt, he struck Bai Long on the head with a fierce punch, leaving Bai Long dizzy. Chinamo brandished his fist, declaring emphatically, "From now on, for every failure, you'll receive a punch until you remember." Bai Long's face displayed a mix of pain and dread as he howled, "Can't I just not learn? I can't do it." However, Chinamo ignored him and proceeded with the next step. After another failure, he landed another punch on Bai Long's head. It was unclear how long this continued, but Bai Long was nearly beaten into submission, his head covered in lumps. At last, Ben Lei succeeded. Chinamo exhaled in relief. There you go. It seems training a dog requires the methods suited for dogs. Chinamo placed all the zombies and the items acquired from this market into the space stone. As for the few slaves, he knocked them unconscious, one in each hand, and then, taking advantage of the unobserved surroundings, he utilized his control over wind and gravity to ascend into the air, leaving the area. Once airborne, Chinamo looked down and indeed spotted two mysterious figures lurking near the corner of the alley not far from his shop, vigilantly observing his establishment. A towering tree attracts attention. This time, my profits have been quite considerable, and I am certain that there will be some ill-intentioned individuals lurking about. Yet, I have proven to be astute, discreetly departing from the scene ahead of time. For I do not wish to squander precious moments contending with these highwaymen. 10 minutes after Chen Mo's departure, the two watchers stationed at the street corner sensed that something was amiss. What could be the matter? Has no one emerged from the shop? Could they possibly be indulging in slumber within? Unlikely, for even in sleep, there should be at least a few individuals guarding the entrance. This cannot continue. We might encounter grave issues if we remain idle. Let us move in closer to investigate. Very well, let us tread lightly and ensure we remain undetected. The two feigned curiosity as wandering merchants, meandering towards the shop where Chinamo had been. Peering through the crack of the door, they were taken aback. It was utterly vacant. Damn it, where have the people gone? We are finished. Manager Chen entrusted us with vigilance. Yet the individual has slipped away right beneath our noses. Our wages for next month are surely in jeopardy. You have underestimated Chen Ba Pai. Let me tell you, he has been absent for half a year. Damn, this is outrageous. The two cursed under their breath, hastily returning to report. Upon receiving this news, Chen Shang kicked the table before him into splinters. Chen Shang bellowed, "What? You actually lost track of him? Such a large group of people with so many goods, how could they possibly vanish before your very eyes? Speak the truth. Did you perhaps take a break to indulge in drink?" The two subordinates guarding the area were taken aback. Promptly kneeling in fear, tears streaming down their faces. "How could we dare, Manager Chen? We did not even move a muscle, indeed. We can assure you that we never left our line of sight. That group must have possessed other means, perhaps invisibility or teleportation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to escape our market." Chen Shang ground his teeth in frustration, delivering two sharp slaps to the faces of his subordinates. "Useless? All of you, himph. You can forget about your wages for the year. Bear your penance dutifully." The two immediately donned expressions of despair. We have ultimately underestimated Chen Ba Pai's treachery, just as Chen Shang was seething with rage. Unsure of how to proceed, the ever-watchful Father White finally spoke. "Manager Chen, there is no need to be excessively enraged. In fact, I have long since prepared an alternative plan." Upon hearing this, Chen Shang's countenance brightened, and he grasped Father White's hand, exclaiming, "It is said that an elder in the family is as invaluable as a treasure. Indeed, Father White is remarkable. Pray, tell me, what is this alternative plan? Previously, did not your subordinate, Du Chengfeng, mention that there was another group awaiting Chinamo outside the market? Even if they departed from the market, they would inevitably rendezvous with that group. Hence, I took the liberty of sending a few individuals to scout. And lo and behold, we found our target. That contingent comprises around 30 to 40 individuals, led by a little old man in a suit, and my men distinctly observed this old man harnessing the power of lightning to hunt the birds in the sky. It is evident that he is the marksman Du Chengfeng spoke of. If we can capture that group, Chinamo will naturally walk right into our trap." Upon hearing this, Chen Shang clapped his hands in delight. "Brilliant, brilliant, Father White. You are indeed a living Zhuge Liang." Chapter 78. Dog-eat-dog. Chinamo had returned to his base, laden with the spoils of his latest venture. Unbeknownst to him, External conflicts were reigniting due to his actions. Father White and Chen Shang, accompanied by their elite subordinates, had silently surrounded a particular area. The very center of this area, Edgar, along with his numerous combat members, remained entirely oblivious. Edgar gazed up at the birds in the sky, his brow furrowing in concern. Something is amiss. Why are the birds in the vicinity all fleeing in panic? There is danger lurking within this forest. The two level 4 professionals beside him, upon hearing his words, felt their hearts race. Their team had just suffered the loss of 2 level 4 professionals and had only recently sent a request for assistance. Could another calamity befall them? In the next moment, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding trees and bushes. Edgar tightened his grip on his staff, channeling the power of lightning through it. The other soldiers around him also gripped their weapons tightly, readying their ammunition. Who is it? Who approaches? In the next instant, a large group emerged from the thicket. Leading the charge were Chen Shang and Father White. The number of top-tier fighters, as well as ordinary soldiers, far exceeded the ranks of Edgar's contingent. Edgar instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He could sense the ill intentions of these individuals, yet despite racking his brain, he could not fathom who they were. Who are you? What is your intent? We bear no grievances from the past, nor any enmity in the present. Could there be some misunderstanding? Chen Shang raised his head high, a look of disdain upon his face. Chen Imo? You are familiar with this name, are you not? Edgar's pupils contracted. He was indeed familiar with this name, as it belonged to the individual who had kidnapped Lei Tiandao's daughter, and it was also the ultimate target of their current operation. However, before he could utter a word, Chen Shang had gleaned the answer from his expression. I see you recognize him. That confirms we have not erred in our pursuit. Du Chengfeng, standing behind Chen Shang, erupted in a tirade. You old fool, it was you who electrocuted us back then, wasn't it? Today marks your demise. Edgar felt utterly bewildered. He seemed to grasp the context of what they were saying. Yet at the same time, he did not fully comprehend. Wait, he shouted. Yet, in the next moment, Du Chengfeng and his team surged forward. Wait for your mother. Go await the king of hell. Edgar's subordinates could only scramble to defend themselves. They unleashed a torrent of gunfire from their submachine guns, but unfortunately, the opposing firepower was even more ferocious. Not only were there submachine guns, but grenades and rocket launchers were also unleashed upon them. With a series of deafening explosions, Edgar's men were sent sprawling, cries of anguish filling the air. Edgar himself fled in a panic amidst the chaos. The 2 level 4 professionals beside him immediately shifted into combat mode. One of them manipulated the earth beneath his feet, donning a suit of rocky armor, while simultaneously clapping his hands together to conjure a sturdy earthen shield that materialized before their ranks, effectively blocking the majority of the incoming fire. Brother, I leave this to you. The other vanished from sight in an instant, reappearing behind Chen Shang, his dagger poised high. Outnumbered, our only chance for survival lies in taking this man's head. However, before his dagger could descend, Father White, standing next to Chen Shang, radiated a brilliant light. My lord, have mercy. My friend, you are guilty. In the next moment, the assassin who had leaped behind Chen Shang was engulfed in confusion. He fell to his knees behind Chen Shang, the dagger in his hand slowly moving towards his own heart, murmuring, I am guilty. I deserve to die. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his heart, a bolt of lightning shot in from afar, instantly knocking the dagger from his grasp and jolting him back to his senses. He stared in bewilderment at Father White, who shone with divine light. His heart pounding in fear. Did I almost take my own life just now? All because of that bald man's words. After saving his subordinate, Edgar's fury surged, glaring at Chen Shang and Father White. He bellowed, You two are simply intolerable. Then let us perish together. He raised his staff high, summoning countless bolts of lightning to descend from above, rapidly converging upon his staff. The terrifying power sent shivers through everyone nearby. Who would have thought this gentlemanly old man possessed the terrifying abilities of a level 6 professional? Both Chen Shang and Father White felt the weight of the pressure. Yet, Chen Shang's lips curled into a slight smile. Who would have imagined that we would capture such a big fish today? Even if you are a level 6 professional, what of it? I have 2 level 6 professionals on my side. With 2 against 1, you have no chance of victory. Father White nodded slightly, his expression imbued with a compassionate smile. My friend? Turn back. Look towards the direction of the Lord. Lay down all that you hold. It is a path that strays from the Lord. The Lord's love is boundless. He will forgive your past and pave a new path for you. Surrender and entrust yourself to the Lord, and He will guide you through the storm, leading you to tranquility. Edgar watched his subordinates fall one by one. He could no longer contain his inner rage. At that moment, he hovered in midair, enveloped by lightning. I shall send you to meet your Lord. Even if it is 1 against 2, before I die, I will ensure it is an exchange. In the next moment, Edgar swung his staff of lightning forcefully forward, and the terrifying bolts surged toward Qian Shang and Father White. Father White, enveloped in a radiant light, braced himself to withstand the lightning strike head-on, lightly retreating afterwards. Meanwhile, a die suddenly appeared before Qian Shang, rolling wildly before finally landing on a single die. Qian Shang's lips curled into a smirk. In this round, I bet small. In the next moment, the thick bolt of lightning, which had been over a meter in diameter, rapidly shrank until it was as slender as a chopstick. When it struck Qian Shang, it merely stirred up a bit of dust. Although the two individuals managed to block the thunderous assault coming directly at them, the overwhelming residual shockwaves still battered the surrounding ground. Dust billowed, obscuring the situation for a moment. With a gentle wave of his hand, Father White signaled to a practitioner adept in wind manipulation behind him, who took a deep breath and inhaled all the dust before him. Almost immediately, this practitioner began to cough violently. Damn it! This is too choking. It's even worse than leaf cigarettes. And what's that foul smell? Who the hell farted during a fight? It's unbearable. Once the dust had cleared, Qian Shang and Father White looked up into the air, only to see a small black dot rapidly diminishing in the distance. It was none other than Edgar, hastily fleeing on his cane, leaving a trail of sparks behind him. Not only were the two of them taken aback, but even Edgar's subordinates in the center of the battlefield stood dumbfounded. Hadn't they just agreed to fight to the death? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? And if he was going to run, couldn't he at least signal for everyone to flee together? Now what were they supposed to do? Qian Shang was furious, his teeth grinding in frustration. After all the effort he had put into laying an intricate trap, he hadn't anticipated letting the biggest prize slip away, leaving only the small fry. Spitting on the ground, he cursed, "Damn it! Those cowardly fools! Capture all of them and take them back to the market to sell as slaves. It might help me recoup some losses. I'll see if that Chinamo comes to rescue his own people." Chapter 79. It's all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Qian Shang's words, the remaining 2 level 4 practitioners, who were already prepared to surrender, suddenly brightened with realization. They shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. There's definitely been a mistake. Are you confused? How could Chinamo possibly come to save us?" "Exactly. We are enemies of Chinamo. We were planning to eliminate him this time." Now it was Qian Shang and Father White's turn to be stunned. They had exerted so much effort to capture Chinamo, the prize target. Not only had he profited immensely at the market today, but he also possessed the production methods for the violent potion. Securing that would be akin to possessing a golden goose. Yet, after all this trouble, they had inadvertently assisted Chinamo in dealing with his enemies instead. Qian Shang stepped forward, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the faces of the 2 level 4 practitioners before him. Before he could speak, Father White appeared at his side, softly interjecting, "Allow me, before me, they shall not speak falsehoods." Qian Shang, aware of Father White's mind-controlling abilities, took a step back. Father White gazed down at the 2 level 4 practitioners with a gentle smile. "My friends, to lie before the Lord is a grave sin. From now on, you must answer my questions truthfully, understood?" The 2, as if turned to wood, stared blankly and mechanically nodded. Father White continued, "What is your relationship with Chinamo? And why are you here?" They immediately replied, "Chinamo has taken the daughter of Thunderblade, and we are operatives from the Thunderblade base. We are here to abduct Chinamo in exchange for the return of Thunderblade's daughter." Laying this revelation, both Qian Shang and Father White were utterly flabbergasted. Father White asked a few more questions, and with each inquiry, his heart sank further. This group was undoubtedly Qian Mo's enemies, and they had meticulously planned to kill him on sight with a high probability of success. Yet, their very appearance had disrupted that plan. Qian Shang erupted in fury, "Damn it! Are you all mute? Why didn't you clarify when I asked you earlier? And that old fool's idiotic expression when I asked if he knew Chinamo. It looked like he was quite familiar with him, leaving me utterly bewildered. So damn foolish. Having a mouth yet not using it. I've lost so many men and resources, and all I've got is a handful of chicken feathers. What bad luck. What terrible luck. The 2 level 4 practitioners and the remaining dozen soldiers bowed their heads, not daring to speak, yet inwardly cursing Qiansheng vehemently. Damn it. You didn't wait when I told you to. Didn't even give us a chance to explain, and now you blame us for not speaking? You re something else, aren't you? You think you're so superior, yet here you are scolding us. Nevertheless, the misunderstanding being resolved was ultimately a positive development. The 2 level 4 practitioners hesitantly proposed, since it's all a misunderstanding. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why don't you let us go? We represent the Thunderblade base in thanking you. However, Qiansheng coldly scoffed, let you go. If I do that, who will compensate for my losses? Bring them all down, cut out their tongues, and take them back as slaves. I must recoup the manpower I wasted today. Upon hearing this, the 2 level 4 practitioners immediately began to curse. You crazy bastard, all you care about is profit, right? Do you understand the nuances of human relationships? Offending us is akin to offending the Thunderblade base. Is this how you conduct business? You've killed so many of us due to a misunderstanding. And we haven't held it against you, yet you still hold a grudge. You stingy bastard, drinking cold water. You've got no guts. Qiansheng paid them no mind. In his heart, only profit mattered. A throng of individuals rushed forward, swiftly severing the tongues of the captives. Now, even if they wished to declare their identities, they were rendered mute. After resolving the issue at hand, Father White turned to Qiansheng. What shall we do next? That damn Chinamo is probably back at his base by now. Moreover, we've offended the Thunderblade base this time, and the worst part is that old man with the cane managed to escape, leaving us with endless troubles. Qiansheng responded with disdain. What is there to fear? That fellow may have fled, but he doesn't know our identities. He only associates us with Qianno, as long as we keep our mouths shut and don't spread rumors. This will have nothing to do with us. For Chinamo. Let us not rush. We'll find some manpower to keep an eye near the zombie territory. Once the Thunderblade base comes to confront him, and they end up in a mutually destructive conflict, we can swoop in and pick up the pieces. Isn't that much easier? Father White, hearing this, gave Qiansheng a thumbs up. Indeed, Manager Chun knows how to conduct business. After returning to the rooftop, Chinamo summoned all the zombie bodyguards, and the supplies exchanged this time from his spatial storage. The zombie bodyguards stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Especially Lei Ying, who was immensely excited, looking left and right. What happened? Did we teleport? I just felt like I blinked, and now we're back. Ben Lei, understanding a bit more, raised his head high, speaking with a hint of disdain. Look at you, so na-ve. Let me explain. This is because we are in a state of complete stillness within the spatial storage, where even time stands still, which is why it feels like just a moment has passed. But in reality, a long time has gone by outside. Lei Ying gasped, covering her mouth in amazement. How incredible! So, I can just toss the uneaten people into the spatial storage for long-term preservation? Oh my. That means I can enjoy super fresh human meat every day. How wonderful! Chinamo was rendered speechless on the spot. How could this lunatic relate everything back to food? He rubbed his forehead and said, Enough chatter. Let us sort and move the items we gathered this time, and make sure to take the research equipment and materials that Lin Shueja requested. Tell him to hurry and develop the new batch of violent potions. The zombie bodyguards nodded and immediately got to work. At this moment, Chun Mo's gaze shifted to the 2 level 5 captives they had exchanged. 4.1 was a werewolf, who, after being injected with the violent potion, now lay in a weakened state, with only his eyes able to move, resembling a dog with his long tongue lolling out. The other was a once powerful level 5 female practitioner, who had been acquired through the exchange of a level 3 elf. Chinamo had initially worried she wouldn't survive, but to his surprise, her life force was remarkably resilient. Upon returning, her vitality appeared even more stable. At this moment, the woman furrowed her brow slightly, slowly opening her eyes, which were filled with intense hatred. Even with her limbs twisted, once awakened, she attempted to crawl away on the ground, desperately wanting to escape. Watching her struggle, Chinamo felt a twinge of pain. Clearing his throat, he said, Hey, just leaving like that is quite rude. Do you have any idea how much I paid to bring you back? The woman paused, slowly turning her head to respond. Help me take revenge, and from now on, I will listen to you. Chinamo chuckled. Are you serious? I just said I bought you to be a slave. Even if I don't help you take revenge, you're still obliged to listen to me. Got it? And who do you think you are? Why should I help you seek revenge? You're just a pig with a nose and a scallion. Stop pretending. Chapter 80. The remarkable performance of two slaves upon hearing Chan Mo's words. The woman momentarily froze. Is it possible that you possess such a lack of compassion? Witnessing my unparalleled hatred and yet my unwavering strength, do you not feel the slightest twinge of sympathy? Is this not how dramas portray such scenarios? The woman, though wounded, was not foolish. She was acutely aware of her circumstances and recognized that she was now the slave of the man before her. Yet, she could not resign herself to a life of servitude, nor could she accept the notion of her deep-seated grievances going unavenged. Thus, throughout their journey, she pondered how to elevate her status and compel this formidable man to exact her revenge. It was at this juncture that she enacted her little performance. According to the archetypal plotlines in dramas, this man should now be filled with fondness for her. Who could resist a pure lotus flower that rises untainted from the mud? However, she never anticipated that this man would remain utterly unmoved. Is he made of wood? Observing the woman's plight, the nearby werewolf instantly comprehended. He responds to gentleness, not force. With a sudden leap, he sprang to his feet and, with a thud, knelt before Chan Mo. Master, I thank you for granting me the opportunity for revenge. I assure you, from this day forth, I shall be your loyal hound. Please accept me. The werewolf bowed his head in humility, casting a furtive, taunting glance at the woman not far away, as if to say, Silly woman, do you see? I am providing you with a proper demonstration. Chunamo reclined on the rooftop, observing the antics of these two fools. Initially intrigued, he soon found the spectacle utterly tiresome. Dull, truly dull. He turned to the woman lying on the ground and inquired, I hear you are a level 5 professional. What is your occupation? The woman held her head high, resembling a lotus that refuses to bow, her face etched with defiance. Having committed to this act, she resolved to maintain her facade. If she lowered her gaze now, all her previous efforts would be in vain. Perhaps this was merely a test of her resolve. The kneeling werewolf, frustrated by her continued silence, abruptly stood up, strode towards her, and struck her face with a fierce slap. Leaving her dizzy, he then seized her by the hair and dragged her before Chenemo, forcibly compelling her to kneel. He even took hold of her head and banged it against the ground several times. Damn it, you insolent woman! Can't you see the master is addressing you? After delivering his reprimand, he turned back to Chenemo, cautiously asking, Master, shall I take her away for a lesson? I guarantee that within 5 minutes, you'll have a slave as obedient as a lapdog. It was evident that the werewolf was genuinely eager to survive. The bloodied woman raised her head defiantly. You men are all the same. Even in death, I shall not yield. You may possess my body, but you shall never claim my heart. All you will have is a worthless carcass. With that, she shot a scornful glare at Chinamo. Growing impatient, he shouted down to the ground, Dezhuang, come up here. Dezhuang, who had been busy organizing supplies, immediately abandoned his task and rushed upstairs. The towering figure of nearly 2 meters stood before the werewolf and the woman, instantly imposing a formidable sense of pressure upon them. Dezhuang slightly bent forward. Boss, what are your commands? Chinamo gestured towards the two before him, saying, Bite each of them once. Both were taken aback, particularly the werewolf, who leapt up in protest. Master, you can't treat me this way. I've been obedient since the moment I arrived. This hulking figure, if he truly bit me, would surely take a chunk of my flesh. Meanwhile, the woman continued to feign strength. Odious man, do not think that such a trivial punishment will compel me to submit. I would not flinch even if you were to strike me down. Upon receiving the command, Dezhuang acted without a moment's hesitation, seizing the werewolf's tail and biting down fiercely, his mouth filled with fur. The bite severed the werewolf's entire tail, eliciting a howl of agony. Dezhuang shook the lengthy wolf tail in his hand, chuckling, Well, this tail is quite plump. I reckon it weighs at least 10 pounds. Splendid. I shall find a steel ring to skewer it and grill it with some cumin. It will be delicious. Writhing in pain on the ground, the werewolf yearned to leap up and retaliate, but weakened from earlier exertion, he could only clutch his backside, concealing his inner resentment. The woman, witnessing the werewolf's miserable state, experienced a fleeting pang of sympathy, as expected. In the next moment, Dazhuang lunged at her, viciously tearing off her entire arm. "Ah!" she screamed, her cries piercing the air. The werewolf and the woman had instantly become disabled. Dazhuang, with one hand grasping the severed tail and the other holding the woman's arm, reveled in his triumph, contemplating where to hide and feast later. He had to be discreet. Otherwise, if the phantoms caught sight of him, he would surely be deprived of his meal. He desired to indulge alone. The woman, clutching her injured arm, glared furiously at Chinamo. "Do not believe that severing my arm will compel me to yield. I have warned you, I fear nothing." The werewolf, panic-stricken, kicked the woman away with force. "Master, she may not fear, but I certainly do. I am terrified. Please, do not let this man bite me anymore. Woe is me, my tail is gone. The pain is unbearable." Chinamo was at a loss for words. This werewolf was indeed a coward. No wonder he could stand by and watch his woman be humiliated, only to be chained and treated like a dog. He owed a debt of gratitude to the berserk potion. It had rendered him fearless in that fleeting moment, a rare moment of glory in his life. Chinamo chose to remain silent, casually retrieving a cup of warm milk from his spatial ring and savoring it leisurely. A warm glass of milk before bed aids in slumber. The woman and the werewolf, still sprawled on the ground, caught the scent of the milk and swallowed hard. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, even a morsel of fresh bread was a luxury, let alone the more challenging to store and transport milk, especially when it was steaming hot. If they could only have a taste, it would be worth dying for. As they contemplated this, a sudden wave of heat surged through their bodies, followed by intense pain. They finally realized something was amiss. The werewolf howled. "What have you done to us?" "Ah, it hurts so much." The woman, her already contorted limbs twisting like strands of rope on the ground, suddenly stood up in a bizarre posture, resembling a human spider. To any timid soul, this sight would surely induce fainting. Chinamo watched patiently, intrigued. He was curious whether these two, upon being infected with the zombie virus, would transform into level 5 zombies with independent intelligence, or if they had become entirely new beings. Science would soon reveal the answer. Chapter 81. Level 6, Evolution. Again, approximately 3 minutes later, the transformations of the two finally concluded, and the stench of death emanated from their bodies. Zombies. It must be said, the zombie virus is indeed all-powerful. Regardless of whether one is level 1 or level 9, infection guarantees demise. After being bitten by Dazhuang, these two, despite their level 5 prowess, could not escape their fate. Fully transformed into zombies, they rose from the ground, roaring with fury at Chinamo. "Human, you shall perish. I am so hungry, let me devour you, darling." The werewolf and the woman lunged at Chinamo. However, in the next moment, Dazhuang sprang into action, pinning both the werewolf and the woman to the ground. Although they were both level 5, the woman was already gravely injured prior to her transformation, and the werewolf was utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, Dazhuang was not only in peak condition but also possessed a fusion of various abilities, making him an elite among elites. Even if they were bound together, they stood no chance against Dazhuang. The werewolf, after a few furious roars, sprouted coarse gray-black fur all over, his hands morphing into claws as he attacked the arm holding him down. Yet, Dazhuang, having already fortified his body, was impervious to the werewolf's feeble attacks. Meanwhile, the woman, pinned to the ground, struggled fiercely, recalling her professional abilities. She raised her voice and cried, "Sword, come!" In the next instant, the long sword that had been discarded by the phantom summoned itself, soaring towards Dazhuang like a silver streak. With a crack, it struck the back of Dazhuang's head. The violent collision shattered the already fragile sword into 2 pieces. Dazhuang merely shook his head, the shallow cut on the back of his head causing no further harm. Chinamo now understood. The woman's ability was to summon swords. What a fine female swordmaster she could have been. Alas, now transformed into a zombie, her freedom was forever lost. Chinamo crouched down, inquiring of the two individuals before him. "Do you still remember who you are? Do you recall my identity?" The werewolf bared its teeth, retorting, "Remember what? I was just born moments ago. Who knows who you are?" Beside him, The woman's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty cruelty as she added, "Aren't you just our meal? What's there to boast about?" Following her words, the woman strained to glance at the imposing figure of Dezhuang behind her, cursing, "You're also a zombie, you fool. Why are you laying hands on me? Hurry up and subdue this human. We can share him among the three of us and satisfy our hunger." Upon hearing this, Dezhuang's face clouded with dissatisfaction. In the next moment, without Chinamo needing to issue a command, he seized the heads of the man and woman, delivering a series of brutal strikes to the ground. "Eat, eat, eat. I command you to eat. You brainless fools. How dare you look down on our boss? Seek your own demise." Though the two zombies felt no pain, their intelligence was undoubtedly affronted, their pride ground beneath the heel of Dezhuang's aggression. They raged, "Fools, damned fools. You are the disgrace of the zombie realm. A pariah among your kind, despicable human. What trickery did you employ to ensnare this simpleton zombie?" Chinamo, uninterested in wasting further time with them, had just returned from a long day at the market and a night of toil. It was now dawn, and his quota was sufficient. He promptly converted the two before him into his zombie bodyguards. The wild 5th-level zombies, upon becoming Mo's guardians, were momentarily confused about their identities. Still clamoring to devour him, with a snap of his fingers, the two immediately sprung to their feet, standing at attention in front of Mo, their posture straight as an arrow. After clearing his throat, Mo inputted the 3 fundamental commands that zombies must adhere to. Instantly, the two transformed into obedient subordinates, with the werewolf kneeling on one knee, exclaiming, "I have met the boss." The woman beside him also bowed respectfully. After posing a few questions, Mo gained a deeper understanding of the emergence of intelligent zombies. Undoubtedly, humans could not transform into zombies, nor could zombies revert to human form once infected by the virus. Even those of extraordinary strength would perish, leaving behind only the viral consciousness reborn within the body. They were merciless and bloodthirsty, the harbingers of humanity's end. Yet, after being hired by Mo as a prominent figure, these wild zombies would behave just like any other obedient zombie. However, Mo had no intention of keeping these two around, as they offered little value. He already had enough personnel at his disposal. Should he find himself short-handed later, he could cultivate them then. For now, their worth lay solely in serving as fusion materials. 2 5th-level zombie bodyguards were sufficient to elevate one 5th-level zombie to 6th level. Currently, Shadow was the only 6th-level entity in the team. It was time for a second to emerge. As for Mo himself, the abilities of these two did not particularly align with his own. The sword control technique overlapped with his wind manipulation, and he had no interest in becoming a werewolf, too hairy and unappealing. There was no need for such fusion. There were still remaining slots available today, and combined with the ordinary zombies he had saved and 2 3rd-level elf zombies, it was just enough for Mo to ascend to 6th level as well. Without hesitation, Mo selected these two as the materials for this fusion. As for the primary subject, he chose Dezhuang. Although the sword control technique seemed somewhat incompatible with him, the werewolf aspect was quite fitting, complementing Dezhuang's close combat prowess and enhancing his mobility and lethality. Upon selection, the bodies of the man and woman gradually dissolved into a pool of crimson energy. This sanguine energy slowly enveloped Dezhuang, transforming him into a massive red egg, a terrifying and powerful aura brewed within the egg. At that moment, Mo turned his gaze toward Platform 2. There, Shadow and Thunder had already captured a sufficient number of zombies, binding them atop the platform. With the zombies now possessing intelligence, many tasks no longer required Mo's direct involvement. For instance, capturing zombies was adequately handled by these intelligent minions. Mo promptly selected all these zombies, hiring them as his bodyguards. Now, aside from the 2 3rd-level elf zombies, he had 48 ordinary zombie bodyguards. This surge of energy was just enough for him to advance to 6th level. Without a moment's pause, Mo chose to upgrade. All the zombie bodyguards present transformed into a pool of crimson energy, which surged toward Mo, enveloping him in a colossal egg. The immense and potent energy began to radically alter Mo's body. Approximately 5 minutes later, both Mo and Dezhuang absorbed the crimson energy from their surfaces, reappearing under the moonlight. Mo, neglecting to check on Dezhuang's condition first, inspected himself. Upon reaching 6th level, his original abilities had significantly enhanced, and his physical attributes had doubled. Since he primarily utilized ordinary zombies, He did not acquire any new abilities. However, thanks to the two third-level elf zombies, his comprehension of wind had vastly improved. He could now perceive the subtle currents of air, and using these trajectories, he could mentally construct the geographical changes within a radius of several hundred meters, even discerning the distinct scents carried by the wind, effectively becoming a human radar. Moreover, leveraging the wind as propulsion, his agility had further increased. Should he employ the wind-stepping ability, his speed would now be at least twice as fast as before. Chinamo couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Elves, oh elves, you truly are a benevolent race. If I could transform your entire elven royal lineage into zombies for my sacrificial offerings, I dare say attaining the status of wind god would be well within reach." At that moment, he recalled the elven princess he had imprisoned. She needed to summon more elven guardians for him. If she failed to do so, it would signify her lack of usefulness, and he would find a way to turn her into a zombie, hoping she could infiltrate the elven domain as a spy. Chapter 82. Enhanced Wolverine. The elevation of his power was undoubtedly significant for Chinamo, yet more crucial was the enhancement of his occupational abilities. Chinamo could now hire up to 65 zombie bodyguards daily, nearly doubling his previous capacity. He increasingly felt that his current status did not correspond to his capabilities, since discovering that the zombie virus could infect other, more powerful beings. Chinamo considered it wasteful to squander these quotas on ordinary zombies. If he could capture over 65th-level professionals or monsters and convert them into zombies, wouldn't he be able to soar to new heights? He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of such power, capable of dominating the world without question. However, the resources at his disposal currently rendered this ambition unfeasible. To continuously acquire such high-level beings, he would need to possess formidable strength. Developing his own power was painfully slow. It would be far more efficient to seize what was readily available. It seemed essential to expedite his plan of cultivating zombies as spies to gradually infiltrate and dominate the world's major factions. After a brief contemplation, Chinamo's gaze shifted to Dezhuang, who stood dazed in the corner, suddenly remembering that he had just leveled up. Chinamo scratched his head. "Apologies, brother, for keeping you waiting here. So, how does it feel to level up? Did you gain any impressive abilities?" Dezhuang also scratched his head, and in the next moment, a pair of gray-white ears sprouted from his hair, trembling adorably in the wind, a stark contrast to his brawny physique. Simultaneously, a long tail emerged from behind him. He grinned, revealing a couple of small canine teeth. Chinamo was taken aback. "Wait, are you planning to adopt the big muscle man with a cute twist approach?" Nearby, Laying's eyes widened in astonishment as she rushed over, climbing onto Dezhuang's shoulder, playfully rubbing his wolf ears with her little hands. "Wow, this is so adorable. Those little ears are so soft. If only they could be boiled and dipped in some chili powder. I can only imagine how delicious they'd be." Before Dezhuang could respond, he felt a chill running down his tail. Turning around, he found Shadow, who had, unbeknownst to him, grasped his tail, wielding a dagger and examining it. "I could slice this into 367 pieces. The meat is plump, tender, and juicy. Prime sashimi material," Dezhuang panicked. Bellowing, "What are you doing? I'm a zombie. We are of the same kind. Get away from me." With a flick of his tail and a shake of his head, he flung Lei Ying and Shadow away. Chinamo waved his hand to quiet the two greedy ones, refocusing on Dezhuang. "Aside from your appearance changing a bit, has your power shifted in any way?" Dezhuang spread his arms. And in the next moment, his skin underwent a dramatic transformation, sprouting bristly gray-black fur that shimmered with a metallic luster. Remarkable. He resembled a porcupine. The wolf fur not only possesses formidable defensive capabilities, but can also serve as a lethal weapon in the event of an upgrade. If Dezhuang were to deliver a powerful slap, the wolf fur on his palm would pierce through the enemy's skin, transforming his fist into a weapon akin to a wolf's fang. Moreover, swiftly sprouting from the back of each of Dezhuang's hands were 3 sharp bone blades, each approximately half a meter long. Further enhancing his terrifying arsenal, it appears that Dezhuang has successfully inherited a multitude of traits from the werewolves. Now embodying a living embodiment of Wolverine? No, he surpasses Wolverine in ferocity. Wolverine's physical strength pales in comparison to Dezhuang's, and his defensive capabilities are on an entirely different level. He merely possesses superior regenerative abilities. For Dezhuang, however, he is a powerful warrior with no blind spots, a brutal instrument of slaughter on the battlefield. Relishing De Zhuang's robust and surging power, Chen Mo felt an immense satisfaction. Excellent. Excellent! My efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. Now, in close combat, there is no one who can rival you. De Zhuang extended his long tongue, licking the edge of the bone blade, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile gracing his face. Boss, I can no longer contain my desire to taste blood. When can we embark on a grand rampage? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo's mind raced with the names of several powerful factions. But he quickly shook his head. No, no. Although my strength is formidable enough to annihilate the likes of the Chasing Wind Merchants and the Thunder Blade, that would be too wasteful. If I were to eradicate these factions, where would I find a continuous stream of high-tier warriors to serve as my zombie bodyguards? The most prudent approach would be to eliminate their leaders while retaining the rest, thereby completely taking over their forces. Suddenly, a cacophony of engines roared from outside the community. Chen Mo, accompanied by his zombie bodyguards, climbed to the rooftop, and upon peering outside, he immediately spotted 3 massive trucks rumbling toward the inner precinct. At the forefront of these trucks sat Wu Guang, commanding his personal flying saucer, hovering in mid-air. As he entered the community, he bellowed towards Chen Mo's rooftop. Brother Chen, I've brought you supplies. Hurry and come out. His voice, combined with the roar of the trucks, instantly captured the attention of all the zombies within the community. The zombies, driven to madness, surged toward the entrance, quickly surrounding the trucks in a chaotic throng. The drivers of the 3 trucks gritted their teeth, flooring the accelerator, desperately attempting to push their way through, the massive tires likely crushing countless zombies beneath them, yet the horde ahead seemed endless. After advancing a mere 10 meters, the trucks were ultimately halted by a mountain of corpses, their engines smoking, the colossal vehicles rendered immobile. Inside the trucks, the drivers watched in horror as the zombie horde clawed their way up the sides, banging on the windows with their grotesque hands, their legs trembling in fear. Wu Guang, think of something. We're going to be eaten by zombies, they cried. Damn it, how can there be so many of these monsters? We can't kill them all. Help, help, Wu Guang. You promised to ensure our safety. Wu Guang, equally anxious, recognized that while the death of these individuals wouldn't be catastrophic, in this apocalyptic world, humans were the most valuable commodity, and their loss would be regrettable. However, the cargo within the truck absolutely could not be compromised. It represented his entire fortune. He pulled out a submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets into the horde, scattering a significant number of zombies to the ground. Yet, before long, the remaining zombies staggered back to their feet, with only a handful rendered entirely motionless from headshots. Aim for the heads, brothers, that's their weakness. Wu Guang shouted in realization. His professional expertise had little to do with combat. Thus, he relied on firearms to eliminate the zombies. However, in this dire situation, who had the luxury to aim carefully? The drivers and assistants in the truck retrieved their firearms, firing wildly at the encroaching horde, but their efforts were futile, the number of slain zombies barely making a dent at Wu Guang. Now frantic, urged, brothers, hold them off. I'll go assess the situation. At that moment, Wu Guang began to appreciate Chen Mo's foresight in establishing a base high above, utilizing these zombies as watchdogs, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Though the zombies lacked strength, they charged forward like reckless lunatics, undeterred by the corpses littering their path. Unless faced with an exceptionally powerful foe wielding devastating capabilities, there was little that could be done about these creatures. Just then, a shadow descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, shaking the very earth beneath them. The drivers of the trucks felt as if they had bounced on a trampoline. Upon looking down, they beheld a towering figure over 2 meters tall, covered in coarse gray-black fur, its hair like steel needles. Each hand bore 3 long bone blades, emanating terror, with a swift flick of its tail. It cleared a swath of zombies behind it. Its 6th-level strength sent shivers down Wu Guang's spine, as it seemed that a mere finger from this creature could crush him effortlessly. At that moment, De Zhuang spoke slowly. Boss, I've come to escort you. Hearing this, Wu Guang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, a comrade. However, the thought crossed their minds. Such a powerful being is working for someone else? This world truly is cutthroat. The zombies continued to surge toward the trucks from all directions. De Zhuang raised his head and unleashed a deafening roar, shattering the glass on either side. The frenzied zombies, Upon hearing this roar, froze in place, rendered immobile, Wu Guang and the drivers were dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Were these zombies not devoid of intelligence? How could this creature instill fear in them? Was this what they referred to as the notion that evil men are feared by the wicked? They were utterly unaware that De Zhuang could command these zombies precisely because they were akin to him. Upon reaching level 5, zombies develop independent intelligence, creating a stark hierarchy among them, making it a trivial matter to direct their actions. With a wave of his hand, De Zhuang commanded the thousands of zombies in the community to part, creating a clear path leading directly to Building 1. Wu Guang and the truck drivers stood in astonishment. Was it really that easy? What had seemed like an impending crisis just moments ago was resolved with a single command from him. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Wu Guang couldn't help but speculate. If even such a top-tier powerhouse served Chen Mo, how formidable must Chen Mo himself be? Could he possibly be the strongest among the human factions? Leading the way, De Zhuang quickly guided the 3 trucks to the base of Building 1. Everyone, let's park the vehicles and get the supplies moved upstairs, Wu Guang instructed. However, just as the truck drivers prepared to descend in toil, De Zhuang bellowed, "One at a time is far too slow. Allow me to handle it." Before anyone could react, De Zhuang strode over, wrapping his arms around one of the trucks, and with a mighty effort, tossed it high into the air, as if throwing a shot put. The several-ton truck soared overhead like a mere toy. Help! Help! I have a heart condition, high blood pressure, diabetes, and acrophobia," screamed the terrified driver and his assistant in the cab. The thrill surpassed even the most exhilarating roller coaster. Fortunately, the duration was brief. Within seconds, they found themselves atop the building. Waiting on the roof was Bai Long, who steadied his broad back to catch the descending truck. With a resounding thud, he placed it safely on the rooftop. Chen Mo quickly cautioned, "Be gentle, be gentle. This isn't the open road. Don't collapse my building." Bai Long let out a howl, adjusting his movements to be more careful. The next 2 trucks were similarly placed securely on the rooftop. Following this, De Zhuang leapt onto the rooftop as well, reverting to his original form, the simple-minded giant Wu Guang, arriving in his flying apparatus. Slowly descended. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he chuckled, "Brother Chen, it truly is easy to visit you. I didn't expect you to have a way to control those zombies. No wonder you chose to establish your stronghold here. Impressive. Being able to build a base in the heart of a monster spawning ground is truly unparalleled. In any monster spawning area, regardless of its strength, it poses a danger to humans. These territories can never be fully claimed, as they will regenerate more creatures over time, with some newly spawned monsters being exceptionally powerful. Thus, for normal individuals, merely camping out here, let alone spending the night, is out of the question." Wu Guang stole another glance at Chen Mo's entourage. Aside from De Zhuang, the remaining members, Lei Ying, Mei Ying, Bin Lei, and others, each radiated an aura of strength. They were truly elite, despite their small number. Could this be a trajectory akin to that of pirates? Wu Guang's gaze towards Chen Mo was now tinged with greater respect. This investment was undoubtedly a wise choice. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Guang continued, "Brother Chen, there is something for which I must first apologize." Upon finishing his words, he disregarded his own dignity entirely, stepping down from the flying vehicle and kneeling before Chen Mo with a resounding thud. This left Chen Mo utterly perplexed, prompting him to extend his hands in an effort to assist Wu Guang to his feet. "Brother Wu, what are you doing? You have brought me so many things. I should be thanking you." However, Wu Guang remained resolute, shaking his head as he said, "Brother Chen, please let me finish speaking. Just last night, I learned that after you departed from our market, Chen Shang actually sent people to deliberately trouble you. I heard he even clashed with one of your subordinate units. Alas, this is my fault. In fact, Chen Shang had contacted me earlier, hinting at his intentions towards you, but I failed to take it seriously. Had I warned you sooner, perhaps you would have been better prepared." Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. "What? That guy made a move against me? I had no idea." Wu Guang, equally bewildered, replied, "What? You didn't know? But I heard that Chen Shang, alongside the Godfather White, engaged in a fierce battle with one of your units in the forest. I even went to witness the scene, which was truly horrific. How could you not know?" Chen Mo was completely at a loss. When he left, he had utilized the space stone to discreetly gather all the valuable items and had quietly departed through manipulation of gravity and wind. No one was aware of his departure. As for the troops he supposedly left behind in the forest, that was absurd. He did indeed leave Bin Lei in a distant position for support, but he had returned long ago and had not engaged in any battle. After pondering for a long time without clarity, Chinamo simply waved his hand. Forget it. It's not important. Since you weren't aware. It's certainly not your fault. If that Qinsheng dares to act against me, I shall make it a point to pay him a visit when I have the time. Now, let me see what good things you have brought me. With this change of subject, Wu Guang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that Qin Mo might mistakenly associate him with Chen Shang, which could lead to misunderstandings and significant consequences. After all, he needed to collaborate with Chen Mo in the future. He cheerfully responded, "Rest assured, Brother Chen, not only have I brought everything I promised, but it is indeed even more than what was previously discussed. Masters, open the cargo compartments and let Mr. Chen inspect the goods." In the next moment, the truck drivers opened the cargo compartments, and an overwhelming emlang of animal scents wafted through the air, instantly transforming the rooftop into a cacophony filled with the sounds of various creatures. Chen Mo peered inside and was met with the sight of 5 or 6 large, plump pigs, along with an assortment of dairy cows, water buffalo, and yellow cattle. There were also around 10 black goats and another compartment brimming with chickens, ducks, geese, and quails in abundance. The final compartment was packed with a substantial quantity of agricultural seeds and various fruit trees. Chen Mo even spotted 7 or 8 roots of the tree people. 3 large trucks were filled to the brim, almost overflowing. With these supplies serving as a startup fund, Chen Mo was confident that his aerial kingdom and farming endeavors would be executed flawlessly. He smacked his lips and remarked to Wu Guang, "Impressive, my friend. I never realized you were a hidden landowner capable of providing such treasures." Wu Guang scratched his head and chuckled. "Ah, I have invested my entire fortune into this. You promised to take care of my old age, so you must not deceive me. This is akin to my pension." Chen Mo laughed heartily. "No problem. As long as I have a morsel of meat, I will surely save you a bone. That won't do. You must leave some broth as well. Haven't you heard the elders say that nutrition lies in the broth?" Chapter 84. Wu Guang contemplates a career change. These items were temporarily arranged for storage on the rooftop of another building, to be further organized once the farm was fully established. At this moment, Wu Guang spoke mysteriously to Chen Mo. "Brother Chen, there is one more item you absolutely need." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What else is there?" Wu Guang waved his hand, and among the laborers emerged a bespectacled young man. Wu Guang patted this individual on the shoulder, saying, "Come, let me introduce you to Brother Chen. This gentleman holds a PhD in architectural design from one of the nation's top architectural academies. His name is Luo Dashan. Many of his designs have won awards both domestically and internationally. Before the apocalypse struck, his annual salary once reached 10 million. Isn't that impressive?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo instantly became interested. It was just the opportunity he needed, as he had been contemplating how to construct his aerial kingdom. Unexpectedly, Wu Guang had delivered such a talented architect to him. In contrast, Luo Dashan appeared somewhat embarrassed by the introduction. Adjusting his glasses, he shyly replied, "What 10 million annual salary? Please don't exaggerate. After the apocalypse, I've been reduced to begging like a pauper. If it weren't for your kindness in taking me in, I might very well be a rotting corpse by now." Wu Guang erupted in laughter. Throwing an arm around Luo Dashan's shoulders, "Do not belittle yourself. The reconstruction of human society after the apocalypse cannot do without intellectuals like you. I saved you purely because of your talent. To be precise, you have accomplished this yourself. However, being at my side is somewhat beneath your capabilities. Your talents are being wasted. Coincidentally, Brother Chen here is preparing to build an aerial kingdom, and he requires your intelligence and expertise for the design." "How does that sound?" Chen Mo chimed in. "Rest assured, I will not treat you poorly. All your needs will be taken care of here. You may voice any additional requirements you may have." After contemplating for a moment, Luo Dashan replied, "I don't have any particularly complex demands. However, I would like a private office and a house of my own. Would that be possible?" His eyes sparkled with hope, revealing the hardships he had endured during the apocalypse. Nothing could provide greater security than having a place to call his own, allowing him to sleep peacefully at night. Chen Mo laughed heartily. "Your request is far too simple. Currently, aside from myself, there are no other residents in this entire community. Feel free to choose any room you like. I can also arrange for 2 assistants to help you with miscellaneous tasks. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Luo Dashin was overwhelmed with excitement. Without a second thought, he knelt before Chen Mo on one knee. Mr. Chun, you can rest assured that I will diligently complete my work. Within 3 days, I will provide you with a construction plan for the aerial kingdom that will surely satisfy you. Excellent, I believe in you. After accepting Luo Dashin, Chen Mo looked at Wu Guang with immense gratitude. Brother Wu, I cannot thank you enough. You have helped me resolve the initial issues of farming and now provided me with a designer. Your enthusiasm makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. If we were not both men, I would even suspect you had ulterior motives towards me. Wu Guang burst into laughter at this, then cast a mysterious glance at Chen Mo. Who says men cannot have ulterior motives towards one another? He purposefully shifted his gaze towards Chen Mo's backside, sending a chill down Chen Mo's spine. In the next moment, he wished for Mei Ying and De Zhuang to come to his aid. Ha ha ha, look how frightened you are. I was just joking, Wu Guang chuckled, which finally eased Chen Mo's anxiety. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wu Guang continued, brother, I want to conceal it from you. My reasons for helping you so much are somewhat self-serving. Chen Mo did not interrupt, signaling for him to proceed. You know, I am currently more or less a salesperson for the wind-chasing Chamber of Commerce. Originally, the development of the wind-chasing chamber was going quite well, accumulating many loyal customers, and my treatment was excellent. However, I don't know what happened later. The president and vice president both entered seclusion, neglecting the management of the entire chamber. Consequently, the greatest authority fell into the hands of Manager Chen, who has turned the wind-chasing chamber into a chaotic mess. He is no longer satisfied with merely profiting from the goods, but frequently operates in the shadows, embezzling customers' properties. Several of my longtime customers have already fallen victim to his schemes. At this rate, I estimate it won't be long before the wind-chasing chamber faces a collective uprising. I don't want to continue. As he spoke, Wu Guang appeared somewhat dejected. Having been with the wind-chasing chamber since its inception, he had invested considerable effort into its growth. Now, witnessing the impending collapse of this promising venture, he felt a mix of emotions. Even though he had some attachment to it, reason told him that if he persisted, he might not be able to leave unscathed. Thus, he needed to seek an alternative path. Brother Chen, I have high hopes for your endeavor. If you don't mind, I would like to join you. Consider these supplies my token of allegiance. After Wu Guang finished speaking, he fixed a sincere gaze on Chen Mo, clearly indicating that he was serious. However, Chen Mo furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. Go be frank. He was not particularly keen on bringing Wu Guang into his fold. The reason was simple. Those under his command were not human but zombies. He had complete trust in zombies, but not in humans. Human hearts are inscrutable and prone to sudden changes. Now, with Wu Guang expressing a strong desire to join his ranks, who could predict how things might evolve in the future? He certainly did not wish to harbor a ticking time bomb beside him. Wu Guang detected a hint of hesitation in Chen Mo's eyes. As a top salesman, he was adept at reading people's minds and quickly understood. No worries, Brother Chen. If you're not willing, just consider what I said earlier as a joke. Please don't feel pressured. The world is vast, and I have the means to survive, ha. Let us not jeopardize the friendship between us brothers. In that fleeting moment, Chen Mo had already devised a plan. He lifted his head and said to Wu Guang, Brother Wu, would you be interested in going solo? Wu Guang was momentarily taken aback. Chen Mo continued, after all, you are the top salesman in the Chamber of Commerce, managing numerous clients and well-versed in its operational model. How about I provide some manpower and you take charge of management? We could establish our own Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Wu Guang became exceedingly excited. He had previously driven large trucks and had no experience in sales until the apocalypse began. Once he entered the field, he fell in love with the work. Changing careers now would be quite a challenge for him. If he could continue operating within the Chamber of Commerce, it would be nothing short of perfect. He gasped, is Brother Chen speaking the truth? You're not teasing me, are you? Chen Mo chuckled lightly. I wouldn't stoop to such triviality. In fact, I had been contemplating this idea for quite some time, but lacked the means to execute it. Your arrival has indeed been a stroke of fortune for me. The two quickly reached an understanding, and Wu Guang exclaimed, I'll head back to wrap up my work at the Chasing Wind Chamber right away. It'll take me about 2 or 3 days to resign, and then I'll come find you. Just wait for me. With that, he departed in his small flying saucer, soaring into the sky. Chapter 85. The Thunderblade is hurting me. After bidding farewell to Wu Guang, Chen Mo began to busy himself. After all, there were 3 entire trucks worth of supplies that needed careful organization. Currently, the airborne kingdom had yet to be established, so he could only clear out 2 buildings to serve as temporary breeding zones. Chenemo deliberately chose 2 distant buildings to avoid the stench from the breeding area wafting into his garden. Subsequently, he instructed Dezhuang to escort all the trucks and drivers out of the zombie territory. These were all Wu Guang's people and would be his in the future. They must not be harmed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep them around for the zombies' meals. Luo Dashan was particularly enthusiastic, eager to dive into work. Chenmo arranged for Bin Lei to temporarily assist him, accompanying him to inspect the entire neighborhood and help select a clean house for him to reside in. While everyone appeared busy, the one who remained the most leisurely was Chenmo himself. He merely needed to issue orders, and in the remaining time, he relaxed in the gazebo of the rooftop garden, brewing tea by the fire and watching the distant sunset, feeling utterly content. It seemed that for the next few days, the bodyguard quota could not be utilized for fusion or sacrifice. He needed to retain more personnel. Eventually, the construction of the rooftop kingdom would require some laborers. If Wu Guang's matters were settled, establishing the Chamber of Commerce would also necessitate additional manpower. Alas, there simply weren't enough hands. The chamber would definitely need to dispatch 2 stronger zombie bodyguards to maintain a presence, and he couldn't send Mia Ying and Dezhuang away, as they were his safety net. Thus, he had to devise a way to cultivate a more advanced one. Chenemo was silently contemplating where to find personnel. Just 500 meters outside the zombie territory, Edgar leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. He clutched a cane to maintain his balance, still resembling a gentleman from the Middle Ages. Damn it, where did those lunatics come from? Were they sent by Chenemo? That shouldn't be the case. Initially, Edgar thought the group was a band of assassins sent by Chenemo, but after running far and calming down, he realized something was amiss. From their conversation, it seemed that Chenemo was keen on completing the deal and wouldn't he breach it midway. If he wanted to ambush him, wouldn't it be more advantageous to wait until he was on his territory? There was no need to act in the middle of the road. Moreover, Chenemo could not possibly know his exact route and progress. How could he have coincidentally appeared there? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Edgar's mind. Could it be Thunderblade? If anyone could discern his precise movements and arrange an ambush flawlessly, it would undoubtedly be Thunderblade. Furthermore, at the base, he was indeed a thorn in Thunderblade's side. Due to the similar levels of strength, Thunderblade had always been wary of Edgar competing for his leadership position, which was why he had obstructed Edgar from establishing a subbase outside. However, creating a subbase would also mean siphoning off a considerable amount of resources from the main base. The more Edgar thought about it, the more convinced he became. Eliminating him would allow Thunderblade to solidify his leadership. As for his daughter, they could send someone to negotiate later. Damn Thunderblade, you despicable scoundrel! Edgar cursed Thunderblade vehemently while leaning against the wall. What should he do now? Return? That conniving scoundrel might have prepared a backup plan at the base. If he returned just like that, it would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. What to do? Suddenly, an idea struck Edgar. If he could bring Laying out, then Thunderblade would be too afraid to take action against him. Having thought this through, a subtle smile crept across Edgar's lips. Good. Good, good, Thunderblade. You vile creature. Thinking of scheming against me? I shall make you taste the despair of losing your beloved daughter. With this plan in mind, Edgar promptly changed direction and headed towards Chenemo's location. Just as he stepped out of the street, a series of deafening roars erupted ahead of him. A dozen motorcycles came to a steady stop right in front of Edgar. The riders boasted wildly colored, extravagant hairstyles, piercings in their lips, ears, and noses, and tattoos galore. They were clearly delinquents. Edgar couldn't believe that even after the apocalypse, so many delinquents were still active in this area. The leader, a young man with a green mohawk, leaped off his motorcycle with a backflip. Ah, look what I've found. A gentleman from the Middle Ages. How intriguing, old man. Would you be interested in joining our Flying Dragon Motorcycle Club? Edgar's expression turned icy. Unwilling to engage with these raucous youths, at that moment, a woman with a voluptuous figure rushed over, wrapping her arms around the green mohawk man, her ample bosom brushing against his arm as she cooed. Chicken brother, that old man's cane is so beautiful. It looks like it's made of pure gold. I absolutely adore it. The mohawk man turned back, affectionately patting the woman's head. Sweetheart, this apocalypse gold is utterly worthless. It's not even as useful as 2 packets of instant noodles. The woman continued to rub against him. Oh, I don't care. I just want it. The Mohawk man grinned wickedly. Want it? Huh. Why don't I just give it to you right now? I'll make sure you get your fill. The rest of the gang burst into laughter. The voluptuous girl stomped her foot. Pouting, chicken brother. You're so naughty. I don't want to talk to you anymore. The Mohawk man laughed heartily, embracing the girl. Don't worry, sweetheart. I'm just joking with you. Whatever you want, how could I deny you? I'd even pluck down the stars from the sky for you to eat as candy. After saying this, the Mohawk man turned his gaze to Edgar. Old man, did you hear that? My girl has taken a liking to your cane. Hand it over obediently, or prepare to feel some pain. Edgar coldly raised his head and surveyed the rowdy youths before him, suddenly asking, What level are you? The Mohawk man laughed heartily. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Let me tell you, my subordinates and I are all level 4 professionals. Even my girl is level 3. As for the other little brothers, while they haven't reached the professional ranks, they're all skilled fighters, armed to the teeth. Now, are you ready to bow down? Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile spread across Edgar's face. Good. Good. I was just fretting about where to find 2 level 4 professionals to present as gifts, and here you are. 3 have come at once. The Mohawk man, losing patience, drew a pistol from his waistband. Damn it. You old fossil, stop babbling. I'll blow your front teeth out with 1 shot. In the next moment, Edgar gently tapped his cane on the ground, and a dazzling surge of thunderous energy erupted from the tip, enveloping all the delinquents present in an instant. Under the onslaught of the thunder, the youth screamed in agony. Ah, you bastard, what are you doing? Oh, the agony. It feels as though I am on the brink of demise. Please, cease with the electric shocks. My hairstyle has been utterly ruined. No. This is my newly crafted foil-permed asymmetrical punk bangs. Under the influence of the electric current, these eclectic youths began to convulse, resembling the dancing zombies from the Game Plants Versus. Zombies, evoking an inexplicable hilarity. The electrotherapy persisted for a total of 10 minutes. The moment Edgar ceased the current, all the eccentric youths collapsed to the ground, their bodies still quivering, expelling plumes of thick black smoke from their mouths. Particularly their distinctive shamate hairstyles, now singed by the electricity, appeared as if each head bore a lump of coal. Edgar retrieved a length of rope and proceeded to bind each individual together, then selected a motorcycle.